Chapter 43, The Iron Bank. What a seven-be-damned mess. John blamed himself, of course, both for Axel's wanderings and the corruption he'd ultimately uncovered in the process. On the one hand, the king should never have been running around the docks of King's Landing without any sort of guard. On the other hand, everyone knew at this point that there wasn't a single soul in the city capable of harming Axel Baratheon. John just knew even more than everyone else exactly how true that was. Still, Axel's forays around the city after praying at the Great Sept each morning had been something John was aware of for a while now. He'd allowed them to continue because, well, for one, Axel was the king and John didn't have the right to tell him he couldn't, and for two, they really were a good way for Axel to keep an ear to the ground and learn about things even John didn't know about. Case in point, while John wanted to be mad that Axel had run into and befriended yet another important noblewoman on his latest expedition into the city, he couldn't really when that encounter had in turn led to uncovering corruption at the docks that John had no idea was even going on. Of course, if Ashag Greyjay had marched up to the Red Keep to air her complaints to them directly, John isn't entirely sure he would have believed her. Not for nothing, but he knew what sort of man Balon Greyjay was and was well aware that he'd raised his daughter in the exact same way. Ashag Greyjay had been captain of her own ship for years at this point, and she definitely did not comport herself as a noblewoman should. However, thanks to Axel's intervention and what the young king had seen with his own two eyes, John knew to treat Ashag's words with more severity. And what she spoke of made his blood run cold in his veins. Someone waving around the title of Master of Coin down at the docks and committing fraud against every ship that sailed into the city's harbor was, well, bad didn't really cut it at that point, now did it? Initially, Axel's fury had been directed at Petter. John had, of course, calmed the young king down. He didn't believe Petter could really be involved in such a scheme. The man had worked for John for decades at this point after all, serving him loyally in Gultown and then on to King's Landing. John had begged Axel to let him get to the bottom of things, and Axel had ultimately agreed not to react too rashly. From there, they'd managed to unravel some of the mess and figure out what was happening, namely through the identities of the 5 men who had tried to set upon Ashag Greyjay down by the docks. Crossbows, especially of the make that were found in the alley, were not cheap by any means. That spoke of organization and coin, but it was the men themselves that cracked the whole thing wide open like a damn egg. They were disgraced goldcloaks, each and every one. John had known, of course, that simply arresting John O'Slynt and sending him to the wall along with the worst of his subordinates wouldn't be the end of weeding out the corruption in the City Watch. In fact, he'd been working on fixing the corrupt organization right alongside figuring out a long-term solution to the Crown's debts ever since they'd seen Jonos off. Unfortunately, the men who had been dismissed for not meeting the City Watch's new standards but hadn't been arrested because they had no provable crimes. Well, they had to go somewhere. And that somewhere was apparently a criminal organization operated by one of the Goldcloak's few remaining captains who had managed to escape proper scrutiny. It was actually Petter who had helped them unravel the whole scheme in the end. In fact, the man had worked tirelessly to get to the bottom of things, as much to figure out what was going on as to clear his own name. Thanks to the Master of Coin's efforts, they had managed to take down and round up all the men involved in the fraud at the docks in less than a week. At the end of it all, the Goldcloaks were even more gutted than usual, and Axel was making threats to name Lady Brienne of Tarth as commander of the City Watch if things didn't shape up soon. That seemed to have become the king's new favorite pastime, in fact. He seemed to take a certain amusement from threatening to give Lady Brienne responsibilities, if only to see her and others around her squirm. Privately, John wasn't entirely sure the giant of a woman would do a worse job than who they had in charge now. The only real problem he foresaw was that she was a woman and might get herself killed if they gave her the job. Still, at least the situation was mostly resolved. Only mostly, because the addition of Ashag Greyjay to the Red Keep had seemingly become a semi-permanent thing. The daughter of Balon Greyjay had accepted Axel's invitation to stay in the Red Keep while she was in the city, and so far she'd made no noises of moving on any time soon. Ashag Greyjoy's presence further complicated an already complicated set of matters, in Jon's humble opinion. The situation between Axel and his would-be queens was already growing tense as things stood, simply because it was becoming increasingly obvious to all involved that Axel was feeling indecisive. The problem was, he very clearly liked them both. Maybe if Dorne hadn't answered Jon's letter as initially expected, or he hadn't been able to convince Ned to send for his daughter. But alas, no. Perhaps Jon shouldn't have sent for both at once, but given Axel's rather exacting standards, it had felt better to hedge his bets at the time. Axel didn't want a betrothal signed and sealed before he even laid eyes on his prospective bride. He wanted them to come to King's Landing so he could get to know them and they could get to know him. Having one of them visit and only asking after the other one if the first failed to interest the young king would have been an insult no matter which way you cut it. Unfortunately, this meant they had a problem because it was obvious to Jon and half of the court besides that both Sansa Stark and Aerion Martell wanted to be with Axel. They wanted him, they wanted to marry him, they wanted to be his queen, and the only thing standing in either of their way was each other. Jon was quite glad that Axel had been smart enough to double the court's taste testers before either party had arrived, because frankly, if they hadn't, he suspected that someone might have been poisoned by now. As things stood, the king was doing a decent enough job of maintaining equal relations with both women and had so far split his time between the two of them fairly. But the situation as it currently stood couldn't last forever, and the addition of Ashag Greyjoy to the already fraught romantic drama taking place within the Red Keep was like adding kindling to an already burning fire. Jon was confident that it would only make things worse rather than better. Still, Axel was king, and all Jon could really do was advise the young man to the best of his abilities, while carrying out his duties and striving to see Axel's directives completed. Case in point, today's meeting. As Jon sits at the head of the small council table, only one other member of the small council sits with him. Petyr Baelish is quiet and seemingly introspective as he leans back in his chair, no doubt pondering matters of his own, probably to do with the corruption they'd uncovered together. The Master of Coin also has noticeable bags under his eyes, and Jon can tell that Petyr hasn't been getting enough sleep lately. He would tell him to take a day off, but Jon himself hasn't been sleeping well either. Everywhere he turns, he finds more corruption and unanswered questions about everything from the Crown's debt to the corruption of the City Watch to the physical state of King's Landing itself. Both of them can sleep when this entire mess has been dealt with, so Jon remains quiet and lets Petyr stew in his own thoughts until the doors to the small council chambers finally open up and their guest from across the narrow sea is admitted at long last. Rising from his chair, Jon moves to greet the Iron Bank's representative, even as the rather strangely dressed man, wearing a conical purple hat and purple robes, takes said hat off and bows. "Greetings, Lord Hand. I am Lord Tycho Nestoris of the Iron Bank. I was recently placed in charge of the Iron Throne's account with us, and I was pleased when you reached out for this meeting." Jon can believe it, even as he inclines his head in turn. The fact that the Iron Bank had rushed to send a representative by ship the moment that the Crown's letter had arrived in Braavos, well, it made it clear they wanted to do some sort of deal, hopefully. "A pleasure, Lord Tycho. I am Lord Jon Arryn, Hand of the King, and this is Lord Petyr Baelish, our Master of Coin." The banker gives Baelish a respectful nod that the Master of Coin returns and then takes a seat at the table when Jon gestures for him to do so. Retaking his own seat, Jon clears his throat as he looks out across the table, which is currently covered in parchment, tomes, and scrolls detailing the Crown's financial records. "First and foremost, thank you for coming all of this way, Lord Tycho. Out of respect for your time, I will be blunt. At this point, the Iron Bank holds the greatest amount of the Crown's debt. The king would like this to change as soon as possible." Tycho Nestoris is a tall, thin, and quite gaunt man. His eyes are dark as he regards Jon from across the table. "Yes, we'd heard that a great portion of the Iron Throne's debt to House Lannister had been forgiven. I confess, we were surprised by Lord Lannister's generosity. Left unspoken is the fact that the Iron Bank has no intentions of being so generous. John smiles grimly even as he shakes his head. Those were extenuating circumstances, Lord Tycho. Not to worry, the Crown knows full well that the Iron Bank has expectations of us. But first and foremost, we must make sure that our books line up with what information you have of our account, I'm afraid. When the Iron Bank representative lifts both eyebrows at that, John grimaces. Unfortunately, as we've been settling into things with our new king, I've been finding discrepancies in the records. The amounts that smaller lenders gave to the Crown have not always matched up with our ledgers. I fear the same might be true for the Crown's debt to the Iron Bank, so I must ask that we perform a joint audit together. Hence all of these documents before you now. Lord Tycho's eyes flicker down to the mess of papers, tomes, and scrolls sprawled out across the small council table. Then over to Petter Baelish, and finally back to John before he smiles thinly. I see. Reaching into his robes, the banker pulls out a relatively small book by comparison and flips it open. And then he starts to recite numbers, forcing Petter to scramble to find the proper pieces of parchment among the mess. John just sits back and listens wearily as Petter and Lord Tycho begin to reconcile the records of both the Crown and the Iron Bank. He listens closely, just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Which is why he's honestly more than a little surprised when it just doesn't. It takes them about half an hour for the Master of Coin and his counterpart from the Iron Bank to go through everything, but when they're done, the discrepancy is honestly too small to matter that much. As far as the Crown is concerned, they owe the Iron Bank 2,100,558 golden dragons. As far as the Iron Bank is concerned, they owe them 2,100,569 golden dragons. Compared to some of the other discrepancies, a measly 11 golden dragons is absolutely nothing, and John can see that Petter Baelish shares in his relief, even as Lord Tycho smiles thinly. I do believe, as a gesture of goodwill, that the Iron Bank is more than willing to bring our records down to yours so that we line up perfectly. Especially since all of this hard work, as well as your earlier words, make it clear you have every intention of paying down the Iron Throne's debt. Letting out a shuddering breath, John smiles wanly and nods. Indeed, Lord Tycho, paying off the debts left behind by his father is our new king's top priority. He has no intention of letting things remain as they are, I can assure you of that. Smirking slightly, the Iron Bank representative tilts his head to the side. Oh, from what I've heard, his top priority seems to be finding a bride, though perhaps they are not quite so separate from one another. The death of King Robert and his trueborn sons was as much a shock to us over in Bravos as I'm sure it was to all of you here in Westeros. A strong, secure line of succession can be appreciated by everyone, I'm sure. John's smile becomes a little fixed at that. Yes, well, even as our king strives to decide on just who his queen will be, I assure you that the debt to the Iron Bank is also at the forefront of his mind. We should be able to begin sizable payments within the next few months, isn't that right, Lord Baelish? Petter jolts at being acknowledged, straightening up in his seat and hesitantly nodding. Yes, that should be possible. The only thing that might disrupt matters would be the wedding, of course. Chuckling, John shakes his head. Knowing Axel, he'll insist on a minor affair and cutting costs wherever possible. I doubt it will be an issue. Of course, what John doesn't say is that he also doubts it will be an issue, because at the moment, the dual courtship going on seems to have no end in sight. Neither the Princess of Dorne nor the Lady of the North seem to have any intention of backing down anytime soon. John doesn't want to have to be the bad guy, but there might come a point where he needs to demand that Axel finally make a decision once and for all. He could only hope that it wouldn't come to that, though. The meeting winds down from there, and Lord Tycho is seen out of the room and to his guest quarters to rest up before making the return trip to Bravos. John, meanwhile, claps Petter on the shoulder and praises his efforts before letting the Master of Coin get back to work. Really, John doesn't know what he would do about this entire mess without Petter Baelish's help. The man was truly a blessing in every possible way. Chapter 44, Sansa and Margaery. Sansa. In here. Axel furrows his brow as he walks from the outer room of Sansa's guest chambers into her bedroom. He's not quite sure what he's expecting, truth be told. But it's definitely not what he finds. Stopping dead in his tracks, Axel stares for a long moment in disbelief, his eyes raking up and down the naked forms of not one, but two beautiful noblewomen. Sansa Stark kneels on her bed with a smile on her face and not a stitch of clothing anywhere else to be found across her pale form. From her breasts to the cleft between her legs, every bit of her has been bared. Or rather, would be if some of her body wasn't covered up by the young woman sat on the edge of the bed in front of her. Marguerite Tyrell sits there looking abashed and averting her eyes as she fidgets nervously with her own nude figure on display. With her own full breasts and glistening wet slit, the Lady of House Tyrell is just as naked as Sansa, and acting far shyer than Axel has ever seen her act before. No, not just shy, docile, submissive, subservient even. Lady Marguerite and I have been talking for quite some time now, Your Grace. Axel blinks as Sansa runs her hands down the front of Marguerite's body, while maintaining eye contact with him the entire time. She quickly finds the other woman's larger breasts and gives them a good, solid squeeze, drawing a whimper from Marguerite's lips. She's told me a lot about you in that time, about her experience with you. That makes Axel swallow hard. He wishes he could make excuses, like saying that his tryst with Marguerite was before Sansa or Aerion arrived in the city. But the words catch on his tongue because even if they're true in a technical sense, they're a lie in spirit. After all, while he might not have fucked Marguerite again since the first time, he did recently fuck a sha in a back alley down by the city harbor. I don't mind, to be clear. I'm sure you're already laying with Princess Aerion and her oh-so-pious handmaiden as well. However, that Axel does breaks his silence for. I haven't touched Aerion Martell or Tyene Sand, as of yet, my lady. Sansa pauses, visibly caught off guard for a moment. Her surprise allows him to realize that she's playing something of a confidence game here. This is still her true self, but she's exaggerating it for effect, leaning into things to avoid thinking too hard about what she's doing. Quickly recovering, the Northern lady gives Axel an icy smile. Color me surprised, but it doesn't matter. Like I said, I wouldn't mind. Taking a step forward, Axel rakes his eyes up and down both Marguerite and Sansa again, brow furrowing in confusion. You wouldn't. At his approach, Sansa stiffens up a bit, growing slightly colder, but it's obviously performative. She's playing the icy she-wolf at the moment. It suits her, really. I should be clear that my own maidenhead will not be so easily sold, Your Grace. You may have me only at our bedding the night of our wedding, and not a moment sooner. Oh, Axel holds back the urge to grin as he soaks in the scene. He never would have expected anything like this from Sansa. Aerion? Sure, definitely. But Sansa? It was all rather surprising to say the least, though not necessarily in a bad way. Seeing her laying down the law while fondling Marguerite as the beautiful Rose sits there and takes it is quite arousing. Marguerite, go take care of our king. Suddenly, Sansa takes Marguerite by the shoulders and gently but firmly pushes her forward. Without missing a beat, the Lady of Highgarden drops down off of the bed and onto her hands and knees. She crawls across the floor and kneels before him, deftly working open his pants to pull out his cock. It's not the first time he's had Marguerite Tyrell take his cock in her mouth and start sucking him to full mast. However, at the same time the entire experience is brand new because now it involves Sansa Stark. Even as the brunette starts bobbing up and down his length like a woman possessed, the red head behind her is watching from the bed. Even as Marguerite, her hands wrapping around to grab hold of his buttocks and pull him in further, Sansa studies the scene, her eyes lidded. Finally, though, Sansa seems to grow tired of just taking in the view. She climbs off of the bed and saunters over, her eyes glittering as she stares down at where Marguerite's bobbing head meets the base of his rapidly growing cock again and again. Axel watches as Sansa comes to his side and presses herself against him. He slides an arm down and around her body, moving his fingers across her pale, pristine flesh in a way that makes her shiver in clear inexperience. But for all that she lacks any experience with the carnal touch of a man, Sansa still acts like her house's sigil in this moment. A predator. Reaching out, she places a hand atop Marguerite's head and growls at her. Faster. Marguerite obeys. Eyes watering a bit, drool collecting on her chin, she nevertheless sucks him harder and faster, going deeper even as his cock grows to the point where it's making her gag and choke. Gag, gag, gag. Leaning into his side, her soft, naked breasts pressing against his chest, Sansa looks at him with a small, bemused smile. She told me that you would like an experienced woman. I must say, I think I agree with her. You aren't the type to enjoy some blushing maiden, are you, my king? Do you perhaps judge me for not wanting to give up my maidenhead to you right this moment? Axel huffs, even as he resists the urge to groan from the feel of Margaery's tight throat convulsing around his cock. No, I don't judge you, Sansa. Truthfully, your maidenhead still being intact means as little to me as the fact that Princess Arianne's isn't. I like you both for who you are, completely irrespective of such things. Sansa hums, her eyes much too sharp and much too knowing as she reaches up to trace her fingers along his jawline. She doesn't comment on his mention of Arianne's sordid past. Everyone in the Seven Kingdoms knows that the princess is no virgin. Arianne has even brought it up with him a few times. Axel doesn't care about her past, though. He'd certainly care if she was caught bedding a man here in King's Landing while they were courting one another, and be a massive hypocrite for doing so given his activities, but currently and in the past, but he didn't care about what came before now. That's the problem, isn't it? You like us both. However are you going to pick one of us to be queen? Axel lets out a shuddering breath at that. I don't know. For a moment, he expects Sansa to get angry and perhaps even tell him to leave. Instead, she just smiles icily, her eyes narrowed into slits as she gazes up at him. Well, I'm not willing to give up on winning you, my king. Even if I do have my lines in the snow that I'm not willing to cross, there are other ways for me to show you my devotion, aren't there? Such as Margaery here. Axel looks down at the brunette, who even now is gurgling as she bobs up and down his throbbing cock. I've decided she's mine now. Admittedly, she wasn't much of a hunt. She came right to me, begging for scraps. Still, I've tamed her and claimed her. We're a package deal at this point. Send me home to the north if you like, but if you do, she's coming with me. Before Axel can even begin to process that, Sansa suddenly yanks Margaery back off of his cock, causing the brunette to gasp and mewl as she's dragged away from him on her hands and knees. Pulling her along by her hair, Sansa pulls Margaery back up onto the bed with her. The entire time, the redhead doesn't break eye contact with Axel for even a second. Even as she spreads her legs and drags Margaery's head down between them. Even as Margaery's hips rise into the air, her thighs spreading to reveal her dripping, drooling slit, Sansa maintains her gaze with him. Of course, as long as you keep me around. She's yours to do with as you please, your grace. Axel's cock, glistening with Margaery's spit, twitches and throbs at that promise, and at the extremely erotic sight in front of him. He has to admire Sansa for her audacity, if nothing else. This was definitely something that he would have expected Arianne of all people to do, yet somehow the Northern Lady had stolen the lead on the far more publicly promiscuous Princess of Dorne. Stepping forward, cock in hand, Axel approaches the bed with a crooked grin on his face. Sure, they both know that Sansa can't actually make any of what she just said reality. Even if he did send Sansa away, Margaery remains his hostage and would have to stay here in King's Landing, no matter what. But that's just it. Axel has no intentions of sending Sansa Stark away. Especially when she's just revealed herself to be even more interesting than he ever could have expected. Needless to say, Axel had already liked Sansa quite a lot. Maybe even loved her, though they hadn't exchanged those words yet. But now he couldn't even imagine life without her. You drive a hard bargain, my lady. A very hard bargain indeed. Stepping up and grabbing Margaery by the hips, Axel wastes no time in driving into her gushing wet cunt from behind. The brunette squeals into Sansa's cunt as he does so, causing Sansa in turn to gasp and stifle a moan as she stares at him, trying to keep her composure even now. Well, he might not be taking her maidenhead today, but fuck if Axel wasn't going to see Sansa Stark's face when she came from Margaery's eager little tongue and wanton moaning cries. She tries to keep herself cool, calm, and collected. She really does. But the more Axel fucks Margaery Tyrell, the harder it is for Sansa to maintain her facade. Honestly, she still can't believe she's doing this. But between taming Margaery Tyrell and the fierce competition provided by Arianne Martell, Sansa had ultimately felt like she had no choice. Especially when a Shag Greyjoy had suddenly shown up in the Red Keep a couple of days ago out of nowhere too. The rumors said that Axel had run into the Greyjy woman down at the docks after he'd prayed at the grate. Sept, they claimed that he'd helped her take down some thugs who were trying to shake her down for some scheme or other. Sansa didn't really know what to believe, but she did know she couldn't wait any longer without doing something to excite Axel and enhance his interest in her. This was that something, in part suggested to her by the Lady Tyrell currently between her thighs. As Margaery is fucked from behind, her tongue dives ever deeper into Sansa's cunt, while her face is driven further into Sansa's crotch. The pleasure is like nothing that the red-headed Stark has ever experienced before, if she's being honest. Margaery had told Sansa how good Axel felt, of course, but he wasn't even fucking her right now. Instead, he was fucking Margaery as proxy, making the beautiful woman's eyes roll back in her head as her tongue wildly reams Sansa's cunt all the while. And yet still it feels amazing. And with every thrust Axel makes into Margaery's cunt, sending shockwaves of pleasure through Sansa as well, she can almost close her eyes and imagine that it's her he's fucking instead. The sound of flesh slapping against flesh filling her ears, her own wanton moans echoing through the air. She doesn't mean to make a fool of herself, but in the midst of all that pleasure, Sansa comes undone. She climaxes all over Margaery's face, crying out and then whimpering as her juices flow right into the other woman's mouth. Margaery takes it like a champ, even as her moans reach a fever pitch too, and she comes hard all over Axel's cock. But that isn't the end of it, not by a long shot. If anything, that's just the beginning. Axel keeps going, and he doesn't stop until he's satisfied. He fucks Margaery into Sansa's cunt for longer than Sansa could have imagined possible, pumping in and out of the other woman like a man possessed. Sansa only wishes it could be her, but she needs to stay true to herself at the same time. Maybe it was foolhardy. Maybe it would lose her this entire contest by the end, but she refused to give it all up to Axel unless he was going to make her his queen. This much was fine, though. It had to be fine even if she knew her mother would never approve, because it felt too damn good to stop. Sansa can only shudder as she moans and bucks her hips against Margaery's face, all while the Tyrell woman is beside herself with pleasure and ecstasy. Until finally, Axel reaches out all of the sudden and takes a hold of Margaery's hair from her. Sansa hadn't even realized how hard she'd been gripping down on the other woman's locks until that point, so she doesn't fight him as he tugs Margaery away while pulling his cock out. A moment later, and he's putting that same cock back in Margaery's mouth, where it's obvious from how he holds her in place and tosses his head back that he's finally reaching his own release. Sansa watches, biting her lower lip, as Margaery swallows his load. Except, she doesn't swallow all of it. When the king is finally done emptying his balls, the Lady of Highgarden pulls back and turns around, a slightly rebellious spark in her eyes as she suddenly looks like she's on a mission. Narrowing her own eyes, Sansa doesn't stop Margaery even as the other woman climbs up the length of her body and aims to kiss her. Instead, she does the opposite and takes control of the impending meeting of mouths at the last second, grabbing Margaery by her hair once more and tilting her head back as she smashes their lips together. This doesn't stop Margaery from opening wide and pushing her cum-covered tongue into Sansa's waiting maw, of course, but Sansa doesn't mind too much. It's her first chance tasting a man's seed, and she has to admit, Axel's doesn't taste that bad. Salty perhaps, but certainly not the worst thing she's ever had. When they're finally done, Sansa looks up to see Axel smiling at her. And she smiles back even as a bit of his seed dribbles out of the side of her mouth. She knows she's won a round in this game that her and Princess Aerion are playing, and every little bit helps when you're trying to ensnare the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 45, Aerion and Tyene. One would think that Aerion Martell would be used to not getting her way. Her father had always seemed insistent on stymieing her at every turn, after all. But Doran was just one man, and he couldn't be everywhere all at once. She'd only become more and more rebellious as she'd grown up under his uncaring, spiteful thumb, and that had resulted in her doing quite a lot of scandalous and salacious things behind his back. And yet, ever since coming to King's Landing, the Princess of Dorne had truly been on her best behavior. She'd made no attempt to seduce any man except for the king, and she had not shared her bed with a single other person. There was only one who Aerion had her eyes set upon, and he barely gave her the time of day. Well, no, that wasn't entirely true, and she knew it. Really, Axel Baratheon made plenty of time for her. Sometimes he made time for her multiple days in a row, though Aerion always knew that meant he was doing the exact same thing for Sansa Stark as well. If she wanted Axel all to herself for an entire day, then she had to expect that he would in turn give Sansa an entire day next. The problem was, nothing had happened between them. She was, beyond a shadow of a doubt, one of the most beautiful women in the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms, and she knew Axel believed that too. It wasn't that he was ignoring her beauty or anything like that. He was simply restraining himself. At first, Aerion had assumed that Axel must be visiting brothels or having whores brought to him just like his father would have done. There was no way a man with eyes as hungry as his could possibly resist her wiles for weeks on end without getting his needs taken care of somewhere by some woman. Right. If she had found out that he was partaking in whores on the regular, Aerion would probably have started partaking as well, even if it ruined her chances of becoming queen. The problem was, he wasn't. The servants she'd brought to King's Landing had been useful eyes and ears throughout the city, as had the 3 sand snakes who had come with her from Dorne. Obara reported that Axel spent time each day in the Red Keep's training yard, sparring with anyone who would challenge him. Be it Kingsguard, random knights, Brienne of Tarth, or even Obara herself, he would not ever back down from a spar. Apparently he fought better than anyone Obara had ever faced, and she had yet to land a blow on him to this day, something Aerion knew angered the other woman to no end. Nymeria, meanwhile, reported on his trips into the city each morning to pray. He did purposefully take circuitous routes from the Great Sept of Baelor back to the Red Keep according to her findings. However, he never stopped at a single brothel, nor did he have a smallfolk mistress on the side or anything like that. Admittedly, sometimes Nymeria failed to keep track of Axel, like when he'd somehow run across a Shag Greyjoy in trouble and saved her from thugs down by the docks. But the quiet, sneaky sand snake nevertheless claimed to consider it incredibly unlikely that Axel was fucking any other woman on the side. And finally, there was Tyene, her ever-faithful, ever-loyal Tyene. Her best friend and handmaiden had visited the Great Sept herself to ask after the king. Her innocent demeanor and pious attitude allowed her to make easy conversation with numerous members of the most devout. But no one had a single bad thing to say about Axel Baratheon. He wasn't doing anything untoward at the Great Sept either, such as seducing young septas and fucking them silly behind the statue of the stranger or something. By the 7, it was frustrating. Aerion had done everything save for throwing herself at Axel's feet and begging him to fuck her. And technically, she hadn't really lost yet either. So then, why did it feel like Sansa Stark was gaining ground on her? And why did it feel like the arrival of a Shag Greyjoy was another blow to her chances of becoming queen? Enough was enough, Aerion had decided. Which is why when Axel enters her chambers on this fine day, she's no longer holding back. A princess. Smirking, Aerion lounges back, reveling in his staring as the king gazes upon her flesh, feasting upon the view. She's not entirely naked, but she might as well be. Wearing nothing but small gossamer coverings over her nipples and crotch, Aerion's current garment can barely even be called a dress, really. However, the gold chains looped around her waist and neck along with the golden bracelets and anklets. They add something that her just being naked would be missing, she likes to think. Admittedly, it's the kind of attire that would be found on a pleasure slave in one of the free cities. Her outfit is something that not even a Dornish princess should be caught wearing, but Aerion didn't care anymore. She was done playing games. It was time to go for the kill. "My king, please come and have some wine with me." Axel raises an eyebrow, and then moves to pour himself a glass. Aerion watches with lidded eyes. It's interesting, she'd noticed that there was a much greater focus on potential poisonings, and therefore taste testing at the Red Keep when she arrived. However, some investigation on Nymeria and Tyene's part uncovered that it might not actually even be connected to Dorne's reputation. Apparently, there were rumors among the Red Keep's serving staff that Cersei Lannister had admitted to trying to poison Axel all his life. There was also a rather fanciful tale regarding the Strangler and a meat pie back in the Eyrie that Aerion wasn't sure if she truly believed or not. And yet, while the servants whispered that Cersei Lannister's confessions had made the king leery of future poisonings, Axel himself barely bothered with taste testers in private from what Arian had seen. Either he trusted her, or he truly did believe he was immune to poisons. Either way, once he takes a long draw of wine, Arian snaps her fingers, implementing the next stage of her plan. Coming through a curtain stretched across the entrance to the next chamber, Tyene Sand steps out in her usual innocent attire reminiscent of a septa. Axel looks to Arian's closest ally curiously for a moment, before raising his brow as Tyene reaches up, does something to her gown, and lets it slip free of her body like it's become liquid. The conservative dress drops off of Tyene's slim figure like it was never there to begin with, and Tyene steps out of it as though she's just shed an old skin, revealing the new one underneath. Her pale, nude form is on full display as she walks up to Axel and sinks to her knees before him in supplication. Arian half expects the king to say something, to stop Tyene or deflect before this can go any further like he's done so many times before. They've not yet been this direct, of course, in the past several weeks, but she suspects Axel has recognized their seduction attempts for a while all the same, and he's always shut them down previously. He doesn't this time. He simply watches as Tyene deftly frees his cock from its confines and begins stroking it with soft, silken palms. Looking up at him with her big blue eyes, still exuding faux innocence through every pore, Tyene leans in and begins to gently kiss the tip of his cock, sucking at just the head of his member right then and there. Axel's breath hitches and Arian can tell that Tyene has enraptured him with her antics. Meanwhile, the blonde sand snake's hands continue to stroke up and down his shaft while she all but makes love to the bulbous tip of his cock. He's certainly well endowed, Arian absently notes as she lets her own hands wander down the length of her mostly naked body. Axel notices immediately, of course, his eyes moving to her even as he places a hand atop Tyene's head. Arian shivers as he looks at her. He looks rather kingly in that moment, her handmaiden's blonde locks bouncing as she strokes his cock and sucks the tip, all while he stares lustfully in Arian's direction. It hits her then like a bolt of lightning. He's already fucked Sansa Stark, hasn't he? That's why he's so willing to let this happen. The thought has Arian shooting up from the lounge, her hands curling into fists for a moment before she calms herself down. Axel just arches a brow at her, making the Princess of Dorne flush a little. Slowly, much more seductively, she finishes rising to her feet. Letting her beautiful body do the talking for her, she struts over to Axel even as Tyene continues her ministrations, worshipping the king's phallus like it's her god. Pressing her ample bosom into Axel's side, Arian narrows her eyes up at him even as she runs a hand down his chest. "I've been outplayed, haven't I? You've already been with Stark." Far from looking ashamed, Axel only seems to be amused as he gazes down at her. "Yes and no. Sansa insisted on keeping her maidenhead intact unless I choose her to be my queen. She will only let me have her at our bedding for the consummation of our marriage. No sooner than that. However, there are other ways we could indulge in one another without risking such things, and she was very insistent." She'd misjudged Sansa Stark then. Arian truly hadn't thought the other woman had it in her, but clearly there was more dire wolf blood than she'd originally thought. Arian had pegged Sansa as nothing more than a useless trout, and unfortunately it seemed she'd been wrong. Still, that didn't make this unsalvageable. In fact, Axel's own words had just shown her the path to victory. "How selfish of her, my king, and how selfless of you to allow her to keep such a thing even as she offered up everything else." Axel just lifts a brow, still smiling. Arian smiles back, her eyes glittering as she steps away from him, and pulls even the small scraps of gossamer off of her form, showcasing her large breasts and glistening wet slit in their entirety. "Fortunately for you, you have another woman who's willing to give you everything she has. I will hold nothing back from you, my king. All I ask is that you hold nothing back in turn, Tilda." She knows she has him just from the hunger in his eyes, and all the teasing Tyene has done down on her knees. Between the two of them, they can make it so that Axel Baratheon forgets all about Sansa Stark. By the end of this evening, Arian will have the young, inexperienced king begging for her to accept the title of queen. PLAP, PLAP, PLAP. Be by the 7, gods you're still going. Aha f fuck. Axel grins wickedly as he claps Arian's cheeks from behind, pounding into the absolutely gorgeous Dornish princess with all his might. His cock splits open her cunt as she claws at the bed, his hips crashing into her rather round, rather expansive buttocks over and over again. In response, Arian tosses her head back, her raven-black curls bouncing all over the place along with every voluptuous inch of her frankly sinful body. Her pussy walls clench and squeeze around his cock, trying desperately to hold him in place for even a second, but to no avail. Axel plows her fertile fields like there's no tomorrow, grunting as he plunders her depths over and over again without hesitation and without mercy. Nearby, laid out on the other side of the bed, still trembling from the effects of her own turn with him, is Tyene Sand. The innocent-seeming blonde handmaiden was absolutely anything, but that technique with her mouth and tongue had been absolutely out of this world. However, neither woman, for all their delightful and delicious experience, was prepared for him. They'd been going at it for hours now. The three of them and Arian and Tyene had traded off constantly to try and exhaust him. It was obvious from the very beginning that Arian Martell believed she could get one over on Sansa Stark by offering him what the other woman would not. But while Axel did not think less of Arian for having lost her maidenhead many years ago, he also did not think less of Sansa for wanting to keep hers intact until the consummation of her marriage. That said, he had endless stamina and a will to use it. Coming up against that, it was as though Arian and Tyene had effectively thrown themselves headfirst into a stone wall. And then they'd kept doing it, because they didn't know what else to do or any other tactic to try. The more he fucked them both, the more Axel had come to realize that they really weren't the seductresses they billed themselves as. Either that, or they simply hadn't ever had to deal with a man who could call them on their shit and go toe-to-toe with them. Truly, they'd pulled out every trick in their respective arsenals, such as seduce him and seduce him harder. Oh, and come all over his cock again and again until they were mewling, moaning, insensate messes. But Axel wasn't entirely sure that that last one was part of their plan, heck. Gripping down on Arian's dusky Dornish behind, enjoying the way her massive tits are bouncing and swinging and jiggling under her as she claws at the bed and gasps for breath, Axel closes in on his final release. Not because he's getting tired, but because he can tell that just like Tyene, Arian is about ready to be done. She can't take much more of him. And so he makes this last one a good one, drawing one final squealing, shrieking, explosive orgasm from Arian's moaning mouth, before he finally pulls out of her clenching cunt and proceeds to paint her sweat-covered back white with his seed. He comes and comes, coating Arian from the nape of her neck all the way down to her voluminous backside for good measure before finally, he's finished and lets go of her. The Dornish princess collapses forward onto her front, her limbs and massive pillowy breasts splayed out on either side of her torso as she pants heavily and tries to catch her breath. Meanwhile, this would be the point where Tyene jumped back in and distracted him long enough for Arian to recover for another round. Or rather, that's how it had been hours ago, when they still had plenty of energy to go around. As it is, Tyene has one arm covering her face and is still twitching her way through the aftershocks of her last orgasm, his seed covering her pale tits and belly as she lays there with her legs spread and her pussy trying to clench down on empty air. Neither woman is in any position to continue, so Axel starts getting dressed, smiling all the while. By the time he's finally done, Arian is a bit more conscious of her surroundings. Enough so that when he goes to her and brushes her sweat-soaked hair out of her face, she's able to look up at him with tired but determined eyes. W8, I am MPH. But Axel silences her with a kiss, one that starts somewhat chaste but quickly deepens as she introduces tongue to the mix. However, she doesn't even have the strength to keep kissing him for long. In the end, Axel has to take over, finishing things up by swiping his own tongue along hers before pulling back and smiling. Hush, you did well, princess. You and your handmaiden both. Rest now. Arian whimpers in protest at that, but can't muster up the strength to do anything else as he leaves her to recuperate, stepping out of her chambers. Unfortunately, he's no closer to deciding who should be his queen. He wants them both, damn it, but obviously that's not allowed. So who the fuck is he going to choose? Chapter 46, Cornered. What are we going to do, Petter? What if they find out about everything you've done? What if they find out about us? Sitting in his quarters, Petter Baelish sighs as he feels the pain between his eyes building. Pacing back and forth across the room in front of him is none other than Lysa Arryn, and at this rate, the woman might just wind up wearing a rut into the floor with how long she's been at it. He's definitely regretting telling her everything that he's been dealing with now, but at the time Petter had needed an outlet for all of the bullshit. Unfortunately, the outlet that he picked was the highly neurotic, mentally unstable wife of the man that he's been cuckolding for more than a decade. It's not the kind of mistake Petter would have made under normal circumstances, but recent times have been far from normal. Even as Lysa is having a quite loud, external freakout in the middle of his quarters, Petter has to admit that he's busy freaking out internally, considering just how fucked it's all become and what he's going to do next. And the worst part is that his enemies still don't even know that they're ruining him. The king and his hand and the rest of his small council. They still have no clue that Petter has had his fingers in every single pie they've been cracking down on since Renly's war ended. It had started with Lord Seaworth, of course. The new master of ships was far more down to earth and self-aware than Stannis had been, and that made it all the harder to get anything past the man. When Stannis was master of ships, one could always count on there to be both sailors and captains who were willing to take on an extra bit of work on the side for some extra coin. Not to mention plenty of people at the docks, all up and down the coast, who were happy to turn a blind eye for the right bribe. See, that was the thing about people. People were greedy and self-serving, and trying to stop them from being greedy and self-serving with as blunt and heavy-handed tactics as the Baratheon Lord used was a lesson in futility. Stannis had always gone that heavy-handed route, but it didn't stop them or convince them to change their ways, it merely made them sneakier. Someone like Stannis Baratheon couldn't possibly fathom the minds of the thugs, ne'er-dowels, and criminals who made up the sorts of people that Petter had been tapped into. But someone like Davos Seaworth, who had spent much of his life as a smuggler and only found his calling towards justice and righteousness later on, that was different. But Petter was smart enough to have seen that coming. He'd made sure to divest himself of volatile assets that he was certain Davos would be going after. In the end, while he hadn't been made completely whole, his losses had been negligible at best. At least at first anyways. That was only the start though, a premonition of what was to come, because between Stannis and Jon, nothing was safe anymore. Nothing was sacred. Stannis was far more suited for being master of laws than he had been master of ships, and he'd been proving it in a number of ways, including a steady string of men who had been sent to either the block or the wall. Men who Petter had found very useful. Men who he'd had to burn every connection with so that their actions couldn't be traced back to him. The only saving grace, at least where the new Master of Laws was concerned, was that Stannis had to split his time between King's Landing and the Stormlands rather equally. He'd done his duties admirably enough so far, but ultimately the amount of work he had on his plate left him unable to focus on the true problem, Petter himself. That would have been great for Petter's purposes, but then there was Jon. Jon Arryn, Hand of the King, was finally acting like a proper administrator of both the realm and the capital. It was just too bad that it was at the expense of everything Petter had been building for more than a decade now. And of course, Axel wasn't causing nearly as many fires for Jon as Robert had. Even with Sansa Stark and Aerion Martell, both in the city vying for the young king's attention and time, Axel required far less maintenance than his father ever had. Petter had even considered making a mess of things regarding the search for a queen, such as poisoning Sansa Stark and pinning it on the Dornish princess to provide a crisis for Jon to get bogged down in. Unfortunately, there were two major problems with that plan. First, there was the fact that Sansa Stark was Catelyn's daughter, and she had all of her mother's beauty from when Catelyn was younger. Petter was loath to kill such a beautiful young woman if he was being honest. But secondly, and much more importantly, they doubled the taste testers in the Red Keep ahead of either prospective queen's arrival. Petter hadn't thought much of that precaution at the time, but all of a sudden it was all but impossible to arrange a surprise illness or accident, even if he wanted to. No, Poisoning anyone staying in the Red Keep was an exercise in futility at the moment, unfortunately. Meanwhile, John had wanted all of their records audited, reorganized, and checked over because the Hand had found discrepancies in the Crown's debts to various lenders. These discrepancies were all Petter's fault, of course, but fortunately, he had one good stroke of luck going for him. Namely, John or Rin couldn't fathom that Petter would betray him. The old man was so blinded by his own sense of honor that he truly didn't think Petter was capable of even the slightest hint of treachery. That was, quite frankly, the only reason Petter had survived until this point. But the situation was growing more and more desperate by the day, hence his unloading upon Lysa in the hopes of dealing with some of his stress. Especially when some idiot on his payroll had not only made the mistake of trying to shake down an ironborn ship captained by the daughter of Balon Greyjoy for protection fees, but he'd then gone on to send some men to try and kill her or extract the gold from her person in some other heinous way. Petter wouldn't have cared that much if Asha Greyjoy had actually died or disappeared, to be fair, but obviously that hadn't fucking happened. Instead, she had killed her assailants and done so with the help of the king of all people at the same time. And seeing as the original man had been trying to collect those fees in the name of the Master of Coin, Petter had to act very fast and very carefully. Blaming it all on one of the only Gold Cloak captains who had managed to fly under the radar of John and Stanny's reforms regarding the City Watch had been a move made in desperation. One that had in turn burned one of Petter's last capable contacts within the City Watch, leaving him without any eyes and ears in the Gold Cloaks whatsoever at this point. He hadn't had the chance to rectify that matter in the slightest just yet either, because the imminent arrival of a representative from the Iron Bank had taken up all of his time. Petter had been forced to work tirelessly day and night from the moment that he'd been informed of the Iron Bank's arrival, making sure everything was in order. Because the thing was, it hadn't been in order. It hadn't even slightly been in order when Petter first found out that a representative of the Iron Bank was on his way. Finding a way to balance things and make it so that the numbers did in fact line up between the Crown's records and the Iron Bank's records had truly stretched Petter's skills to their utmost limits. But he'd done it in the end. He'd gotten the number on the Crown's books within 11 golden dragons of the number that the Iron Bank representative brought with him. That was good because it had earned him quite a lot of goodwill with John, and at this point, Petter needed that if he was going to make something of this mess. He needed John to continue inadvertently shielding him from all of the others, including the king, until Petter could finally figure out what he was going to do next. And he needed to decide what that was going to be before Stannis finished settling his affairs in the Stormlands and was able to focus all of his attention on his duties in King's Landing. Petter, what are we going to do? Shaken from his thoughts, Petter blinks as he realizes that Lysa is still in his quarters, still frantically pacing back and forth, and still having a panic attack. Yes, telling her anything important about what was happening had been a monumental mistake. But given how sleep-deprived, stressed, and overburdened he currently was, he would forgive himself all the same. Then again, the longer he stares at her, the more he realizes that Lysa might just be the answer to all of his problems. So what if the noose was slowly shrinking around his neck here in King's Landing? He just had to slip that noose and go somewhere else. Opportunities and costs. It was all just opportunities and costs. Smiling with more feeling than he had in weeks, Petter chuckles and shakes his head at Lysa's worried look. Don't fret, my dear Lysa. There's no need to worry. I know exactly what we're going to do. Lysa blinks in surprise, clearly caught off guard. But then, to be fair, Petter had just spent over an hour tersely detailing all of his struggles and woes to the woman. It was no surprise that she's confused by the sudden change in his mood. At the same time, he'd spent most of their respective lives cultivating a certain image with the less attractive of the Tully sisters. Lysa believes in him in a way that nobody, certainly not Catelyn Stark, ever had. He'd tried to reach out to Catelyn once since she'd arrived in the city, hoping to catch up with her and chat. But the North and childbirth hadn't been kind to the woman he'd once risked it all for. Not only was Catelyn not nearly as attractive as she once was, but her personality had also become far more wrought than Petter remembered. And if he had to deal with an unattractive and altogether rotten Tully sister, he might as well stick to the one who he had completely wrapped around his finger. Case in point, Lysa's surprise melts away in mere moments, her eyes filled with absolute trust and devotion as she looks at him excitedly. "I'm so glad, Petter. I knew you would have a way out of this mess. What do you need of me? You know that I will always be on your side. I'm willing to do anything you ask of me." Indeed, he knows that very well. He also knows that Lysa is barely competent at best and not to be trusted with anything too difficult. Still, "You're finally getting your wish, my love. It's time for John Arryn to die." Lysa's eyes widen and she gasps in excitement, as though her name day has come early. Before he can continue on, she's already crossed the room and seized upon his face with both hands, kissing him deeply and passionately. Petter plays along, of course, even as the woman climbs into his lap. Eventually, though, she does pull back, beaming at him as she drapes her arms around his neck. "Truly, how shall we do it? Poison? I could deliver it to him for you. No one would know, especially not my lord husband. If not for the doubling of taste testers and the added security around the Red Keep, that very much would be how Petter would have gone about this. He'd prepared Lysa for the role of her husband's killer for years, after all. But no, he knew he couldn't rely on Lysa to deal with her husband now. He needed competence. He needed to make sure that everything would go off without a hitch. Therefore, Lysa could not be involved. Of course, when he tells her that, he words it differently. "I have something better in mind. Something you won't have to dirty your hands for, sweetheart." Lysa pouts at him in what she probably considers a cutesy manner. "Ah, but I want to, for you, my love." Forcing a chuckle even as he's cringing internally, Petter shakes his head. "I know, darling, I know. But the plan I have in mind will require us both to keep our hands clean. All I need you to do is be ready to leave the city when I tell you to. You, me, and your darling son will be leaving King's Landing and going to the Vale together. Doesn't that sound lovely?" Lysa nods her head along obediently. "It does, it sounds wonderful. But won't the king suspect us if my husband dies as we flee the city?" Petter just grins, and this time he doesn't have to force it. "You let me worry about that, Lysa. I want you to go and begin making preparations now, but be subtle about things. It will probably still be some weeks before we're ready to depart, all right? Don't let them know anything is amiss until the time comes." Reluctantly, Lysa climbs out of his lap and slowly nods. "I understand, Petter. It will be as you say, do not worry. I'll make sure my sweet Robin is ready to leave the moment that you give the word." With that, she departs from his quarters and Petter has blessed quiet at long last. He basks in it for a moment, his eyes drifting shut as he lets out a sigh. Then, they snap open again and he turns to his desk, moving and grabbing a piece of parchment. He was going to need to move some things up a bit if this plan he just thought up was going to work. Originally, he and Euron Greyjoy had both agreed to wait a little bit longer before making any moves. But given just how desperate things were getting for him here in King's Landing, Petter couldn't afford to wait any longer. Euron Greyjoy was just going to have to be ready to take advantage of the chaos that Petter was planning on causing, and if he wasn't, well then, that was the Ironborn's own fault. Petter would give him ample warning, and it would be up to Euron to capitalize on it or not. Chapter 47, Manipulation. "You called for us, your grace." Axel turns to regard Nymeria and Obara Sand with a smile as they step out into the courtyard. He sees how they both stiffen upon seeing the other two individuals waiting alongside him, though. No doubt neither of them much cares about the presence of Brienne of Tarth, but both Sand Snakes react rather negatively when they see that the member of the Kingsguard currently accompanying him is none other than Sir Sandor Clegane. Even after months as a knight of his Kingsguard, the Hound still doesn't look very comfortable in his white cloak and shining armor. In fact, the only time the young king would say that Sandor looks happy or content is in the moments when they're sparring and the man is reaching beyond his limits, advancing his skill with the blade against the immovable wall that is Axel Baratheon. But Axel had warned the man. He'd given Sandor ample time to leave King's Landing, or at least the Red Keep, and avoid being sworn into his service. In the end, Sandor had remained for too long, and Axel had made him one of his Kingsguard, filling that last empty slot in the process. Of course, there were those currently staying in the Red Keep who had a problem with that, given Sandor's house name. Two of them were now standing in the courtyard across from him now. None of the Dornish party had tried to do anything untoward to the Hound just yet, but all the same. It's good that you're here. Now that you are, we can finally begin. Obara narrows her eyes, while Nymeria, the more cunning of the two, continues to smile, speaking for both of them. I'm afraid I don't understand. Begin what your grace. Rather than answer with words, he does so with actions by walking over to the nearby rack. Pulling Stoneheart, still sheathed from his side, Axel sets it down and picks up a blunted steel sword. Then, he turns to regard all four individuals standing in the courtyard facing him. A test of sorts. You four are some of the best fights I've had in recent months, and yet, I find myself unchallenged, even against all of you. There's some bristling and scowling at that, though none of them can gainsay him. Axel just grins brightly, pretending like he didn't intend any insult. It was nice to have something of an affable reputation. People tended to underestimate him because he'd come from a bastard's background. So I thought to myself, how to rectify the situation, and then I realized, of course, I'll just have all four of you attack me together. A knight of the Kingsguard, a woman who might as well be a knight, a mid-ranged spear fighter, and a ranged knife thrower. You four complement each other perfectly and are therefore the best group for such a task. Axel is, of course, lying through his teeth here. While Sandor was probably one of the better fights he could count on these days, and Brienne wasn't too bad herself. The truth was, neither Obara nor Nymeria were quite as good as they thought themselves to be. And really, if he was trying to form up a group of the most capable warriors currently in King's Landing, he probably would have invited Asha as well. He just had to hope she wouldn't find out about all of this and feel snubbed, but given what he was really intending with all of this, her presence would really only complicate matters. Nymeria Sand wasn't a warrior to begin with, in all fairness. She was an excellent hand with her hidden blades, don't get him wrong. However, with a slender, slim figure and not much in the way of muscle, she had to rely on keeping her distance from her opponents. They'd only sparred a handful of times compared to him and Obara, but each time Nymeria hadn't been able to touch him with a single knife throw. This was something Axel knew vexed her to no end, even if she made a good show of hiding it. Obara Sand, on the other hand, now she was a warrior. Or at least, she considered herself a warrior. She preferred spear and whip instead of sword, which made sense given that she was a woman and therefore physically weaker than most men. And seeing how she didn't have Brienne's height or reach to make up for that simple truth, she had to improvise. And yet, for all that she styled herself as a warrior, Axel fully believed that any man on his Kingsguard, except for Trant perhaps, could easily equal or best her in battle, so long as there was no poison involved. She really wasn't as good as she thought she was, though her pride wouldn't allow her to accept that fact. So then why was Axel doing this? Simple, really. It had been several weeks since he'd started betting both Sansa Stark and Aerion Martell, along with their seconds, Margaery and Tyene. Sansa still insisted on keeping her maidenhead intact, something Axel had no problem with because they'd done pretty much everything else together, and Margaery was always there to pick up the slack. Meanwhile, Aerion insisted on trying to challenge his stamina every chance she could. Usually this resulted in both her and Tyene needing days to recover afterwards, because Axel would unquestionably run them ragged and leave them sore as can be. Unfortunately, while they were all having a lot more fun together, this had nevertheless prompted even more of a competitive spirit between the two women that Axel was considering for the position of queen. And there wasn't much he could do about that competition, nor much he wanted to do either, considering he liked how competitive they were both being. But while he might not be able to fix that mess, he could definitely do something about the undercurrent of hatred being directed at one of his Kingsguard, just because the man shared a name with a monster. Hence, Axel had come up with a superb plan that involved getting the more rambunctious of the three sand snakes in King's Landing to finally lay off of Sandor. He can see immediately that all four buy his bullshit about being the best fights he's had, hook, line, and sinker. Obara in particular looks pleased as she puffs out her chest. However, it doesn't stop her from shooting a glare at Sandor all the same, her eyes narrowing with hatred at the Hound. Nymeria is a bit more diplomatic. You wish for us all to fight together, Your Grace? I'm not entirely sure that's the best idea. Obara and I might be practiced at fighting alongside one another, but we have no experience with these two. Axel just smirks and lifts up his blunted sword. Sometimes it was good to have a reputation as a bit of a single-minded king. Try, or feel free to admit defeat if you like. The outcome will honestly be the same either way, but the respect I feel for each of you will certainly change depending on your decisions. That gets them all, Axel notes. He grins as their animosity for one another swiftly shifts to him just as intended. Obara and Nymeria might hate Clegane for his brother's actions, but that's a distant, second-hand sort of hatred. However, their irritation over getting their asses handed to them in every single spar they've had with Axel, that's much closer to home, far more recent too. Soon enough, he's facing off across all four of them with their weapons drawn. They stand apart from one another, with only Nymeria and Obara really close to each other. Nymeria stands behind Obara, while Obara wields shield and spear at the ready. For a moment, everything is still. And then, the three in the front launch themselves forward. Brienne and Sandor have at least gotten better at fighting side by side against him over the months since he began sparring with them. Obara, meanwhile, simply takes the side of him that they're not on, her spear trying to probe his defenses as they start to harry him. And finally, Nymeria is on the wings, her hidden blades flashing out into her hands as she narrows her eyes and waits for an opening. Axel gives her a few, of course, only to knock her blades out of the air or dodge them effortlessly. In fact, he deals with all four of them rather effortlessly. Showing off just a bit more speed and a bit more strength than usual, Axel proceeds to dismantle the four fighters piece by piece. He puts Brienne on her ass, slams Sandor down to a knee, and knocks Obara's spear from what should have been an ironclad grasp, forcing her to scramble for it, all while deflecting or sidestepping Nymeria's blades at the same time. They're not bad, to be fair, but they aren't him. Nobody is him. And at this point, Axel is beginning to think he might never actually get the challenge he's started to crave. But at least for today, that's not what he's after anyways. He didn't summon them all together because they were the best of the best, like he'd claimed. No, he summoned them here to put the sand snake's issues to bed in the only way he knows how. The fighting continues for a good 15 minutes before everyone, except for Axel, has to take a break, panting and breathing heavily and staring at him with dark eyes as they try to catch their breath while watching him cautiously. Axel just smirks, pacing back and forth in front of all of them. Even Nymeria has overexerted herself at this point, though to no avail. Every throw has been a failure. Pathetic. His proclamation rings out through the courtyard, prompting all of them to stiffen in response. Axel just smiles at their expressions. You'd have a better shot against me if you fought together, but instead you insist on splitting up. He looks to Sandor and Brienne. Even now, after all this time, you barely show any teamwork with one another, despite knowing that neither of you has a chance against me alone. As they stew in that, he then looks to Nymeria and Obara. And you too. You fight well enough together, but you ignore the two knights who could easily strengthen your fighting styles and give you far more openings than you currently have against me. You use them, but you don't work with them. Nymeria grimaces, but it's Obara who snarls, breaking the silence. There's a reason that of the two sand snakes, Nymeria is the one who does most of the talking. Obara is not nearly as well-mannered. You expect us to work with HIM, a Clegane, after what his brother did to our aunt and her children. With a snarl, Obara spits on the ground. I'd rather lose 1,000 battles than rely on his sword arm. This was why Axel had made sure it was just the 5 of them, even picking a lesser-used courtyard instead of the normal training yard. He'd been expecting an outburst like this one, counting on it, even. Everything so far had been building towards this moment. Even as Sandor stiffens in place, Axel is shaking his head. You know nothing, Obara Sand. Her eyes narrow in anger, only for Nymeria to place a soothing hand on her arm to keep her quiet. The more diplomatic of the two sand snakes offers Axel a smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. Apologies, Your Grace. My sister's temper got the better of her. Please forgive her. Axel crosses his arms over his chest and shakes his head. I care little for her temper. I refuse to let this fester any longer. Tell me, did you know that Clegane here didn't really want to become my Kingsguard? He didn't even want to be knighted either. In the end, knowing full well his discomfort, I made him an offer. He could ask any one thing of me, a single boon in exchange for joining my Kingsguard. Do you know what he chose? Nymeria's smile looks strained at this point. Obara just looks angry as ever. It's obvious neither of them really cares. But they can't say that because Axel is the king of the 7 kingdoms. So instead, Nymeria continues to be diplomatic. No, your grace. Glancing over at Sandor, Axel can tell that he's angry too, mostly at Axel for airing his dirty laundry. But that was the privilege of a king at the end of the day. The boon he asked for in exchange for joining my Kingsguard was simple. He asked me to take Gregor Clegane's head for him. The admission lands like a massive boulder in a small pond. Nymeria and Obara's eyes widen in shock and stupefaction. Axel just smiles all the wider. I've heard the terrible things that Gregor Clegane has gotten up to. I know his crimes. I know he is unworthy of being a knight of the 7 kingdoms. It's a rather easy request to grant in the end. When the opportunity next presents itself, I have sworn to relieve the mountain that rides of his head myself. Silence fills the courtyard. Axel isn't too worried about Brienne being here for this. She has her own sort of honor, after all, and she knows what sorts of things the mountain has done just like anyone else. Meanwhile, it's obvious that neither of the sand snakes know what to say, so Axel decides to really drive the point home, even if it has to be at Sandor's expense, unfortunately. Sir Clegane, remove your helmet. There's a pause, and it's obvious that Sandor is considering refusing the order. But finally, the Kingsguard reaches up and pulls off his helmet, revealing his burned face. It's no secret what he looks like, to be fair. Long before he took up the white cloak, he went everywhere with his facial scars on display. But as Nymeria and Obara gaze upon Sandor's burns, Axel can tell that the Dornish women are truly seeing them for the first time, and realizing where they came from. He doesn't have to say anything more, doesn't have to explain the entire sordid ordeal that was Sandor's rotten childhood. They're at least smart enough to catch a hint and comprehend the lesson here. Tossing his blunted sword aside, Axel retrieves Stoneheart from the rack and places it back on his waist. Then, he looks to the 4 of them, all still silent and unmoving. If you 4 learn to fight together as well as you fight solo, then you might actually be enough to give me a challenge. Consider this an order from your king. You are to train with one another at least 3 times a week. We will continue testing your skills each fortnight. I hope you manage not to disappoint. And then he leaves, walking away just like that. But then, to be fair, he's the king. He can do that sort of thing, even if he definitely plans to make this up to Sandor later. Or at least, that's the thought running through Axel's mind right up until he enters the nearest corridor just to find Jon Arryn waiting for him. Immediately, Axel grimaces as his loyal hand falls into step beside him. That was interestingly done, Axel. I only hope it doesn't blow up in your face. Snorting in amusement, Axel shakes his head. If it does, I'm more than durable enough to survive it. How are things, Jon? Letting out a weary sigh, his hand runs fingers through his gray hair. Things are moving along apace, my king. The audit is almost finished. We weed out more and more of the corruption I let fester during your father's reign by the day. Axel stops and turns towards Jon to scowl, cutting the older man off with nothing but a look before he can get too down on himself. Do not blame yourself, Jon, not for my father's excesses. You tried to warn him, you tried to rein him in, but he was still king. His choices were his own. If he'd only listened to you half as much as he should have, maybe we wouldn't be in this damn mess. Jon smiles wanly, inclining his head. I appreciate your kind words, Axel, but some of the blame must fall on me anyways. Robert's whoring, feasting, and reveling were one thing, but the corruption? He had little part in that. At worst, he was a distraction that allowed all of the rats to scurry around our feet unnoticed. Still, I should have looked down at least once and recognized what we were dealing with. Axel frowns, still not pleased with Jon's self-deprecation. But before he can defend the man against his own words further, Jon is the one who now pins Axel with a look. Still, if you mean what you say, perhaps you will let this old man give you some advice. And maybe, If the 7 are very kind, you'll even listen to it. Wincing, Axel already knows what John is going to tell him. He can feel it in the pit of his stomach, even as he gestures for the older man to speak. John hesitates for just a moment before grunting. You must make a choice, Axel. You must marry one of the 2 women who have been all but courting you for months now. The rumors in both the Red Keep and King's Landing abound. It won't be long before they reach the rest of the 7 kingdoms as well if they haven't already. You need a queen, you need children of your loins, you need to choose. It's the last thing that Axel wants to hear, but perhaps that's why he needs to hear it. Grimacing, Axel hangs his head for a moment, before finally nodding. You're right, John. I've been indecisive for long enough. The Lady Stark and Princess Martell have both made it clear that they want to be my queen. All that's left is for me to pick one, but I've refused for fear of hurting the other. And yet, by doing so, I'm hurting them both in a way, aren't I? And I'm hurting the realm too. John's hand comes down on Axel's shoulder, giving it a solemn squeeze. Well said, Axel, well said. It seems you already know what you must do. Axel nods, having to swallow the lump in his throat briefly before letting out a shuddering breath. Yes, call for a small council meeting, first thing tomorrow morning. I will announce my decision there first and then go speak with both women afterwards. His hand inclines his head. Understood. We will not have full attendance, I imagine. Stannis is currently away at Storm's End, continuing to get his house in order, and Davos left for an inspection on Dragonstone just yesterday. But everyone else shall be there, I'll make sure of it. Grunting, Axel just nods again. Very well, I shall see you then. As John walks away, Axel watches him go for a moment before turning and striding in the opposite direction. He doesn't go to either of his prospective brides. He doesn't go to anyone, really. Instead, he seeks solitude. Why? Because even though he just told John that he would pick a queen on the morrow, he honestly still has no idea just who he's going to marry. Chapter 48, Choices. Where in the 7 hells are Petter and Pycelle? They're both late. Lord Arryn's irritation receives no response from the other 3 men in the small council chambers. The king sits quietly at the head of the table, looking uncharacteristically dour and morose. Varys, meanwhile, simply smiles placidly with his hands folded in the arms of his robes. And of course, Sir Aerys Oakheart, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, stands silently and at the ready near the door just like always. Admittedly, it is a rather sorry showing for the small council today. Lord Stannis is off at Storm's End, still getting his new lands in order, as he'd been on and off again for months now. Meanwhile, Lord Davos is off on a voyage to Dragonstone. That just leaves Lord Baelish, Grand Maester Pycelle, Lord Arryn, Lord Commander Oakheart, and Varys himself. And the king too, of course, who Varys has it on good authority will be announcing his choice for queen this fine morning. It's obvious from the dark look on Axel Baratheon's face that he didn't sleep very well. And honestly, Varys isn't sure that the young king has made a choice, even now. Especially not with what the eunuch knows of Axel's extracurricular activities. Varys often finds himself grateful that he doesn't have those sorts of urges. To be controlled by one's cock. Well, he's seen it be the ruin of many a man over the course of his life. And Axel Baratheon, for all that he's trying to be the best king he can be and has already proven to be a better king than both of his predecessors, is only a man at the end of the day. He might not have taken to whoring like Robert did, but if the things he got up to with the likes of Lady Stark and Lady Tyrell or Princess Aerion and Tyene Sand ever reached the wrong ears, there might very well be trouble. That was why Varys had been running interference for Axel for some time now, making sure that not a single whisper of his bedroom antics made their way to the likes of Baelish or anyone else who would want to take advantage of the king's indiscretions. Fortunately, it would seem that Lord Arryn had put his foot down for once. The Hand was notorious for going with the flow, trying his best not to disrupt the status quo and letting Robert do whatever he wanted. But no longer, apparently. Jon had grown weary of letting kings do what they liked, and that meant Axel was going to have to choose. Even Varys couldn't guess just who he was going to pick at this point. But then the spymaster has been quite distracted recently by the consequences of his own foolish mistakes. Varys didn't necessarily regret sending the order to Ser Jorah to assassinate Daenerys, her newborn dragons, and her Red Priestess, in that order. Even though the king had said no assassination attempts, Varys knew it had to be done anyways for the good of the realm and for the good of Axel's reign. Really, the Master of Whispers' only regret was entrusting such an important task to a man who had turned out to ultimately be a fool. Ser Jorah had failed in his task. He had failed to kill Daenerys Targaryen, he had failed to kill even a single dragon whelp, and he'd of course failed to kill her Red Priestess for good measure. Failure all around. Admittedly, even weeks after he'd received the first reports of Ser Jorah's failure and subsequent execution, details of how it actually happened were sparse. And Varys had been reaching out to all of his contacts, trying his best to find out what was going on over there in Essos. Indeed, these last several weeks had resulted in quite a few sleepless nights for the spymaster. Between hiding the king's indiscretions from the court at large and trying to investigate what was happening with the Targaryen and her Red Priestess, he'd barely had the time for anything or anyone else, including Baelish. For instance, he knew that the Master of Coin had been up to something of late, but he'd had to put off investigating more deeply for the time being with his attention split in other directions. Besides, Baelish was running scared at this point, and Varys knew it. With a couple nudges here and there from Varys, Axel and Jon were closing in on Baelish, weeding out the corruption in the city and tearing down the sordid empire that the conniving Master of Coin had built. It wouldn't be long before he slipped up, and they caught him in a lie he could no longer get out of. Varys would be glad to see the other man go, truth be told. Back when the eunuch hadn't been sure that a lengthy Baratheon dynasty was what he wanted, the machinations and corruption of Petyr Baelish had been useful in keeping the realm unstable in the event that a Targaryen restoration proved necessary. But now, with everything flipped on its head and Daenerys Targaryen representing the very real threat of a sorceress lineage taking the Iron Throne, Baelish was simply in the way. Especially given what Varys had been able to hear from Essos. While he couldn't exactly find out how Jorah Mormont had failed to so much as kill one of his targets, when said targets were nothing but a girl, a woman, and 3 dragon hatchlings, he had at least found out 2 very important pieces of information in the aftermath. First, Khal Drogo, Daenerys Targaryen's Dothraki husband, had been truly enraged by the attempt on his wife's life. Apparently, the two were far closer to one another than Varys had ever imagined them becoming. The Khal had taken the assassination as a personal insult and sworn to take his Khalasar to Westeros, across the narrow sea, no matter the cost. That also may have had less to do with Drogo's love for Daenerys and more to do with the second piece of information, though. Namely, the fact that Daenerys Targaryen was apparently pregnant with the Dothraki Khal's child at this point. Would Varys have still given the order for her to die if he'd known she was with child? Yes, undoubtedly. But it did change things significantly all the same. If the last Targaryen was pregnant, then that presented the very real possibility of a dynasty of sorcery and magic. And that was the last thing Varys wanted to happen. He'd been wrestling with it since he received the news a couple days ago. Specifically, he hadn't been entirely sure how to break it to the king and his hand. Did he tell them everything, including that he'd tried to have Daenerys assassinated against Axel's direct instructions? Or did he simply tell them of her pregnancy and Drogo's intentions of turning his Khalasar towards Westeros at long last? In the end, he'd come to realize that they were only in this mess because of his subterfuge. And if he truly wanted Axel to be the best king that he could be, Varys was going to have to tell him the truth, even if it potentially resulted in his execution. He had already decided that he would tell them everything, though, just in case his head truly did wind up leaving his shoulders afterwards. Not just about what was happening in Essos, but also the source of the corruption in King's Landing. He would give them everything he knew about Baelish and all of the other moves being made by the lords and ladies of Westeros. If Axel decided he needed to die afterwards, then so be it. At least Varys would know he'd prepared the young king as best as possible for what lay ahead. But first, he would wait for the arrival of Lord Baelish and Grand Maester Pycelle. He would wait for the king to announce his queen, and then he would speak to Lord Arryn and the king alone about all that he knew. Though truth be told, If they all had to wait much longer, he might as well tell them both now and get it over with. It was just the three of them here after all, and still neither Pycelle nor Petter were anywhere to be seen. It was a little strange if he was being honed. Just as the thought is passing through Very's head, Pycelle finally arrives. The infirm and decrepit Grandmeister shuffles into the room with the usual stuttering, stammered apologies on his lips. My sincerest apologies. I was held up for a little while, longer than expected. More than a little disgruntled, Lord Rin waves a hand through the air dismissively. It is of little matter, Grandmeister, seeing as you aren't even the last one to the small council chambers this time. Where is Petter at? It's not at all usual for him to be this tardy. I might have to send a runner after him. It's fine, we'll wait a little longer first. The king breaks his silence just to say those words. From the conflicted look on Axel's face, it's obvious to Varys that he's happy to let anything put off the purpose of this meeting for a little while longer. Given the way Lord Rin stares at him for a long moment, he no doubt suspects the same. I know this isn't easy, my king, but the decisions you have to make will often be hard. You can do this. I know you can. And prolonging this meeting won't make things any simpler either. Axel looks petulant for a moment, before letting out a sigh and waving his hand in the direction of his Lord Commander. Fine, Sir Ares, go find Petter Baelish and bring him here immediately. The Kingsguard's Lord Commander salutes and departs from the small council chambers on his mission. At the same time, Pycelle grunts and groans and shuffles across the floor towards his usual chair like always. Meanwhile, Lord Rin leans towards Axel, placing a hand on his arm and whispering quietly to him. It's as the Lord of the Vale is giving the king a bit of an inspirational talk, however, that Varys' eyes are drawn off to the side, something flickering in the sunlight coming in from the nearby windows. The Master of Whispers furrows his brow in confusion, staring somewhat baffled for a long moment before understanding begins to crystallize. It's a thin string of sorts, a thread that's almost invisible to the naked eye hovering at ankle height. And the reason that it's becoming visible is because Grandmaster Pycelle seems to be disrupting the string with his movements, pulling on it as he makes his way towards his seat. In fact, as Varys stares for a while longer, he realizes that the string is set up in such a way that only Pycelle would intercept and disturb it while going towards his seat. The thread seems to wind around Pycelle's chair, in particular for a moment before disappearing under the table. Lips curling down into a frown of consternation, Varys slowly leans over in his chair. The sounds of Lord Rin struggling to cheer the king up and Grandmeister Pycelle sighing as he settles into his chair fade into nothing but background noise for him as they wait for the Lord Commander to return with their missing Master of Coin. Instead, Varys' focus is entirely on following the trembling, shaking string with his eyes, until he's half turned over and looking under the length of the rather large small council table. There he finds the strangest sight, a line of swaying small pots hanging from a thicker rope that's connected just barely to the thinner, more invisible string. As they sway back and forth, Varys has to squint and strain his eyes to try and make out any sort of identification. But once he sees it, well, it's unmistakable. After all, how many of these pots had he dealt with mere months ago after the death of King Robert and his sons? Not personally, maybe, but the Master of Whispers had certainly laid eyes on enough pots of wildfire to be able to recognize the symbol of the Alchemists' Guild on sight. His eyes widen and his mouth opens, but it's much too late. As Grandmeister Pycelle takes his seat, the invisible string snaps, and that sets off a cascading effect that sends the swaying pots all falling down off of the rope to smash into the floor. Varys has always been quick mentally, if not physically. He therefore has just enough time to belatedly realize this must have been Baelish. He'd let himself get distracted, focusing on Axel's dalliances and his own self-inflicted crisis brewing over in Essos. He hadn't kept a close enough eye on the scheming Master of Coins. Baelish must have decided they were too close to the truth. He must have decided to cut his losses and throw the realm into chaos by killing off the king and the rest of the small council at the same time. How he expected to get away with it, Varys did not know, nor would he ever get the chance to find out either. For such an imbecilic blowhard of a fool to be his death, and for such base and selfish reasons as well. Varys straightens up in his chair, looking out into nothing as he lets out a rattling breath and 3 final words. How utterly vexing. And then the wildfire pots ignite and Varys' vision fills green flames as the entirety of the small council chambers violently explodes. Chapter 49, King's Landing is far enough in the distance by now that Petter can barely see it on the horizon. Standing on the deck of the ship taking him, Lysa, and the future Lord of the Eyrie to Gulltown, he stares out anyways, keeping it in view for as long as possible. Still, if all has gone to plan, and he's quite sure that it did, it should be done by this point. It's just too bad he won't have confirmation for some time yet. Petter, do you think it's happened by now? Lysa comes up beside him, and Petter looks around for a moment to make sure there's nobody nearby, before giving her a sharp look and speaking in a quiet tone. Hush, keep your voice down, my lady. To her credit, Lysa looks appropriately chagrined, also sneaking furtive glances around for a brief second. Of course, that only makes her look even more guilty, so Petter sighs and surreptitiously takes one of her hands in his own. This has the benefit of making her immediately focus back on him, to the exception of everything else. Yes, it will have happened by now. It's done. But do remember that we can't know anything until the time is right. It's possible we'll hear the news in Gulltown, but it's also possible we won't be told until we reach the Eyrie. Until then, we must seem oblivious to any tragedy that might have taken place back in King's Landing. Lysa nods, wide-eyed and hanging off of Petter's every word just like always. Still. You should go back below deck. Be with your son, make sure he's not being too fussy, all right. That draws a certain look from the woman. Sometimes Petter wonders if Lysa Arryn even loves her only child. She'd had such a hard time finally producing an heir for her husband, only for Robert Arryn, otherwise known as Robin or Sweet Robin, to turn out to be a sickly, small boy, barely worth anything. Now, to be fair, maybe he would grow out of it, but not with how much Lysa insisted on coddling and mothering the boy. She smothered young Robert, plain and simple. But then, Petter gained nothing from telling her she should stop, so he hadn't ever bothered pointing out the issue. Even still, despite her obvious love for the brat, there were times when her son was mentioned that Lysa almost looked like she hated him. Like she despised the child that had come from her old, decrepit lord husband. This was one of those times, but Petter doesn't let that stop him from nodding towards the doors that lead below deck. Go, we shouldn't be seen together too much. Finally, Lysa goes. Finally, he's free of her. Admittedly, Petter could have worse company, to be fair. For instance, if he'd stayed in King's Landing much longer, he would have almost certainly wound up in the black cells under the Red Keep. There was simply no doubt in his mind that they were onto him and would have been coming for him shortly. In fact, when word had reached him about today's meeting, and the only thing on the docket being the king choosing his queen, Petter hadn't bought it for 1 second. He fully believed if he'd shown up to the small council chambers today, he would have been arrested and thrown into a cell for his crimes. That's why he didn't show up, instead having some of the wildfire that he'd stolen during the cleanup process planted in the room and arranged for it to only go off once Grandmeister Pycelle finally arrived at the meeting. After all, if there was one thing that Pycelle could be counted on for, it was showing up late. Everyone else would be in attendance by the time he finally arrived, making sure that Petter would get all of them in one fell swoop. Well, all of them except for Stannis and Davos. If he thought he had more time, if he believed that he could afford to wait, then Petter might have held off until the other 2 men were back in the city as well. But he was so sure that they were coming after him today, he'd had to act. So act he did. He was officially a Kingslayer with this act. Axel Baratheon, Jon Arryn, Varys the Spider, Pycelle, and even Ares Oakhart. All of them were dead by his hand at this point. It left him feeling a little powerful, if he was being honest. Thanks to his antics in the training yard and his successful battles during the trial by the Seven, people had taken to calling Axel Baratheon the demon of the Trident come again. They said he was just like his father at his age, but you know what Petter saw when he looked at the young king. He saw Brandon Stark standing over him, sword dripping red with blood. And the only thing keeping the young lord from finishing him off were Catelyn Tully's hands on his arm, holding him back as she pleaded for Petter's life. Axel Baratheon and Brandon Stark had the same exact mentality in the end. The mentality that physical might makes right. So long as you were born with the right bloodline and were a deft hand with a sword, you could do anything you wanted and live however you liked. That was how men like those two thought. Well, the Mad King had proved Brandon quite wrong when he'd killed him and his father at the onset of the rebellion. And wouldn't you know, Petter had just used a type of fire to prove Axel wrong in a similar fashion. Petter allows a small smile to worm its way across his face, even as King's Landing continues to vanish into a smaller and smaller speck off in the distance. In a few more minutes, it would be completely gone, and they would be well on their way to Gulltown already. From Gulltown, Petter and Lysa would travel with the young Robert Arryn and their complement of House Arryn guards up to the Eyrie. There, once news of the deaths in King's Landing reached them, Lysa would take charge of the Vale as Lady Regent. After a bit more time for everything else to truly kick off, she would then name Petter as her son's regent until he came of age. If he ever came of age, that is. Meanwhile, back in King's Landing, those who would no doubt investigate the incident would find exactly what Petter intended them to find. They would find documentation detailing Jon Arryn releasing his wife and heir into Petter's custody, and giving Petter leave to escort them back to the Eyrie. A couple of half-written rough drafts in Jon's office and the final letter in Petter's. Said document bore Jon's seal and forged signature, and without the older man around to refute it, they were ironclad. Especially since Lysa would, of course, back Petter to the hilt. Furthermore, those left in King's Landing would be caught off guard in the coming days as the Ironborn declared war on the Seven Kingdoms and began reaving all up and down the west coast of Westeros without reservation under their new Lord Reaper, Euron Greyjoy. If all had gone according to plan on his end, then Euron would have killed Balon by now and declared himself ruler of the Ironborn. In this case, it would have been natural for a Kingsmoot would then take place in order to decide the Ironborn's next leader. After all, Balon's natural heir was a prisoner in Winterfell, and his only daughter was on the other side of Westeros, stuck in King's Landing. But Euron had reluctantly agreed via letter that there simply wasn't enough time and claimed he could take control without bothering with the ancient Ironborn tradition. There was a world where the hounds might not have nipped at Petter's heels quite so fast. If Axel were just a bit less fiscally minded, then maybe Petter and Euron would have had all the time in the world to enact their original plans, even. They'd involved Petter poisoning Jon and sticking around King's Landing for a little while longer, even while Euron was winning a proper Kingsmoot before taking leadership of his people and declaring independence. But alas, it was not to be. They'd forced his hand, and with Petter moving things up and escalating his plans, Euron had been forced to do the same. Petter didn't quite know how Euron intended to completely bypass the need for a Kingsmoot, but the other man was absolutely certain that even without one, he would have control of the Ironborn almost immediately somehow. Not knowing the details vexed Petter quite a bit, but at least the Vale was about as far away from the Ironborn's many targets as possible, so in the end, he wasn't too worried. No, in fact, he was feeling rather comfortable at this point. Sure, he regretted that he couldn't get the entire small council, but in a way, it was better that Stannis and Davos of all people had survived. In fact, their survival allowed Petter to have his last remaining operatives in King's Landing plant rumors, saying that Stannis had arranged the explosion. Admittedly, the lords of Westeros weren't likely to buy it, but if they did, well, that would be quite hilarious. It might throw the entire realm into war again, right as Euron was starting his attacks. But even if it didn't, even if Stannis managed to avoid being accused of the crime of kingslaying, Petter's own alibi remained airtight, and honestly, Stannis Baratheon becoming king of the Seven Kingdoms was also quite good for Petter's purposes. Sure, the man would probably dismiss Petter as Master of Coin once Lysa named him regent, but that would be just fine by him, since he'd more than made sure to clean up after himself on his way out of King's Landing. Meanwhile, Stannis' moral inflexibility, general disposition, and complete lack of a small council would leave him thinking that he had to bring the hammer down on even the smallest indiscretions in his new court. Yes, Stannis was very much a hammer, and all he knew how to be was a hammer. And something that a hammer like him didn't know was this: the harder a hammer tries to hammer, the more everyone else will go to ground. Even the most honorable men have vices. Even the purest of women have needs. Not everyone could be as emotionless and dutiful as Stannis Baratheon. And not everyone was Davos Seaworth, willing to lose fingers for the plain and simple act of saving a starving garrison. No, even if Stannis managed to avoid accusations of kingslaying, he would still find himself dealing with Euron Greyjoy's rebellion, and without nearly the support that Robert had during the last Ironborn rebellion. More than that, his inflexibility would force more and more people to turn to illicit services, and that was where Petyr Baelish thrived. It was a shame, really. It wasn't even that personal for Petyr. Jon Arryn had been good to him throughout his life, but Petyr Baelish had learned long ago that he didn't owe anything to anyone but himself. If Axel had been more like his father and Jon had continued to be blind to Petyr's activities, then perhaps neither man would have had to die quite this early. Varys, though, by the 7, Petyr wishes he could have seen the look on the spider's face when the wildfire went off. Keeping the whole scheme a secret from the Master of Whispers had taken up quite a lot of Petyr's resources and energy over the past few weeks. Even as he and Euron had both moved their pieces into place and prepared to enact their plans, separate from one another but also simultaneously, he'd been making sure Varys didn't find out. Fortunately, the spider had been distracted by something else. What that something was, Petyr didn't rightly know, nor did he care either. After all, it wasn't like it mattered anymore. The man was dead, and the games they'd played with one another were officially over. They were all dead, while Petyr still lived. Where they all had fallen, he remained standing. Because unlike everyone else, Petyr understood that life could be boiled down to just opportunities and costs. More than that, life was chaos. Unstructured, disorganized, endless chaos. And chaos was a ladder. Petyr understood that better than most because he'd started at the bottom of that ladder. Those who started at the top, they could never understand the climb. Someone like Axel Baratheon couldn't begin to comprehend what Petyr had gone through. It didn't matter anymore, though. Axel Baratheon was dead, burnt to a crisp by the wildfire. Petyr would just have to take advantage of the chaos his death left in its wake. Fire. Green flames, followed by darkness, followed by green flames, followed by darkness. Axel Baratheon burns, but he does not die. He burns, but he still draws breath. Every last inhale and exhale is agony, yet still he lives. The flames become his entire existence. They cover him from head to toe, clinging to him and drinking of his flesh, his blood, his body quite greedily. All Axel knows is the sensation of burning, of fire biting at his form again and again as any healing is undone by more flames. The last thing he remembers from before the fire is Jon Arryn's face. The man who had kept him safe in the Vale throughout his childhood. The man who had brought him to King's Landing, seen him coronated as king, and mentored him in all the things he needed to know. Jon had been saying something about how he knew Axel would make the right call, how he trusted him. He'd been smiling at Axel, reaching out and grasping his shoulder. And then the flames had come, both too slow and too fast. There wasn't anything Axel could do. Caught off guard as he was, he hadn't been able to react in time. Maybe if he'd been facing the source of the explosion rather than Jon, but he hadn't been. And yet, he'd still had to watch. He'd had to watch as Jon's face had burned away inch by inch. Axel watched as the closest thing he'd ever had to a father turned into an unrecognizable, charred husk right before his eyes in what must have been a mere instant, but wound up feeling like an eternity. That was the last thing Axel saw before the green flames filled his vision and then took that vision away from him. Darkness and burning became his only two constants. He's not sure how long it lasts. Only that when he finally comes back to himself, the green flames finally dying out, Axel is no longer in the small council chambers. Instead, he finds himself in the great sept of all places, kneeling in front of the statue of the father, naked and trembling. Not from the cold draft moving through the space, but from deep emotion. Staring up at the father's statue, Axel Baratheon shakes, with pure and utter rage. Chapter 50, Aftermath. Stannis races back to King's Landing as fast as humanly possible after receiving message by Raven. Unfortunately, the written word proves wholly inadequate for explaining what actually happened. That there was another wildfire explosion is clear. That it took place in the small council chambers during a meeting is also clear. However, the rest of it is far less clear. In fact, the Lord Paramount of Storm's End is left with the mistaken impression that he's just become the rightful king of Westeros. And ironically, he finds that he doesn't really want it. Sure, maybe after Robert's death he might have wanted to be king. Though, he hadn't even been given a chance to entertain the idea because he was away at Dragonstone when it happened. As a result, the news of Robert and his sons dying came at the same time as the news of Axel's legitimization and Jon's departure to the Vale to retrieve him. But now that he was finally given his due and recognized for his efforts by his nephew, having Axel die so young and being forced to take his place was the last thing Stannis wanted. They were just beginning to stabilize the realm, just beginning to work their way out of the hole that Robert dug them. And now, this. Of course, ultimately it wasn't ever about what Stannis wanted. It was about his duty. Even if he didn't want to be king, he was the next in line for the throne, and he had a responsibility to the 7 kingdoms that could not be ignored. Except, upon arriving in King's Landing, Stannis found out that all was not as it seemed in more ways than one. Most importantly of all, Axel Baratheon was not dead. The missive he'd received had been truthful, to be fair. It had simply been woefully incomplete. But then, how did you even begin to tell a tale as insane as this one over a simple letter? How did you even consider committing it to text without being able to provide proof of what had happened? What was still happening? The small council was convened in their chambers when the wildfire went off. The king, his hand, the Master of Whispers, and the Grandmeister were all in attendance. Meanwhile, Sir Ares, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard, had just been sent to retrieve a missing master of coin mere moments before the explosion went off. Jon Arryn, Varys the Spider, and Grandmeister Pycelle were all very, very dead. This was indisputable, as their charred remains had been identified from the burnt-out husk of the small council chambers once the wildfire had finally died out days later. Axel Baratheon, though, kept breathing. Not just that, he kept moving. When the first of the Red Keep's servants had arrived on the scene, they'd wisely kept their distance. Of course they did. After all, anyone would, upon seeing the horrifying green flames licking at stone that had so thoroughly occupied the city's nightmares for months. But even as the servants kept their distance, they reported someone walking out of the flames. There were too many witnesses to call them crazy as well. And Stannis had come to see the proof with his own eyes at this point too. What would later be identified as Axel Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm, walked out of the small council chambers under his own power. Burning brightly with enough green flames to send the less courageous onlookers running, leaving nothing but ash and footprints flickering with green flames behind him, Axel Baratheon had walked, and walked. There was no covering up what had happened, not when the Burning King had walked right out of the Red Keep and into the city. Many had fled from him in fear and confusion, but many others had stayed and watched from hastily found hiding places as the unrecognizable king had made his way through the streets of King's Landing. His only source of identification was the Valyrian steel sword clutched tightly in one of his fists. Rosethorn, as it had been known when Loras Tyrell wielded it. Stoneheart, as it had been renamed once it came into Axel Baratheon's possession. It had fused with his burning hand, the pommel destroyed by the wildfire, but the Valyrian steel remaining unmarred. Axel hadn't wandered aimlessly either. He'd gone straight from the Red Keep to the Great Sept of Baelor. Even though eyewitnesses reported him having no face most of the time, his head a burning mass of wildfire just like the rest of him, the king took no detours and made no stops along the way. Just one impossible moving foot in front of the other until finally, he arrived at his destination and knelt before the statue of the father in the center of the Great Sept. Some assumed that he would die then, once he stopped walking, as though a great force of will and a truly pious heart had moved him to reach that spot as his final resting place and no further. But no. By the time Stannis reached the city days later, Axel Baratheon still lived. Even as he burned, he still breathed rattling breath after rattling breath. The Kingsguard, led by Sir Ares, had taken up positions around the Great Sept and, in a somewhat controversial move, would let no one enter without their say-so. Fortunately, their actions were backed by the High Septon and the most devout, who all seemed to be waiting with bated breath to see what would happen next. Stannis himself took to investigating this insanity the moment he arrived in the city and had gained a semblance of real knowledge. He tried his best to make sense of the chaos of what had happened. In the end, the Lord Paramount had some success, but ultimately he still had more questions than answers, especially given the news that had arrived from the west in more recent days. Still, when he received notice this morning that the situation in the Great Sept had changed, Stannis had rushed down with all haste. Axel Baratheon had burned for 7 days and 7 nights in total, but at long last, he burned no more. Wildfire burned long, not this long, a small voice in the back of Stannis' mind points out, but it didn't and couldn't burn forever. Learned men knew this, but in the eyes of the small folk, well, the 7 days and 7 nights were seen as a sign. It didn't help that it was already being preached as a sign by the faith on every street corner in King's Landing. Stannis just grimaces as he stands there in the middle of the Great Sept a few feet away from his naked nephew. Axel's body is completely healed somehow, without a single scar or blemish. He's also completely hairless. The king has been rendered bald by the wildfire. The green flames had burned away all his hair, all his flesh, and should have burned the rest of him too, but hadn't. Instead, Axel still lived, and he kneels before the statue of the father, unmoving and silent. Normally, Stannis would have broken the quiet by now, but even he can't bring himself to speak. It's not until Axel finally rises to his feet after an indeterminate amount of time that Stannis surges forward, wrapping the cloak in his hands around the broad shoulders of his extremely tall nephew. The king jolts at the touch, before reaching up and taking hold of the cloak, his fingers feeling along its edge for a moment. His eyes remain fixed upon the father's statue, but finally he breaks his silence. Who? His voice, quiet and even, nevertheless echoes through the otherwise silent grate, except Axel's tone is filled with emotion. Grief, sorrow, rage, fury. Stannis hears it all, and he's always been told he's rather terrible at reading other people. Not today, though, not with Axel. He can practically feel the other man's emotions radiating off of him as he stands there, still as a statue. Scowling for a moment, Stannis flicks his eyes towards the doors of the Great Sept. Some are wondering if it was I who orchestrated the attack. They claim I certainly had the motive. He doesn't know why he says it like that. Is he complaining? Is he simply putting it out there now so Axel hears it from his mouth instead of anyone else's? In the end, he needn't have worried. Axel scoffs at the very idea. Who would be fool enough to think that? Stannis doesn't smile, but his lips do take on a firmly grim satisfaction as he looks again towards the doors. Your Kingsguard has taken to protecting you by encircling the Great Sept since you arrived here. Sir Meryn Trant almost barred me entry this morning on the grounds that I may have been the one to arrange the attack on you. Fortunately, Sir Ares set him straight. Axel hums, still staring up at the statue of the father. How did I get here from the Red Keep anyways? Frowning, Stannis looks to the floor, where even now Axel's ashen footprints can be seen. The wildfire flames he left in his wake have all gone out days ago by this point, thankfully, but the path he'd carved from the Red Keep all the way to the Great Sept nevertheless remains untouched. There are some among the faith that are even calling the spots where his feet fell evidence of hallowed ground. If they have their way, they'll have named Axel's route through the city by the end of the week. Something like Path of the Blessed King, or whatever, Stannis imagines. You don't remember, you walked, your grace. You walked all the way here under your own power. Again, Axel falls silent for a time, and yet his very presence seems to fill the space around them, sending a shiver down Stannis' spine. When he finally speaks, he changes the subject. Sir Trant is an idiot. I'm glad to hear that Sir Ares survived. I suppose he was lucky we sent him to retrieve Baelish before the wildfire went off. The tension in Stanny's shoulders relaxes just a smidgen as Axel confirms Sir Ari's alibi. Admittedly, Stanny's had been a little suspicious of the Lord Commander's tale, but at the same time he'd had ample opportunity to try to finish the job these past 7 days. In the end, the Lord Paramount could admit that he hadn't truly believed that Ares had anything to do with it. More concerning is the monotone that the king has begun speaking in. Stanny's almost preferred when Axel was more emotional, because now it seems that his rage has gone completely cold. Straightening up, Stanny's works his jaw for a moment, before finally speaking. I can't say for certain who did this yet, but I have my suspicions. Petter Baelish wasn't just absent from the small council chambers when the wildfire exploded, he was absent from the city altogether. He'd left King's Landing alongside Lysa and Robert Arryn over an hour before the meeting was scheduled to take place. Axel doesn't speak, he doesn't move. In fact, he goes absolutely still at those words. And what? Stanny's grimaces, feeling another icy cold shiver run down his spine. He does not consider himself a weak man, he does not consider himself craven. And yet, standing in Axel's presence right now is like nothing he's ever experienced. Perhaps it's having seen the young king while he was still burning, kneeling there at the foot of the father's statue. But no matter. Stanny's steels himself and focuses. In the course of my investigation, I found documentation in both the Tower of the Hand and the Master of Coin's office detailing a trip by sea that Baelish supposedly had approval to go on. According to the documents, which were stamped with Lord Arryn's seal and signed with his signature, Petter Baelish was to escort the Lord of the Erie's wife and child back to the Vale before returning to King's Landing. Pausing to take a breath, Stanny's shakes his head. Through Sir Ari's testimony, I have my suspicions about the veracity of these documents, Your Grace. I hope you can confirm them for me. The Master of Coin did not have leave from either you or Lord Arryn to depart from King's Landing, did he? The question hangs in the air, unanswered for a long moment, before Axel finally shakes his head. No, he did not. John would have told me. He didn't mention it. He didn't understand why Petter was late to the meeting any more than the rest of us. Stanny's grunts and bows his head. That was their man, then. At the very least, it sounded like he knew of the attack and planned to escape without telling anyone. Then I suspect we might have our culprit, but there is more, Your Grace. What is it? Axel's tone is terse, clipped, but Stanny's can't exactly blame the younger man. This is all a bit much, even for Stanny's, not least of which because he's exchanging words with a man who should be dead. Don't get him wrong, he's glad Axel still lives, but it was unnatural all the same. Euron Greyjoy has broken his exile from the Iron Islands. Rumors abound about the exact order of events, whether Balon Greyjoy died before Euron revealed himself, or whether Euron killed him first. But it doesn't seem to matter which it is. The Ironborn have rallied behind him, and he's declared himself king. Ironborn ships have begun reeving up and down the continent's west coast. Some of the people Stanny's had talked to, like Davos Seaworth, had been confused by the Ironborn's behavior. Even Ashag Greyjoy, daughter to Balon Greyjoy, was reportedly outraged that the Ironborn had not at least followed their ancient traditions and called a kingsmoot. Supposedly, their actions didn't make sense even within the context of their own twisted, vile sort of honor. Personally, Stanny's didn't think much of the Ironborn. It didn't surprise him one bit that the savages couldn't even be trusted to keep to their own traditions. Whatever Euron Greyjoy had done to make the Ironborn follow him despite his infamous reputation and the lack of a kingsmoot, it didn't really matter, did it? It happened. Now they had to deal with it. Of course, Axel just stands there silently, staring up at the father's statue some more. His hands curled into fists at his sides, the king trembles with anger and grief alike. Stanny's holds his tongue. He wants to ask, of course, the question that's almost certainly on everyone's mind. How did the king survive? The wildfire wasn't diluted or anything like that. It had killed Jon Arryn, Varys, and Pycelle instantly. And then it had burned across Axel's body for an entire week before finally dying out. So how the fuck had Axel Baratheon survived? How did he still live? Was it truly the Seven as the most devout and high septon were already preaching? Had they blessed Axel Baratheon and kept him alive against all odds? Stannis had never been very religious, admittedly. He paid lip service to the Seven because it was the done thing, but he'd never put much stock in the gods, neither the old nor the new. And yet, here was a miracle right before his eyes. Axel Baratheon had knelt and burned in the center of the Great Sept for 7 days and 7 nights, and then he had risen completely healed, his flesh pristine and blemish-free. If that wasn't divine will, then what else could it be? Chapter 51, Diplomacy. Lady Sansa, my apologies for the disturbance, but would you mind very much if I sat for a while? The look that the she-wolf levels in Aryen's direction is naturally icy, even as she remains kneeling in the middle of the Red Keep's godswood. She doesn't look all that surprised by Aryen's arrival, though. Perhaps she was even expecting this to happen eventually. I didn't take you for someone who cared much for the old gods, princess. Aryen's own lips quirk up into a half-smile as she offers a helpless little shrug, looking around the clearing before focusing on the heart tree that Sansa was praying at. Desperate times and all that, if you wish for me to leave, I will. Silence falls, and for a moment she thinks that the redhead might actually take her up on that offer and send her away. But then Sansa's eyes move past her, taking in the fact that Aryen is by herself. It's just the two of them in the heart tree's clearing. I see you came alone. Finally, after another lengthy pause, the she-wolf nods. Very well, you may stay. Aryen smiles a bit more brightly at that, before taking a seat on a nearby bench. Sansa doesn't reprimand her for it, though. They both know why Aryen is really here, and it's not to pray to Sansa's ancient nature gods. Still, out of respect, she waits until Sansa finally pulls herself up from in front of the heart tree and rises to her feet, moving and sitting on the bench across from her. Even then, the northern woman says not a word, forcing Aryen to break the silence between them. Have you been to see him yet? They both know who him is, of course. Sansa nods slowly, her eyes regarding Aryen carefully yet also calmly. I have. We exchanged a few words after he finally returned to the Red Keep. You. Aryen nods back, humming as she shifts from side to side for a moment. Yes, I noticed his hair has already begun to grow back in, and he has stubble on his face as well. I noticed the same. No deception, no subterfuge, just blunt honesty. Now, Aryen has had to reevaluate her opinion of Sansa Stark multiple times since she first arrived in King's Landing, but she thinks she would be able to tell if the other woman was lying, especially about something like this. She's not, though, which means that for them to have both noticed the slight scratch on his chin and upper lip. He'd kissed them both. Silence falls as they each absorb that fact. Admittedly, Aryen finds herself contemplating other things as well, like the pure insanity that was this past week. Everything had been turned on its head with that wildfire explosion, and nobody seemed to know how to react to it either. Axel had lived, but at what cost? For a time, the prevailing opinion had been that he wouldn't survive, or if he did survive, he would be crippled for the rest of his life. No one had actually thought that he would come out the other side of the attack seemingly unscathed like he did. But then, there were more types of wounds than just the physical, weren't there? Axel might be fully healed, but Jonna Ryn was still dead, as was the Master of Whispers and Grandmeister Pycelle. The small council was in shambles, and the Ironborn had declared war on the Seven Kingdoms. It really put things into perspective, didn't it? Did you ever see him while he was still burning? Sansa stiffens at that question. Then she slowly shakes her head. No, I didn't even try. I've seen the footprints where he walked. That was enough for me. An admission of weakness, some might say. But looking at her, Aryen didn't think that Lady Sansa was very weak at all. No, she would be a fool to treat her competition like some feeble, fretful maiden. Still, one good concession deserves another. I tried. For the first time, Aryen can tell she surprises Sansa just a little bit. The other woman's eyes widen ever so slightly as she looks at Aryen in shock. Smiling somewhat ruefully, the Dornish princess shrugs a single shoulder. I tried to gain entry to the Great Sept of Baelor, but the Kingsguard and the Goldcloaks turned me away. Oh, and how vexing that had been. Not that Aryen had let them truly stop her. She'd sent Tyene next. Her loyal handmaiden and close confidant was perfectly suited for disguising herself as a septa. And seeing how the septons and septas were the only ones still allowed to come and go from the great sept during what they were now calling the Seven's burning, Tyene had been able to sneak in and get her eyes on the king while he'd still been aflame. Arian struggled to imagine what it might have looked like even now, truth be told. Tyene hadn't been much help in that department, though the way that her friend had reacted to what she'd seen was very illuminating in its own right. For all her pious and innocent facade, Tyene was not actually the most religious of individuals, not by a long shot, and yet, when Tyene had come back from the Great Sept to report to Arian, the princess had seen it in her handmaiden's eyes. Shock, awe, faith. What Tyene had seen was, apparently, enough to make the sand snake fully believe that the seven were real. More than that, she now professed a belief that the seven were working in the material world directly through the form of Axel Baratheon, first of his name. Arian wasn't sure what she believed, but she definitely wasn't foolish enough to disagree with Tyene. The other woman's fervent words had been more than a little perturbing, truth be told, but then, it was just like she'd told Sansa. These were strange, difficult times, weren't they? Desperate, that was the word she'd used mere minutes ago, and desperate times called for desperate measures. Lady Sansa, I came here today because I hope to call for a truce, and perhaps reach a greater level of understanding between us. She catches Sansa off guard again with that. The other woman's eyes narrow, and for a moment she studies Arian as if she doesn't fully believe her. Which? Fair. But finally, Sansa lets out a shuddering breath and repeats the Dornish princess words with an icy tone. A truce. Nodding, Arian sighs. Yes, a truce. Now is not the time for us to be trying to score points against one another. And I highly doubt that the king will be making a choice anyways in the coming days, not with everything that's been happening. It's a shame, really, because Arian had it on good authority that the very small council meeting where the wildfire explosion took place was going to be the one where Axel would have announced his would-be queen. But that had all fallen to the wayside now, and admittedly for good reason. In the end, she decides that she might as well be honest with her rival. At this point, their entire competition feels petty. The thing is, I can't go back to Dorne. Even if Axel does choose you over me when this is all over, I think I might just prefer fleeing to Essos and living in exile rather than returning to Sunspear. At Sansa's shocked, incredulous look, Arian smiles and shrugs. My father, he's always hated me for some reason. I don't know why, but I do know that whether the king marries me or not, I will never be allowed to rule Dorne. My younger brother is going to inherit my father's seat no matter what happens to me here. Taking a deep breath, Arian continues on, staring down at her hands. If I do return to Dorne, then all I have to look forward to is a gilded cage. My father will continue to offer me old and decrepit men as prospective husbands, knowing full well I won't accept them. I will be honest, Lady Stark. I was trapped in Sunspear, like a rat in a cage. King's Landing has been the freest I've ever felt in my entire life. In fact, I would rather join Lady Tyrell as yours and the king's pet than return to my homeland. Sansa stiffens in response to that last bit, causing Arian to smile ruefully. Yes, she knew about Margaery Tyrell, but to be fair, she's sure that Sansa knows about Tyene as well. They both have their assets in the end, don't they? For a long moment, Sansa is silent, mulling over Arian's words. Finally, though, the redhead nods. A truce, then. I won't lie and pretend that the life waiting for me in the north is anywhere close to what you just described awaits you in Dorne. But I won't lie. I would rather stay in King's Landing as the king's mistress than return home, even if he does pick you as his queen. I don't. I'm not sure I can live without him anymore. This past week has been. Sansa trails off, looking a strange mixture of aggrieved and frustrated with herself. Without really thinking about it, Arian reaches over and takes one of Sansa's hands in her own, startling the she-wolf and making her look at her in shock. Smiling softly, Arian squeezes Sansa's hand. Axel loves us both, I truly believe that, so in the end, forget being rivals. I would much rather have you as my friend than my enemy, Lady Stark. I feel the same, Princess Mardell. Outside of the Godswood, Margaery scowls, arms crossed over her chest as she narrows her eyes at a serenely smiling Tyene Sand. She should have brought Brienne with her, apparently. But then, to be fair, she hadn't expected to run into the Princess of Dorne's handmaiden on her way to see Sansa. Nor had she anticipated being barred from entering one of the most open locations in the entire Red Keep. "You have no right to stop me from going into the Godswood." "You're right, my lady. All I can do is ask you to wait a little while longer. The Princess and Lady Stark will almost certainly finish their conversation soon." Yes, and that was the problem. What were they talking about? Margaery needed to know. She needed to understand where she stood. Before wildfire wiped out half of the small council and nearly killed the king, she'd actually been somewhat comfortable as Sansa Stark's second, as her handmaiden. Sure, she'd had the tables turned on her by the other woman rather ruthlessly, and found herself completely and utterly submitting to the Northern Lady. But it wasn't an unpleasant experience. And so long as Sansa wished to keep her maidenhead intact, Margaery got to play the role of go-between for Axel and her. She got to experience more of that amazing, fat cock that the king sported. But now, Margaery didn't even know where to begin. Some very important men were dead. Axel should have died, but they were saying the Seven had saved him, and frankly, Margaery believed it. And now the Princess of Dorne and her handmaiden were playing games to keep Margaery and Sansa apart. Sure, Tyene technically didn't have any authority to keep Margaery out of the Godswood, but Margaery wasn't a fool. Tyene's sand might seem innocent and as fragile as glass, but Margaery didn't trust it. She'd seen the other sand snakes in action, and she suspected that all three of the ones in King's Landing were as dangerous as one another, each in their own way. Technically, she could have just walked past Tyene at this point, but she didn't know what the other woman would do if she tried. She wasn't at all certain of what Tyene's sand was capable of. That fear and uncertainty had kept her rooted in place for the last several minutes, all while the bitch stared at her in near silence. "You shouldn't be afraid of me, you know." Jolted out of her thoughts, Margaery looks to see Tyene still smiling at her serenely. Coloring, the Lady of Highgarden huffs. "I am not afraid of you." "Yes, you are, but it's all right. The blessed king enjoys your company, and you know your place too. So long as you do not try to rise above your station, you have nothing to fear from me. I swear upon the Seven who are one that no harm will come to you so long as you continue to hold the blessed king's favor." A shiver runs down Margaery's spine. Creepy fucking bitch. Asha Greyjoy gnashes her teeth as she stands on the balcony just outside of her guest rooms in the Red Keep. Her hands grip the railing hard enough that the bones grind together. None of this made any fucking sense. Not the wildfire bullshit or Axel surviving it. That was, well, it was weird, sure. But Asha didn't really care all that much except to be grateful that Axel still lived. It didn't matter that he should have died, he hadn't, and that was all that mattered. But how the fuck had Euron Greyjoy gained control of the Iron Islands without so much as a whisper of a kingsmoot? Bad enough that her bastard uncle had apparently slipped right past her and killed her father. Asha didn't believe the rumors of Euron only showing up after Balon had an accident for even a second, damn it. Even still, Balon's death should have triggered a kingsmoot, for all that it was an ancient tradition. His only living son was Theon fucking Greyjoy, and Asha knew her brother was never going to inherit the Seastone chair if their people had anything to say about it. That just left her, but of course she was halfway across the world and a woman to boot, which really just left Balon's brothers, of which 3 remained. The youngest of her uncles, Aeron Greyjoy, was a priest of the drowned god who went by the name Damfair. He wasn't really in the running, but her other uncle, Victarion Greyjoy, definitely should have been, even if he was a bit of an idiot. And Victarion was the very reason that Euron had been exiled from the Iron Islands in the first place. Except, rather than there being a kingsmoot and some discussion about whether it should be Victarion or Euron who should inherit the Seastone chair and title of Lord Reaper of Pike, Euron had just seized it, and apparently done so without any bloodshed either. Save for her father's anyways. There were no rumors of Victarion dying alongside her father, and not a single bit of scuttlebutt regarding Ironborn who weren't siding with Euron. It shouldn't have been possible, but somehow Euron had come back from exile and united the Ironborn behind him almost effortlessly. He'd done it so quickly and so swiftly that he'd then gone on to declare himself king of the Iron Islands and declared war on all of Westeros. All before Axel Baratheon had even stopped burning. Admittedly, real news traveled slowly, and in the coming days, Asha might learn more about just how her exiled uncle had done this. But right now, the Ironborn woman is more confused by how Euron took control of the Iron Islands than she is by Axel surviving the wildfire. It just didn't make any damn sense. Chapter 52, The New Hand. Physically, Axel is already completely fine. Despite burning for a week straight, he's healed in full somehow. Even wildfire hadn't proven enough to put him down. Really, the only remaining signs of what he'd gone through were the shortness of his hair, which was still growing back in, and the stubble upon his face. Apparently, repeatedly losing all of his flesh to wildfire and having it regrow over and over again finally made him capable of growing a beard. Honestly, there had been a time when Axel had wondered if he would ever be able to grow facial hair. He still remembered some of the men from the mountain clans over in the Vale giving him shit about it, in fact. Before he kicked some teeth in and broke a few jaws, of course. And yet, he'd gladly give up the ability to grow a beard if it meant that he could have John back. Unfortunately, the old man was gone and he wasn't coming back. And as much as it fucking hurt, Axel knew that the last thing John would want him to do is wallow in his grief. No, if anything, now wasn't the time to be sitting around pouting over his own failures. Now was the time for action. Now was the time for initiative. That was why he'd called for his uncle Stannis Baratheon to attend him. The moment that the older man enters the room, Axel turns away from the window he was staring at and points at the table. "I'm making you the hand of the king, effective immediately. Accept and put on the damn pin." His uncle stiffens for a moment, eyes moving to follow Axel's finger to where the hand of the king's badge of office sits on the table. It's not the one that Jon Arryn wore, of course. That melted down to nothing in the wildfire. But having another made wasn't that difficult or time-consuming in the end. Finally, after a deliberate pause, Stannis walks over to the table and scoops up the pin, affixing it to his chest. Axel nods his approval. "Good, you'll remain Master of Laws for now as well. We'll figure out who will replace you in that position later. Have you spoken with Lord Davos about the state of the royal fleet yet?" Stannis nods sharply, proving already that Axel has made the right decision. "I have, Your Grace. The royal fleet is coming together as fast as possible. I've also had the late Grand Maester's apprentices send ravens to all of the 7 kingdoms calling them to war. Ironborn ships have already begun reeving up and down the coast. Reports say they've only been hitting small fishing villages so far, but it's only a matter of time." Axel just grunts. "I'm sure it is. We'll stop them. And I'll kill your own Greyjoy with my bare hands for whatever part he had to play in Jon's death." His new hand nods decisively at that, before hesitates briefly. Axel waves a hand, wordlessly telling him to speak his damn mind. What if Petter Baelish and Lysa are rin up in the Vale? They will soon arrive at the Eyrie if they aren't there already. And word of your survival will no doubt reach them as well. If they're as guilty as we suspect, they might try to flee. Axel smiles grimly at that, shaking his head. "It doesn't matter. I don't intend to give them the chance to run. I'm going to go to the Vale personally and deal with them myself. I'll put them both to the question and find out just how deep this rot extends, no matter what it takes." Grim-faced and dour as ever, Stannis just nods again. "Understood. I'll have an escort assembled immediately and—" "No, don't bother. I'm going alone. I'll be faster that way." That claim shocks his uncle, of course. Stannis Baratheon's brow furrows in confusion. "Alone, Your Grace? I'm not sure I understand. That wouldn't be safe for a number of reasons." Letting out a sigh, Axel considers things for a moment. He doesn't blame Stannis for his confusion or his concern. In the end, this was all his fault, ultimately. He should have been on the lookout for something like the wildfire scheme. He should have seen it coming. He should have trained his reflexes more. He was fast when he wanted to be, extremely fast, but he could only move as quickly as he could react, and when the wildfire had gone off, Axel had been distracted. He hadn't been paying attention, too lost in his own world and pitying himself for having to choose between 2 very beautiful women. Jon Arryn paid the price for that. There was a world where Axel could have been more alert, more observant, where he might have been able to grab the other man and throw them both out the window ahead of the explosion. He'd shielded and cushioned John's fall once before after all, back on the high road. But he would never know what could have been because you didn't get second chances in life. You didn't get do-overs. John was dead, and Axel would always carry some of the blame for that with himself. Still, he was done playing games. He was done hiding. They'd all seen him burn and burn. The Faith was already calling it a miracle from the seven because he'd apparently burned for exactly 7 days and 7 nights or some shit. There were even all sorts of titles being bandied about, both for the event and for him. The people loved him because the High Septon and the most devout loved him. And that was all thanks to John, all thanks to his advice, his plan to get the faith of the seven on their side. Really, what was the point of holding anything back anymore? What was the point of hiding any longer, now that John was dead? Draw your sword. Stannis blinks in confusion, but nevertheless does what he's told. Obedient and loyal, that's his uncle to the hilt. Stepping over to the table, Axel pulls up his sleeve, exposing his pristine, blemish-free arm. He lays it on the table and nods to it. Cut off my hand. Now comes the resistance, though. Even a man as dutiful and loyal as Stannis Baratheon has his limits. His new hand balks, eyes widening in disbelief. What? You can't be serious. I'm very serious, Lord Hand. Consider it an order from your king. Cut off my hand. Don't hold anything back, Stannis. When the older man continues to hesitate, Axel finally throws him a bone. I healed from being covered in wildfire from head to toe, uncle. Do you really think a blade will be the death of me? That prompts a flash of understanding in the other man's still confused eyes. Nodding slowly, Stannis finally steps forward and raises his sword above his head. And then, with a hoarse shout, he brings it down upon Axel's wrist. Castle-forged steel meets freshly grown skin, and the skin wins. Stannis' blade is stopped dead in its tracks by Axel's arm, traveling no further as the Lord of Storm's End is left wide-eyed and baffled by what he's seeing. Pulling his blade back, Stannis looks from it to Axel in disbelief. Axel just smiles, and then moves. He suspects he appears like a blur to Stannis' eyes, moving as fast as he can from one room to the other. He doesn't hold anything back. He doesn't slow himself down at all. For a moment, Stannis just stares blankly at where Axel once stood, confused. It's only when Axel clears his throat that his uncle whips around, eyes wide as he finds Axel on the other side of the room. Once he has Stannis' full attention again, Axel rears back a fist and punches a hole in the wall beside him, going right through the stone and burying his arm up to the elbow in the castle wall. Stannis gapes, even as Axel slowly draws his arm back, shaking off dust and stone fragments and revealing a completely pristine, uninjured limb and fingers to his uncle's gaze. Then, he strides back over to Stannis at a more sedate, normal pace, standing before the older man once again. Forcing a jovialness he doesn't really feel onto his face, Axel shrugs. I know this is a lot, but this is who I am. This is what I'm capable of. When Stannis just continues to stare, Axel sighs and continues on, explaining how things are going to go to his new hand. I'll go to the Vale alone. I'm faster than any horse, so I'll go on foot. I imagine I'll be able to make it there and deal with things swiftly enough that I'll be back in King's Landing in time for Jon's funeral, even. Though really, I'll always be back in time for Jon's funeral, because if you try to hold it without me present, I'll be very, very displeased. He tries to make his tone as amused and light as possible. It doesn't help all that much, though, because, well, Stannis is still trying to catch up to everything that just happened. He can see the wheels turning in his uncle's mind as the older man tries to reconcile Axel's abilities with his understanding of the world. And fails. What are you? Maybe he should be insulted by the question, but he isn't. Not really. After all, it's a question that Axel has asked himself for much of his life. Ever since he'd first realized just how different he was from everyone else. Ever since he'd begun to understand that normal people couldn't jump a 20-foot cliff face, or outrun a horse, or take a mountain warrior's mace to the face, and have the mace be the thing to break apart. In the end, Axel lets out a slow breath, and shrugs again. I don't know, Jon knew what I could do. He counseled me to keep it a secret as best as I could so that they wouldn't label me a demon or monster. But he's gone now. And the Faith are praising my unnaturalness on every street corner in King's Landing. Stanny's eyes widen as a realization comes to him. You could have won the entire trial by the 7 all on your own. You were never in any real danger of losing, were you? Axel smiles fondly at that, his hand falling to the pommel of Stoneheart as he strokes the Valyrian steel sword affectionately. The blade had been the only other thing to survive the wildfire explosion. The handle and pommel had all but melted and fused with his hand after a certain point, forcing Axel to have those parts quickly replaced. But the Valyrian steel, his Stoneheart, that had remained intact, the only other survivor of the wildfire explosion. Not quite. It turned out Valyrian steel could cut me even if normal steel can't. Loras Tyrell actually came closer to killing me than the wildfire did, I think. Both had failed, though, in the end. He'd survived Loras Tyrell, and he'd survived the wildfire, too. The entirety of King's Landing knows that I somehow healed from being doused in wildfire and burning for a week straight. Jon might have wanted me to keep hiding even after his death, but there's no point anymore. Westeros will soon know everything I can do, and frankly, I'm done holding back. Stanny's, Axel can see, is slowly coming around already. The man might be a little too rigid and inflexible at times, but he's had a while now to come to terms with Axel surviving the wildfire. In the face of that spectacle, the rest of what he's just been shown isn't really that bad, now is it? The Faith certainly won't repudiate you. It's like you said, they're already declaring you the Sevens blessed all across the city. Even if you show more of your capabilities, they'll continue to sing your praises so long as you continue to pay lip service to the 7. Axel chuckles at Stanny's blunt appraisal. Nodding, he grunts. Perhaps the 7 did bless me, who's to say? In the end, it doesn't really matter. Stanny's gives him a questioning look at that, as if to say it very much does matter. But Axel waves him off. What matters now is avenging Jon and stopping your own Greyjoy before he can do too much damage. Make sure Davos has the royal fleet ready to set sail soon after Jon's funeral. Make sure that the rest of the 7 kingdoms are calling their banners and preparing to march for the Iron Islands. Smiling grimly, Axel lets out a sharp exhale. There will be no trial this time. We're going to smash the Ironborn fleet. I'm going to show them the error of their ways. And like I said, I will kill Euron Greyjoy with my bare hands if I have to. But first, Petter Baelish and Lysa Arryn. I will have answers from them, I will have justice for Jon Arryn, and then I will return. Do I make myself clear? Letting out a shuddering breath, Stanny's finally nods. Yes, Your Grace, it will be done. I will await your return. Good. Axel knows he's not making this easy on Stanny's. There will probably be questions about where Axel has gone from just about everybody. His Kingsguard in particular aren't likely to be happy given the fervent loyalty they'd shown during his burning. Axel had taken the liberty of already letting Sir Ares know that he would be departing today. The Lord Commander was under the mistaken impression that he was taking members of the Kingsguard with him, though, and Axel intended to be long gone by the time the man realized his mistake and that no one had left the city alongside him. In the end, he's already decided that he's not going to let anything or anyone slow him down. After Stanny's departs, Axel doesn't hesitate. He puts on a cloak and departs from the Red Keep, moving through the city as fast as humanly possible, though not as fast as he could actually move. Eventually, though, he's able to reach a section of the wall that he leaps over, not wanting anything to do with gate guards who might disrupt or stop him in order to find out his identity. Once he's outside of the city, Axel begins to truly move. It might be the first time in his entire life that he's actually ran as fast as he can for a prolonged period of time. While he'd gotten adept at traversing the mountains of the moon during his last few years in the Vale, there weren't any long stretches of flat ground there to run on. Not when it was just faster to leap and climb and jump over the rocky cliffs and whatnot to get where he needed to go. More than that, though, Axel feels lighter in a way. Physically speaking anyways, because emotionally and mentally, he's never felt heavier. Still, as he runs north from King's Landing, the mountains of the moon looming far in the distance and impossible to miss, Axel is reminded of something he heard a Meister once say. Fire was not only destructive, it was also cleansing in a way, with the ash left behind by flames usually turning out to enrich the soil and clear the way for new life to grow in its wake. Axel didn't think wildfire was necessarily supposed to be the same thing, and yet part of him wondered. He felt stronger and faster than ever before. And most of all, he feels light as a feather as he raced across the plains of the Crownlands on his way to the Vale. The only real issue is the Valyrian steel sword at his hip bouncing along his leg in an irritating fashion thanks to his speed. But then that's easy enough to fix by reaching down and pulling it off his belt, sheath and all. Gripping the sheathed blade tightly in his hand, Axel begins to pick up even more speed, flying across the ground so fast his feet don't always touch. With a grunt, he pushes himself off the ground on his next step, and goes flying, soaring through the air with his limbs pinwheeling for a moment before falling back down to earth. He lands heavy the first time, the ground beneath his feet giving way before him and causing him to dig a divot in the earth as he skids to a stop. But then he tries it again, and soon enough he's able to find a rhythm of sorts. Leap, soar, land, run. Leap, soar, land, run. It's almost freeing in a way to no longer hold himself back. To finally just be who and what he is. Maybe he is a monster. Maybe he is a demon. Maybe he truly is blessed by the Seven. At this point in time, Axel Baratheon knows just one thing and one thing only. His enemies are going to regret the day they decided to wage war on him and his. Chapter 53, Lannisport. The last time the Iron Islands rebelled, Balon Greyjoy's opening move was the burning of the Lannister fleet. It was both a bold statement and solid tactics, all things considered. Lannisport was the closest major harbor to the Iron Islands after all, and while the Lannister fleet had never been the biggest in Westeros, it was certainly up there thanks to the leadership and forethought of Tywin Lannister. In the time since the Greyjoy Rebellion, however, House Lannister had rebuilt and could once again boast a fairly effective navy. They might not have the same numbers as the likes of the Ironborn, House Redwyne, or the Crown, but they were still up there. And really, fourth best wasn't the worst, unless one was up against one of the first three. Enemy ships on the horizon. Sir Kevan Lannister's jaw clenches as he stands on the walls of Lannisport, looking out across the harbor where Ironborn galleys were just becoming visible as small spots in the distance. Charged with the city's defense by the Lord of Casterly Rock, his brother Tywin Lannister, Kevan can't help but worry about how this is going to go. Still, at least this time they had forewarning. After a moment to take a deep breath, he starts shouting orders and men begin scurrying about to make sure his orders all reach the right ears. The Lannister ships out in the harbor already have their own orders, of course. They know what they're in for, and every last cog, carrack, galley, and dromond is crewed by brave men of the Westerlands ready to do their duty. No one quite knew why Euron Greyjoy hadn't launched a surprise attack this time around, especially when the entire gambit had been orchestrated by Euron himself during the first Greyjoy Rebellion. Perhaps he knew the same trick wouldn't work twice. Perhaps he even knew that House Lannister had spies on the Iron Islands in place to alert them in advance and decided it was better not try. Or perhaps he had some other trick up his sleeve. Everyone knew the infamy of the Crow's Eye, after all. Euron Greyjoy, the Ironborn that all the other Ironborn detested so much he was exiled for it. They said he was the most comely and cunning of his brothers, despite the eye patch he wore over his left eye. However, they also said that his ship, the Silence, was crewed exclusively by mute thralls and mongrels whose tongues Euron tore out himself. Really, the problem Kevan had with the Crow's Eye's purported reputation was a simple one. If he was really as disliked and hated among the Ironborn as they all claimed, then how was he able to take control of them so damn fast? Balon's death and Euron's ascension. There simply hadn't been enough time between the two events, not really. It didn't make any sense, but it also wasn't Kevan's place to question such things in the end. His role, as always, was to follow his lord brother's commands, and Tywin had been quite clear about his priorities. Thanks to the overconfidence of the Crow's Eye, the Lannister fleet had been able to assemble in full ahead of time and was currently arrayed in Lannisport's harbor, ready to defend the port city with support from the walls. However, given the size of the Ironborn fleet, it was expected that House Lannister's fleet would once again be lost to the savage raiders. Eventually. Kevan's job wasn't to keep the fleet intact forever, but to hold the city and to spend their fleet like currency to do so. They were effectively taking up a defensive position until such time as House Redwine could reinforce them from the south, and the armies of the Westerlands could rally from further inland. On that front, the news from King's Landing had been conflicting. Some said that the king was dead. Some said his small council was slain by base treachery. Others still said that the king still lived but was grievously wounded. In the end, though, House Lannister could rely on nobody but themselves for the time being. Still, Kevin thought that they had a pretty good chance of holding the city even if they eventually lost the fleet. Lannisport was surrounded by walls on all sides and was the largest settlement in the entirety of the Westerlands. Just breaking the Lannister fleet wouldn't be enough to give the Ironborn access. They would then have to scale the walls as well if they wanted to sack the city, something they hadn't even managed during Balon Greyjoy's rebellion. Yes, they'd burned the Lannister fleet while it was still anchored, but they hadn't quite managed to take the city back then. And Kevin would be damned if he was going to let them do so now. "Sir, the silence has been spotted. Euron Greyjoy is with this fleet." Kevin jolts at that before moving to the man who spoke. "Give me your far eye." "Why, yes, sir." Taking the far eye from the scout, Kevin brings it to his face and squints as he peers through it. He'd never rightly understood how the Myrish lens worked. He just knew how to operate one, allowing him to peer across the massive distance separating him from the encroaching Ironborn fleet. There, at the head of the enemy armada, the Crow's Eye, Euron Greyjoy, self-proclaimed king of the Iron Islands, stands at the helm of his ship, the Silence. The man's eye patch makes him unmistakable, though the armor he wears seems to shimmer oddly through the far eye in a way that Kevin can't explain. Behind the Silence comes more Ironborn ships, but not as many as Kevin was expecting. In fact, a quick count in his head, and he's pretty sure the Lannister fleet actually outnumbers Euron Greyjoy's ships at the moment. Not by many, but certainly by enough for him to wonder what's going on. Where is the rest of the Ironborn fleet? Surely Euron wasn't so foolish that he was not only attacking a fully prepared Lannisport, but also doing so with a fraction of his forces. That would be suicide. And yet, the more Kevin looks about, the more certain he becomes that there are no more ships on the horizon. Disbelief warring with duty, Kevin hesitates for a moment, but in the end, duty wins. Send messages to the captains immediately. Let them know that if the Ironborn fleet continues to approach, they should let them close in and encircle them so they can't escape. We will crush Euron Greyjoy between our ships and the walls and end this so-called war here and now. Yes, sir, Kevin. As his orders are sent out, Kevin scowls furiously, once again peering through the far eye. It just didn't make any sense. And yet, over the next while, that's exactly what happens. The Ironborn fleet, much smaller than it should be, is led deeper and deeper into the harbor by Euron and his ship. Meanwhile, the Lannister fleet spreads out and moves to surround them, slowly but surely cutting off any possibility of escape. It's not long before the Ironborn are in a position where they will have to fight their way out if they want to retreat. More than likely, they'll just die. Could this really be happening? Could this farce of a war be about to end before it had even truly begun? And yet, Kevin sees no panic among the Ironborn ships. Not a single one of the notoriously independent Reavers breaks away from the fleet to try and run. They all stay the course even as their capacity to retreat is closed to them. The enemy ships creep closer and closer to the city, until they're almost in range of the Scorpions, archers, and other siege equipment situated on Lannisport's walls. They stop just shy of that, though, causing Kevin to furrow his brow and frown. Peering through the Myrish far eye, he can make out Euron Greyjoy at the helm of his ship far more clearly now. It's almost as if the man is looking right at him with his one visible eye, staring Kevin down from afar in a way that sends shivers down his spine. Signal the fleet to begin moving in. Tell them to push the Ironborn towards us so that we can begin firing upon them from the walls. Even as his orders are given, however, Kevin watches Euron Greyjoy bring a large, ornate horn to his lips. He watches the man blow it, and to his surprise, he even hears the horn clearly on the wind despite the sheer distance between the two of them. Kevin stiffens, watching carefully to see exactly what would happen next. Did the Ironborn have some secret weapon? Was the horn their signal to deploy it and begin their attack? He wets his lips, his tongue wavering in his mouth as he prepares to shout further orders. Only, they never come. Slowly, the far eye comes down from Sir Kevan Lannister's face as he finds that he's fully capable of watching what happens next without the aid of the Myrish contraption. At the blowing of Euron Greyjoy's horn, something shifts beneath the waves. A dark shadow that Kevan can only make out because the height of Lannisport's walls gives him bird's-eye view of the bay. Abruptly, massive appendages each the size of a galley themselves blast out of the water and come slamming down on Lannister ships on one side of the Ironborn fleet. Meanwhile, the Ironborn fleet immediately turn in the opposite direction, aiming for the other half of the split Lannister boats. All of a sudden, it's that half of the Lannister fleet that's outnumbered. It had seemed like perfect strategic sense in having the fleet encircle the Ironborn so they could assail them from all sides and cut off any chance of escape. However, that's now abruptly turned on its head as it's revealed that the Lannisters were the ones who had walked right into a trap. And Kevan just stands there, staring wide-eyed at the kraken that emerges from the depths of the harbor and begins to lay waste to the boats around it. Sure, everyone knew that the arms of House Greyjoy was that of a golden kraken on a black background. Stories of krakens bringing down ships were relatively commonplace, though most of the time it was lone ships, and the krakens were often attracted by something else like excess blood in the water. This wasn't like those stories, and Kevan had never heard of a kraken of this size coming this close to land. It almost felt like the monster filled half of the harbor with its bulk under the waves. The Lannister fleet didn't stand a chance. Would the city? Kevan swallows thickly as he looks from the swinging appendages of the giant kraken to the walls of the city he'd been tasked with defending from the Ironborn menace. All of a sudden, he finds himself truly questioning for the first time whether or not he can actually hold the city. The walls of Lannisport go right up to the water, after all. In the end, all he can do is find his nerve and begin barking out further orders as the Lannister fleet is steadily sunk. Again. Among those orders, he has word sent to his brother in Casterly Rock as hastily as possible. Tywin needs to know what's happening here. If Lannisport falls, then his brother needs to be prepared for their house's ancestral seat to potentially come under siege. Euron Greyjoy watches with a faint smile on his lips as the Lannister fleet crumbles before him. It would have been nice to have more time, of course, but at this point, Euron was used to the failures of lesser men. First with Renly Baratheon, and now with Petyr Baelish. The deal he'd made with Renly had been a simple one, perhaps because he knew deep down inside that it wouldn't really pan out. In exchange for one of the Valyrian steel swords he'd collected from Valyria, Renly had promised to grant the Iron Islands their independence once Euron took control from his brother. If Renly had stayed true to his word, it would have been disastrous for the Baratheon king. Never mind that his claim to the throne would have already been tenuous at best. Winning the throne only to allow one of the 7 kingdoms to secede would have brought him no end of trouble closer to home, and given Euron all the time he needed to prepare for war. Of course, Euron had had no intentions of leaving one of his many trophies from old Valyria in the other man's hands either way. Eventually, once the Iron Islands were properly under his control following a kingsmoot, he would have declared war on Westeros, and they would have swept across the continent like the whores of old. Eventually, Euron would have gotten the sword back, likely after taking the Iron Throne for good measure. In the end, though, Renly had lost. As Euron suspected he might, the other man couldn't even turn the tide with a Valyrian steel sword of all things. His nephew had defeated his champions, taken the sword for himself, and exiled Renly to the Wall to join the Night's Watch. That in turn had led to the plan with the treacherous master of coin, Petyr Baelish. This time around, though, it was the weasel of a man who had been the one to approach Euron. Together, they plotted and schemed to introduce uncertainty and chaos to the 7 kingdoms. The original plan was for Baelish to poison Jon Arryn while Euron would make sure his older brother had his accident and a kingsmoot could be called. They were to be one another's distractions in the long term. But then Baelish was very nearly caught, and like all weak men, he'd begun to panic. He'd changed their arrangement and forced Euron to move far sooner than he otherwise would have preferred to. Not just sooner. Euron had been forced to show his hand entirely. The kraken that even now savages Lannisport at his command was a weapon that Euron would have preferred to keep hidden until such a time as it was truly necessary. His control over it certainly made it all but impossible for any Ironborn to argue against his right to rule the Iron Islands, after all. Even his idiot brother Victarion had been unable to argue in the face of Euron, standing framed by the giant sea monster behind him. But at the same time, revealing it as he'd had to meant that he could not save it for a later date. If only he'd been able to stick to the original plan of winning a Kingsmoot, he could have held the kraken in reserve until it was most useful. No matter, the crow's eye knows what he must do. He knows exactly why he's here. Glancing down at his hand, he frowns as he sees it shaking for a moment. Clenching it into a fist calms it, and then he lifts that fist and points it towards the city in front of him. The kraken twitches at the wordless command, still busy destroying the last of the Lannister fleet. However, as the sailors from those ships drown, the kraken begin to move, pulling itself across the floor of the harbor on its many appendages, heading straight for the city walls. To their credit, the men on those walls don't hesitate. Scorpion bolts are fired, as are hundreds of arrows. They pepper Euron's beast, though most don't find purchase in its body. Reaching land, the kraken raises an appendage, easily as big around as one of the walled city's towers, and brings it down on the ancient stonework, cracking through a section of the wall in one blow and a truly impressive display of strength. The shouts and screams of panicking men fill the air again, and Euron's smile grows into something that's half snarl, half grin, even as he signals the rest of his fleet forward to begin taking the city. Baelish's last missive made it clear that he thought Axel Baratheon would die in his newest scheme, giving them both so much more chaos with which to execute their plans. But Euron knew better. Nothing that Baelish could do to that thing could actually succeed in killing it. Axel Baratheon would live, and they would face one another in battle soon enough. Chapter 54, The Bloody Gate. There was something to be said for physically exerting oneself. Axel could count the number of times he'd been out of breath in his life on one hand, really. Only 2 had taken place recently. First, there was his encounter with the Strangler in the Vale, the particularly virulent and fast-acting poison giving him a bit of trouble at first before he'd gotten used to it. And now there was his run from King's Landing all the way to the Bloody Gate in the Vale. Racing up the high road with his new method of bounding leaps had been particularly exhilarating, and for the first time in much too long, Axel had felt sweat beading on his brow. Of course, he slows down as he gets closer to the massive series of battlements that make up one of the most respectable fortifications in Westeros. And by the time the Bloody Gate comes into view, his breathing is already evened out and he's already stopped sweating. The last time he'd come through here, Axel had admittedly not been paying as much attention as he should have. Now, as he puts his sheathed sword back at his belt and approaches the Bloody Gate, he takes in the sights while his beating heart swiftly calms down. The Bloody Gate is dominated by 2 long parapets that are built into the stone cliffs of the Mountains of the Moon. The high road is watched over by twin towers joined by a completely covered bridge and grows so narrow here that less than 4 riders could pass side by side. The men stationed at the gate can fire through arrow slits from all 3 locations, be it the towers, the bridge, or the battlements. Axel remembers from his lessons in the Eyrie hearing that at least a dozen armies were slain during the Age of Heroes, trying and failing to take the fortifications. Meanwhile, during Aegon's conquest, the Targaryens bypassed the Bloody Gate entirely, with Visenya Targaryen personally flying her dragon Vhagar straight to the Eyrie in order to force House Arryn to bend the knee. Perhaps Axel could have and should have done the same. There was certainly nothing stopping him from scaling the Mountains of the Moon and appearing in the Eyrie without ever stepping foot through the Bloody Gate. However, while he was here for vengeance, he was also here as King of the 7 Kingdoms. And one question had plagued Axel's mind more than any other as he'd bounded across the land on his way here. Just how deep did the rot run? Even if he thought he would succeed in killing Axel along with his small council, Baelish choosing the Vale as his place of retreat told a story. A story of corruption, of deception, and of lies. Axel wanted to get to the bottom of things. He wanted to believe that it wasn't as bad as he feared. And finding out the truth started here, at the Bloody Gate. The title for the man in command of the Bloody Gate was Knight of the Gate, and that position had been held by Sir Brynden the Blackfish for over 2 decades. Sir Brynden Tully, uncle to Lysa Arryn, once Lysa Tully. Jaw set, eyes narrowed, Axel makes his way up towards the Bloody Gate, unsurprised when a voice calls out to stop him in his tracks. "Hold, the Bloody Gate is closed by order of Lady Arryn. None may pass through." It's not Brynden Tully's voice. Perhaps the Blackfish is not in attendance. Tilting his head to the side, Axel's eyes flash as he considers the battlements for a heartbeat. He's not wearing his crown. From this distance, he probably doesn't look like much, nor would he be recognizable to normal human eyes. Finally, he calls out, his voice carrying through the air. "For what purpose does Lady Arryn close the Bloody Gate?" There's a pause, and for a moment Axel wonders if he's going to even get an answer. But finally, "They say the king is dead and Lord Arryn with him. They say it was treachery most foul, more wildfire but this time purposeful. The Bloody Gate is to be locked down until further notice. You must turn around and leave." Interesting, so they didn't know he'd survived yet. Or more likely, didn't believe the tales of his survival. After all, if Petter Baelish truly was behind the wildfire attack, which was looking very likely, then he would be more certain than anyone else that Axel couldn't have survived. Axel could have had ravens sent to the Vale to let them know he still lived, but that came back to the question of just how deep the rot extended. In the end, he'd chosen not to, coming here alone instead so he could find out just how many men had to die for Baelish's crimes. For a long moment, Axel considers announcing himself, but at this distance, he knows he won't be believed. Better to get closer first, even if by subterfuge, so that men who will recognize his face can vouch for his identity. "I have no supplies with me. If I turn around now, I will surely die on my way down the high road. Allow me to share your table this evening, to fill my belly so that I might return to Derry in the morning." There's another pause at that, no doubt with them conferring among themselves. But the next time a voice sounds out, it's not the voice of the man who was speaking to Axel before. Instead, it's the more commanding, more familiar voice of Sir Brynden Tully, the Blackfish. "I'm afraid that we cannot do that, good sir. We have our orders from the Lady Regent of the Vale. None are allowed through the Bloody Gate. None are to be allowed to even approach the Bloody Gate. This is the Lady Regent's decree." Axel frowns, hearing a note of discontent in the Knight of the Gate's voice. Sir Brynden doesn't sound too happy about his orders, for all that he'll still obey. Still, is it possible that the Blackfish isn't actually involved in all of this? Of course, when he doesn't immediately turn and walk away, Sir Brendan's voice echoes out again. "There are multiple archers trained on you at this point, good sir. I suggest you leave with your life while you still can. Better to risk it on the high road than lose it with certainty here and now." Oh, now that pisses Axel off. Baring his teeth in a rictus of a grin, Axel shakes his head. The first man to fire an arrow at me loses a hand. Perhaps this would have been the time to announce himself. Perhaps he might have even been believed, or at least gotten Sir Brendan's attention enough to see if the man was truly in on it or not. But Axel isn't feeling very logical, nor is he feeling very merciful. When the first arrow flies out of an arrow slit a moment later, Axel reaches up and catches it, taking note of the distinctive fletching. Then, he tosses it aside and darts forward. More arrows swiftly follow the first one, but none of them so much as come close to hitting him, even if they would have just glanced off anyways. Axel is done playing around. He's not sure why he gave them a chance, honestly. Everyone who followed Petter Baelish and Lysa Arryn would need to be purged. To that end, he crouches down and leaps. Shouts of alarm and shock reach his ears as Axel soars through the air, one fist out in front of him and the other holding the pommel of Stoneheart steady at his side. A moment later, and he slams into the covered stone bridge that arches over the mountain pass. Axel's fist and the stone of the Bloody Gate meet, and Axel's fist wins. He crashes right through into the covered bridge, landing on the wooden floor within, a snarl on his face. By the seven. How did he do that? Kill it, kill it. Drawing Stoneheart in one smooth motion, Axel turns as the first man runs at him with a blade. He cuts them down before they can even swing at him, and then bats an arrow out of the air aimed for his head for good measure. Not that he really needed to, but it was like a gnat flying in his face. He moves on instinct. The rest of the men on the bridge look torn between charging him and fleeing in terror after seeing what he's capable of up close and personal. Axel just bares his teeth, not intending to let any of them get away. In the end, it doesn't matter because the doors at either end of the bridge that lead into the bloody gate's 2 towers burst open and more men in armor come filing in. There's suddenly no room for anyone already on the bridge to flee even if they wanted to, unless they wanted to throw themselves out of the hole Axel had made upon his entry. At the head of one of the groups is the Blackfish, a look of steely determination on his face as he holds his sword aloft. It's a good look, a courageous look. Of course, it only really lasts until Sir Brynden gets a look at Axel's features. Then, the determination melts away in an instant, replaced by astonishment as Brynden Tully's eyes widen in surprise, his jaw dropping open in shock. Immediately, the Knight of the Gate lifts up his hand. "Hold!" His men on both sides of Axel skid to a halt, showing their discipline even as their faces contort in confusion. Well, not all of them. As they finally get a good look at Axel's snarling features, he sees more than a few men begin to recognize him. He'd grown up in the Vale, after all, and a bit of stubble and mostly bald head isn't enough to hide his familiar features entirely. Axel himself is somewhat shocked when Sir Brynden Tully suddenly drops to a knee in front of him, before shouting out a command to all other men in the vicinity. "Kneel before the king, kneel before Axel Baratheon, first of his name." As men drop to their knees all across the enclosed bridge, Axel frowns, his blood still pumping in his veins. Was that it? Really? Did this mean that the Blackfish wasn't part of the plot after all? Or was this some scheme to get him to drop his guard so they could try and kill him? In the end, it didn't really matter. None of them had the ability to end his life. The rage, the bloodlust, the anger, it had all come so quickly. But just as quickly, it flees as Axel looks to the man he'd already slain, the one who had come at him with a sword. He can't bring himself to regret the death right now, but he might come to in time if the man was truly innocent of any crime save for being in the wrong place. "My king, forgive my men, they were only following my orders. We were told you were dead, and you did not announce yourself." Sir Brynden is careful to keep even the slightest note of reproach from his voice as he speaks, but Axel can tell that the man is displeased about the way things played out all the same. Scoffing, he just shakes his head as he pushes away any feelings of guilt. "Would you have believed me? Besides, I knew not how deep the rot went. I still don't." The look on Brynden's face is one of pure confusion, but can Axel really trust it? Can he trust any of this? Blood drips from Stoneheart, which remains bared at his side, even as he sweeps his gaze across the kneeling men, just waiting for one of them to make a move. When none do and the silence stretches on for a moment too long, Axel lets out a sigh before huffing and waving his free hand through the air. "Someone bring bread and salt." Like a man clutching onto any chance at life, the Blackfish's eyes light up, and he quickly backs up Axel's command with one of his own. "Do as the king says, immediately." The next few minutes are rather tense as someone scrambles to get the provisions. Guest right was an ancient, sacred law of hospitality. When invoked, neither the guest nor the host could harm the other for the length of the guest's stay. Of course, Axel would only consider such guest right to extend to his time at the Bloody Gate. He wouldn't let it stop him from doing what needed to be done up at the Eyrie. Still, when the bread and salt are finally provided and he partakes of both, he can see how the men around him all exhale in relief. Axel himself calms down further as well, cleaning Stoneheart and sheathing the Valyrian steel blade back at his side. This was, well, it wasn't perfect, but it went a long way to assuring him that Brynden Tully truly might not know what had happened or what sort of treachery he was being made party to. The Blackfish was an honorable man in truth and deed, as well as reputation from the look of things. And so Axel reigns in his temper, despite the ever-present urge to just slaughter everyone around him and continue onward to the Eyrie. He even wordlessly discards his earlier promise of cutting off a hand of the first archer to fire at him without comment. And that was after he'd already identified the man in question from the fletching on his arrows. "Your Grace, what did you mean by rot? Why have you come here all alone?" Eyes blazing, Axel stares Sir Brynden down. Justice, Sir Blackfish. I have come here to enact justice for the deaths of Lord Arryn, Lord Varys, and Grand Maester Pycelle. Petter Baelish knows something about what happened in the small council chambers over a week ago. He fled the city by ship the very hour that the explosion went off, with your niece and her son at his side. The Knight of the Gate's eyes widen, even as whispers and mutters break out all around them. Once again, Axel sweeps his gaze back and forth, looking for any man who seems like he might be a co-conspirator. Surely Baelish wouldn't have come to the Vale if he didn't have his own spies embedded in the important places like the Bloody Gate. Hey there! Suddenly, Axel strides forward and points unerringly towards the back of the gathered men. That man, do not let him leave. Fortunately, between Sir Brynden identifying him as king and his partaking in guest right, Axel has enough pull that the men all turn towards where he's pointing instantly. When the man he's pointing at jolts and tries to run, they all lunge forward and quickly wrestle him to the ground. Soon enough, the man is dragged before Axel and Sir Brynden, already blubbering and bawling as he begs for mercy. Stepping forward, the Blackfish backhands the man across the face, causing him to fall silent. Axel then drops into a crouch before him, looking into the trembling man's eyes. Speak. It weren't nothing bad, your grace. Lord Baelish just pays me for information. I was just going to send I am a message, let him know you was coming. Please, your grace, mercy, mercy. Axel grits his teeth and shakes his head as he rises to his feet with a disgusted huff. Upon seeing that he's not going to take matters into his own hands, Sir Brynden orders the man imprisoned in one of the Bloody Gate cells before turning towards him. Axel speaks before the Blackfish can, though. I'm heading onwards to the Eyrie to settle this once and for all. I can't say quite yet just how involved in all of this treason your niece is, Sir Brynden. If you wish to stay here at your post, I will not blame you. Brynden Tully blinks a few times before shaking his head. And no, your grace, you're right that we must get to the bottom of this immediately. If Lysa... No, I suspect to my dismay that she's at least partially involved in this. She's been infatuated with Littlefinger since they were children and he was fostered in Riverrun. All I can hope is that she's merely been led astray and doesn't know everything he's done, but either way. You have my sword, my king. Good, the Blackfish's presence at his side would give Axel added legitimacy. Not that it really mattered. Everyone in the Eyrie knew who he was, and even if they all decided to side with Baelish and Lysa and attempted to kill him, they would fail. One way or another, this would end today. Then have your 2 fastest horses prepared. We will leave immediately. That seems to surprise Sir Brynden. Only the 2 of us, your grace. Give me a bit more time, and I can have us accompanied by more of my men. But Axel is shaking his head before Brynden is even done talking. No, I want to move fast. It'll either be us on horseback or me alone. Do you think that man was the only one Littlefinger had on his payroll? He was probably just the most likely. I want to be at the Eyrie before Lord Baelish can hear of my arrival. Fortunately, the Blackfish really is the loyal sort. That look of steely determination appears in his eyes again as he nods sharply. As you say, my king. While Sir Brynden goes to get the horses, Axel spares one last glance towards the dead man who tried to attack him. Then, he leaves the bridge and heads back down to the ground, this time the normal way through one of the towers. It was far past time that Petter Baelish had his reckoning. Chapter 55, Moondor. Petter does so love it when a plan comes together. Standing in the back of the Eyrie's main audience chamber known as the High Hall, he keeps himself somewhat unobtrusive and out of the way for the time being. All the while, Lysa is holding court as Lady Regent, sat upon her dearly departed husband's weirwood throne with her son sitting in her lap. Things are going swimmingly, really. The voyage to Gulltown had been thoroughly uneventful, and so had the quick trip from Gulltown up to the Eyrie. By the time they'd arrived in Heart of the Vale, news of the wildfire explosion in King's Landing had reached their ears as well, giving Lysa all the reason in the world to seize control and lock down the Vale as Lady Regent until her son came of age. Between his resources and her claim, they would make swift headway in making sure that every lord in the Vale was loyal to them and them alone. And with Lysa's son being so young, they would have free run of the place, just so long as they kept things under control. On top of that, Euron had come through as well, thankfully. His declaration of war upon the Seven Kingdoms had added to the flames of chaos spreading across the continent in a big way. Everyone would be looking towards the west and the Ironborn now, and nobody would question Petter taking control in the east. It was all just so perfect. Well, as perfect as one could hope for, at least. Mama, I want to see people fly some more. Not now, my sweet Robin. Right now we're enjoying the jugglers. No, I want them to fly. As Lysa handles her fussy son, Petter rolls his eyes from where he's off to the side of the throne and out of sight. Fortunately, most of the court doesn't hear the interaction between the Lady Regent and her son. Those that do look distinctly discomfited, as well as they should. Robert Arryn, the only offspring and thus heir of Jon and Lysa Arryn, is a halfwit. His intelligence truly leaves something to be desired, and it seems he's developed a taste for sadism as well after they had to send a few disloyal undesirables through the moon door these past few days. It's fine, though. Lysa should be able to control Robert for the time being at least, and in another week or so it won't seem so unnatural or strange when she names Petter as Lord Regent of the Vale until her son comes of age. At which point, sweet Robin can be put out of sight and out of mind, and Petter will be able to rule the Vale as he sees fit. All while Stannis Baratheon and the rest of Westeros are too busy dealing with Euron Greyjoy's insurrection to do anything about it. Of course, from what Petter knows, they won't have nearly as easy a time putting down the Ironborn rebellion this go-around. Not when the new King of the Iron Islands commanded a massive kraken bigger than several galleys put together. Fortunately, Petter didn't have to worry about that sort of thing. Krakens couldn't exactly get up here to the mountains of the moon, and even if Euron succeeded at conquering the rest of Westeros, the Bloody Gate would hold against any army that the Ironborn could muster up, as it had for thousands of years. Not that Petter, though the one-eyed Ironborn, would get that far. He might conquer the Westerlands and Riverlands, though, and wouldn't that just be wonderful? The chaos of a fractured Seven Kingdoms, combined with the inflexibility of a king like Stannis Baratheon sitting upon the Iron Throne, promised to be absolutely delightful. It would also give Petter all the room he needed to maneuver his way to greater and greater heights. There were some strange rumors out of King's Landing claiming that Axel Baratheon had survived, but Petter had ruled them out as little more than tall tales likely generated by the faith to try to cover up the loss of two kings in such a short amount of time. There was simply no way that Axel Baratheon could possibly have survived that wildfire explosion, after all. Petri had planned everything perfectly. The doors to the High Hall open up all of the sudden, and Petter blinks as a voice echoes out, announcing Sir Brynden Tully the Blackfish, Knight of the Gate, and guest. What? Petter's brow furrows as the herald looks slightly confused by his own words at the end there. The entire court goes silent as Sir Brynden strides in with his hand on his sword pommel. The jugglers who had been putting on a show mere moments before immediately stop and move to the side, sensing the change in atmosphere that comes over the room. Petter's confusion mounts as he wonders what could possibly make the Blackfish leave his post as commander of the Bloody Gate. His eyes fall upon the man coming up behind him, wearing a hooded cloak and holding his own sword sheathed at his side. Lysa sets a fussy Robert aside and rises from her dead husband's weirwood throne, her own face twisted in baffled shock that slowly morphs into a growing scowl. "Uncle, what are you doing here? For what reason have you abandoned your duty at the Bloody Gate?" Coming to a stop on the other side of the moon door, opposite of Lysa, Brynden's face is set in a deep, deep frown, his eyes dark and stormy. "Treason, niece. I am here because of treason most foul." Something ugly begins to form in Petter's chest. Perhaps because his first instinct is to fear that Brynden Tully has somehow found out about their schemes. The Blackfish is honorable to a fault. If he knew everything that they'd done, or even half of the things Petter had convinced Lysa to do, then he would be very, very unhappy. But surely that wasn't it, right? There was no way. He'd covered his tracks. He'd made certain that. The hooded man next to Sir Brynden Tully chooses that moment to throw back his hood and reveal his features. Shock ripples through the room as most of the Erie's court immediately recognizes the face of Axel Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Seven Kingdoms. After all, Many of them had watched him grow up right here in the Eyrie as Axel Stone, bastard of the Vale. Lysa's face goes deathly white as the blood drains from her features. Her eyes widen, and she raises a shaky hand to point at Axel. "And no, that's not possible. Why, you're supposed to be dead." "Oh no." Petter resists the urge to cover his face with his hand, even as he steps further away from the dais upon which the weirwood throne sits. He needed to get out of here. This wasn't going to go well. Not at all. Axel proves it as he steps forward, eyes narrowed and head held high. "Is that so, Lysa Arryn? Am I supposed to be dead? Perhaps by your hand, or perhaps by the hand of your accomplice, Petter Baelish." Petter freezes as the mere mention of his name causes eyes to search him out and lock on once they find him. Among them are Lysa's eyes, as the foolish, dim-witted bitch actually has the audacity to seek him out and look to him for help and advice in this moment. Forcing a smile onto his face even as his mind races with a million plans, Petter Baelish steps forward into full view and bows low at the waist. "Your Grace, I don't know what you're talking about, but I remain your ever-loyal, ever-faithful servant. I am so very glad to see the reports of your death were greatly exaggerated, just as I was deeply saddened to hear about the loss of my peers and Lord Arryn." As he's speaking, his eyes dart around the room, looking for anything that might help him escape a truly ignoble fate. Then, his gaze lands upon a certain man who had wound up stuck in the Eyrie when Petter and Lysa had shut down the bloody gate. That might be a possibility if nothing else worked. Meanwhile, Axel Baratheon scoffs. "Oh, are you now? And I'm sure you have a litany of excuses for why you weren't in the small council chambers that day when the explosion happened." The judgment in the room is quickly growing as every word the young king speaks turns the Vale's court against him and Lysa. Of course, Lysa isn't exactly helping, the dumb bitch. Petter had nothing to do with the blast. He had permission from my husband to escort my son and I to the Vale. It was all perfectly legal, and we have the documents to prove it. "No, Lysa, you fool." "Ah, yes, documents that were found in the Tower of the Hand as well." For a moment, Lysa's eyes blaze with vindication, until the king continues on, of course. "Documents that were deemed fraudulent with my hand signature, and seal forged by another." Blinking rapidly, Lysa shakes her head. "And no, that's not true, you're lying." Murmurs immediately break out as the foolish woman calls the king of the Seven Kingdoms a liar. Even if Axel was lying, he's not. The man is the fucking king. Petter lets out a short sigh, even as Axel Baratheon ignores Lysa for a moment to look around the room. "Where's High Steward Nestor Royce?" Unfortunately, Lysa is too eager to answer that as well. "He's in the sky cells. He dared to question my rule. He's lucky that he was not sent through the moon door for his treason." Silence falls over the high hall. Nobody says a word as the temperature in the audience chamber seems to drop by several degrees. An errant shiver runs down Petter's spine, even as Axel Baratheon stares at Lysa for several long moments before finally turning to Sir Brynden. "Retrieve Lord Royce from the sky cells immediately." "As you say, Your Grace." Lysa, of course, squawks indignantly at this. What? Don't be ridiculous. Uncle, stay right where you are. I am the Lady Regent of the Vale. This man is clearly a pretender. He can't be the king. The king is dead, killed by wildfire. My uncle has taken leave of his senses. Guards, take them both into custody." Petter is starting to realize he's made a mistake. He's starting to fully comprehend the stupidity inherent in coming here to the Vale after departing from King's Landing. It really had seemed like the best option at the time. If all went to plan, it would have been. But things had not gone to plan. And now he found himself not in the heart of his power, as it could have been with a year or two and a million golden dragons, but rather surrounded by men and women that Axel Baratheon had grown up with. Men and women who would never in a million years believe he was a pretender. In fact, this was the one place in the entire world where declaring Axel Baratheon a pretender was never going to work. Everyone in this room knew who he was. Enough recognized him by sight that trying to claim he was anything except for who he was utter foolishness. None of the guards or knights in the room move at Lysa's commands. Not a single one of them does a thing as she shouts in a panic, horror writ large across her face. Meanwhile, Sir Brynden departs and mere minutes later comes back with a somewhat haggard Nestor Royce in tow. The king immediately goes to him, one hand on the back of the High Steward's neck, their foreheads touching. Petter can't quite make out the words they say to one another, even as they speak in quiet tones. Finally, Axel pulls away and looks back to Lysa. No, not to Lysa, to Robert Arryn, sat upon the weirwood throne. Is he truly Jon's son? The words are directed towards Lord Royce, obviously, but Lysa has never been very good at picking up on things like that. Unfortunately, she's just good enough at reading a room to realize when she's lost, apparently. Because, of course, he's his son. Weak, sickly, pathetic. He embodies my old, decrepit husband's worst qualities to a T. If only he had been Petter's. If only he had come from the loins of a stronger, better man. The temperature of the audience chamber drops even lower as Axel Baratheon stalks around the circumference of the moon door, his eyes never once leaving Lysa. Jon Arryn was the best of us. Are you admitting to making a cuckold of him? Smiling vindictively, Lysa sneers at him. I did, and I'd do it again. He was old and impotent even when my father married me off to him. All I ever was to him was a trophy, something pretty to look at. Petter saw me as something more. He saw my true value. He was 10 times the man that my pathetic lord husband ever was. And with that, she sealed both of their fates. Petter watches as Axel Baratheon seems on the verge of lunging at Lysa for a moment, before mastering his rage. Sir Blackfish, remove Jon's son from the room, take Robert Arryn to his chambers. Oh no, even Lysa understands what that means, though only after Brynden Tully starts moving, of course. Her eyes widen in shock and then fear as she looks around the room and begins to realize just how deep the shit that therein truly is. When her uncle comes up the dais to grab a whiny Robert Arryn, Lysa reaches for them both. And no, wait, my son, Mama didn't mean what she said. Uncle, don't leave me, don't let them have me. But Sir Brynden will not look his niece in the eye. Even her son turns his face away from her and into his uncle's shoulder, apparently having just enough awareness to have understood what she'd said about him was an insult. The Blackfish carries young Robert out of the room and doesn't look back a single time, even as Lysa wails. The moment they're gone, the king moves. His face is stone as he grabs Lysa Arryn by the hair, making her cry out in pain. Nobody tries to stop him, not even Petter, as he drags her to the center of the room. The moon door cycles open as Lysa screams. No, why, you can't. I'm the Lady of the Vale. I'm Lady Regent until my son comes of age. You can't do this to me. Petter, tell him he can't do this to me. But Petter stays silent, and Axel Baratheon doesn't so much as say another word. He just does it, thrusting Lysa Arryn out over the 600-foot drop. She's gone in an instant, her screams disappearing into the distance and cutting off almost immediately. The high hall falls silent as Axel Baratheon turns to face Petter next, and Petter plays his last card, smiling thinly. I would ask for a trial by combat, your grace. That causes the king to pause. He stills for a moment before tilting his head to the side. Oh. Still smiling, Petter Baelish nods. The late Lady Arryn's claims were untrue. I am innocent of the crimes she would lay at my feet. I demand a trial by combat so that the 7 who are one might reveal the truth of these matters to all assembled here. Time stretches on as Axel considers him like one might consider a bug. Petter resists the urge to shiver, doing his best to project the facade of an innocent man to everyone around them, even if not a single one of them believes him to be blameless. It doesn't matter. In the end, the young king cannot deny his request, not when he's tied so much of his influence and reputation to the faith of the 7. Very well, will you need a blade, or do you hope to name a champion? Turning his smile apologetic, Petter spreads his hands wide. Ah, I'm afraid I've never been much of a swordsman. I would ask any man in this chamber who carries a blade to step forward and proclaim themselves my champion. I can guarantee whoever does so will have an eternal and valuable friend in me if they can prove my innocence. He puts as much emphasis on the words eternal and valuable as he can. He can't exactly come out and say something like he'd pay 1,000,000 dragons for a champion, though he definitely would at this point. Still, speaking such words in public would damage his cause massively. In the end, he just has to hope that this is enough to. All right, I'll be your champion. And there it is. Petter lets his smile widen a fair bit as the sellsword Bronn steps out of the crowd, causing a great deal of whispers to break out from those watching. Gloved hand on the pommel of his sword, the mercenary looks between Petter and Axel briefly, working his jaw for a moment. Axel, meanwhile, simply turns to Bronn with a strange smile on his face. Are you sure about that? There are better ways to die. Bronn snorts derisively and sketches a quick bow. But not better ways to make some coin, your grace, unless you want to offer me gold to side with you instead. Petter winces as his champion makes his reasons for stepping forward far too clear. But then, what could he expect? Indiscretion was paid for, and Bronn hadn't been put on his payroll just yet. Petter had always intended to bring the skilled man over to his side with a generous helping of gold eventually, of course. However, he'd been holding off until Bronn was a bit more desperate due to the lockdown Lysa had instituted. He'd thought he had more time. Nestor Royce bristles at Bronn's irreverent tone, but Axel holds up a hand to keep the older man back. No, no gold, all I can offer you is your life, only your life, sellsword. Bronn straightens up, a glint entering his eyes as he regards Axel in silence. For a moment, Petter thinks that the man might actually back down and leave him to his fate, but in the end, he shakes his head and draws his sword. Ready when you are, your grace. Axel doesn't hesitate. He draws the Valyrian steel sword he won from the trial by the Seven, the one he'd named Stoneheart, and begins to advance right then and there. Bronn immediately backs away to put more room between them, holding his sword in one hand and pulling a long dagger from his side with the other. The king runs Bronn down like a charging bull, and Bronn takes advantage, half deflecting, half dodging the first blow with his longsword, while stabbing forward into Axel's side with the dirk. In that instant, Petter dares to hope that it's over and Bronn has won. Not that it will solve everything, but it would certainly give Petter a chance to escape the proverbial noose currently around his neck. Only, Axel doesn't go down. Bronn must have missed or something, and the next thing Petter knows, that blasted Valyrian steel flashes out quicker than he can follow and Bronn's head rolls from his shoulders. As the decapitated mercenary's body drops to its knees and then slumps to the floor dead, Axel spits on his corpse and sheathes his sword, before turning to Baelish, nothing but righteous fury in his eyes. W8, your grace, surely WE can talk about this. I am much more useful to you alive than dead. As Axel advances on him, he adopts a mirthless smirk and tilts his head to the side. You've done quite a lot of damage to my realm alive, Littlefinger. I can't imagine things will get any worse once you're dead and gone. Panic seizes upon his throat as Petter swallows hard, scrambling for anything he can use to save his own skin. Oh, but they will. I can tell you things. I can tell you all about your own Greyjoy. Did you know he was the one who gave Renly Baratheon that sword you wield now? All those moons ago, it was that man who tried to put his finger on the scale of your trial. Stopping right in front of him, Axel raises a single brow. And he's been planning to fight you all this time. He's ready for you, your grace. I can tell you his plans. I can tell you everything he might do. For a long moment, the young king seems to consider Petter's offer. Then, he shakes his head. No. With that, he grabs Petter by the front of his tunic and begins dragging him towards the moon door. Petter struggles, of course, but Axel's grip is like iron. He can't escape. Wait, what about the gold? All of the gold. Stopping at the edge of the moon door, holding them both so close that Petter's foot scrapes against the edge, Axel smiles grimly. The gold you stole from the royal coffers, you mean? The gold you pilfered over the years as my father distracted Jon with his ridiculous antics and terrible ruling. That gold. Nodding emphatically, Petter licks his lips as he shakes in Axel's grasp. Why yes, I have millions of golden dragons squirreled away. Kill me and they'll be lost forever. Let me live and I can get them for you. I can return everything in exchange for a modest sum and exile to Essos. You just have to let me live. He's lying, of course. He's not nearly that liquid. But he just needs a chance. Petter's eyes flick to the side and he immediately regrets it, looking down out the moon door to the empty air beneath the high hall. 600 feet. That was how far Lysa had just fallen. It was how far he would fall too, if he couldn't convince Axel to spare him. But the gold would get him right? Petter was sure of it. That was Axel Baratheon's main drive these past few months, aside from picking a queen. He'd had Jon and Petter working themselves to the bone to try and figure out how to get the royal debt squared away so that it wouldn't burden Axel's eventual children. I will always love the man, but Jon was a fool for trusting you. Forcing a smile onto his face, Petter shakes his head. And no, your grace, Jon Arryn was a very smart man. I'm just smarter. I've always been clever, always been good with numbers. Let me turn my talents towards helping you settle the realm's debts. I'll show you just how useful I can be. He's sure he's getting somewhere now. Axel must be feeling conflicted. He can't just kill Petter, or all his knowledge will die with. No. What? But don't worry, I'll come with you to make sure. What? And then, before Petter can say anything else, Axel Baratheon jumps, and he takes Petter with him. Petter Baelish screams all the way down as the wind rips at his clothes and shreds his flesh. All the while, Axel stares at him with a stone-like face, silent as the grave until they finally hit, and everything becomes so much more painful before it all goes black. Nestor Royce finds himself in a state of shock, along with everyone else in the high hall as they all stare open-mouthed at the open moon door that their king just jumped through. The High Steward's hand is outstretched, an aborted no, on his lips that turns into a choked whimper instead. Why would Axel jump too? Did he blame himself for Lord Arryn's death that much? Did he have nothing to live for anymore? Did he? And then, to the shock of everyone, a set of fingers suddenly grasps the edge of the moon door, and a moment later, Axel Baratheon pulls himself back up out of the hole, rising to his feet. He's covered in blood and viscera, but Nestor can tell it's not his own. There's not a hint of injury anywhere on the young king's person. Closing the moon door, Axel looks over at Nestor and smiles both apologetically and grimly. Sorry, but I had to make sure. Had to make sure? Nestor blinks rapidly, trying and failing to truly understand what just happened. Finally, Axel turns to the rest of the room, his eyes moving over them all in silent judgment for a moment. High Steward Nestor Royce is hereby named Lord Regent of the Vale until Robert Arryn, son and heir of Lord Jon Arryn, either comes of age or expires from his sickly nature. You will all treat the Lord Regent's words as if they were my own. Do not make me come back here anytime soon. Nestor just stares, not entirely sure what to make of everything that just happened. Around that time, Sir Brynden returns to the room, his face a little pale from the sight of Axel covered in blood, the dead sellsword on the floor, and the complete absence of his niece or Lord Baelish. If Axel feels any pity for the Blackfish, though, he doesn't show it as he nods sharply to both of them. Lord Regent, Sir Blackfish, walk with me. And so they do, for what other choice do they have? He is the king after all. Chapter 56, Mountain Clans. Axel felt no guilt for what he'd done to Lysa Arryn and Petter Baelish. If anything, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction, and no small amount of relief as well. After all, if he'd waited any longer to take care of things in the Vale, Nestor Royce would probably be dead. They might have stopped at just locking the High Steward in the sky cells due to his rank and reputation, but Lysa had apparently happily thrown other innocent people out the moon door. And all for the crime of daring to question her authority as her son's regent. Much longer, and she would no doubt have grown emboldened enough to do such a thing to even Lord Royce as well. In the end, it would be up to Nestor and Sir Brynden to see if anything could be made of young Robert Arryn. Jon's only son was a sickly, simple-minded boy by all accounts, overly coddled and spoiled by his mother. When she wasn't secretly and spitefully wishing he had a different father, apparently. With Lysa Arryn's influence removed from the occasion, perhaps Robert Arryn still had a chance to become something more. Only time would tell on that front. As for Petter Baelish, there was no chance in the seven hells that Axel was ever going to let the man live. It didn't matter what he said, it didn't matter what he offered. Secrets and gold were meaningless in the face of the Master of Coin's treasonous acts. It was interesting to learn that Stoneheart came from Euron Greyjoy, Axel supposed. To know that the exiled Greyjoy was plotting against him for all that time was. Strange. Why had Euron tried to help Renly win the throne? Had it simply been to make Westeros weaker for his eventual invasion? Or was there more to it than that? Axel didn't really care, though, in the end. Just as he hadn't cared when Petter offered him millions of golden dragons in exchange for his life. Oh sure, Axel fully intended to pay down the debt and see the crown free of such shackles by the time he passed on and his eventual son inherited the Iron Throne. But he wouldn't do it by compromising his own values. Not even for a second. No, Baelish had to die. That was set in stone from the moment that he killed Jon Arryn. Nay, even from the moment that he first made Jon a cuckold. There was only one fate for a traitorous, self-serving bastard like Littlefinger. A fate that Axel had made sure he suffered by leaping out the moon door with him and following Petter all the way down. They said that the moon door opened to a 600-foot drop. Axel could confirm that was fairly accurate. To be fair, the likelihood of Littlefinger surviving the fall had been pretty much zero, but Axel wasn't taking any chances. Not with this. He dropped and watched Petter Baelish die. The man had exploded under him as Axel effectively rode him to the ground. He'd also confirmed Lysa Arryn's death at the bottom of the plunge as well. And then he'd climbed his way back up the sheer cliff face that the Eyrie sat on, a 100-foot leap at a time. Truthfully, it had been easy for him. Even easier than traversing the mountains of the moon had been back before he'd been legitimized and made king. He felt lighter these days, after the wildfire in King's Landing. Sometimes, he even felt like he was flying through the air. But that would be ridiculous, of course. Regardless, just because his business in the Eyrie was concluded, that didn't mean his time in the Vale was over and done with. Talking with Lord Royce had led to some interesting news, and so Axel found himself traveling to the Vale's lowlands, searching out a certain gathering. It turned out that the mountain clans had continued following his orders since he left the Vale all those months ago. They'd just chosen a rather unconventional way to go about it. To be fair, after months of tutelage under Jon and learning more things than he'd ever known before, Axel now recognized that his original orders to the mountain clans had been unintentionally cruel. The first men who inhabited the mountains of the moon did not know farming or animal husbandry or even fishing. They were not foragers, they were raiders. They understood how to fight and how to take and not much else. When Axel came along and forced them all to acknowledge his strength and stop their raiding, he hadn't really thought about the long-term effects of what he was demanding of them. In all honesty, he was pretty sure none of them had either. But it seemed like there had to be at least one or two intelligent men or women among the mountain clans, because rather than return to the old ways once the going got tough, they'd gone in a different direction entirely, completely without Axel's interference or involvement. Arriving outside of the encampment that the mountain clans have made in the Vale lowlands, Axel lets out a sigh as he slows down and walks more casually the rest of the way to the camp's entrance. The guards outside look him up and down with curiosity and distrust in equal measure. Who the fuck are you supposed to be? Axel just smiles. I was sent by High Steward Royce to meet with the chieftains. True, technically, but obviously he's leaving out his true identity. Still, there's a pause as the mountain warriors guarding the encampment entrance exchange looks. Finally, they grunt and one of them gestures with his head for Axel to follow him in. Axel does so, looking around curiously. This has to be the largest concentration of first men from the mountains of the moon in one place, maybe ever. They've come down from their mountains, making camp here in the lowlands, but not to raid or conquer or pillage as Axel would have thought. No, rather, they're here for something else entirely. Shagga of the Stone Crows is the first chieftain to come out, his eyes widening when he sees Axel and a big grin spreading across his face. Axel Stone, you have returned to us, and would you look at that, you've finally managed to start growing a proper beard too. His joyful exclamation causes the warrior escorting Axel to rear back and look to him in shock and surprise, having no doubt heard tales of him. At the same time, more heads poke out of tents and more mountain warriors begin to gather. Axel just smiles easily, bringing his hand up to scratch at the scruff on his face as he lets out a rueful sigh. Shagga, it's good to see you again, though it's not Axel Stone anymore. Shagga raises a brow at that. Oh, Let's wait for the other chieftains to assemble. Grunting, Shagga shrugs. Soon, more and more mountain chieftains show up, with some having to come from far deeper in the camp once word of his presence reaches him. Not all of the leaders he remembers still live. Some have been replaced, though even the newer chieftains look at him with cautious, wary respect in their eyes. The deaths aren't that surprising, all things considered. If anything, the most surprising thing is seeing Chella, chieftain of the Black Ears, visibly pregnant. And from the way Shagga grabs her and pulls her to his side while grinning proudly as she scowls and pouts, it's obvious who put the baby in her as well. Time really does pass by, doesn't it? Axel lets out a breath, even as he looks around at everyone. So, first things first, I'm not Axel Stone anymore. I'm Axel Baratheon now, first of his name and bearer of too many titles, but most importantly, they made me king of the entire 7 kingdoms. Eyes widen at that. Even mountain warriors, who most of the Vale's population would deem mere savages and brutes, knew what a king was. They'd been fighting Vale kings for thousands of years before the Targaryens came along and made the title far more unique after all. So they recognized your strength and put you in charge. Guess it makes sense. Not like the Kneelers would have anyone stronger than you. Axel grins fondly at the rather simplistic view of things. Some of them are smarter than that, clearly recognizing that it's a lot more complicated. But Axel just shrugs, not really feeling like explaining all the details. Sure, let's go with that. And you lot. You've certainly been busy in my absence, haven't you? The reaction there is mixed. There's a few fearful looks, a few defiant looks, and even a few ashamed looks. Shagga, though, holds himself tall, his head held high as he grunts and pulls Chella a little bit closer. We adapted, just like you wanted us to. There's a note of challenge in the Stone Crow chieftain's voice, as if he's daring Axel to decry their actions. But Axel just smiles and nods. You're right, you did. You've all done better than my wildest expectations. Truthfully, he hadn't put much thought into the mountain clans since leaving the Vale all those months ago. Maybe he should have, but he supposed he expected a letter from High Steward Royce to arrive if there were any problems, and that had never happened. Instead, the mountain clans had taken matters into their own hands and started selling themselves as protectors to the villages of the lowlands, rather than raiding and pillaging them as they'd done in the past. It was actually rather ingenious for so-called savages. There were dozens of mountain clans after all, and at least a dozen large clans, with Axel having only really beaten down and united the majority under himself before leaving. The majority, but not all of them. And beyond that, there were far more dangers in the Mountains of the Moon than just the mountain clans too. From big predators to landslides and even sometimes avalanches, there were many threats that the lowland villages could suffer from, all things considered. That was what the mountain clans that Axel had subjugated had ultimately banked on. They had approached the village headmen and made deals with each and every one of them. In exchange for payment in the form of resources and goods, the mountain clans would defend them from rogue mountain warriors and other threats. When Nestor heard of this, he'd taken a collection of Vale knights and rode out to see what exactly was going on and if anyone was being taken advantage of. However, remembering what Axel had told him, Nestor had been cautious and even willing to give the mountain clans the benefit of the doubt. And that apparently had made all the difference. In the end, the mountain chieftains had made a deal with Lord Royce himself, and from what Axel had been told, they'd actually been upholding their end of the bargain. They fended off wild animals, they helped out during natural disasters, and they'd even been responsible for retrieving more than one lost child who would otherwise have died and returning them to their homes. It was impressive. No, more than impressive, it was beyond anything Axel would have thought possible. They'd really outdone themselves. The mountain chieftains look a strange mix of pleased, proud, and generally uncertain in the face of his positive reinforcement. In the end, Shagga just grunts and grins. Heth, so that's why you came all the way down here, huh? Just to tell us you're not going to slaughter us all today? Or did you miss having men who could give you a real fight? We could arrange for a wrestle right now, if you like. Shagga flexes his free arm, even as Chella rolls her eyes, and the others watching on hoot and holler in excitement. Axel finds himself smiling wider still, the excitement more than a little infectious. For a moment, he's very tempted to say yes. For a moment, he's able to forget everything that brought him here. But then it all comes crashing back down, and his smile drops as he lets out a sigh and shakes his head. "No, I'm afraid there's another reason I'm here, Chieftain Shaga." Sweeping his gaze around the assembled warriors surrounding him on all sides, Axel lifts his voice. "I may be king of the 7 kingdoms, but one of my kingdoms has decided to rebel against me. The Ironborn of the Iron Islands have risen up against me, and their ruler has crowned himself king and named himself my equal, my rival." They might not understand everything, but they definitely understand that last bit. Axel brings his hands together, smacking a fist into a palm as he bares his teeth. "I'm going to show him how wrong he is. My armies assemble even now to take the fight to the Ironborn, but since I was in the Vale on other business, I thought to myself, who are the greatest warriors in all the world? Who do I know that deserves to be involved in such an amazing battle, and reap all the rewards that will come from fighting alongside me?" Understanding dawns on more and more faces as even the dimmest of the mountain warriors start to pick up on what Axel is saying. The assembled men get more and more excited by the moment. Chuckling, Axel spreads his arms wide. "What say you, warriors of the mountains? What say you, men and women of the moon? Will you venture out with me? Will you go to war with me?" He might as well have asked them if they wanted to get drunk and feast with him. A veritable roar of approval builds up from all around him, and Axel just chuckles as weapons are raised into the air, and howls of bloodlust echo through the area. Axel knows he's talking them all up a bit, admittedly, but he also knows that this right here was the absolute best way he could reward them all for sticking to their pact with him all this time. He could give them more gold than they would ever know what to do with, but they wouldn't appreciate it, not really. The mountain clans craved battle after all, and this way they could take spoils from the Ironborn instead of the innocent people of the Vale. It was a win-win situation, really. Once the clamor has died down a bit, Axel speaks once more. "I see I have your approval. Then prepare to move out. We will leave through the Bloody Gate and join with the rest of my armies to the south." He'd told Sir Bryden as much, making sure the Blackfish went ahead to prepare his garrison for the oncoming exodus of the mountain clans. Axel would lead the mountain clans as far as the King's Road before going on ahead back to King's Landing. They could catch up from there. Many would likely return to the Vale eventually. Some would not. Some would fall in battle, while still more would be rewarded with riches beyond their wildest imaginations wherever Axel could find a moment to do so. To be fair, it was better than his first instinct, all the way back when he'd initially arrived at the Bloody Gate. When he'd thought that Sir Brynden might be in on it, that the rot went as deep as the bone marrow, and didn't know whether Nestor Royce still lived or not. Axel had briefly considered whether he was going to leave the Eyrie in the hands of the mountain clans by the time he was done excising the infection, simply because everyone else who held a claim to the Vale might be dead by his hands at that point. Fortunately, it didn't seem like it was going to come to that. The Vale would recover from Littlefinger's manipulations and Lysa Rin's treachery, and the 7 kingdoms would not fall to Euron Greyjoy's ambitions, not while Axel Baratheon still drew breath. Chapter 57, Welcome Back. Sansa could hardly believe it when they found out that Axel had left the city just after they'd come to terms with one another. He just suffered more pain and agony than most men could ever hope to survive, and yet he was gone just like that. If it wasn't for Stannis Baratheon having a brand new hand of the Kingpin and Lord Commander Aerys Oakheart backing up his claims that Axel had left the city voluntarily, Sansa wasn't sure she would have trusted it. Hell, if the king had stayed gone for too long, she and the others probably would have decided it was a lie after all. And then they might have done something inadvisable. Luckily, Axel was already back just a few days later. He was back, and Sansa and Aerion were prepared for his return. Through some maneuvering, they managed to get the king alone with them. Well, alone with them, Tyene Sand and Margaery Tyrell. The look of surprise on Axel's face is rather amusing as he realizes all 4 women are in the room together, and none of them are at each other's throats. Then, it falls away to suspicion, his eyes narrowing as he looks to each of them. Should I be worried about whatever this is? Giggling, Arian shakes her head. The opposite, you should be thrilled, seeing as we've reached an understanding with one another. Something you'd already know if you hadn't disappeared for days like you did. The Dornish princess softens the words with her smile and a rueful shake of her head, but Sansa can hear the very real reproach in Arian's tone all the same. Frankly, she can't help but agree with it. After everything he'd been through, to just vanish like that. Axel at least has the good grace to look chagrined as he chuckles and shakes his head. Apologies, I had business in the Vale. Then he looks to Sansa and winces. I'm sorry, Sansa. Lysa Arryn had to be put to death alongside Petyr Baelish for their shared crimes against the Seven Kingdoms. Sansa blinks, caught flat-footed by the news. Her aunt had been involved in everything. Admittedly, Sansa hadn't even met the other woman until she'd arrived here to King's Landing. And even that had been one single encounter arranged by her mother before Sansa had decided not to involve herself any further with Lysa. Still, she wouldn't have thought her to be a traitor, not Lord Baelish either. They'd met once or twice as well, and he'd seemed rather kind and personable. Not to mention, Sansa was pretty sure Petyr Baelish had owed every ounce of his success to Jon Arryn. Still, if Axel was telling the truth, and she believed he was then, well, they'd gotten what was coming to them, hadn't they? There's nothing to apologize for, Your Grace. They faced the king's justice, and from the sound of it, rightly so. Axel smiles softly and inclines his head, clearly grateful that she's not upset with him. The mood in the room is a little somber for a moment, until Margaery speaks up. Hold on, you were only gone for 3 days, Your Grace. Are you saying you went all the way to the Vale and then came back that quickly? Sansa's eyes widen slightly, and she sees Arian's do the same as they both realize Margaery is right. How had Axel covered such distances in so little time? It seemed impossible. But Axel just nods, solemn-faced. I did, yes. I won't hide anymore, so you might as well all know. I'm no mere man. His declaration is met with raised eyebrows rather than expressions of shock. They'd all already known that, after all. Axel Baratheon had been doused in wildfire and burned for 7 days before recovering completely, after all. And yet, Sansa still lets out a little gasp of astonishment when he suddenly vanishes from view only to reappear on the other side of them all, moving like a blur across the span of the room in less than a second. Looking hesitant as they stare at him in wide-eyed, open-mouthed shock, Axel just shrugs his shoulders. I can't really explain it, I'm afraid. You do not need to explain it, Your Grace. You have been blessed by the Seven. You are their vessel in the physical world, sent to lead us into a brighter future. Sansa's eyes shift towards Tyene Sand, as do everyone else's. Admittedly, Sansa hadn't had many chances to interact with Tyene before the wildfire explosion, but from what Margaery had told her, the Dornish woman had changed after it. Ever since Axel had survived his brush with death, Tyene had been different, more focused, more zealous. Axel just smiles weakly and nods his head. That's one possibility, yes. Silence falls again, until finally Axel turns and gazes at them inquisitively. What did you mean earlier, exactly? What did you mean when you said that you reached an understanding? Finally, Sansa straightens up, while Arian glances her way and smiles. They step closer to one another and reach out to take hold of each other's hands. Exactly what it sounds like, Your Grace. We're not worried about competing with one another anymore. There are more important things in life, and neither of us wants to burden you unduly either, given everything that's happening. So, simply put, we're fine with whichever of us you choose to be your queen. Axel's eyes are wide as Arian's tone turns sultry, and she steps forward, closer to the king, while Sansa does the same at her side. And we just hope you won't mind us both sticking around, no matter who you choose. Because we're in agreement that whoever you don't choose will be just as happy serving beneath her king and queen, in whatever manner you see fit. Sansa can't quite help the blush that comes over her cheeks as Axel's eyes dart between her and the seductress at her side. Still, now that Arian's part of the spiel is done, it's Sansa's turn. To that end, Your Grace, I would offer you my maidenhead, right here and now. Not so that you will choose me over the princess, but so that the two of us will be on even ground with one another. No matter what happens, so long as you still want us, neither of us are going anywhere. Axel doesn't respond. He seems to be frozen in place, staring at the two of them in disbelief. Of course, seeing how he's not rejecting them outright, Sansa and Aerion mutually decide to move on with the next part of the plan. Namely, they let go of one another and Sansa steps back while Aerion steps forward. As the Princess of Dorne pulls down the top of her dress, exposing her large, dusky breasts and dropping down to her knees, Margaery and Tyene silently move to Sansa, their hands gliding over her body as they both play their part in this entire performance. It's not long before Aerion has Axel's cock out and has wrapped her breasts around his length. And a moment later, she goes a step further by lowering her mouth to swallow the head of his member betwixt her lips. Once upon a time, Sansa had been envious of Aerion's chest size, and angry that her bust seemed to draw Axel's eye so well. Now, though, that very same bosom is being used to prepare him for what's to come, the princess slowly and steadily bringing the king to full mast, his cock growing harder, thicker, longer, and straighter by the second. All the while, Axel's eyes are on Sansa. He's locked gazes with her and can't seem to look away, especially as Tyene and Margaery play their parts by moving to strip Sansa naked and begin preparing her for his cock. To be fair, Sansa finds that she can't look away either. Even as her pale figure is revealed inch by inch, even as the other two women dance their mouths and hands across her flesh, Sansa stares into Axel Baratheon's stormy blue eyes. Fingers delve between her legs, finding her sex and playing with it as Sansa moans. At the same time, Axel grunts, a hand coming down to rest atop Aerion's head as he clearly finds her technique to be quite enjoyable. Truthfully, Sansa isn't sure how long this part of it lasts. Seconds, minutes, hours, she loses herself in Axel Baratheon's eyes and is only pulled from her pleasurable stupor when Aerion finally pulls back and reveals his spit-polished, throbbing member. "You're both ready now. Claim her, my king. Claim her as you've claimed us all." At Aerion's urging, Axel moves towards the bed. Tyene and Margaery pull away, leaving Sansa alone as the King of the Seven Kingdoms climbs atop her. Sansa's breath hitches, and she spreads her legs for Axel, welcoming him with open arms as well. His lips press against her lips, and she wraps her arms around his neck as she moans into his mouth. His chest brushes against her nipples, teased and hardened as they are by Margaery and Tyene's efforts. The contact sends shivers of delight through Sansa's body, even as she feels the throbbing head of his member press against her slit down below. She's so very aroused for him, but then to be fair, this was all her idea. Coming together and joining forces might have been Aerion's plan, but it was Sansa who had decided she would give up her maidenhead too. Seal the deal, so to speak. Nobody outside of this room was likely to approve if they found out, of course, but Sansa didn't really care anymore. She knew what she wanted, she knew what she needed, and it was right here, between her legs. Axel finally thrusts in and Sansa cries out, only for her voice to be swallowed up by his lips as they continue to kiss. She clings to him all the harder even as he claims her right there on the spot. The pain is surprisingly fleeting. She's certainly expecting it to hurt more, but it would seem she will owe Aerion, Margaery, and Tyene her thanks after this is done. The princess had assured her that losing one's virginity did not have to hurt, and that preparations could be taken beforehand. Margaery had agreed in a rare show of solidarity, but Sansa hadn't fully believed them until now. Together, Tyene and Margaery had prepared her just as Aerion had prepared Axel, and the end result is that the pleasure completely overtakes the pain within moments. As Axel begins to fuck her, Sansa finds herself grateful to the other women for another bit of information they'd so graciously given her as well. Namely, that sex with Axel Baratheon was unlike anything she could possibly prepare herself for. Both Margaery and Aerion had made it clear that he would bring her to the heights of ecstasy and bliss, and leave her desperately wanting more by the time he was through. To be fair, Sansa had been able to experience that vicariously through the expressions that Margaery's pretty face had contorted into as Axel fucked the Tyrell woman from behind during their encounters with one another. She'd watched as Margaery came upon his cock again and again throughout those deliciously depraved meetings. Sansa had just always assumed that it was as much Margaery as it was Axel. But no, it was all Axel. As he fucks her into the bed, Sansa's eyes go crossed and her moans grow in volume only to continue to be stifled by Axel's mouth and tongue. The pleasure is beyond the northern lady's wildest reckoning, and she loses track of time again as he pounds her into the mattress beneath them. In and out, in and out. She doesn't want it to end, but at the same time, it feels truly endless. He feels so good inside of her that Sansa can hardly believe she held off for this long. And for what? So she could deprive herself of this pleasure, of this connection? For a brief moment, Sansa wonders if she might have been able to convince Axel to choose her far earlier if she'd only been willing to give up her maidenhead sooner. But as swiftly as that thought comes, Sansa discards it. It doesn't matter anymore. None of it matters as much as this pleasure. As the red-haired Stark tosses her head back in ecstasy, she knows she's made the right decision by teaming up with Princess Aerion. Because no matter who becomes Axel's queen, she doesn't ever want this pleasure to end. She doesn't ever want to lose access to the king and his big, fat cock. Finally, in a bit of a daze, Sansa feels Axel pull out of her. She's vaguely aware as Margaery and Tyene get to take his load all across their waiting faces and breasts. And she's also vaguely aware as Axel, brutish man that he is, growls and grabs Aerion, throwing her down next to Sansa and fucking her right after. Aerion had explained that the king was insatiable. How he regularly exhausted her and Tyene, even when they were pulling out all the stops and using every last trick that they knew. But Sansa had never truly experienced that because she and Margaery had never truly tried to find Axel's limits. She experiences it now, though. All four of them do. It continues on for quite some time, probably hours, before it's over at long last. Sansa is unbelievably sore by that point, yet also utterly satiated as well. The others must feel the same way, because when Axel lays down among them, they don't hesitate to cuddle up with him. Sansa finds herself curling into his body on his right, while Aerion takes up the same position on his left. Margaery and Tyene, meanwhile, lay between his legs and nurse his cock in a rather lewd, debauched manner, but one that Sansa has to admit fits their role in all of this to a T. Finally, though, the five of them relax. Sansa can barely keep her eyes open, but she nevertheless hears Axel clearly when he finally speaks. You all should know that I also fucked a shagrage. It was only one time, before I knew who she was and before she knew who I was. There's a pause as Sansa digests that information. Aerion is the one who speaks first, though, and strangely enough, it's like she doesn't even care about the copulation. Instead, she's far more focused on Ashaz's loyalty. Do you think she's in league with her uncle? Do you think she was sent here to spy on you? But Axel shakes his head. No, from what I've been told, she claims she was here in King's Landing in the first place hunting down rumors of Euron for her father. I'm inclined to believe her. I don't think she's an enemy, I just don't want to keep any secrets from either of you. That brings a smile to Sansa's face, and Aerion's as well. They share another glance before Aerion chuckles throatily. Bedding snakes, dire wolves, flowers, and now Krakens, you truly are your father's son, my king. Axel flushes and huffs, but Aerion isn't done with her teasing, a glint in her eyes as she licks her lips. I wouldn't mind sampling a bit of Kraken myself sometime, honestly. And to be quite frank, I don't really care if you sleep with her again, so long as she's not diseased. Sansa raises an eyebrow, while Axel looks at Aerion in disbelief. What, really? Rolling her eyes, Aerion runs a hand down his chest as she lets out a defeated sigh. You're too much for any one woman to handle, Axel Baratheon. Even all four of us together, and you're not remotely winded, are you? No, I'm not. HMPH, you could have tried to lie, you know. Still, so long as you're not planning to make her your queen, I don't really care if you fuck her or not. What do you say, Sansa? Aerion was still playing games, it seemed, though they were more lighthearted now at least. But honestly, the more she thought about it, the more she realized Aerion was right. Axel Baratheon was insatiable. Even all four of them together hadn't been able to truly exhaust him. Meanwhile, she was going to be sore for days. What was one more woman in all of that, though? Like the princess said, I don't care so long as you don't make her queen over one of us. Chuckling in disbelief as he looks between them both, Axel shakes his head. No, I won't be making her queen. Really, what I have to decide is whether she or her brother Theon are going to rule the Iron Islands after I'm done. If I don't just wipe out the Ironborn entirely. A shiver runs down Sansa's back at the casual mention of such a slaughter. Axel sounds reluctant to do it, but also like he's still very much considering it. Arian, though, just laughs. Even better. Make her their leader and then knock her up a few times. Make her heir your blood and maybe the Ironborn won't try rebelling again for a few generations. Sansa's eyes widen at that, but before she can say anything, Axel is already shaking his head. That doesn't sound like a very good idea at all, Princess. I don't want to give the Ironborn a claim to the Iron Throne, after all. Arian pouts, even as Sansa feels relieved that she doesn't have to be the one to point out the obvious flaws in her new compatriot's idea. Silence falls between them all for a moment as Axel looks at them both with fondness in his eyes, until finally, the smile on his face drops and he scowls angrily. I can't decide. Even now, even with the two of you fine with whatever choice I make, I don't want to choose between you. It's not fair. Blinking, Sansa tilts her head, a little amused by just how petulant Axel sounds. He's the most powerful man in the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms, after all, and she's never heard him whine before. It's kind of cute, honestly. On the other side of their king, Arian giggles, clearly in agreement with Sansa on that front. Life often isn't fair, my king. She runs a hand down his chest, clearly intending to say more. But before she can, Tyene pokes her head up from between Axel's legs. The king is right, he shouldn't have to choose. All eyes turn towards the rather odd woman, but Tyene is undaunted as she stares right up at Axel. You are blessed by the Seven. You are more than a mere man. House Targaryen was allowed to practice their own ways under the faith's doctrine of exceptionalism for more than 2 centuries. Why shouldn't you be allowed to have your own doctrine of exceptionalism? Why shouldn't you be allowed to have more than one queen? Judging by the surprise in Arian's eyes when they share a look across Axel's chest, the princess wasn't expecting her handmaiden to suggest this either. Axel, meanwhile, is quietly contemplative for a second. And then, she's right. Sansa and Arian look up to see Axel smiling down at them, suddenly looking far less stressed and so much more content. I'll marry you both. Brow-furrowing Sansa isn't opposed to the idea. At the same time, though, she knows many others will be, most of all. Will the faith go along with this? Will the High Septon and the most devout not object? But Axel is already shaking his head before she's even done speaking. They won't deny me this, not after everything. I'll speak to the High Septon myself, and we won't have the wedding until after I've dealt with Euron Greyjoy. That's when we'll announce it. Once Euron is dead and the Iron Islands are pacified, nobody in the Seven Kingdoms will be in a mood to deny me anything. His happiness is infectious as he pulls them both closer and grins. Sansa finds herself smiling along with him, and when she meets Arian's eyes, the Princess of Dorne is smiling too. It might not have been the outcome that either of them expected, but they certainly weren't complaining. Chapter 58, The Funeral. Funerals for those of high nobility in King's Landing were quite the grandiose affairs. First, the bodies were tended to and prepared by the Silent Sisters. Then, they were laid atop an altar in the center of the Great Sept of Baelor, with the deceased positioned so that the head was pointed towards the back of the statue of the stranger. If they were male, then their hands were positioned clasping a sword laid upon their chest that pointed down towards their feet. Meanwhile, 2 funeral stones painted to resemble open eyes were put over their closed lids. The symbolism was supposed to remind the living that death was just the next step. Basically, you closed your eyes in one world and opened them again in the afterlife. Meanwhile, men of Jon Arryn's stature and wealth could usually afford to have their corpses embalmed to slow the process of decay down. This apparently involved removing the internal organs likely to decay the most quickly and placing them in 7 ceremonial vases at the foot of the body. Finally, the body would sit in the Great Sept for 7 days and 7 nights, tended by members of the faith of varying degrees of seniority, depending on just who the deceased was. This was how most funerals for someone like the Hand of the King would go in a place like King's Landing. But of course, the vast majority of that could not be applied to Jon Arryn. There was no body for the Silent Sisters to tend to. There was nothing to clean up. No hands to clasp a sword, no eyes to cover with painted stones, no organs to extract and put in vases. Jon Arryn, much like Varys the Spider and Grandmeister Pycelle, had been reduced to naught but ash. To their credit, the High Septon and the most devout still gave it their best go. There was a casket placed on the altar in the center of the Great Sept instead, said to contain the Lord Hand's ashes. Of course, Axel knew better. The wildfire in the small council room had burned, and it had burned long. By the time the green flames finally went out, everything was pretty much unrecognizable. Sure, one could point to the part of the room where John had been sat and say, those must be his ashes, but the truth was, the ashes of all three men, as well as the rest of the room, had long commingled by the time anything had been gathered up. It was just one of the many indignities and injustices regarding John's death that Axel had to stomach. After all, what good would it do to throw a tantrum about the contents of a casket now? No, better to just swallow the lie and send the casket on to the Eyrie once these 7 days in the Great Sept were over. In the end, Axel would take some solace in knowing at least a small part of John would be buried with his ancestors. 7 of the most devout, veiled so that their true identities are hidden, and they might best embody the 7 who are one, suddenly enter the main chamber and begin to perform their daily rites, moving around the altar where John's casket is placed and speaking in unison with one another. Axel watches from an alcove nearby, though he doesn't actually listen too closely. He's heard them do this enough by this point. Meanwhile, even as they're performing the ritual, he feels a presence come up behind him and step into place at his side. Your Grace. Looking to Stannis Baratheon, Axel nods his head in acknowledgement. Lord Hand. Stannis is quiet for a moment out of respect for Jon Arryn. But in the end, Axel's new hand is not the type to mince words. Lannisport has fallen and Casterly Rock is under siege. They say Sir Kevan Lannister was slain in battle trying to hold the city. There are also rumors that your own Greyjoy commands a monstrous kraken said to be large and powerful enough to destroy the city's walls. Axel processes this for a moment, breathing in and then out. Finally, he turns to fully look at his uncle. Rumors. Stannis grimaces. The sources are reputable, the news is just hard to swallow. Yes, Axel imagines the sources would be reputable. After all, it wasn't like they really had access to disreputable sources anymore, not with Varys' death. All of his so-called little birds had gone to ground, disappearing into Flea Bottom or maybe the depths of the Red Keep's tunnels. Axel didn't really know where they'd gone or what they were doing with the death of the spider. He just knew that any and all information coming to them these days would likely be official correspondence via ravens for the foreseeable future. At least until another master of whispers could be found. You had best learn to swallow even the strangest news, uncle. If someone like me can exist, then I should think a particularly massive kraken wouldn't be nearly as far-fetched. It would explain how your own Greyjoy was able to take over the Iron Islands without them holding one of their kingsmoots, after all. Stannis inclines his head in acknowledgement before scowling. You're right. It would also explain why he acted so brashly. When his brother Balon declared his independence, he did so by burning the Lannister fleet first and then announcing himself king. But Euron wanted the Lannisters to pull their fleet back to Lannisport. Axel raises an eyebrow, prompting Stannis to elaborate further. He wanted them to leave the rest of the coast undefended so that he could continue raiding the fishing villages all up and down it. Plus, it allowed him to smash their fleet to pieces in one fell swoop, and a kraken of the size being reported would make the latter task all too easy. Yes, that made sense. It's good to see that Stannis still has all the sense of a man who knew his way around naval warfare. Unfortunate, then, what Axel was going to have to do. You'll be staying in King's Landing when I depart with our armies. Stannis stiffens, but Axel continues on unabated. Lord Seaworth will command the royal fleet and take it southward to eventually link up with the Red Wine fleet at the Arbor, assuming they're still intact by then. I will take our armies overland to the Westerlands and will either relieve the siege on Casterly Rock or take back the castle if it's already fallen. Sighing, Axel waves a hand through the air. From there, we'll smash whatever Ironborn remain in Lannisport, kill this kraken if it shows up, and head for the Iron Islands to finish this once and for all. But I need you here, uncle, acting as my hand and regent while I'm gone. He waits for Stannis to argue. To his surprise, the dour man eventually bows his head. As my king commands. Axel considers that for a moment. If it were Jon, he might have tried harder to make sure that the older man knew he meant no insult by it. But then, if it were Jon, Axel wouldn't have had to worry about an unintended insult anyways. Jon Arryn would have understood. But also, Jon Arryn had been an old man. His days of war were long behind him. Stannis was, not young, but still young enough to fight. Unfortunately, Axel needed him more here than he needed him by his side in the coming war. Fortunately, it seems that his new hand cares more for duty than glory. In that way, Stannis and Jon were quite a lot alike. How go the preparations for the royal fleet anyways? Are Davos and our ships going to be ready in a timely manner? Straightening up, Stannis nods sharply. Yes, everything is moving without delay. They'll be ready to depart for the arbor as soon as possible. Good, very good. For a long moment, Axel stares out at the casket upon the altar. The most devout who had been performing their rites are finished by now and have left the main chamber at this point. Stannis doesn't leave, though. He remains, until finally he speaks his mind. Will you consider marrying before you leave for war, Your Grace? Having a queen, and potentially one pregnant with your heir ahead of your departure, would go a long way to securing the realm in your absence. Axel smiles softly. Now this felt like something Jon would have said, and if it were Jon standing beside him now, Axel might have even caved. But, no, he's made his decision and he's sticking to it. I will not. The wedding will take place when I return. Stannis stiffens up beside him. His tone, when he finally speaks again, is actually hopeful. You've made your choice then. Hesitating, Axel considers holding off from telling the other man for now. He knows Stannis won't approve, Jon wouldn't have either. But Axel doesn't care. And besides, he doesn't like the thought of keeping secrets, not from his hand. Yes, I have. I've chosen both of them. Once I'm done putting Euron Greyjoy down like the mad dog he is, I will return and marry Lady Sansa Stark and Princess Aerion Martell. They will both be queen. The hand of the king goes absolutely still at that. Axel isn't surprised. This time around, Stannis can't quite hold his tongue. That doesn't surprise Axel either. Are you sure that's a wise decision, Your Grace? The Faith are not likely to be happy about such things, to say nothing of the nobility. Here, Axel allows himself to grin. On the contrary, my hand, the Faith will be quite enthused. I've already spoken to the High Septon. He agrees that if I wait until after I've won my war with Euron, when my reputation has never been greater, that the announcement, along with his and the most devout's vocal approval, will allow me to get away with quite a lot, including taking 2 queens instead of 1. Before Stannis can muster a response, Axel continues on. It will be likened to House Targaryen's doctrine of exceptionalism, though I assure you that I have no intentions of going as far as they did. Still, Lady Sansa and Princess Aerion, I couldn't bring myself to choose between them, and they've made it quite clear they're happy to share me, as it turns out. So if the Faith are on board and the women are on board and the small folk will be on board, well, I suppose the nobility will also fall in line, won't they? Jon would have been trying to talk Axel out of this by now. He would have sounded so disappointed too. Axel can almost hear the older man's voice now, telling him how he's going too far. But Stannis Baratheon is not Jon Arryn. He will never be Jon Arryn, not really. What if you do not return from this war? Scoffing, Axel looks Stannis in the eye and raises a brow. That won't be a problem. Kraken or no Kraken, I will kill Euron Greyjoy. I will return triumphant. And I will marry my 2 queens. You don't need to worry about me and the war, uncle. The outcome has already been decided. Euron Greyjoy is a dead man walking, he just doesn't know it yet. Stannis' eyes drop down to his own sword for a moment, and Axel knows he's remembering the events of the other day. Smiling slightly, Axel shakes his head and draws Stoneheart. This causes his uncle to stiffen, but Axel just takes the Valyrian steel blade and presses it against his palm. And then, gripping it tightly, he slides his hand along the impossibly sharp edge. The other day, I showed you that normal, castle-forged steel could not cut me. As you know, on the day of the trial by the 7, Loras Tyrell managed to make me bleed with this very sword. Pulling his hand back, Axel shows it to Stannis, revealing a complete lack of injury. There's the barest hints of a thin red mark across his skin, but even that is rapidly vanishing. Not even Valyrian steel can cut me at this point, uncle. A mere kraken, no matter how large, will not be the death of me either. I'll crawl down its throat and rip it apart from the inside before I let a mere beast kill me. In the face of Stanny's silence, Axel sheathes his blade and lets out a sigh. Like I said, you needn't worry about the outcome of this war. It's already decided, even if I have to swim to the Iron Islands and slaughter every last Ironborn myself. Instead, I want you to focus on other things while I'm gone. That gets a narrow-eyed look from his hand. Such as... Looking back out at John's casket again, Axel hums. A new small council for one. Send a letter to the Citadel and tell them to get me a new Grandmeister as soon as their traditions allow for it. We will also need a new Master of Law to replace you and a new Master of Coin to replace Littlefinger. Another Master of Whispers would also be nice, but I'm not expecting miracles here. Work on having short lists for possible candidates drawn up by the time I return from the Iron Islands. Thinking of something else, Axel continues. Oh, and have you seized Littlefinger's brothels yet? I have. Axel smiles at his uncle's competence. Good, have them turned over. Feel free to destroy the buildings and dig a hole if you have to. Before I executed Littlefinger for his crimes, he tried to entice me into sparing his life by offering me the very gold he stole from my father back to me. That gets a scoff from Stanny's and a shake of the man's head. Craven fool. Axel nods, having known that Stanny's would sneer at the very thought of sparing Baelish's life. His uncle was far too stiff to even consider bending on that sort of thing. Indeed, needless to say, I didn't take him up on his offer, but it stands to reason that at least some of that gold of his has to still be in King's Landing. Not all of it, and admittedly Baelish would have been a fool to hide any of it in his own establishments, but it's worth checking. Grunting, Stanny's nods as well. Agreed, Your Grace. I'll put trusted men on it right away. Finally, his uncle turns to leave, only to pause and turn back. Axel raises a brow, wondering what it was this time. Apologies, I almost forgot. Asha Greyjay has been asking for a meeting with you for some time now. I've been stonewalling her while also making sure to keep her and her crew in the city, just in case it turns out they were in league with Euron Greyjay. What did you want done with them? Axel blinks, tilting his head to the side even as he considers the frankly wondrous conversation about Asha that he'd had with Sansa and Aerion just a couple days ago. Asking, not demanding. Stanny's doesn't smile. He never seems to smile, but he does raise an eyebrow in response, letting Axel know exactly what form Asha's requests have taken. Grinning a little bit, Axel shakes his head. I don't think Asha Greyjay had anything to do with her uncle's treason, but I might as well meet with her and get to the bottom of this once and for all. Thank you, uncle. That will be all. Bowing, his hand finally departs, leaving Axel to turn his attention back to John's casket. He stays for a little while longer and then turns and leaves. It would seem he has a kraken to pump for information before he departs on his hunt. Chapter 59, Asha Greyjay. By the time Axel finally comes to see her, Asha can't help but be a little angry that it's taken so long. At first, it was rather understandable given that he was said to be on fire there for a while. However, once he finally stopped being on fire and left the Great Sept behind, the excuses began to get downright outlandish. They claimed he was fine, while at the same time saying the strangest things about his whereabouts. I see you were finally able to make time to see me. You know they had the gall to lie to my face and say you were out of the city when I asked after you a few days ago. Chuckling, Axel shakes his head. That wasn't a lie. I really was out of the city at that time. I'm sorry I couldn't come sooner, but I had to hunt down the ones behind the wildfire attack and deal with them before they could do any more damage. Asha frowns. I suppose you succeeded then. Nodding at that, the king bares his teeth in a rather feral grin. Oh yes, they face the king's justice, just as your uncle will, soon enough. Asha squirms, trying not to let Axel's grin get to her too much. It's been quite some time now since they fucked in that back alley, and even though she'd taken up residence in the Red Keep and they'd had a few conversations, he hadn't come to her since for another roll in the sheets. It was rather frustrating, really. She'd had a good time with him that day, almost too good if Asha was being honest. So good, in fact, that she hadn't taken another man to bed in all that time since. Normally, she would have definitely fucked someone else by now, but the very idea seemed pointless whenever she thought about it. Axel had ruined other men for her. Nobody, not even some of the men on her own crew that she'd fucked in the past, had appealed when she compared them to her experience with Axel fucking Baratheon. Still, Asha had her pride, of course. She wasn't going to go crawling to him on hands and knees and beg for another go or anything like that. Instead, she'd been waiting for him to come to her. But while they'd talked and even sparred a handful of times, there hadn't been a repeat performance. Now he stood before her somewhat different from the last time they spoke. There's something new in his eyes. And for the first time since they met, he seems to be growing a beard on that formerly clean face of his. Letting out a sigh, Asha forces her desires down into the depths of her mind and focuses instead on Axel's words rather than his handsome mug. Crossing her arms over her chest, she grunts as she looks at him a little defensively. "You don't think I'm in league with my uncle, right? I know there have been some accusations bandied about. But that bastard Euron killed my father, I just know it. I would never help him with any of this." Sure, she might not have liked Balon much. In fact, she didn't like him at all. And as for love, nah, not even that. But she was still his daughter and he was still her father, and that meant something, unfortunately. She wouldn't turn on him, at least not for the exiled uncle said to be so vile that even their own people despised him. Axel spends a moment staring at her in silence, before finally cracking another smile. "No, I don't think you're in league with Euron Greyjoy, Asha." Her heart flutters in her chest for a moment before she gets herself under control. Huffing, she looks to the side and scowls. "Of course not. You're not an idiot. Fuck, the whole reason my father sent me to King's Landing in the first place was to find out what Euron was doing back in the area. Bastard must have slipped right past me while I was too busy chasing his tail to notice." It pissed Asha off to no end, truth be told. Here she was on the wrong side of the damn continent, while Euron Greyjoy had apparently sailed the Silence all the way around the southern tip of Westeros, made for the Iron Islands, and, miraculously, showed up there the very day that Balon died and his exile was technically ended. No, Asha knew the truth. Euron had snuck either himself or some of his men onto Pike and thrown her father from the castle parapets. Made it look like Balon just had too much to drink and slipped, but Asha knew better. She fucking knew better. "Oh, is that the only reason you were sent to King's Landing?" Asha blinks, freezing up at Axel's teasing tone. Flushing hotly, she scowls and glares at the handsome king. "Fine, not like it matters anymore. But yes, my father sent me to get your measure as well as find out the latest news about my uncle. I failed twice over, all right." Humming, Axel tilts his head to the side before mercifully changing the subject. "They're saying that Euron Greyjoy controls a kraken. Perhaps the biggest kraken ever seen. Apparently, he used it to not only smash the entirety of the Lannister fleet, but also destroy the walls of Lannisport so that the Ironborn could sack the city and lay siege to Casterly Rock." That brings a grimace to Asha's face, her lips pursing. She's heard the same rumors at this point. News had been sparse for her here in the Red Keep, and she was only allowed limited contact with her crew. But still, his words match up with what she's managed to scrape together. Shoulders slumping, Asha sighs. It might be true, would certainly explain a lot. "Oh." Nodding, she elaborates. It doesn't make sense otherwise, see? My father's death and my uncle's return. That's one thing. And I can understand why the Ironborn wouldn't accept my brother Theon or me as our father's heir either. Axel grunts. "And why is that?" She gives him a slightly suspicious look, wondering how much he's asking just to ask and how much he already knows. But, fuck it, he was raised a bastard. Maybe he actually needs the history lesson. "I'm abnormal enough as is being a female captain, but there's precedent for it all the same. However, there's never been a Lady Reaper of Pike in our entire history. And Theon, you Greenlanders don't really understand how we work." Huffing, she rolls her eyes. The moment that Theon became a ward of House Stark, he became tainted in our people's eyes. Maybe if my father died before yours did and Euron didn't come back, Theon could have been put in charge of Pike. But he would never have had the respect of our people. His rule would have been a weak one. Letting out a shuddering breath, Asha continues to explain. Honestly, part of her is just glad to have someone to talk this all through with, because she's been stewing in her own thoughts for what feels like an eternity at this point. What I'm saying is that there should have been a SMUT called after Euron made his claim. Probably by my other uncle, Victarion, who hates Euron's guts. The whole reason Euron was exiled by my father in the first place was because of crimes that he committed against Victarion. Axel nods along, showing that he's still listening. That's why it's ridiculous that Victarion is apparently following Euron without question and without even settling things through a SMUT. Everything has moved way too fast. The only way it all makes sense is. Asha trails off, so Axel finishes her thought for her. Is if the rumors of this massive, mega, kraken are real. If Euron Greyjoy showed up on Pike with the biggest kraken in the history of the Iron Islands at his back, the Ironborn wouldn't hesitate to bend the knee, would they? Even your uncle Victarion. Hesitantly, Asha nods. The kraken is our symbol of power, after all. There are stories all throughout history regarding krakens. Back when the Conqueror burned Harrenhal at Harrenhal, for instance, there was a man named Lodos on the Iron Islands who claimed to be a son of the drowned god. Priests placed a crown of driftwood on his head, and Lodos proclaimed that his divine father would bring forth krakens from the depths around the Iron Islands to drag down Aegon's entire fleet of warships. Asha snorts derisively and scoffs before finishing the story. Nothing happened. When the krakens failed to appear, Lodos the Priest King filled his robes with stones and walked into the sea to have a chat with the drowned god. Thousands followed him into the water, and their corpses were said to wash up on the shores of the Iron Islands for years afterwards. Axel's brow has lifted in a mixture of both amusement and bemusement at this story. Asha just shakes her head and gets to the point. So yes, if Euron has actually managed to tame a kraken of the size that's being reported, I could see why my people would side with him. Even Uncle Victarion wouldn't really have any room to defy him at that point. Silence falls between them as Axel processes that. She wonders what's going through the handsome man's mind. Is he losing his nerve at the thought of having to face such a beast? He can't exactly cede the entire west coast of the continent to her uncle, to be fair. The rest of the 7 kingdoms would eat him alive. And you, do you yearn to go and serve under your own Greyjoy, tamer of krakens? Asha blinks, but before she can do more than start to scowl, Axel continues on. What about your crew? Would they turn on you to follow Euron? That brings her up short before she can answer the first question. She hesitates for a moment, but finally shaking her head vehemently. My crew is my crew. They'll do as I tell them to do as their captain. None of them would betray me just because my uncle commands a big fucking sea monster. And I'm not about to serve my father's killer, even if I can't prove Euron had a hand in his death. Asha wouldn't have survived this long as a captain of an ironborn ship if she couldn't trust each and every member of her crew to the hilt. Not even her status as Balon Greyjoy's daughter could have protected her if she weren't extremely careful about who she let on her boat. After all, anything could happen out at sea, and she was a woman. She had it 10 times harder than other ironborn captain. She always had. For a long moment, Axel regards her quietly. And suddenly, it dawns on Asha why he was asking. Perking up, she grows serious as she stares into the king's eyes. Let us prove ourselves. That's what you're considering right now, right? You have the royal fleet mustering right now under your master of ships. Let me take my ship and go with them. I will fight for you in the coming war if you'll let me. Raising an eyebrow, Axel grunts. You'd follow orders. That, Asha knows he doesn't just mean his orders. Fortunately. If your master of ships were still Stannis Baratheon, I'd be a lot more reluctant to say yes. But even we Ironborn have heard of the Onion Knight. You making him the master of ships has only enhanced his legend, really. Davos Seaworth. I'd follow orders from a man like Davos Seaworth. He studies her silently, before nodding again. All right then. I'll let Lord Davos know to expect you and your crew to join him on the voyage to the Arbor. Is that where they were going? Asha squirms a bit, trying not to feel too warm that Axel would trust her with such sensitive information. To be fair, it's not like it's too hard to figure out, all things considered. There were only so many places that the royal fleet could reposition itself and restock after leaving this side of Westeros. And under normal circumstances, the Arbor would be safe even from ironborn predations given the size of the Red Wine fleet. Then again, these weren't normal circumstances. Are you not worried about Euron using his Kraken to smash the Red Wine fleet at the Arbor, just as he did the Lannister fleet at Lannisport? Axel frowns at that, ultimately shaking his head. It's a worry, certainly, but so far reports say that Euron's ship as well as this monstrous Kraken are holding steady at Lannisport. Maybe your uncle has become obsessed with cracking open Casterly Rock and getting all the gold there or something. I honestly couldn't say, but the longer he spends in the Westerlands, the better for us all. That was true. Still, what was her uncle planning? Asha wished she knew. It couldn't just be that Euron wanted control of the Lannister gold mines. Sure, gold was always useful, but it would be hard to spend with the whole of Westeros against him. Did he perhaps hope to use Lannister gold to buy off one of the other 7 kingdoms and turn them against Axel? But no. Asha had spent her whole life being looked down on by Greenlanders for being ironborn. Every even slightly official port they docked in, they were shunned and treated like lepers. Euron's best bet would have been to take his Kraken south to the Arbor and smash the Red Wine fleet before the royal fleet could get there. Maybe he still would, there was still time after all. But the indecisiveness and lazing about off the coast of the Westerlands didn't make sense. Then again, she hadn't understood most of how he'd managed to pull off certain things before learning about the Kraken. Ultimately, Asha was forced to acknowledge that underestimating her uncle seemed like a pretty bad idea at this point. Euron must have a plan of some sort. They just didn't fully understand it yet. Still, why was he so focused on sieging Casterly Rock of all places? He had to know he was needlessly giving the 7 kingdoms time to assemble their armies and move against him. Chapter 60, The Horror. The worst part was the waiting. Oh, Axel knew that everyone involved was moving as fast as they possibly could. Fleets could not be ready to set sail within a day. Armies could not be made to march within a week. And so he had to wait. Wait for messages to be traded back and forth, wait for everyone to get moving. He could have gone and tried to take care of it all himself, of course. And it was very tempting to do exactly that. Just run over to the west coast of Westeros and swim out to take down Euron Greyjoy all by himself. He was confident that he could kill the other man just as easily as he had Petyr Baelish, no matter what sort of forces Euron had on his side. However, there were a few things that held him back from doing so. First and foremost, he'd already promised the Mountain clans their chance at battle back in the Vale. With the majority of their warriors having come all the way to King's Landing, it would have been something of a dick move to leave them in the lurch. Secondly, for some reason the Ironborn had only really burnt up the Westerlands at this point. There was talk of some raiding and reaving up and down the rest of the coast as well, from the Reach to the Riverlands to the north, but it was always just one ship, and usually they were repelled swiftly enough. The Westerlands had suffered the brunt of the damage so far, from losing the Lannister fleet to Lannisport being burned down and Casterly Rock being put under siege. And maybe it was petty of Axel, but he really didn't like Tywin Lannister. There was something to be said about not moving quite as fast as Axel personally could have after how the Lannister lord had dragged his feet during Renly's rebellion. There just wasn't a sense of urgency, truth be told. And third and finally was the Kraken that Euron was said to command. Not that the beast's presence was keeping Axel away. Actually, he really wanted to fight the massive sea monster. It was said to be bigger than multiple boats put together, and strong enough to break down city walls with just its appendages after all. The thing was, what would be the point of fighting such a thing without an audience? So yeah, Axel had his reasons for not just rushing off on his own again like he did for the Vale. But that didn't make it any easier, all this waiting. Luckily, they were almost done. Tomorrow was the day he and his armies would depart from King's Landing. But that just made these last 24 hours all the more torturous. And so Axel found himself looking for Sandor Clegane, hoping to bully the scarred knight into a bit of a spar to take his mind off all of the waiting. Only, He was having a hard time locating the reluctant Kingsguard in any of his usual haunts. In the end, Axel was forced to go all the way to the hound's quarters just to find the man. Marching right up to the man's door with a grin on his face, Axel doesn't bother knocking or anything like that. He just slams the door open, already shouting at the top of his lungs. "Sandor, get your ass up. Your king is in need of a good." The word fight never leaves Axel's lips, however, because he finally registers just what he's walked in on. If he'd been paying better attention and not been lost in his own thoughts, he might have heard it while he was still in the hallway. But alas, he did not. And so instead, he finds himself staring for a second in incomprehension, before his eyes widen in horror as he finally, regretfully processes what's going on in the room. As the activities inside begin to slow down at the pace of a snail to Axel's senses, he rapidly shakes his head back and forth. "Never mind, pretend I was never here," and slams the door closed again, before power walking the fuck away before either Sandor or Brienne can get up from the bed and chase after him. Some things were never meant to be seen. Unfortunately, he'd always had a pretty good memory. His eyes were burning from the images he couldn't get out of his head. "Princess, your tits. Show me your tits immediately, it's an emergency." Arian is lounging by herself in her quarters in one of the rare instances where she finds herself without Tyene by her side when the king comes barging in. The Dornish princess blinks owlishly at his command, taking in his stricken face. Then, with an amused giggle, she pulls down the top of her dress, letting her voluminous, dusky breasts bounce free of their confines. Axel doesn't hesitate. The young king all but lunges forward and buries his face in her chest, causing Arian to gasp in delight, and then moan softly as he nuzzles her soft, sensitive breasts quite enthusiastically. Then, his mouth finds one of her nipples, and Arian's moans are no longer quite so soft as Axel starts to really get into things. They eventually move from the couch to the bed, and things happen as one might expect. Axel takes to her in a frenzy, and Arian loves every last second of it, tossing her head back in ecstasy. Eventually, though, things come to their natural conclusion. The princess finds herself laying back against her pillows, her body pleasantly sore, while Axel rests his head on her chest, the young king just relaxing as she runs a hand along his scalp and across his still short hair. His hair is certainly growing back swiftly, and his stubble is beginning to form a proper beard on his face, but the wildfire was still so recent, and the marks from its passage remain, and not just physically. Arian never thought she would be saying this, but she's a little worried about Axel. Physically, besides the hair still growing back, he was completely fine. But what about emotionally? Killing Petter Baelish and Lysa Rin might have given him some closure, but the wound they dealt with their actions had to be so fresh still. "How are you feeling, my king?" The words slip from her lips before she can really consider if it's a good idea or not. But then, why shouldn't she ask? She's to be his queen soon enough after all, once this war with the Iron Islands is done with. She and Sansa Stark both. Looking up at her, Axel smiles somewhat cheekily. "Heh, better now. I saw something that no man is meant to see, something truly horrible." But Arian rolls her eyes, able to tell that he's only acting horrified as a lark at this point, or perhaps as a diversion tactic. Before he can continue with his little jest, she shakes her head. "That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, with everything that's happened, how are you holding up? Jon Arryn was like a father to you, his loss. It's okay to not be doing all right, you know." Axel's smile drops, and his expression closes off. "I'm fine." He doesn't pull away from her, though. Arian stays quiet, continuing to run her fingers along his scalp. If all he wants from her is to lay here silently, then that's what she'll do. Funny, it's not the kind of thing she would have ever done for any other man throughout her life. But Axel is different, special. She can't even imagine living without him at this point. "I'm not fine." Arian lets out a soft exhale as Axel breaks the silence to admit the truth. Sighing, he shifts against her bosom for a moment before continuing on. His death still doesn't feel entirely real, and killing the people who killed him didn't make it miraculously better. I don't think even killing Euron will make it entirely right. Humming, Arian nods along, just listening. That seems to be what he needs right now, someone to listen. It's just, he was old, right? So I shouldn't be hurting this badly. He was always closer to death than anything. Callous words, but she can tell that they come from a place of hurt, not heartlessness. Axel's face scrunches up and tears well up in the corner of his eyes. She's never seen him like this before, so vulnerable. Still, she remains quiet. I wanted him to be able to give up the position of hand peacefully, of his own accord. Just a couple more years and I would have sent him back to the Vale so he could live out the rest of his life in his own lands, raising his son. I just needed his help for a little while longer. But I can't help feeling like, in my selfishness, I killed him. That brings a frown to Arian's face. No longer can she remain silent. Sure, she may not have known John Arryn very well personally, but she knew quite a lot of the man all the same. In the end, the words that spill forth from her lips feel right. She just hopes Axel is ready to hear them. Even if you'd sent him back to the Vale, his traitorous wife would have gone with him, and who knows what she would have done on Baelish's orders. Besides, would he have even gone? He loved you, Axel. He cared for you like his own son. He wanted to help you, to be there for you. Silence falls again. Axel is quiet and Arian just rests and lets him think. Her fingers continue to glide across his scalp, the back of his head pressed up against her bared breasts. Setting aside the sex they'd already had, this has to be one of the least debauched things she's ever done in bed with a man, really. Another point in Axel's favor. But then, the differences between Axel Baratheon and any other man in Arian's history were too numerous to count. He was just so much, more than all of them. She could never go back to how she'd been before. Not after tasting what he had to offer and knowing that nobody else could ever live up to her experiences at his hands. He wouldn't have approved of me marrying both you and Sansa, you know. Am I spitting on his memory by doing this when I know he would try to vehemently talk me out of it? That causes Arian to wince. Axel's voice is quiet and thoughtful. Haya, in trying to help him feel better and come to terms with all that had happened, had she just sunk her chances of being queen? Because really, the Dornish princess was under no misconceptions about that. She might have made a pact with Sansa Stark and agreed to work with her going forward no matter who Axel chose. But deep down inside, Arian knew that if he actually had to make a decision, Sansa would be his queen. She was just. Better than Arian in pretty much every meaningful way aside from the size of her tits. I don't think you're spitting on his memory, no. Nobody is perfect, Axel. We can both love and disagree with people, even if they're gone. Axel frowns and Arian worries for a moment that she's failed to convince him. But then, sometimes I think about his decisions, about his mistakes. It feels wrong. He's gone and he's never coming back, so I should honor his memory, right? But he let Petyr Baelish play him like a fool for so long. He let Robert run roughshod over him for more than 20 years. And he was so cert that I had to hide my abilities and restrain myself as well during Renly's rebellion. But there were ways I could have handled Renly earlier without revealing too much. Things I could have done to end things so much sooner. Huffing, Axel wipes his eyes. Technically, he still hasn't shed a tear, but they had grown quite watery all the same. I just don't know what to think. I miss him so much. I want him back so badly. But there's a selfish part of me that is a little glad he's gone. I can do things my way now. I can do things he wouldn't have approved of. But what if my way is wrong? What if he had good reason for not approving of those things? Am I just a fool walking straight down the path of ruin now that I no longer have anyone to tell me otherwise? Arian bites her lower lip, feeling a little out of her depth at this point. Still. You have me, and Sansa. As he looks up at her, Arian smiles sheepishly. Mostly Sansa, really. She seems to have a better head on her shoulders than I ever have. Still, we'll do our best to advise you, and so will others like Lord Stannis. Taking a deep breath, Arian finds herself walking what she perceives to be a very thin line. Jon Arryn was a good man, who helped lesser men seem greater than they truly were. This was not always a good thing, as we now know. His good nature let him be taken advantage of by many. There is much you can take away from what he taught you, I'm sure. But there's much to be taken away from his mistakes as well. Staring into Axel's eyes, Arian bites her lower lip for a moment before continuing. More than anything, though, if he were here with us right now, I think he would say he was proud of you no matter what decisions you make going forward. And that ultimately, He would want you to be your own man and your own king above all else. Again, Axel falls quiet for a time. Again, Arian simply stews in the silence, only able to hope that her words are having the intended impact, until finally, the king mutters something under his breath. Even as close as she is to him, Arian doesn't quite catch it though. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" Blinking, he looks up at her and huffs, smiling somewhat ruefully. "I said, I decide what is proper, don't I?" Well, he's not wrong about that. Arian grins as she glides her fingers across his scalp for the 1000th time. "Indeed, my king. And apparently what you consider proper is barging into my chambers, demanding I show you my tits, and then having your way with me before nuzzling them for as long as you like. Not that I'm complaining, Tilda." Axel's smile turns into a grin of his own as he finally lifts his head off of her chest and turns over, climbing on top of her. "You're not wrong, but you're missing the final step. After all of that, and an unexpected heartfelt conversation to boot, what is truly proper is me fucking you again. This time doing so until you can't see straight or walk in the morning." Arian blushes, but nevertheless spreads her legs for her king. Well, if the king says that's what's proper, who am I to disagree? He makes good on his promise too. Tyene has to help her to the balcony in the morning, where she waves goodbye to Axel as he leaves the Red Keep and heads for the city gates. She's too sore for anything else after the night of pleasure he winds up giving her. Chapter 61, Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion Lannister had many, many regrets about life. For instance, he regretted not being in King's Landing when his brother-in-law, the king, had got himself, and both of Tyrion's nephews blown the fuck up by wildfire. Maybe if he had been in the city at the time, he could have been a shoulder for Jaime to lean on, and his brother wouldn't have taken his own life. He also regretted coming home to the Westerlands from where he'd been visiting the Citadel in Old Town when his father had sent a letter recalling him months ago. With Jaime's suicide and Cersei apparently going insane, Tywin had decided Tyrion was better off close by where the old lion could see him. Tyrion would have told his father where he could stick his summons, but seeing as he was rather reliant on Lannister gold, he hadn't felt like he had much of a choice. In hindsight, he almost wishes he'd done it anyways. Would have been better to be penniless down in Old Town than to be up here in the middle of all this. The dwarf further regretted being down in Lannisport the day of the Ironborn attack. In his defense, his favorite whore in all of the Westerlands worked out of a brothel in Lannisport. Also in his defense, while everyone knew that the Ironborn were likely about to make some sort of play for the Lannister fleet any day now, nobody actually thought that Lannisport itself would fall in less than an hour. Even back during the First Greyjoy Rebellion, when the Lannister fleet was burnt while still at anchor, Lannisport had managed to batten down the hatches and ride out the assault from sea until reinforcements could arrive. Not this time, though. Not this fucking time. Tyrion had been lucky that he made it back to Casterly Rock, all things considered. Not everyone with the Lannister name had been so lucky. Their cadet branch, House Lannister of Lannisport, was said to be gutted. Meanwhile, Tyrion's uncle, Sir Kevan Lannister, had died leading the doomed defense of the city. But of all of Tyrion's regrets, his greatest regret of all had to also be his oldest regret. Namely, that he'd been born with this fucking pathetic, stumpy-legged, big-headed dwarf body in the first place. And worse still, he'd been born to the family with the most vertical fucking ancestral seat in all of the 7 kingdoms to boot. See, not even the Eyrie had anything on the number of staircases in Casterly Rock. The ring fort that sat atop the massive stone hill Casterly Rock was built into was nothing but a crown for the true stronghold that lay underneath. Everything from the winding staircases to dungeons, storerooms, grand halls, courtyards, gardens, armories, bedchambers, and a sept, all of it lay down within the rock itself. There was no denying that Casterly Rock was the strongest, most impregnable seat in all of Westeros. Even Euron Greyjoy and his super Kraken couldn't possibly do anything to them once they'd turtled up in here. But poor Tyrion had spent his entire life in the rock, traversing its halls, and ascending its staircases on legs that were far too little for them. Huffing and puffing, Tyrion finally makes it up the stairs and down the hall to his father's study. Reaching up, he knocks for a moment before listening intently. After a moment, "Come in." Straightening his tunic as best as possible, Tyrion pries open the heavy wooden door and moves inside. He gets all of 3 feet past the door before a dry look from Tywin sends him scurrying back to close it back up. Then, and only then, does he approach his father's desk, where the Lord of House Lannister has turned back to the papers he's working on. Hesitantly, half expecting Tywin to order him to stand, Tyrion nevertheless takes the risk of leveraging himself up into a chair and sitting down. When the other man neither tells him off for doing so, nor so much as acknowledges his presence, Tyrion waits a moment, and then breaks the silence. "You wish to see me, father." Silence falls as Tywin ignores him for a time. Seconds drag on into minutes while he sits there, waiting for his father to acknowledge his presence. Then again, this is nothing new. Tyrion had never had the best relationship with Tywin Lannister, mostly on account of the aforementioned regrettable dwarfism and the fact that he'd killed his own mother in childbirth. From what some had told Tyrion, mostly his spiteful sister, Tywin had actually loved his wife, Joanna Lannister. Before Tyrion, Cersei even liked to claim that Tywin smiled from time to time. And then Tyrion had come along, killed Lady Joanna in the birthing bed, and ruined everything. At least if Cersei was to be believed anyways. Jaime, on the other hand, had never seemed to blame Tyrion for their mother's death. Unfortunately, Jaime had been alone in that because while their father wasn't quite so overtly sadistic about it, he clearly hewed closer to Cersei's view of Tyrion than Jaime's. This was all to say that Tyrion had long been the black sheep of House Lannister. Physically deformed, hated by his father, barely tolerated because of the Lannister blood that flowed through his stunted body. Most other noble houses would have probably done away with him, but Tywin had too much pride for that. Although, given recent events, Tyrion had to admit, part of him was glad that he'd never had their father's love. After what had happened with Cersei, it seemed far better to start off hated by their father, rather than have his love and then lose it in truly spectacular fashion. His sister's fate. An opportunity presents itself. Tyrion jolts as Tywin finally breaks the silence and in doing so cuts off his own internal monologue. Blinking at his father, Tyrion's brow furrows in confusion. Opportunity? Casterly Rock was under siege, Lannisport was in ruins, and there was a damn sea monster bigger than any Tyrion had ever read about lurking in the bay. And Tywin was talking about opportunities. Or maybe he misunderstood. An opportunity to break the siege father. The look Tywin gives him makes Tyrion feel smaller than he already is, which is no mean feat. Sneering at him, the old lion shakes his head. "Don't be ridiculous. What use are you in a war? If this were about the siege, why would I call for you?" Tyrion flushes. So his first instinct had been right, Tywin was talking about something else. Of course, he couldn't very well say that was what he'd originally thought now. He would just look like even more of a fool in his father's eyes. Instead, the dwarf simply sits and stews until Tywin decides he's been humiliated long enough and finally continues on. "No, this opportunity is singular to you. A chance for you to finally be useful to both our house and the realm." Straightening up, Tyrion nevertheless is just more confused than before. What exactly is his father talking about? Not marriage, surely. There isn't a woman in the 7 kingdoms who wants to marry a dwarf. But then, what? I'm sure by now you've heard about the most recent wildfire explosion in King's Landing. We now know the perpetrator was one Petter Baelish, the former master of coin. Blinking rapidly as he tries to catch up, Tyrion opens his mouth and then closes it again. Yes, he'd heard that someone bombed the small council in King's Landing. The rumors regarding the situation had been rather wild. For a time, nobody had been sure whether the king had died or not. Now, nobody could say for certain whether he'd been in the chambers and somehow lived anyways, or just not inside the room when the wildfire pots had gone off. The most outlandish tale that Tyrion had heard at this point was that the king had supposedly walked from the small council chambers to the great sept of Baelor while covered in green flames. There he'd apparently burned for 7 days and 7 nights before being reborn anew with not a single blemish on him. A load of bullshit, probably. But even the Septons and Septas holed up here in Casterly Rock were preaching the story as the truth now, but his father wasn't even talking about the explosion. He was talking about the aftermath. From the sound of things, Littlefinger was dead, probably executed by the king for his crimes. Good riddance if he was actually guilty, though it came as a surprise to Tyrion, who had thought that Baelish was Jon Arryn's man through and through. The Hand had given Petyr Baelish everything. Why would the Master of Coin conspire to kill him and the rest of the small council? You will be the next Master of Coin, Tyrion. Pulled from his thoughts once more by his father's words, Tyrion's eyes widen as he fully comprehends them. Me? Surely not. There's no way the king would accept me for the position, not after everything Cersei tried to do. Tywin scoffs at that, waving a hand dismissively. Cersei's actions aren't relevant to this situation. She is not relevant to this situation. Her madness has been dealt with. She won't be causing anyone problems again. A shiver runs down Tyrion's spine at that. Best not to think about it, even if he hated Cersei. Well, she'd made her bed, he supposed. Now she had to lie in it. You know your numbers, don't you? Tyrion flushes a bit at what had to be the most backhanded compliment he'd ever been given. He knew more than just his numbers, but he wasn't expecting his father to acknowledge that fact. Yes, but... Then it is settled. The Seven Kingdoms assemble even now to deal with the Ironborn threat. The king and his armies will be making for the Westerlands soon. Our own armies continue to hold the roads to the east. With their pet limited to the coast, the Ironborn have no way of taking the rock from us. Tywin scoffs. If they were smarter, they would have moved on already. At this point, they will be too late to stop the royal fleet from convening with the Redwyne fleet at the Arbor. The Ironborn are just as foolish and poorly led as they were the last time this happened. As much as he hates agreeing with his father, Tyrion can't help but feel like the old lion is right. The enemy's tactics don't make much sense. The Kraken that destroyed the Lannister fleet and allowed them to pillage and burn Lannisport was a massive asset in any naval battle, to be sure, but the way the Ironborn were using it so far was lackluster, to say the least. If Euron Greyjoy were smarter, he would have immediately gone south after smashing their fleet and razing Lannisport to take down the Arbor and the Redwyne fleet. While the Redwyne fleet was technically bigger than the Ironborn fleet, they didn't have a Kraken on their side. With that Kraken on side, the Ironborn could have destroyed the Lannister fleet, destroyed the Redwyne fleet, and then swept all the way around the southern coast of Westeros and smashed the royal fleet as well. Just like that, they would have been in control of all of Westeros' waters. And sure, maybe going all the way to King's Landing would have stretched their supplies too thin, especially since the Ironborn were notoriously bad at such things like supply chains and staying adequately provisioned. But at the very least, they could have taken the Arbor by this point. That they hadn't, that they were still here trying to take Casterly Rock. It was the height of foolishness in Tyrion's learned opinion. When the king and his armies arrive, you will ingratiate yourself with him. You will befriend him and do your best to make him like you. The crown still owes a considerable sum of golden dragons to our house. If I have to, I will even forgive some of that debt to get you into the position of Master of Coin. Tyrion gapes at that, truly. What do you even want me to do if I become Master of Coin? What are you planning? Tywin narrows his eyes and shakes his head. Your job, what else? This is not some grand scheme, Tyrion. Our blood was set to sit upon the Iron Throne before this whole mess began. Now, our power and influence have both waned dramatically. You will be the first step to regaining some amount of what we lost. You will not embezzle. You will not allow corruption to take root. In fact, I want you to be everything Petyr Baelish wasn't. For a long moment, Tyrion just stares at his father. No grand scheme, no big plan, just a small maneuver to try to regain lost influence. Was this truly his father? Had Tywin Lannister truly been so diminished by the events of the last several months? No, it abruptly dawns on Tyrion what's not being said. What Tywin is really getting out of this. This is just another way for you to sideline me as your heir, isn't it? You're getting rid of me. His father scoffs. Getting rid of you? I'm going to ensure you become Master of Coin. What more could you possibly want? What more indeed? Tyrion scowls, squirming in his chair. But Wham! Tywin's hand comes down on the desk, causing Tyrion to jolt and fall quiet. For a moment, the dwarf sees his father's true face beneath the facade. He sees the tremble in Tywin Lannister's hand and realizes that for all he puts on a proud and implacable act, everything that has happened has truly shaken him. The loss of their fleet, Lannisport, and Kevan, all of it had only added to Tywin's growing frailty. "Your sister is pregnant." The news hits Tyrion like a rock to the head. And he knows exactly how that feels. Cersei and her friends had loved throwing them at him when he was younger. "You will never be my heir. You will never inherit Casterly Rock. Even if Cersei doesn't give birth to a son, I would sooner name Lancel as my heir than allow you to become Lord of House Lannister. Do I make myself clear?" Tyrion's mouth goes dry. He'd always known his father hated him. And deep down he'd always known that Tywin didn't intend to let him inherit. He just always thought that the old lion wouldn't have a choice in the end. First because Jaime was a Kingsguard and sworn to serve for life, and then more recently because Jaime was dead and Tyrion was Tywin's last living son. Only now is he given a glimpse of just how deep Tywin's hatred for him truly runs. Only now does he realize why Tywin gave up so much gold to get Cersei back to Casterly Rock after everything she'd done. I said, "Do I make myself clear?" Yes, father." "Good, then get out of my sight. Focus on preparing for the king's arrival and figuring out ways to impress him. If you're not able to secure the position of Master of Coin, then you truly are worthless to this family." Tyrion hops down from the chair and makes his way out of his father's office on short legs that feel laden down with extra weight. He really, really regrets being born a dwarf, but more than that, he thinks he regrets being born to House Lannister most of all. Chapter 62, The Gold Road. There's something to be said about the sizable army that Axel finds himself traveling down the Gold Road with. For all that they're moving painfully slow for someone of his capabilities, it's nevertheless an inspiring sight to see so many men working together towards a common goal. And this is just the combined forces of the Crownlands, the Stormlands, and the Mountain clans at that. The Knights of the Vale, along with the armies of the Riverlands, had joined forces by this point, and were traveling along the river road towards Casterly Rock in tandem with Axel's forces. Meanwhile, the armies of the Reach had split their forces. The majority of Reachmen would travel by land up the ocean road that ran all along the coast of Westeros. The rest would travel by ship from the Arbor to what remained of Lannisport, catching up once the royal fleet finished making its trip around the southern edge of the continent. And the royal fleet would in turn be stopping in Sunspear along the way to pick up a good amount of Dornish spears, promised by Prince Doran Martell himself. The North would of course be a bit late to the party, but that was through no fault of their own. Simple geography, really. Though they would be forced to wait for the Northmen all the same, because Lord Eddard Stark was bringing Theon Greyjoy with him. If it had been Balon Greyjoy who had rebelled against the Iron Throne, then Theon's life would have been forfeit for his father's crimes. That was, after all, the entire point of him being a ward of Winterfell all these years. However, since Balon had died and people were pretty sure Euron had killed his brother and usurped his seat, things were a fair bit murkier. Theon might very well be the heir to the Iron Islands, at least by the laws of Westeros, if not the laws of the Ironborn. But would the Ironborn, who survived the following war, ever accept Theon as their leader? Asha certainly hadn't thought so, and privately Axel wasn't sure either. Fortunately, he would have a chance to meet the man and get his measure in the coming days, once everyone and their armies finished converging on the Westerlands. Axel may not fully understand why Euron was so dead set on taking Casterly Rock that he hadn't bothered to move from that spot in weeks now, but he certainly wasn't complaining. The Ironborn Kraken had reared back and lashed out with its many appendages, no doubt believing that it would find an easy meal in swiping away part of a school of fish that had already been damaged by another predator's actions. But it was wrong. In the end, the Ironborn Kraken had struck something bigger than itself, angering a veritable giant in the process. In the end, Westeros remained a realm united under Axel Baratheon, first of his name, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. The Ironborn were in for a hell of a time, as their idiocy had once again brought the rest of the Seven Kingdoms down on their heads. Even Dorne had been roused to action, though Axel suspected that was entirely because of Aerian's presence in King's Landing, rather than any true outrage over the Ironborn's antics. Still, as eager as the young king was for the battles ahead and the chance to avenge Jon's death by slaying the final conspirator in his demise, there was nothing he could really do to make his army travel any faster than it already was. Instead, he stuck on a horse, riding along the gold road under the protection of his Kingsguard. Perhaps that's why, out of sheer boredom, he turns to the member of the Kingsguard, currently riding alongside him and protecting his person, and grins cheekily. "So, you and Brienne, huh?" Sir Sandor Clegane stiffens at those words, and growling comes from within his helm for a moment before he falls quiet. Axel just continues grinning, having long gotten past the horrifying memories of witnessing the two of them in sexual congress. There had been so much body hair, so much body hair. "Surprised you didn't take my head for violating my vows, Your Grace." Axel tilts his head to the side at that, humming thoughtfully. "If I did, I'd have to execute my entire Kingsguard, save for perhaps Sir Ari's." Sandor gives him a surprised look at that, his head turning so fast Axel can almost hear the snap. Snorting derisively, the young king shrugs. "You think the likes of Trant can keep his dick in his trousers? Of course not. And the men who fought with me in the trial against Renly, they're all good, solid men, each and every one, but they're still men. I turn a blind eye to any indiscretions. Hell, I'd do so for Sir Ari's even. For now, though, he seems to be intent on staying celibate." As the Scarred Knight chews on Axel's words, he continues on. "Besides, technically, it's not a vow of celibacy anyways." That gets another confused look from Sandor, which, seriously, the man is literally a member of the Kingsguard. He's the one who swore the damn oath. Does he not see the distinction that Axel sees? Think about it, Sandor. You're sworn to the Kingsguard for life, yes. And you're forbidden from owning land, taking a wife, or fathering children also, yes. But technically, there isn't anything in there that says you aren't allowed to fuck. Sandor actually looks floored, causing Axel to let out a bark of laughter. "Look, so long as you aren't set on marrying the Maid of Tarth or pumping her belly full of a baby or two, it's fine. Unless..." He trails off meaningfully, giving Sandor a look and then waggling his eyebrows for good measure. The scarred man shudders and shakes his head violently in response. "Fuck no, it was just a fucking shag. And I wasn't stupid enough to come in the bitch either, she just..." He trails off there, though Axel can imagine what he might have been about to say. Lady Brienne was probably the only woman outside of a brothel willing to give Sandor Clegane the time of day. And just like the rest of his Kingsguard, Sandor was only a man. Axel hums for a moment before changing the subject. "So your brother is likely to be at Casterly Rock by now." The hound stiffens up again, just like he always does at the mention of Gregor Clegane. But finally, he nods brusquely. He will be. Nowhere else that the old lion will let him be at a time like this. He'll be with the Lannister armies outside of the Rock, contesting the Ironborn." Right, Casterly Rock was under siege, but only really from the water. It was a bit of a stalemate, almost like back when Renly had sieged King's Landing. The Lannisters' forces had mustered by this point and made their way to the Rock, but they couldn't fully push the Ironborn back because they were being resupplied constantly from the water, and said water was inhabited by a fucking massive kraken. And so they were forced to wait, to bide their time for reinforcements. It would be when Axel and his armies arrived that shit would really kick off. Eyeing Sandor quietly for a moment, Axel grunts. "My promise to you still stands. I'll kill him for you as soon as I get the chance, unless you want to do the deed yourself now." It was always something Axel had found a little strange. The hound had to be one of the best fighters he'd ever known. And Sandor had only gotten better over these past several months of fighting Axel. Sure, he hadn't won a single spar. But the hound was the kind of warrior who saw an insurmountable challenge like Axel and kept trying, rather than so many other knights who had lost a few fights to him and then simply given up. But Sandor doesn't seem to agree that his skills had improved all that much. Either that or he just didn't want to be branded a kinslayer, because after a moment of hesitation, he shakes his head wordlessly. When he leaves it at that without saying another word, Axel just snorts and offers the Kingsguard a crooked grin. "Any advice then? Should I go for the knees?" His joking tone is met with a deadpan look from the scarred man. And then, Something almost thoughtful appears in the hound's eyes. "You want my advice, your grace." Sensing something beyond just their conversation about Sandor's brother, Axel waves a hand through the air. "Speak freely, Sir Clegane. I promise not to punish you for telling me your mind, no matter what you have to say to me." Even with that, Sandor still hesitates for a second as they continue along the road on horseback. But finally, he finds his voice. "Don't let the Ironborn off so easily this time, or you're just going to have to do this again in another 10 or 20 years. If not you, then your heir will have to deal with their shit instead." That was one of the last things Axel expected to hear from Sandor Clegane. He had never taken the other man for being very politically minded. But the disdain in the hound's voice as he talks about the Ironborn makes it clear just how little he thinks of them. "I wasn't planning on letting them off easily." Sandor gives him a look at that, one that makes Axel bristle a little bit. But he told the man to speak freely, so he holds his tongue and wordlessly gestures for Sandor to continue. "Your father had Balon Grage, dead to rights, your grace. But he let the man bend the knee, even after his rebellion. Barely any punishment at all, and now look where we are. And you did the same with Mace Tyrell too, letting him slink back to Highgarden with his tail tucked between his legs but his seat and power largely intact." Axel opens his mouth, only for the words to die on his lips when he realizes his initial thoughts are all excuses and some variation of, "Well, John advised me to do so." His teeth click shut, and he falls into silence, considering Sandor's words carefully. Honestly, he's more shocked than anything else that he's hearing this from Sandor fucking Clegane of all people. As if reading his mind, the Kingsguard just grunts and shrugs one of his shoulders. "Been keeping my ear to the ground since you made me wear this shitty white cloak. Thought you might want to know what some people say about you." It didn't surprise him that he had detractors muttering shit behind his back. Then again, were they wrong? Was Sandor even wrong? The more Axel thinks about it, the more he finds himself questioning everything. On the subject of Mace Tyrell, maybe they should have done more to punish him and House Tyrell. They'd taken one of the man's sons from him, though, along with his daughter and his mother. And of course, there were the reparations that the Reach would be paying, likely for generations given just how long a season could be. Meanwhile, it wasn't like Balon Greyjoy had rebelled again after Axel's father showed him mercy. If Asha was to be believed, then Balon had been assassinated and his position usurped. However, the rest of the Ironborn hadn't even questioned Euron taking over and leading them all right back into war. It was one thing for the man to bypass the traditional Kingsmoot with a massive fuck-off Kraken. It was another thing entirely for him to get everyone on the Iron Islands to go along with him declaring himself their king and waging war with the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. The Ironborn were just waiting for another chance to revert to their precious so-called old ways, to get back to reaving and raiding and pillaging. Euron offered them that opportunity, so of course they'd rushed to follow him into his madness. What would Jon say if he were still alive? What would he advise Axel to do once he sent Euron and his Kraken packing? Show mercy? Temperance, maybe. Jon had probably been the one to recommend that Robert let Balon off lightly the first time around if Axel was being honest. The Lord of the Vale had not liked to rock the boat. He'd preferred to stick as close to the status quo as he could, no matter the cost. Arian's words from before Axel left King's Landing echo in his mind for a moment. Jon's good nature had allowed him to be taken advantage of by many other men, more even than Axel had truly realized. "You're right. I can't leave the Ironborn in a position where they'll just do this all again in another generation. Something has to change." The only question was, what? What should Axel change? What should he do? Sandor just grunts beside him, staying silent. The scarred Kingsguard knows when he's given as much advice as someone of his station is allowed to give. It's not up to Sandor to figure out what to do in this situation anyways. No, that falls to Axel. Forcing Theon Grage onto the Seastone chair was one option. According to Asha, her brother was viewed as an outsider at this point. A Greenlander, as she'd called it, but maybe that was a good thing. Maybe it would force the Ironborn to change. Or maybe they'd just kill Theon in a few years and start making a mess of things again. That in and of itself was an option, though. Let Theon take charge. Have him be the first sign of trouble. come down on the Ironborn twice as hard when they inevitably killed him for not being good enough for them. Or the other option, prop up Asha instead. They wouldn't respect her because she was a woman, but they would respect her more than Theon because she was also a captain. Might actually work as a sort of stopgap measure. Only thing was, Axel didn't necessarily want to risk Asha's life in the same way he was considering risking Theon's. He was selfish like that, and he liked Asha Greyjoy quite a bit. Neither option was perfect, admittedly. Still, no matter what he decided, one thing was for sure. Axel was done sticking to the status quo. He was the king of the Seven Kingdoms, and he would do what he needed to make sure everyone understood that fact. Axel did have to wonder, though, what the hell was Euron Greyjoy doing focusing all of his efforts on the Westerlands? Why did it feel like the man was just waiting for all of them, both armies and fleets, to come to him? Just what was the other man up to? Chapter 63, The Greyjoy Brothers. What the bloody fuck are we doing, Euron? We've been sitting in this damn bay for weeks now. And for what? Have care how you speak to the king, brother. He is the chosen of the drowned god and the king of salt and rock. He is beyond reproach. Quiet, damn fair, I grow tired of listening to you preach. I follow the drowned god the same as everyone else. I bent the knee with the other captains, but this is folly. As his brothers Victarion and Aeron Greyjoy argue with one another behind him, Euron Greyjoy stares out at the ruins of Lannisport, and beyond that up at the currently besieged mountain fortress of Casterly Rock. There was a time when he would have turned and ran Victarion through by now for the insults spewing forth from the dullard's lips. But Euron stays his hand. He controls himself. Turning to regard his brothers, Euron smiles thinly, causing both men to fall silent. A shiver even runs down Aeron's back. The youngest of the Greyjoy brothers always had been the weakest after all. Oh, but what a trio they make. There's Victarion, of course. Built like a damn bull, Victarion Greyjoy is a large and powerful man. He's also a humorless man, mostly because Euron and Aeron had spent most of their mutual childhood mocking him for his general lack of intelligence and slow wit. It had resulted in Victarion hating laughter and tending to consider any within his hearing to be mockery directed towards him. And then there's Aeron, the youngest of the Greyjoy brothers, though at this point that matters little as they're all quite old now. Aeron had nearly drowned at one point, and his near-death experience had caused him to undergo a spiritual awakening. He had dedicated himself to the drowned god and become one of his priests, growing out his hair to the point of ridiculousness and earning the name the Damnfair as a consequence. Finally, there's Euron himself. Only one eye and more battle scars than both other men combined, and yet he still has the best looks of the three of them. He always has, to be fair. And here he is, king of the Iron Islands. Ah, but Victarion chafed under Euron's rulership. He hated that there'd been no Kingsmoot, that he hadn't been able to make a case for himself. Not that he would have won if there was one. Everyone knew Victarion Greyjoy was an idiot, save for Victarion himself. Even if things had gone to a Kingsmoot, Euron would still have become ruler of the Iron Islands. But never mind all that, Victarion was questioning him, again. You have doubts, brother. Being directly called out causes the larger man to tense up a bit. Despite having quite a bit of height on him from when they were younger, Victarion no doubt remembers all the beatings Euron gave him back then. Or perhaps he just knows better than to truly pick a fight with a man wielding a Valyrian steel sword, wearing Valyrian steel armor, and commanding the largest Kraken that the Iron Islands had ever seen. I just worry that we've wasted our edge, Your Grace. We smashed the Lannister fleet and savaged Lannisport easily, but that was weeks ago. We should have done the same to Oldtown and the Arbor, to Sunspear and Storm's End. All the way to Dragonstone and then King's Landing. With that Kraken at our side, we would have been unstoppable. Unstoppable, yes, but far from invincible. This was Victarion's lacking wits fully on display. If they'd gone with that plan, they would have wound up stretched thin to a ridiculous degree. And while the Kraken that Euron commanded in the name of the drowned god was a great and powerful beast, it was only one creature. Could it have given Euron King's Landing? Perhaps, though he doubted even that. At the same time, the cost would have been to lose all of their other gains. And yet, while Victarion is being a fool, the first part of his rambling is not entirely incorrect. There was something to be said for taking the fleet south after smashing Lannisport and repeating their triumph in Old Town and the Arbor, demolishing what they could of the Red Wine fleet in the process. But Euron hadn't let them do that. He'd allowed individual captains to take their ships and reeve and raid up and down the coast for a short time, but he'd refused to move the main fleet or his Kraken away from Lannisport. And eventually he'd called even those captains back here to the Westerlands. It chafes at him to have to explain himself to anyone. But Victarion, for all his stupidity, represented a sizable portion of the Ironborn. So he would tell him and trust his brother to relay the message simply and bluntly, lacking just enough detail to keep everyone else mostly in the dark. The reason we have not left Lannisport, the reason we have not attacked the Arbor or Old Town, is Axel Baratheon. Victarion and Damphair both straighten up at that, causing Euron to smile thinly again. Allow me to tell you a story, brothers. A story of what I found in my exile. A story of why I made the long journey home. I did not merely sense Balon's impending demise. I was told by the drowned god himself that it was time to return to the Iron Islands, to take my place as the king of the Ironborn and lead our people to victory against the monster that the Seven have created. Aeron gasps in awe and reverence while Victarion scrunches his face up in confusion, but Euron simply turns away again, looking off into the distance towards Casterly Rock. After a moment, he continues. The drowned god claims dominion over all oceans and seas. He is not so limited to our Iron Islands or even this side of Westeros. It was off the coast of Volantis that he came to me and he and I made a pact. Euron's face contorts into fury, then just out of his brother's view. His lips curl into a sneer, and his hands clutch at the railing in front of him so hard that if not for the gloves he wears, his white knuckles would be visible. Victarion and Aeron see nothing of this, of course, turned away as he is. In a pact. Victarion's confusion continues. The man is truly so, very slow, but Euron nods all the same, still looking away from them. He keeps the raw emotion out of his voice, keeps from spitting the words out in a rage as he wants to. A pact. If you could call it that. It had indeed been off the coast of Volantis, though. There, Euron had been enjoying the spoils of the latest captured ship in his quarters, a uniquely talented Lyseni whore who had been on her way to ply her trade in Volantis before the Silence had waylaid her transportation. And then a Kraken had come. None among the Ironborn had commented on it, but the Silence that Euron sailed now was not the same ship he'd always had. Oh, the black sails and the dark red hull were the same, but the ship was newer, because his original ship had been sunk. A Kraken had come up from below and ripped Euron's boat to shreds before he or anyone else could even blink. Everyone else died, though that wasn't important. Slaves and thralls, most of them mute, could easily be replaced. The Lyseni whore had drowned too, but he could care less about her. Euron had drowned as well. He was sure of that point. And then he'd woken up, in the depths, surrounded by the monster that ripped apart his ship and pulled him under. It was there that the drowned god first spoke to him. It was there that they'd made their accord. Not by choice, but by force had Euron Greyjoy been bound to the god of his childhood, the god of his people. The drowned god had use for him, and Euron could either obey or die there in the depths, and he was loath to die in such a pathetic fashion. What kind of damned pact? Victarion's growled words are met with a snarl from Aeron, as the drowned priest whips around towards him again. How many times do I have to tell you? Watch your tongue to the king, brother. Before things can devolve into yet another argument, Euron continues on, silencing both of his brothers. What other kind of pact could it be? The drowned god saw my value. He saw my strength. So he made me a deal to sail and reeve in his name. In turn, he gave me certain advantages, and he sent me to the ruins of old Valyria to claim my greatest prize. The mention of Valyria silences both men, as Euron knew it would. Even on the other side of the known world, the Ironborn knew of old Valyria. The Valyrian steel. Those words are whispered by Aeron, making it obvious that for all his sycophancy, the priest of the drowned god has his own questions about everything that's happened since Euron returned. Euron just nods, still turned away from the other two men. I ventured into old Valyria. With the drowned god at my side, it was simple enough. I and my crew plundered the ruins, taking whatever we wanted for ourselves. And the drowned god guided me to a horn the dragon lords once used to control dragons. Dragons? Victarion's exclamation sounds downright wondrous, and for a moment Euron is extremely tempted to start mocking him, just as he'd done when they were boys. Fuck, the big lug was just so? Stupid. He simply nods again though. The dragons are all dead, but the horn still works, and not just on dragons either. The horn is how I control the Kraken, our greatest weapon. Indeed, the drowned god had led Euron to a great treasure, one that Euron had almost deemed worthless at first. In plumbing the depths of old Valyria under the aegis of the drowned god, Euron had found nothing still breathing. Nothing but dragon bones and skeletons. Not a single living, breathing dragon still existed. Not even an egg. So the horn, well, it had felt pointless at first. But then the drowned god had ordered him to use it on his new boat, commanding him to blow it there in the midst of the smoking sea. When his Kraken had first appeared, Euron had been momentarily terrified. It was easily thrice or more the size of the one who sunk his original ship, after all. And yet, it did not lash out. It did not attack him. Instead, it obeyed him. It obeyed the horn and followed Euron out of old Valyria and all the way to the other side of the known world. Silence falls as Aeron and Victarion digest those words, but not for long. Eventually, Victarion just snorts in confusion. I still don't understand. What does all of that have to do with Axel Baratheon and giving up our damn advantage? Victarion. But this time, Euron holds up a hand, cutting Damfair off. Turning back around again, he fixes Victarion with a stare. And this time the bigger man takes a full step back. Euron smiles. The drowned god has warned me about Axel Baratheon. The Seven chose him in the same way the drowned god chose me. Every rumor you've heard about him is true. Euron hadn't believed it at first, of course. But then, he barely trusted the drowned god even now. If he had his way, he wouldn't be relying on the blessings of any god. That was why he'd been willing to make his deal with Renly in the first place, just on the off chance that the drowned god could be wrong and Axel could be beaten then and there. He'd had such plans, such glorious plans, but the drowned god ruined them, dragging him down into the depths and forcing him to serve. All to turn him into a weapon and point him at this Baratheon king. Still, at this point, Euron was forced to acknowledge that the warnings were true. Axel Baratheon was something unnatural. He was more than just a man, to be capable of surviving a wildfire explosion like the one Baelish had set off in the small council chambers. And that meant it was time to take the drowned god's warnings much more seriously. Victarion scowls while Aeron looks disturbed. Euron just plows onward, though. Our only hope of defeating Axel Baratheon and fulfilling the will of the drowned god is to draw them out onto the water, where our deity holds greater sway than the Seven. That is why we have not burned the Red Wine Fleet or sacked Old Town and the Arbor. That is why we wait here for Axel Baratheon and his armies to approach. Turning back around again, so he's no longer facing Victarion and Aeron, Euron sweeps a hand across the horizon. Once they get closer, we'll pull the fleet back and force them to come to us. They'll think they have superiority in numbers. They'll think us cowards and craven. But only on the water will we have the strength to slay Axel Baratheon once and for all. Axel Baratheon might be more than a man, but was he more than a Kraken? Euron doubted it. The king, overconfident in his own immortality, would demand that they follow the Ironborn fleet out to sea, even though he and his commanders would no doubt see that it was a trap. And there, Euron would have his Kraken kill the Baratheon king once and for all. Once Axel Baratheon was dead, other options opened up to them, other paths. This is the will of the drowned god. Axel Baratheon must die. Only then will we have proven ourselves worthy of being called Ironborn. Only then will we be worthy of the drowned god's favor. He sneers at his own words, knowing his brothers can't see. But even as Euron wallows in his shackles, he has a glimmer of hope. After all, the drowned god was not all-powerful. He was not all-knowing. If he were, he would never have used Euron for this in the first place. No, if their god were smarter, he would have used Damfair or Victarion. The first was fanatical enough to obey, and the second was stupid enough not to even see the proverbial shackles. Euron, though, Euron would do the drowned god's bidding for now. he would kill Axel Baratheon, but he refused to stop there. Sooner or later, he would find a way to kill a god as well. Then and only then would he be free. Chapter 64, The Westerlands. If he didn't know any better, Axel would say that Euron Greyjoy was trying to kill him by way of sheer frustration over being denied a proper fight. At the very least, he was certainly giving it his best shot. At long last, Axel and his armies had arrived outside of Casterly Rock to break the siege and relieve the Lannister seat's garrison. To be fair, the armies of the Westerlands weren't doing a half-bad job of that themselves before they arrived, but Axel and his men, along with the Riverlands and the Vale, had pushed that over the edge. Except, by the time they forced the Ironborn all the way back to the ruins of Lannisport, less than a mile south of Casterly Rock, the truth was revealed to them. The Ironborn they routed and slaughtered nearly to the last were nothing but a token force left behind while Euron Greyjoy and his damn fleet had fled back to sea. At first, there'd been some fear that they'd gone south, to smash the Redwyne fleet after all and put Oldtown to the torch, while so much of the Reach's forces had made their way up the ocean road and arrived in Lannisport. But no. The latest missives from the Arbor revealed that not a single Ironborn ship had been sighted in days, and in fact that the royal fleet had arrived by this point and were already making their way up the coast to connect with the armies outside of the ruins of Lannisport. From everything they'd been able to discern, the Ironborn fleet had retreated back to the Iron Islands, as if daring Axel to come after them. Or no, not as if. That was exactly what Euron Greyjoy was doing. Axel wasn't an idiot, and neither were most of the men in charge of his armies. It was clear as day what Euron's plan was, especially when one took into account the massive fuck-off Kraken that was apparently at his beck and call. He'd gone and visited the ruins of Lannisport after they'd made sure the last of the Ironborn stragglers were dead. Axel had toured the city, wanting to see for himself the damage that Euron Greyjoy's ambitions had caused. It was interesting, the way the damage shifted depending on where you were in the ruins. On the one hand, you had the half of the city closer to land. There, it was destroyed by mere men, ransacked with doors kicked in and wooden structures burned, but non-flammable structures largely intact. However, on the other hand, you had the half of the city closer to the water, closer to Euron Greyjoy's monster. There were survivors from the destruction of Lannisport who spoke in horrified whispers of the Kraken, and Axel didn't doubt for a second that they told the truth about both its size and ferocity. However, the real proof was in the sight of Lannisport's coastal-facing walls and the sheer destruction that the part of the city next to the water had suffered. Standing among the ruins, Axel could almost see in his mind's eye the massive beast's tentacles whipping out and destroying stone walls that had stood for thousands of years. And not just the walls either. Once those had come down, the damn thing had crushed every building close enough to the sea and given its reach, that was pretty far in, almost all the way to the city center. The stark difference between the parts of Lannisport destroyed by men and the parts destroyed by monster made it more than clear that the Kraken was very real and very large. And that, Axel suspected, was precisely what Euron Greyjoy was banking on. His enemy's strategy was plain as day, truth be told. There was no great subterfuge, no massive deception. Euron Greyjoy no doubt thought he didn't need such things. After all, in his eyes he'd probably already won. As far as Euron was concerned, it probably seemed like Axel had no good options. It was either die now or die later. The first choice, to take the combined Redwyne and Royal fleets and sail straight to the Iron Islands as his father had done years and years ago. That would be walking right into a massive trap. The Iron Fleet would be waiting, but more than that, Euron's Kraken would be waiting as well. There would be nowhere to run that far out at sea. The great big monster would no doubt destroy much of Axel's fleet, even if they did manage to kill the damn thing. And then Euron and his fleet could swoop in and clean up what remained. Alternatively, the second choice was to not chase the obvious trap. But then what? This many men could not remain in one place, mustered and ready for battle forever. By now, all of the armies of the Seven Kingdoms had arrived in the Westerlands. Even the North was set to arrive today from what Axel had been told. In fact, he hears a commotion at the edge of camp and peering out. Yep, there they are. As the Northmen arrive at the massive war camp, filled with tents that dot the landscape from the ruins of Lannisport all the way to Casterly Rock. Axel grins. Really, he was never going to go with the second choice. That would mean disbanding these armies and sending everyone home. That would mean returning to King's Landing with his tail tucked between his legs. It would also mean allowing Euron Greyjoy uncontested control over the west coast of Westeros thanks to that blasted kraken of his. Such a capitulation would just result in the slow death of Axel's authority anyways. Nobody would respect the Iron Throne if it could not even protect 4 of the 7 kingdoms from the predations of the Ironborn. And that was assuming that Euron wouldn't come all the way around Westeros' coast just to make trouble for Dorne, the Stormlands, and King's Landing itself as well. No, the only choice was to fight, and if Axel was being honest, he was kind of looking forward to it. For now, though, he catches sight of Lord Eddard Stark at the head of the column of Northmen, and he makes his way over to him, a grin on his face. Lord Stark. Blinking, Sansa's father begins to bend the knee before Axel stops him. My king. None of that now. Stand tall, Lord Stark, stand tall. Thank you for answering the call and making the long journey here. Straightening up, the older man nods solemnly. It was my duty, Your Grace. Axel's grin widens. There had been a moment, after his recovery, when he had considered other options for Hand of the King aside from Stannis. It wouldn't have been intended as a slight against the man, but rather a certain form of laziness. Stannis seemed like he'd been settling well into the position of Master of Laws, and he wouldn't have been able to keep doing that work if he was Axel's new hand. So the initial thought was to just keep Stannis in the position and find another man to be Hand of the King. However, none of the men Axel had thought of to take Jon's place had felt right. Of them all, only Lord Stark had seemed even remotely reasonable, and Axel was smart enough to realize that the Warden of the North didn't want the role. Hence, Stannis had been given the title. Now, Axel finds that he has many things to tell Eddard Stark, such as the fact that he'll be marrying his daughter. Of course, he also plans to tell the Northern Lord that he's going to be marrying Princess Aerion as well. He has no intentions of keeping such things from his father's old friend. However, before he can take the Lord of Winterfell aside and tell him anything at all, they're interrupted. Your Grace, it's a pleasure to meet you. The only reason Axel doesn't snap immediately is that the one doing the interrupting had been standing alongside Lord Stark all along. Indeed, once he inserts himself into the conversation, Eddard even turns and nods his way, introducing him. Ah yes, this is Theon Greyjoy, Your Grace. This was Theon Greyjoy. Axel looks him up and down for a long moment, taking him in. The other man straightens up under Axel's imperious gaze, the cocky smile on his face fading just a bit. He was, well, maybe it was a Shaz's words tainting Axel's first impression of Theon, but he couldn't help but think little of the man. There was just something about him that immediately rubbed Axel the wrong way. But it wouldn't do to let that color his reactions too much, so after a long pause, he simply nods. Well met, Greyjoy. Shoulders slumping a fraction of an inch in relief, Theon proves discontent to leave things there. Your Grace, my uncle Euron is a traitor and a kinslayer, but I swear by my ancestors that House Greyjoy, as a whole, does not follow him. Why, just because of Theon himself, standing here? Axel finds himself snorting derisively, unable to hold his tongue as he shakes his head. His remaining brothers, your other uncles, certainly do, as do your people, it would seem. Theon goes a little pale. They've just been led astray, Your Grace, I swear. But Axel cuts him off, continuing his musings. Your sister doesn't, though, I suppose. That causes Theon to blink, his brow furrowing in confusion. My sister. Suppressing most of his smirk, Axel nevertheless nods. Your father sent your sister to investigate your treacherous uncle's return to Westeros a few months ago. I met Asha Greyjoy in King's Landing, where she proved herself quite the fighter. Her ship sails with the royal fleet even now and should be here within the next few days. Theon doesn't seem to know what to say to that news. He blinks some more and swallows convulsively in a very visible way. Axel turns back to Lord Stark, preparing to tell the man that he wants to speak privately, but this time, before he can get the words out, he interrupts himself, catching sight of someone over Eddard and Theon's shoulders. "Ah, apologies. Lord Stark, hang on to this for me for a moment, would you?" The look on the Warden of the North's face as Axel pulls his crown off of his brow and sets it in the man's hands is downright priceless. But Axel pays him little mind as he walks away, moving with purpose and a glint of steel in his eyes. Ned is not used to being baffled, but as he stands there holding the king's crown in his hands, his entire body turning to follow the younger man as he walks away, that's precisely what he's feeling. Befuddlement. And then he sees where Axel is going and his eyes widen in alarm. "Man, and I thought I was a big fucker." The uncrowned king of 6.5 feet in height plants himself right in the path of the infamous mountain, who rides with a grin stretching from ear to ear and his hands on his hips. Sir Gregor Clegane, who had been walking through the sprawling war camp, seemingly minding his own business, stops and blinks. The taller man stares down at Axel uncomprehendingly for a moment before sneering. "Get the fuck out of my way." When the mountain moves to brush past Axel, however, the king reaches out and grabs him by the arm, stopping him dead in his tracks. "Now hold on, friend, I just want to talk, giant to bigger giant." Sir Clegane looks as befuddled as Ned feels by this, gazing down at where Axel is holding him as though he can't believe it. Axel, though? The crownless king continues unabated, a cheery grin on his face. "Now, I've never personally had any issues in this department myself, but I've heard that when men get to your size, they wind up losing something else in return. I just wanted to know if it was true or not." The mountain just stares, still confused but unable to pull himself free of Axel's grip from the look of things. The amount of strength that the king must be exerting. "And what?" Letting out a laugh, Axel releases Gregor's arm and even gives him a pat. "Just a simple question, friend. That height of yours, is it true that it left you with a smaller pecker than that of Tywin Lannister's dwarf son?" Eddard Stark's eyes bulge out of his head at the extremely inflammatory, extremely crass insult. For a moment, though, he's thrown back in time. For a moment, with Axel finally having facial hair, it's almost too easy to see Robert's form imposed over that of his son. That was, after all, just the kind of rude joke that Robert Baratheon would have made. Of course, the mountain doesn't take it well. Despite being freed of the king's grasp, he pauses to listen to Axel's words. Upon finally realizing what Axel is implying, he gets angry. No, getting angry would be an understatement. What Sir Gregor does is let out a roar of pure rage and draw his sword on the crownless king. Ned curses, one hand holding the crown while the other goes to his sword. At the same time, some Kingsguard nearby are also reacting, drawing their own blades. They're all so far away, though, and barely anyone was really paying much attention to Axel's conversation with the mountain. And yet, none of that winds up mattering. Sir Gregor Clegane draws his sword and points it at the King of the Seven Kingdoms, but he never even gets the chance to swing it. Faster than Ned's eyes can track, Axel's own blade is freed from its scabbard before anyone else can take a step towards the altercation. It flashes out just as swiftly too, and for a moment, the camp goes quiet around them as Gregor Clegane freezes in place. After a few heartbeats, his body finally catches up with what's happened to it. The mountain's head falls from his shoulders, rolling along the ground as the headless body drops to its knees and then slams into the ground, causing a minor quake from the sheer size of it. Axel looks down at the mountain's corpse, no smile in sight anymore. His eyes are dark, and his face is expressionless as he wipes his Valyrian steel blade clean and then sheathes it. A man would not have drawn his blade against his king. A knight would not have broken his oaths 100 times over for decades and remained unpunished. A shame that a mere dog was allowed to fool the people of Westeros for so long. Striding back over to Ned and his ward, Axel doesn't even spare Theon a glance as he takes his crown back from Ned's hands and smiles thinly. "Thank you, Lord Stark. Now please, let us find somewhere more private. There are other things I must tell you." Ned spares only one more glance towards the decapitated mountain as he follows the king away. Despite how everything had just happened, he feels like an old weight has been lifted off of his chest from over 2 decades ago. Perhaps Elia Martell and her children can rest just a little bit easier now. Chapter 65, War Council. Once Davos and the combined royal and red wine fleets arrive, they all get together to hold a proper war council. Of course they do. There's too many self-important men among the armies that have assembled outside of the ruins of Lannisport for anything else. It's all so tedious in Axel's mind. But he's the king, not a tyrant. And that means making a show of listening, even if only a handful of the men that crowd the massive tent are saying anything worth his time. Though if anything else, he has to admit that the sour look on Tywin Lannister's face is uplifting. The Lord of House Lannister wasn't happy about what happened between Axel and the Mountain, but there wasn't much that he could do about it. Everyone had seen Gregor Clegane draw his sword on his king. Never mind that Axel wasn't wearing his crown, or that Sir Gregor didn't even get a swing off. The Mountain had drawn live steel on the King of the Seven Kingdoms, and as a result he'd been put down like the dog he was, and that was that. On the flip side, Lord Stark wasn't very happy with him either. Axel had taken the older man aside and done his best to gently explain what would be happening after the war with Euron, how he would be making Sansa his queen, but also Aerion as well, and how the High Septon had already signed off on it. Eddard Stark hadn't made too much of a stink about things, but Axel could tell he wasn't exactly pleased with the idea of his daughter sharing a husband with any other woman. It wasn't the done thing, even up in the north. But Axel had been quite clear that Sansa was fully on board with the idea, and that Lord Stark would be welcome to come back to King's Landing with him when this was all over to try and persuade her otherwise himself. That had ultimately mollified the Lord of Winterfell, alongside Axel promising that he would happily let Sansa do whatever she wanted because her happiness was the most important thing to him. His heartfelt sincerity seemed to have resonated with the older man, at least a little bit. Of course, then there were the men in the tent who were quite happy, or rather, one man in particular. Axel hadn't expected it, but Prince Oberyn Martell had come with the Dornish spears his brother had sent with the royal fleet. The Red Viper himself sat rather casually and without much care in one of the chairs surrounding the massive table that dominated the center of the tent, and he had been grinning at Axel ever since they'd assembled. Axel had a pretty good idea of why the Dornish prince was so happy with him, of course, but that didn't make the staring or the grin on the Dornish man's face any less uncomfortable. It was almost like the other man was undressing and fucking him with his eyes. Of course, there were other important men in the tent as well. Davos Seaworth, his master of ships. His counterpart, the Redwine Admiral whose name Axel hadn't bothered learning. Lord Paramount Edmure Tully, leading the armies of the Riverlands. Axel wishes it were the Blackfish, truth be told. Lord Randall Tarley, leading the armies of the Reach. Mace had been smart to stay home and out of Axel's sight in all honesty. Cowardly, but also smart. And many, many more than that too. There had to be easily 50 men in the crowded tent, though the ones just mentioned were the vast majority who actually got a seat at the table close to Axel himself. Everyone else was relegated to the other end of the table or forced to stand. All the while, Sir Ares and Sir Sandor flanked either side of Axel's chair. A proper war council, with everyone wanting to make themselves heard. Axel just wished they weren't just repeating all of the things he'd already thought of himself. Euron Greyjoy is a coward. He flees at the first sign of our forces. It's a trap, obviously. He means to draw us out to see where that monster of his can scuttle our fleets and drown us. Bah, between the Royal and Redwine fleets, we outnumber the Ironborn boats 3-1. A single Kraken isn't going to turn the tide of battle against us. We'll crush it and this upstart Greyjoy, just like last time. You haven't seen the Kraken in question. It's bigger than anything that's ever been recorded on this side of the Narrow Sea. It destroyed the walls of Lannisport and then half the city besides. I can't help but wonder if our scorpions will be able to so much as pierce its hide. On and on they go, round and round in circles. Everyone wants to say their piece. Everyone wants to be heard. Of course, the smarter men at the table hold their tongue and speak only when absolutely necessary. But the rest jabber constantly, as though rehashing the same exact points over and over again will change anything. He's probably let them all talk long enough, right? Lord Davos has already given his opinion, so has the Redwine Admiral. Both men knew more about boats than anyone else in this room, including Axel. However, Neither had actually laid eyes on the kraken that Euron Greyjoy was said to command. Still, Axel knew that they'd both been to the ruins of Lannisport by now and seen the damage wrought by the kraken's appendages. And even then, they were both cautiously optimistic about being able to kill the beast, and that was without knowing what Axel was capable of. But really, even if they weren't, there was only really ever one option, wasn't there? Enough. When he finally decides to speak, Axel's voice cuts through the clamor like Valyrian steel through flesh. Word of what happened in King's Landing has reached the ears of every man in this room by now. Some, he suspects, still don't believe it. Some do and look at him with either fear or reverence in their eyes. They've also all heard about the incident with the mountain by now. Only Tywin is truly upset about Gregor Clegan's death, but there's certainly a degree of wariness in the men as he speaks, everyone going quiet and turning to look to him, their king. Axel smiles thinly, his eyes flinty as he looks them all over. There is no choice. Are we to cower away in our castles and let Euron Greyjoy rip the 7 kingdoms asunder? Are we to hide from his kraken as he lashes out at our coasts without reprisal? Lannisport first. What next? Old Town, the Arbor, Sunspear? Perhaps bolder still. Perhaps Storm's End, or Dragonstone, or King's Landing itself. The mood in the room becomes more somber with each place he names. Even Oberyn Martell's ever-present smile dims when Axel mentions Sunspear as a target. No, the combined might of the 7 kingdoms stands ready to nip this threat in the bud here and now, as it did years ago under my father against another Greyjoy entirely. To turn back now would be worse than folly. It would be cowardice. Asha and Theon are both in the back of the tent, though not next to one another. Axel notices Theon squirm as several people look his direction at the mention of his father's rebellion. Asha gets the same treatment, but she stands tall and proud, having eyes only for Axel. He gives her the smallest of nods before turning his gaze to Davos and the Red Wine Admiral. He probably should ask the man's name, but at this point, doing so would ruin all of his momentum. Instead, he gestures to both men. My master of ships and his counterpart from the Arbor have my utmost confidence. They shall work together to form a proper plan for the voyage ahead. Once they're done, we will depart and bring an end to this. Rebellion once and for all. Silence falls over the tent. Many look like they have something to say, but none actually try and say it. In the end, Axel gives them all plenty of time to speak up. When nobody does, he waves a hand through the air. This council is over. Everyone begins filing out of the tent. Well, almost everyone. It's not long before Axel, still seated at the head of the table, is disturbed by Sir Ares leaning down to murmur in his ear. Your Grace, there are men asking for an audience. One of them is Oberyn Martell, the other is Tyrion Lannister, the imp of Casterly Rock. Axel furrows his brow, wondering why Tywin Lannister's only living son would want to speak with him. In the end, he shakes his head. Send in the prince. When it comes to people he wants to talk to, anyone from House Lannister is going to be naturally lower on the list than the uncle of one of the women he intends to make his queen. Even if the Red Viper had been making strange eyes of Axel throughout the entire fucking war council. A moment later, and the Dornish prince strides back into the tent, grinning from ear to ear. He walks right up to the chair he'd been sitting in before, just a couple down from Axel himself, and drops himself back into it, lounging there as he gives a perfunctory bow of his head. You have my eternal thanks, Your Grace, and the thanks of Dorne as well. Axel smirks and shrugs, being blunt and honest. I didn't do it for you, Prince Martell. I didn't even do it for Aerion. But of course, Oberyn isn't even fazed by that. He grins, shaking his head. No, you didn't. You did it for the man behind you, didn't you? Of course he'd heard. No doubt Nymeria and Obara were reporting to their father the entire time. Even as Sandor Clegane bristles at his back, Axel just sighs and shakes his head. The mountain was not worthy of the gifts that the 7 gave him. Most of all, he was not worthy of the air he continued breathing. I took his life because most of all, he did not deserve to continue living. Silence falls for a moment before Oberyn slowly nods, looking impressed. Well said, Your Grace. Well said, indeed. You know, my paramour and I would love to host you in our tent later tonight for some wine. Elaria has just been dying to meet you, the bastard who became king. There's a suggestive lilt in Oberyn's voice that has Axel narrowing his eyes in response. So those looks earlier? He wasn't just imagining things. Finally, he decides to just be truthful with the man. You would not enjoy that very much, I don't think. Oberyn's smile becomes a bit more rigid, a hint of confusion entering his eyes. Axel just smiles thinly. I do not lay with men, and if I were to bed your paramour, you would no longer be able to satisfy her. No other man would feel the same after I got through with her. Oberyn's eyes bulge out of his skull a little bit at Axel's boast. The thing is, it's not empty. He means every word, and he thinks the Red Viper can tell too. After a long moment, Oberyn Martell chooses to throw his head back and laughs. Axel lets him get it out of his system before continuing on. Besides, it would not be proper seeing as I intend to marry the princess and make her my queen. Now that gets Oberyn's attention. More than that, Axel can tell he's managed to surprise the Dornish prince for the first time. Oh, that is glorious news, your grace. So Tywin wasn't informing on him to Oberyn like Obara and Nymeria were. How very interesting. Indeed, once your own Greyjoy is dead and the Iron Islands are pacified, I will return to King's Landing and marry both Princess Aerion and Lady Sansa in the Light of the Seven. You are, of course, invited to the wedding. To his credit, while Oberyn is once again shocked by Axel's words, he doesn't do anything so foolish as claim that the faith will never let him marry two women or something like that. Instead, with a considering glint in his eye, the Red Viper finally rises from his chair and gives a proper bow. I concede, your grace. You have managed to astound me more times in a single conversation than any other man can boast. I must rescind my offer of wine, if only to protect my paramour from your seemingly insatiable lusts. Ares and Sandor both bristle a bit at that, but Axel just smirks, taking the comments in the spirit they are given. Oberyn's words might seem insulting on the surface, but in actuality, Axel got the impression that he was really being complimented. He waves the other man off with a hand and watches as Sir Ares escorts him out for a moment, before returning with a frown on his face. Tyrion Lannister still waits outside, your grace. Truly, well, that was a minor point in the imp's favor, Axel supposed. Very well, bring him in. A few moments later and the dwarf steps into the tent. He's certainly something to look at. With mismatched eyes of green and black, thin flaxen hair, and a stunted body but a rather large forehead, he was, well, unnatural was one word for it. But then, to be fair, Axel was just as unnatural, if not more so. He was just lucky enough to be handsome and tall. His unnaturalness hid beneath the surface, while Tyrion was forced to wear his on the outside for all to see. Unlike Oberyn, Tyrion doesn't wait to bow. The littlest Lannister immediately bows at the waist, massive head all the way down. Your grace, it is a great honor to finally meet you. Axel stays quiet, not having much patience for Lannisters. Not after Tywin Lannister played games during Renly's rebellion, and not after finding out Cersei Lannister had been trying to kill him all his life. Still, their actions were not Tyrion's actions. Finally lifting his head, the dwarf seems to hesitate for a moment, before forcing a bright smile onto his face and clasping his stubby hands behind his back. I simply wish to thank you, my king. Thank him for what? You didn't have to defend my honor so viciously when you beheaded the mountain, but I must say, I will appreciate it forevermore. For a long moment, Axel doesn't get it. But then he recalls the words he'd spoken to Gregor Clegane in order to get the larger man to draw his sword on him and justify his death. Specifically, he'd claimed that the mountain's cock was smaller than that of the dwarf now standing in front of him. Axel can't help himself. A bark of laughter leaves his lips, and he finds that he approves of the littlest Lannister just a bit more than he did previously. For all that he's stunted and malformed, Tyrion Lannister seems to have a sharp mind and a sharper wit. Grinning now, he inclines his head in Tyrion's direction. Your gratitude is accepted, Tyrion Lannister. I do so like a man who enjoys a good jest. Seeing him in a good mood, Tyrion dares to move closer to the table, until he can rest one arm on it and tap away with his stubby little fingers. I'm glad to hear it, my king. Here's another then, me as master of coin. Axel pauses, his good humor departing as quickly as it's arrived. his eyes narrowing as he regards Tyrion more coldly. "Your father sent you." The dwarf offers him a wan smile, one that shows he knew exactly how this would go over with the king. And yet, he's making a go for it anyways. "Yes, your grace. According to him, I'm not much use for anything other than numbers, and the position is currently empty, so it would seem to be the perfect fit." He finds it hard to hate Tyrion Lannister, but that doesn't mean he's going to just capitulate to something like this. Axel is already shaking his head, ready to reject the idea entirely, when another thought comes to mind and he stops. Leaning forward, he looks Tyrion right in his one green eye. "The crown still owes your house far too much gold for me to consider putting a Lannister in charge of that very debt. Go and tell your father that the only way I'll consider you for master of coin is if he forgives the rest of the debt beforehand. All of it, down to the last copper star." Tyrion's jaw drops open. "That's almost 1,000,000 golden dragons, your grace." Axel smiles thinly as he sits back in his chair. He might not hate Tyrion, but that didn't mean he was going to let himself be manipulated either. "It is, yes. Now go, tell your father. I'll give him until I'm back with Euron Greyjoy's head to make a decision. Goodbye, Tyrion Lannister." Swallowing thickly, looking like he wants to say more, but is clearly too smart to outstay his welcome, Tyrion bows again and departs from the tent as quickly as his stubby little legs allow. Axel watches him go for a moment before shaking his head. At least Tywin had kept Cersei Lannister well away from him so far. Axel didn't know or care where the woman was at this point so long as he didn't see a single glimpse of her while he was here in the Westerlands. Their departure for the Iron Islands couldn't come soon enough. Chapter 66, Night Before. Asha sneaks into the king's tent the night before they're set to depart, because of course she does, though she's not actually expecting to succeed. The plan is to be caught and raise a fuss until Axel himself appears and approves her presence. She's certainly not anticipating making it all the way into his tent undetected. In fact, doing so leaves the female Ironborn scowling, even as she gazes down at Axel's sleeping visage. After barely a moment of thinking about it, she jumps on top of him and puts a finger against his neck. Leaning in close, she hisses angrily into his ear. "If I were an enemy and my finger was steel, you would be dead, Axel Baratheon. Your Kingsguard are incompetent and should be replaced." Without even opening his eyes, Axel just chuckles. "Are they? I told them to let you through, Asha." "Wait, what?" Asha blinks as Axel finally opens his eyes and grins up at her. Then, his gaze flicks over to the entrance to his tent. "It's fine, Sandor. You can return to your post." Asha's head jerks around, as only then does she hear the telltale sound of armor lightly clinking as the hound shifts from where he'd apparently been standing ready, just out of sight. As Sandor Clegane moves away from the tent again, Asha looks back to see Axel smirking up at her rather smugly. She's not pouting. She's definitely not pouting. Even still, Asha can't help but huff and shake her head as she removes her finger from under the king's chin. "Even still, I could have killed you before they intervened. You're far too trusting, Axel Baratheon." His hands abruptly come up and grab onto her hips in a familiar manner that makes Asha's breath hitch. She wiggles atop him, blushing a bit as she feels his cock already starting to rise beneath her. It's been much too long since their first time together. It seems that they both know precisely why she's here. I don't think my trust has been misplaced, unless your own Greyjoy's sea monster has given you second thoughts." Asha flushes at Axel's teasing tone and begins to shuck off her clothing without a hint of embarrassment right then and there. Fuck holding back anymore. Fuck waiting for him to come to her. And fuck you. Chuckling again, Axel runs his hands across her body as she exposes more and more of it. "Very well then, you have my permission." It takes Asha a moment to parse the joke, at which point she goes still for a moment, eyes narrowed as she glares down at him. But in the end, she wants his cock more than she wants to punish him for such terrible humor. As soon as she's ready, she reaches down and fishes Axel's cock free of his trousers, bringing it to her slit and pressing him up inside of her with little fanfare or foreplay. Axel in turn helps her with the positioning. And then of course, as she should have expected, he uses his grip on her hips to slam her down the length of his cock without hesitation. Ashaz's jaw drops open, and she chokes on her own spit as his throbbing member punches up inside of her like nothing else. Truly, the king and his big fat cock are like absolutely nothing else that Ashaz has ever had. Fortunately, that initial thrust steals the breath from her lungs, so she doesn't do anything too embarrassing like squeal or scream upon penetration. Unfortunately, he almost immediately begins to slide her up and down his cock, his hands like iron on her waist, and that begins to prompt some rather humiliating sounds from her lips. Before she can make too much of a fool of herself with such noises, Ashaz leans forward and captures Axel's mouth with her own. She kisses him deeply and applies her tongue to the experience for good measure. This helps to stifle her moaning and mewling and the pleasured cries that threaten to slip free of her lips. She honestly hates being a woman sometimes. There have been so many moments where she wished she were a man instead. But here and now, as she bounces up and down on Axel's cock, there's something inexplicably incredible about it all. The pleasure gets to her quickly, her muffled moans growing in volume by the moment. Ashaz tries her best to keep up, to give as good as she gets. She's on top after all, and in her personal experience that usually means she's in control. Even the biggest of men can't do much when put on their backs. Or so she'd always thought. Axel is very much proving that wrong right now in every possible way. He does more than just take control. He overwhelms her senses with everything he's doing to her. Even their kissing. His tongue wrestles hers into submission, so fast Ashaz can only blink and moan, her eyes fluttering as she feels a poignant sense of disbelief for a second. This is ridiculous. It feels even better than it did the last time back in that alley. But she refuses to be beaten. Ending the lip lock with a growl, the ironborn woman leans forward and plants her breasts in Axel's face instead, intent on smothering him just a tad. Sure, she's not the most well-endowed. Thank fuck for that. If she had the same size tits as, say, Arian Martel, Ashaz thinks she might have tried to cut them off years ago. Either that or killed herself. But that isn't to say she doesn't have nothing in the chest department. A mere cup full of soft flesh apiece. Sensitive nipples that grow hard when she's aroused. That's what she shoves into Axel's face, hoping to get the better of him if only for a second. Of course, that doesn't go according to plan either. He's not overwhelmed in the slightest. If anything, Ashaz belatedly realizes that she's just given him another avenue to attack from. Axel's tongue and teeth rush across her chest as she buries his face in her tits. He swirls his tongue around a nipple one moment and then nibbles and bites at the other a moment later. Ashaz tosses her head back, a strangled moan leaving her lips before she bites her tongue and tries her best to hold back her voice even as he makes her feel so weak. There's no hope for her, though. She's a fool if she thought she could ever defeat Axel Baratheon on this particular battlefield. PLAP, PLAP, PLAP. Her hips slam down onto his cock as it thrusts up into her again and again until she can't take it anymore. With a rattling cry, Ashaz tips over the edge, her pussy walls squeezing even as they gush down his length. Axel grunts in response, and then keeps fucking her. Ashaz's eyes widen at this, her overly sensitive cunt not at all ready for him to just keep going. Before she knows it, she's letting out another cry. And another. Finally, she takes her breasts away from Axel's mouth and buries her face in his chest, clinging to him for dear life as he fucks and fucks her with no end in sight. Then, all of the sudden, she's on her back. Ashaz gasps, staring up into Axel's eyes as he smiles down at her. He pumps in and out of her a few more times, making her moan and shudder beneath him. And then he pulls out and unloads upon her naked flesh, covering her tits and her abdomen in his seed. Ashaz's cunt aches at the loss of both his cock and the lack of a filling, but she knows, deep down inside, that she has no desire for him to risk impregnating her anyways. The whole idea of pregnancy is abhorrent to her. Being forced to grow weaker and weaker all because of some parasite growing inside of her. It's the worst part of being a woman, by far. However, as Axel lays down beside her, still smiling, Ashaz doesn't hesitate to scoop up some of the seed he's left on her body and stick her fingers in her mouth. Salty and sweet, not a bad taste, all things considered, and she can tell Axel approves. As she licks her fingers clean, she gazes at him curiously. "You really aren't worried, are you?" Axel raises an eyebrow. "About what, your uncle? His kraken? No, I'm not worried. I'm more worried about what comes afterwards than I am about your own fucking grade. Asha lets out a shuddering breath at that. He's that confident that he'll win. He's so convinced of his victory that he's already thinking about what happens after. Meanwhile, she's afraid that tomorrow she'll lose her ship to Euron's damn Kraken. She's afraid they'll all die because the sea monster will pull them under one boat at a time. Perhaps that's why Axel is the king and she's just a captain though. And to be fair, now she's wondering what comes next herself. What comes after you kill my uncle then? Axel's smile drops, his face growing more serious and thoughtful. Finally, he lets out a sigh and shakes his head. I don't know. I've been advised not to be merciful with the Ironborn, you know, and I can't help but agree. Would this be happening if my father had been smart and wiped out House Grage entirely, root and stem? If he'd put your father and your uncles to the sword for daring to rebel against their king, then we wouldn't be dealing with this shit right now. Euron Grage would already be dead. Asha bristles a bit because of what that implies for her, but before she can point out the obvious, Axel does it for her. Of course, if my father had done the smart thing, then would you still live? Perhaps, though you might have been sent to the Silent Sisters or given to some other noble lord as a prize bride. You wouldn't be who you are today, captain of your own ship, so vivacious and strong and sexy. Great, now she's fucking blushing. He had a way with words, Asha would give him that. The problem isn't even really House Grage, Asha, it's your people's entire way of life. It's the Ironborn in general, the desire to return to the old ways, the need to make others pay the iron price. Asha shivers as a shadow suddenly falls over Axel's face. For instance, if I chose to practice the iron price, then after I kill Euron and his pet Kraken, the Iron Islands would cease to exist. Everything would be plundered. The warriors would be killed to the last. The thralls and salt wives would be returned to their homes or spread throughout the 7 kingdoms and given new lives as serfs under Greenlander lords. Asha's breath hitches in her throat as she finds herself imagining it. The Iron Islands were a cluster of barely fertile rocky landmasses. Surviving there was hard and thriving there. Thriving was quite literally impossible without the Ironborn at least partially resorting to the old ways, to the iron price. Taking from those who had it better than them on the mainland had been her people's way of not just proving their innate strength, but also building themselves up even stronger for thousands upon thousands of years. And yet, he's right. If Axel chose to follow their own ancient traditions after he won, if he managed to win the following battles and conquered the Iron Islands, then the iron price would allow him to take everything not nailed down, and then everything that was nailed down as well, if he really wanted to. Her cunt clenches around empty air, and Asha licks her lips for a moment before asking the question on the tip of her tongue. And what would you do with me in such a scenario? Keep me as your woman, as a trophy? Axel looks at her oddly for a moment before letting out a snort of laughter. His hand comes down on her inner thigh and squeezes, making Asha's breath hitch. Try not to sound so longing for it, you wench. Damn, I was trying to scare you with the idea, not turn you on even more for fuck's sake. That, Asha blushes hard, scowling, and then throwing a hard punch straight at Axel's chest. He catches her wrist before she can land the blow though, moving so fast that her eyes widen in shock. Don't, you would have broken your hand on me if that had landed. What? Asha stares in confusion, even as Axel lets out a sigh and shakes his head. You'll see soon enough, I suppose. Look, I'm not planning to enact the iron price on the Iron Islands, Asha, but your people followed Euron without hesitation, without even one of your kingsmoots. All because he had a big fucking monster on his side. So once I kill his monster and once I kill Euron Grage, there will have to be consequences. Punishment. I just haven't decided what form that will take yet. Asha licks her lips and she has to try at least. Even if he's right, they're still her people, so she has to try to lighten the load. Put Theon on the throne. That'll be punishment enough, I reckon. Axel snorts derisively at that, shaking his head and grinning in wry amusement. I've met the man myself at this point, and you might be right about that. But then they'll just kill him, won't they? And we'll be right back where we started. That draws a flinch. He's probably right. She'd made a token effort to talk to her brother after he'd arrived in camp alongside the Northmen. It had been an interesting conversation, mostly filled with Theon boasting about how he would push his claim once their uncle was dead. And yet, he didn't even bother trying to feel her out, nor had he so much as asked for her support, like it didn't even matter that she was captain of her own ship. The truth was, Theon wouldn't last for even a single year as Lord Reaper of Pike. Someone would kill him, might even be her if he was enough of a prick about it. Maybe I'll put you in charge instead. It would be the first Lady Reaper of Pike in Ironborn history, wouldn't it? How's that for a shake-up? Asha blinks, staring at Axel for a long moment as she realizes he's serious. Sure, he's grinning, but he's not teasing so much as he's testing. Part of her likes the idea very much. Part of her wonders if she'd survive the year either. They might just kill me the same as they'd kill Theon. Axel grunts, looking quite displeased by that idea. Maybe they'd respect you more than him, though, at the end of the day. At least you're a captain, right? She wordlessly nods at that. He's not wrong, she'd probably be slightly more tolerable than her brother, even to the most hardline of Ironborn. Silence falls between them for a long moment after that. Then, Axel looks her right in the eyes. Would you want it, if it were an option, if the opportunity arises? Blinking again, Asha hesitates for a moment. Does she want it? To be not just in charge of the Iron Islands, but the first woman in history to lead from Castle Pike? Fuck, of course she does. But she still has tits and a cunt, and that was unacceptable in the eyes of her people. Then again, depending on how Axel did it. Finally, almost shyly, but no less enthusiastically, Asha nods. Yes, I would leap at such an opportunity with both hands. How could I not? To lead my people, no matter what state they're left in after all of this. Yes, I would want it. Then she averts her gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed by her reaction. Axel just chuckles, though. Heh, see, what comes after the upcoming battles is much more important than the battles themselves. Euron's defeat is already a done deal. It's the rest of it that's so fucking complex. Now, get some rest, Asha. Or do I need to fuck you again to put you to sleep properly? This fucking bastard of a king. Asha scoffs and spreads her legs for him all the same. Giving him a hooded look, she smirks wickedly. You have my permission, my king. Axel laughs at her, throwing his words back at him. Then, he moves between her legs and, well, the rest of it is a bit of a blur when she wakes up the next morning. But damn if she isn't left just as satisfied as she is sore. Chapter 67, Out to Sea. It occurs to Axel, only after they've set sail, that he's actually never been out at sea before now. Between living in the Eyrie all his life and the last several months of insanity in King's Landing, he just hadn't gotten the chance. Perhaps he could have gotten some experience by traveling with the royal fleet while his armies moved overland, but he just hadn't really thought about it at the time. Fortunately for him, he doesn't seem to have any issues with sea sickness or balance, nor does he need any time whatsoever to get his sea legs. While the swaying and rocking of his flagship is definitely different than standing on dry land, it's not particularly awful or even unpleasant. In fact, there's something almost soothing about it, even if they are traveling to war. Staring out into the horizon for a moment, Axel looks to his left and right. An armada of ships of all different shapes and sizes surrounds him in every direction. The Royal Fleet and the Red Wine Fleet combined are truly a sight to behold, and they're lucky that neither suffered all that many losses against one another before Renly lost his trial by the Seven. Renly. Back in the Vale, when Axel had been preparing to execute Petter Baelish for his crimes, the weasel of a man had let several things slip. Things that the traitorous master of coin had considered of great import. Among them was the fact that it was Euron Greyjoy who gave Renly Baratheon the Valyrian steel sword that even now rests at Axel's waist. Reaching down, Axel runs a hand over Stoneheart's pommel, stroking it for a moment before sighing and shaking his head. If Axel had pressed harder for Renly to tell him where Stoneheart, or as it was initially named, Rosethorn, had come from, he might have found out about Euron Greyjoy and his machinations earlier. Perhaps he could have even nipped things in the bud before this whole war could even start. Then again, he doubts it. Euron's pet Kraken gave the Greyjoy too much sway over his people, and too much confidence in his own abilities. Sending anyone out to hunt Euron Greyjoy down would have just gotten them killed by the Kraken. Barring Axel going out and hunting down Euron to tear him limb from limb with his own hands, there was no stopping this. And John would have advised caution on that front, and Axel would have foolishly listened until everything happened exactly the same way in the end. "Are you well, Your Grace?" Blinking as he's pulled from his thoughts, Axel turns to see that his master of ships has stepped up beside him. Lord Davos Seaworth actually looks concerned for him, and it dawns on Axel that he's probably just now realizing the king has no experience at sea either. Chuckling, he gives the older man a smile and a nod. "I'm fine, Lord Davos. Is everything going well? Everyone staying in formation?" Given the nature of the Kraken's size, along with the absurd size of their fleet, this was a combination of two of Westeros' biggest naval forces. After all, Lord Seaworth and his red wine counterpart had decided on a plan that involved spreading the fleet out a great deal over a rather large area. Not so far spread that the ships couldn't see one another, mind you, but still far enough that the Kraken, even if it was as large as the ruins of Lannisport suggested, wouldn't be able to destroy more than a couple of ships just by breaching the surface. And once it was entangled in those ships, the others could all surround it and begin firing on it, presumably. As it had already been explained to Axel, there was no such thing as nimble or quick when they had this many ships. Not unless they split the fleet in two, of course. Fortunately, that had been deemed a bad idea by Davos and the Red Wine Admiral, because otherwise Axel would have had to step in and put his foot down. He wasn't about to be with the wrong fleet when this sea monster that Euron Greyjoy commanded came knocking. Still, they had to be ready. They had to be prepared. The closer and closer they got to the Iron Islands, the more likely that they would have a battle on their hands. After eyeing Axel for a time, and seemingly deciding that his king wasn't just putting on a brave face, Davos finally nods. "Aye, Your Grace. Everyone is still accounted for. No sightings of ironborn vessels or Krakens just yet." Of course, as if to prove him wrong. "INVENCIBLE on the horizon." The warning shout comes down to them from up in the crow's nest, causing Axel and Davos to both look out into the distance. The ironborn ships are just specks at this point, but Davos nevertheless curses and begins belting out orders. On either side, even with them far away, Axel can hear the captains on the ships closest to them doing the same, their voices carrying on the wind like some sort of siren's song. And then, a horn blast, but it's not one of theirs. Axel is pretty sure. He steps up to the railing, looking off in the distance towards the ironborn fleet. However, it's not the ironborn fleet that he's worried about. It never has been. There's still dozens of miles of ocean between them and the enemy, but that distant horn hadn't come from anywhere around him, it had come from in front of them. Axel's eyes narrow thoughtfully as he looks at the water. It looks darker, doesn't it? No, that's not a trick of the light. That's a shape beneath the waves, and it's coming right for them. The horn summons the Kraken and sends it after a target. Axel knows this instinctively somehow. He can feel it in his bones, just as he can feel in his bones that if he lets the Kraken reach them, it will sink this ship and drown everyone on it except for him. And then it will be among his fleet and able to do untold damage to everyone. No, that cannot be allowed to happen. Axel turns to Davos as what he has to do crystallizes in his mind's eye. "Lord Davos." It takes a moment for his shout to reach the other man, and if Axel were anyone else, he's sure that his master of ships would have ignored him and focused on the task at hand. But he is the king, and in the end, Lord Seaworth turns to him, confused and looking quite harried at this point. "Yes, Your Grace. I'm going to go kill the Kraken, relay orders to the rest of the fleet to avoid the beast and aim for the Ironborn. I want them run the fuck down, all the way back to their shitty little islands." Again, amidst all the hustle and bustle, Davos doesn't immediately understand what Axel is saying. He's already moving down the stairs towards the deck for the front of the ship when the former smuggler races to the railing and calls out to him. "My king, what are you saying? Come back." Turning back, Axel locks eyes with his master of ships and gives him a cheery grin. Despite the distance between them now, he makes sure his words carry all the same. "You've got this, Seaworth. See you soon." And then Axel turns and leaps. Wood splinters beneath his feet as he jumps, causing him to wince a little bit. But it probably wasn't anything too bad, and the ship could always be fixed later. Besides, he has more important things to worry about. Drawing Stoneheart while he's in midair, Axel roars as he flings himself through the sky. For a brief moment, he imagines he looks rather insane to the men of both his fleets, soaring through the air towards the Ironborn, but much too far away to actually reach their boats. That's okay though, because the Ironborn fleet was never the goal. Looking down from his new vantage point high above it all, Axel can more clearly see the massive dark shape beneath the ocean waves now. Sucking as deep a breath as he can manage, he grins savagely and points Stoneheart's tip straight down. A moment later, he hits the water like a fucking stone, sinking immediately and feeling his Valyrian steel sword bite deep into something immense, meaty, and very thick-skinned. Then, almost instantly, something else slams into Axel's body, ripping him off of the Kraken's back. Fortunately, his grip on Stoneheart is ironclad, or he might have lost the Valyrian steel sword in the sea monster's flesh right then and there. Instead, he's able to rip it out, dragging it through thick skin and dense flesh before it finally comes free. At the same time, everything goes dark. It takes Axel a moment to realize that this is because the Kraken has swung him under it, putting its immense bulk between him and the ocean's surface as it tries to beat him down with its appendages. Axel is fighting blind, but that isn't going to stop him. He's only ever swam in lakes and rivers up in the mountains, but that isn't going to stop him either. The water all around him certainly doesn't stop him from swinging Stoneheart rapidly, slicing through the beast in front of him. The Kraken is so big that it's impossible for him to miss. At the same time, though, Axel does briefly wonder how the fuck he's supposed to kill the damn thing. Stoneheart might be able to cut through its flesh, but that doesn't mean much when there's this much flesh. He won't stop, though. Axel can't stop, not now. Moving underwater is easy, at least. Surprisingly so. Axel was expecting to get a little bit bogged down, but instead he finds himself swimming more easily in the water than he walks on land. Still, Euron's pet is no slouch. The Kraken isn't just big, it's strong. In fact, it's possibly the strongest thing that Axel has ever faced. Every single swipe of one of its tentacles actually knocks Axel around down here, even causing him some pain in the process as he's battered to and fro. The problem, really, is that he's like a blind gnat harassing this thing from all angles. As it tosses him around, the pain it's visiting upon him is more soreness than agony. But at the same time, he feels like he's not really hurting it either. Valyrian steel cuts through it just fine, but the thing is so big that his sword might as well be a damn sewing needle for all the damage it's doing. At the same time, Axel realizes that the beast has some intelligence to it, because right now, it's trying to push him deeper, trying to take him all the way down to the sea floor. Does it think to drown him, maybe? Does it want to pin him to the bottom of the ocean until he runs out of air and expires? You know, there was something to be said about that. Axel grins, even though he can't see. As he's pushed deeper and deeper, he makes a show of swinging Stoneheart around, slicing through the Kraken here and there to make it clear he's still fighting, still struggling. At the same time, though, he's no longer trying so hard to get back to the surface, not that he was before. He's no longer fighting to outmaneuver the Kraken either, instead allowing it to box him in like it clearly wants to. Until finally, Axel's back hits stone. The Kraken smashes him into rock, but Axel barely feels it. A tentacle bigger than his flagship pins him to some sort of solid surface. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Finally, at long last, Axel stops sandbagging. Now that he has something to brace himself against, he shows far more of his true strength. First, he lifts the tentacle trying to pin him down, pushing it up until he can stand. More tentacles join the first in trying to keep him pinned, but that just lets Axel pinpoint exactly where the Kraken's main body is. And once he knows that, he grins savagely, points Stoneheart straight up, and pushes off of the sea floor beneath his feet. Karikatiachoem. Sand, rock, and water explode out from Axel in all directions as he truly lets himself move. Stoneheart points the way and he stabs into and then through the Kraken on top of him, still trying to pin him down. He keeps going from there, propelled forward by the blast, absolutely flying through the water. Until finally, he breaches the surface and positively soars up into the sky. Honestly, he's not expecting that. It must be the fastest he's ever moved before, even faster than his run from King's Landing to the Bloody Gate. For a split second, Axel is able to look around and see a rather strange sight. The location where he and the Kraken have been fighting has become a no-man's land. It's like a treacherous whirlpool with the waters choppy as all hell and tentacles thrashing about this way and that. Boats that get too close are almost sucked in, and all of them suffer damage to their hulls. They suffer a lot more than just some hull damage if they can't avoid the tentacles. But that's not important, because Axel knows the Kraken isn't dead yet. Looking down beneath him, he can see the dark shape beneath the water getting larger and larger again as it follows him back towards the surface. He's dealt it a grievous blow, but not a fatal one. Even drilling through its entire body with his sword hadn't been enough. That was all right, though. He would fall back down any moment now and do it again and wait a second. Why? Why wasn't he falling? Axel blinks owlishly as he looks down at himself and finally realizes that he's hovering in midair. To be fair, it feels exactly like what he was doing underwater. Had he even been swimming down there, or was he flying? The entire time. Before he can ponder that further, though, Euron's Kraken breaches the water below. Screeching its rage and anger, bleeding profusely from the path he'd cut through it with his body, it reaches for him with multiple massive appendages. Axel bares his teeth in response and points his sword down at the damn thing's open beak. He'd figure out what was happening with him suddenly flying later. Right now, he had a monster to kill. Bracing himself against seemingly nothing at all as the Kraken reaches for him with its massive appendages, Axel points Stoneheart downward once more, and this time doesn't just drop. This time, in a way he can't explain, he leaps forward from naught but midair, lancing downwards with a roar to answer the Kraken's injured, furious screech. It was time to finish this once and for all. Chapter 68, Kraken's Demise. Signal the rest of the fleet to steer clear of the whirlpool. Relay orders to focus on the Ironborn ships and to fire at will. One would think Davos Seaworth would be used to dealing with the insanity of his superiors at this point. After all, he's been in the service of Stannis Baratheon for more than 20 years now. Not that he's regretted a single day of it, mind you. Most men might have thought less of Stannis for daring to punish them after they went out of their way to smuggle food to a castle under siege. But Davos wasn't most men. Besides, people often mistold the story anyways, making him sound more altruistic than he actually was. He hadn't braved the Red Wine Fleet's blockade of Shipbreaker Bay and snuck his way into Storm's End out of the kindness of his heart or anything like that. No, he'd done so as a calculated risk, knowing full well that starving men would pay him a better price than men with full bellies who didn't have to worry where their next meal was coming from. It was opportunistic and selfish, just as accepting Lord Stannis' deal had been. For the cost of a ship's worth of onions and salted fish, along with the first joint from each finger on his left hand, Davos had bought something that he considered far more valuable than any amount of gold. He'd bought a future for both him and his family. And what a future it had turned out to be. 20 years on and 7 sons, Davos could safely say that he had no regrets. If anything, he was more baffled by just how far he'd risen. It was one thing to serve under Stannis as a landed knight. It was another entirely for him to be promoted to Master of Ships and be given command of the entire damn royal fleet. Yet here he was all the same, commanding not just the royal fleet but the Red Wine Fleet as well, the combined force of ships enough to completely outnumber their enemies under any normal circumstances. Unfortunately, these were not normal circumstances. The Ironborn had a secret weapon in the form of the greatest, largest Kraken that Davos Seaworth had ever heard of, let alone seen with his own 2 eyes. And the damn king had leapt into the water to fight it. As he throws out orders left and right, trying his best to keep an eye on the developing sea battle, Davos' gaze unfortunately keeps gravitating back to the center of this entire mess. Despite them all being at open sea, there's a chunk of water that has developed into a place no one wants to go between them and the Ironborn fleet, forcing them to go around it to get at their enemies. This island, as impossible as it is the massive main body of Euron Greyjew's Kraken, thrashing up the water and making the waves incredibly choppy in the process. For a time, it had descended deep beneath the surface, but that hadn't stopped the water in the center of the battle from being incredibly treacherous as well as dangerous. Now, it was back near the surface again, and it was all Davos could do to wonder what the hell was going on. After all, from the moment the king leapt overboard, Davos had thought him lost. What could one man, even one equipped with a Valyrian steel sword, possibly do against a creature of this size? Their only hope had been to try and kill it with bolts from the scorpions, but even then Davos had assumed they would lose dozens of ships in the process. But no, Axel Baratheon had decided otherwise. The king hadn't waited for the Kraken to reach them. He hadn't waited for the monster to make the first move. Instead, he'd thrown himself into the water to fight it. And the craziest thing was, he was still alive down there, as far as Davos could tell. The master of ships can't pay too much attention to what's going on in the water, to be fair. He still has a fleet to lead and a naval battle to win, after all. But the mere fact that the Kraken has yet to attack a single one of their ships tells a story. It makes it clear that the king is still down there fighting and keeping the damn thing distracted somehow. How, Davos doesn't fucking know, but it's not his place to question it either. Besides, so long as Euron's beast is out of the picture, the Ironborn are outnumbered 3-1. They can't possibly win this, though there hasn't been a retreat called yet. Probably because they think it's only a matter of time before. The king. Davos' head snaps around so fast he's pretty sure he hears a crack. His eyes go towards where a sailor is pointing over the choppy waters in the middle of the battle, but there's nothing there. "What are you pointing at, sailor? Get back to work." But I swear, Lord Seaworth, I swear I saw him." Furrowing his brow, Davos stomps over, staring out at the water. He shouldn't let himself get distracted. But who is he kidding? He's already fucking distracted. What did you see, man?" I saw the king in the air. He was F-floating, he was, I swear it. And then, the Kraken breached and was reaching for him, but he went back down. Shot down like a scorpion bolt, he did." Davos grimaces as he tries to make sense of the sailor's rambling. It sounded like the Kraken had probably thrown Axel up into the air for a moment, and then the king had fallen back down. How the hell he was surviving such things, Davos didn't know. But then, to be fair, nobody could explain how he'd survived the wildfire either, at least to Davos' satisfaction. The Seven had healed him? Maybe. But Davos had never been a very religious man, so he couldn't be sure. The master of ships opens his mouth to tell the sailor to get back to his work, but before he can, a shadow suddenly falls over the ship. Davos turns, half expecting to see one of the Kraken's massive appendages bearing down on them right then and there. But it's not quite that. It is one of the Kraken's tentacles, thicker around than a damn castle tower and larger than anything Davos has seen in all his years on the seas. However, it's not coming towards them. Rather, it's pulled out from the water, stretching up into the sky. And at the top of it, Davos can make out a person if he squints. What the bloody hell? Pulling a Myrish far eye from his belt, Davos quickly points the thing at what must be the king of Westeros. What he sees takes his breath away and leaves him even more frozen in shock than ever before. But then, to be fair, even if he won't learn about this until later. Most of the men in the naval battle have turned to stare at this point in time, so it's not like he's alone in his stupor. At first glance, Davos had assumed that the Kraken held Axel Baratheon in its clutches, but that's not the case. No, rather, it's the king who is holding onto the Kraken's appendage. He's flying, there's no other way to describe it. His feet are touching nothing and he's pulling the Kraken up, his face scrunched up in concentration and exertion. Euron Greyjoy's monster comes out of the water foot by bloody foot, revealing several massive, gore-caked holes lancing through its main body. Davos finds himself staring at one blankly for a long moment before realizing that he's actually staring all the way through one of the holes out the other side, where he can see ships exchanging fire in the distance like some sort of weird tunnel view. Only for a split second, though, as the king continues to lift and the Kraken comes further out of the water. It's dead, Davos finally realizes. Euron's Kraken is dead as can be, blood enough to drown 1,000 men pouring out of its wounds and into the water beneath it as the massive monster dangles limply from Axel Baratheon's grasp. How is this possible? The king is flying. The king just killed a Kraken by himself with nothing but a single Valyrian steel sword, and now he's somehow lifting something more than 100 times his size without any help. Davos might have had more than 20 years to get used to Stannis Baratheon's particular brand of insanity. But he's finally starting to realize that the Lord doesn't hold a damn candle to his nephew's madness. Indeed, Axel Baratheon's particular brand of crazy seems intent on dragging the rest of the world with it. So he flies now, apparently. Funnily enough, it's not that surprising when he takes a moment to really think about it. In fact, part of him feels like he should have always known he could do this. Another part wonders if his week-long bath in wildfire might have awakened something new in him, something beyond what he'd already been capable of. Either way, he's done it. The Kraken is dead. All that's left is to take out the trash. As he rises to his apex high above the naval battle going on below, Kraken held by its appendage, Axel tries to figure what he's going to do next. He considers his options, but truth be told, there aren't many good ones. Maybe he should just let the damn thing's corpse drop back into the water and sink to the bottom of the ocean, but he's loath to waste it. However, his first instinct, which had been to toss the thing at the Ironborn fleet, isn't a good idea either. By now, his enemies have split in half just like the combined Royal and Redwine fleets. They've sailed around his and the Kraken's part of the battlefield in order to do battle with his ships. If he throws the Kraken at either half of the Ironborn fleet, he's likely to cause collateral damage among his own men. Brave men who had come all this way to fight in his name. No, Axel won't do that, even if the idea of killing Euron Greyjoy with the carcass of his own damn beast is tempting for a fleeting moment. Only fleeting, though, because Axel really wants to kill the warmongering bastard with his own two hands while looking him in the eyes. That still leaves him with a massive Kraken, corpse though and oh. Now there was an idea. He hadn't realized it, but they're actually not too far off from the Iron Islands at this point. Out there in the distance, past where the Ironborn fleet had come from, Axel can even make out what he thinks is Pike if he squints hard enough. Yeah, that would work. Or rather, he hoped it would. He's never actually done something like this before, after all. Slowly, he begins to spin. Holding onto the Kraken's tentacle is easy enough despite its size, though making sure the damn thing doesn't tear off and leave the main body to drop into the water below is a bit tougher. Eventually, though, Axel gets a good swing going. He spins around and around, but he finds he has no problem maintaining his balance and sense of direction the entire time. It really does feel like he was made for this. Flight, he just had to figure out how it worked. Huffing and puffing, exerting himself more than he's ever done in his life, Axel builds up enough momentum that the Kraken's body is spinning through the air with him at this point. And then, at what he hopes is just the right moment, he lets go and the Kraken gets to fly too, albeit posthumously. A grin spreads across Axel's face as he watches the carcass sail through the air. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300, he thinks he hits his target, but he can't be sure, not from this distance. And as tempting as it is to fly over really quick and check, Axel isn't about to abandon his people, not even if they have the numerical advantage in a big way. Hey, THWIP. Instinctively, Axel tilts his head to the side, and the thick wooden trunk of a scorpion bolt goes sailing past his face by half an inch. His eyes narrow as he turns and looks down at where it came from. Staring up at him in slowly mounting horror are Ironborn men crewing an Ironborn ship near the edge of the waters where he and Euron's Kraken had their cataclysmic battle. A slow, wicked smile spreads across Axel's face, and he draws Stoneheart from its sheath once more. He'd put the Valyrian steel away once he realized the Kraken was dead, but he no longer needs both hands to carry the damn thing. The king points his sword down at the Ironborn ship like it's the point of a spear, and then he drops. Ironborn sailors howl and scream as he comes down like a comet, Stoneheart's tip piercing right through the chest of the man standing at the ship's helm. And then further still, as Axel rips through the entire Ironborn ship from top to bottom. Only once he's in the water below does he shake the corpse off of his blade and then thrust himself back up, coming out the top again through another part of the boat. Just like that, the Ironborn galley is already taking on water, two massive man-shaped holes causing it to start to sink at a rapid pace. But Axel barely pays it any mind. He's already looking for the next ship, where he does the exact same thing. Again and again, Axel flies forward, treating himself like an impossibly tough, impossibly fast, entirely reusable scorpion bolt. Some of the Ironborn try to fight back, firing at him or even attempting to swing at him with their axes in the brief moments that he flies past them. None can do a thing to him, though. They can't even break his skin, even as Axel breaks their boats, one by one, until eventually, he breaks their spirits. Coming up out of the water as another Ironborn ship begins to sink, Axel looks and sees the portion of the Ironborn fleet that he hadn't managed to get to yet has turned and begun fleeing back towards the Iron Islands. His own fleets quickly give chase, of course. Seeing this, Axel nods his approval and then focuses on one Ironborn vessel in particular. Black sails, red hull. Everyone has told him in detail what Euron Greyjoy's ship looks like. Euron is retreating to the Iron Islands as well. For a moment, Axel considers stopping him here and now. It would be easy to destroy his boat and drown the man right here and right now. But no, where would the fun in that be? He'd have a lot of unhappy knights and warriors on his hands if they didn't get to partake in a single fight after all. Besides, he wants them to see what he's done to Pike. He wants Euron in particular to see what he's done before the man dies a dog's death. Chapter 69, Euron's Fall. The Baratheon king sought to add insult to injury. Euron had felt the moment that the Kraken died to the depths of his soul. The connection between him and the creature, facilitated by the horn he'd scavenged from old Valyria, had snapped and left him gasping for air. He'd barely been able to give the orders for the thralls and mongrels who crewed the Silence to turn the damn boat around and make for Pike at full speed. However, feeling it was one thing, seeing was something else entirely. He'd watched as the Baratheon king, somehow hovering unassisted in midair, tossed the Kraken's carcass. Everyone had seen it, obviously, but what Euron hadn't realized was just where Axel Baratheon had thrown his Kraken, not until he got back to the Iron Islands anyways. There, impaled on the tallest, somewhat pointed tower of Castle Pike, was the Kraken's carcass. Axel had thrown it in such a way that the massive beast had come down and been skewered like a normal squid upon a fishing spear atop the castle tower, leaving House Greyjoy's symbol to adorn their seat like some cruel mockery of everything they believed in, everything they held dear. To make things even worse, it was obvious that Axel had let them go too. Or rather, let him go. The Baratheon king had destroyed more than half of the Ironborn fleet. With how fast he'd been moving, he could have easily run down Euron's ship as well, but he hadn't. Axel had allowed Euron and the rest of his forces to run back here so they could see what he'd done to truly demoralize them. "My king, what do we do now? What is the drowned god's will?" Euron doesn't even bother looking over at Damphair. Victarion was gone, dead and drowned with his ship. But of course Damphair still lived, the priest of the drowned god having been waiting here on Pike for them to return victorious. They hadn't, obviously. And yet, Euron Greyjoy still believed that Euron had a plan. He still believed that the drowned god would see them all to victory. It was enough to make Euron want to fucking spit blood. He watches on as the Ironborn that remain struggle to prepare for the oncoming fleet. The armies of Westeros are at their doorstep, the one place they never should have been able to reach. Their ships can be seen from one end of the horizon to the other, and they get closer and closer with each passing second. Euron Weirk. It's enough to make him see red, and his pathetic little brother isn't helping things with his whining. And so, Euron gives into his impulses, draws his sword from his belt, and turns to sink it into his last living brother's gut. Aeron's eyes are wide with disbelief as he chokes on his own blood, seemingly shocked that Euron would do such a thing. He's not sure why his younger brother is so surprised, though. After all, he'd killed Balon too, hadn't he? He was already a kinslayer anyways, not that it mattered anymore. None of it mattered anymore. Kicking Damphair back off of his sword, Euron wipes the Valyrian steel blade clean on the dying man's robes and turns back to watching the enemy approach. He lets out a shuddering breath before looking down to the ocean between him and the ships. "Well, you're the one who wanted me to kill the bastard. You're the one who stole my life from me just to turn me into your attack dog. What now, O drowned one? What now, he who dwells beneath the waves? Your Kraken is dead. Shall you summon more?" He pauses briefly before snarling when he receives no response. "Well, I'm waiting." But nothing, not a single thing, except for the tug in his chest. The Kraken's connection might be gone, but the drowned god's connection is not. Euron could flee, and under normal circumstances he would have by this point. But if he does, he knows his fate. The moment that he steps foot on a boat without the express intention of trying to kill Axel Baratheon, the drowned god will sink his ship and drag him back down to the watery depths one final time. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fucking fair. All his plans, all his ambitions, reduced to this. He could have braved Valyria without the drowned god's favor. He could have conquered the Iron Islands without needing a single ounce of that bastard god's power. He could have done so much more. But no, this was what he got. Euron Greyjoy had been turned into nothing but a plaything for a god, and he hadn't even been given the tools he needed to succeed at his task. Useless, fucking useless piece of shit god. Euron rages, slamming his fist into the stone before him, cursing at the top of his lungs until he has no air left to waste on such things. And then he stands there, panting for breath and watching on as Axel Baratheon's fleets approach the Isle of Pike. They arrive within the hour, unloading onto the beaches. The men of Westeros come flooding out, roaring at the top of their lungs and charging forward for glory and honor and bloodshed. Euron watches on dispassionately as Ironborn die left and right. He's never truly cared about his people. He's never truly cared for anyone but himself. Axel Baratheon, of course, takes the field almost immediately, turning what was already a lopsided battle into a truly one-sided slaughter. What few defensive scorpions they have in place on Pike are targeted first by the Flying King, who rips them apart with his bare hands and a savage grin, allowing for his forces to advance up the beach and make quick work of the Ironborn down there all the faster. Soon enough, the castle itself is under siege, but that too lasts mere moments before Axel notices that his men have made it to the gate, at which point he blasts it open with brute force, clearing the way for them to continue on. Only then, as the shouts and screams of fighting fill castle Pike below Euron's feet, does the Baratheon king float up to him where he stands on the battlements. The Kraken's corpse looms over both of their heads as Axel looks up and smiles at the sight of the damn thing drooped upon Euron's castle. "Did you like my gift?" Euron twitches, backing up a few paces to put room between them as Axel comes in for a landing on the castle's stone ramparts. He holds his sword at his side, still coated in the blood of his little brother. The Baratheon king barely spares a glance towards Damfair's lifeless body, though, even as he draws his own sword from his waist. "The drowned god was right to fear you. You are no man, Axel Baratheon, you're something else entirely." That catches the king of Westeros off guard, though Euron knows there's no way to make use of the opening. For a moment, Axel looks surprised. Then, his eyebrow quirks up mockingly. "Oh, is this where you tell me that the drowned god made you do all of this? That you were merely following your deity's commandments all this time? The drowned priest dead at your feet makes it a little hard to believe that, if I'm being honest. Seems to me that you've had a bit of a falling out, even." Euron growls at being mocked by the younger man. "Believe what you will, it is the truth. I was halfway across the world when the drowned god sunk my ship and pulled me into the depths. He forced this pact upon me, a pact that had one singular goal, your death." That causes Axel to narrow his eyes thoughtfully. Euron just lets out a bark of mirthless laughter and shakes his head. For a so-called god, he's just so weak. Even with our pact, he can't strike me down here for speaking my mind. He had to guide me to the horn in the ruins of old Valyria that allowed me to connect and command the Kraken. He calls himself a god, demands worship and submission. But in the end, he's just so impotent. The Baratheon king looks nonplussed by this conversation. Perhaps he expected Euron to curse HIM rather than cursing his would-be god. But Euron had never been much of a believer. In fact, "One day, I hope you kill him. I hope you find a way to wherever it is that a squirming worm like him hides and you slaughter him like you did the Kraken. Even if these are to be my final moments, I will take solace in that hope. Because he's not going to stop coming after you, Axel Baratheon. None of them are." That gets the king's attention. His gaze sharpens as he frowns more severely. "They, who is they?" Euron laughs again, even as he takes his sword in both hands, holding it out before him, ready to fight. "The gods, you slow bastard. You are the champion of the Seven. They have laid claim to you, made you their own, and are using you to spread their will. Did you truly think the others would just Let something like you continue to exist. Do you think the drowned god is the only deity moving against you even now? No. Oh no, no, this might be the end for me, but it's only the beginning for you. Axel stares for another long moment before lifting his own sword wordlessly. Rather than launch himself forward, however, he pauses. Just one more questions before we begin. That armor you're wearing, is that Valyrian steel? Euron looks down at his armor, black scale mail, with glyphs and arcane symbols, somewhat covering up the all too familiar dark gray ripple patterns of the Valyrian steel it's made of. After a moment, he nods, taking a bit of pride in it as he holds his head high. It is. Axel smiles. My thanks then. I think it'll look better on me than it does on you. Then the Baratheon king moves. Euron tries to bring up his sword to block, but it's no use. One moment he's lifting his arms, the next moment he has no arms, or rather, he has no body. Euron has heard stories that men live on briefly after being decapitated. Unfortunately, he gets to experience this firsthand as his head is shorn from his shoulders, no doubt to keep his armor fully intact and undamaged. His line of sight is nothing but sky for a moment before his head lands on the deck, and he winds up rolling to a stop right next to his dead brother's face. Euron only has to stare into Aeron's sightless eyes for a moment before Axel Baratheon's fingers curl in his black hair, however. For some reason, I thought you would be stronger. The drowned god claimed you, didn't he? If I'm the champion of the Seven and you're supposed to be his champion, where is your power? Where is your personal strength? Well, no matter. He can have you back now. And if he is actually down there, feel free to tell him I really will come for him next if he keeps coming after me and mine. Wait, what? Euron's last moments of consciousness are of being whipped through the air as Axel flings him across the sky and into the sea. And then he hits the waves and knows nothing at all. Except that's not quite true. The bastard has sent him to his god, to the god who has laid claim on Euron's soul. When next his eyes open, it's to a familiar darkness as the depths of the drowned god's domain surround him. Only, this time he's not here to be persuaded into a pact. This time, he's here as a failure, a dead man, claimed by whatever manner of creature he who dwells beneath the waves truly is. Euron tries to scream. He most definitely tries. Axel whistles quietly to himself as he watches Euron's head fly off into the distance before hitting the water. Then, he glances up at the massive Kraken corpse still half-draped over Castle Pike and grins. That grin only widens when he looks down at Euron's decapitated corpse, clad in Valyrian steel armor. But then the grin fades and Axel finds himself reflecting on the Greyjoy's last words. They had been both illuminating and frustrating in equal measure, ultimately. Actually, Euron Greyjoy had left him with more questions than answers. All of this was because the drowned god wanted him dead, because the Seven had claimed him as their champion. But had they been the ones to bless him and protect him all his life or not? Had they empowered him, or were they simply taking advantage of his strength and his faith? More than that, though. The Seven were on his side, supposedly. But what about other gods? Would they really come after him like Euron claimed? The old gods hadn't yet, as far as he could tell. The North, where most of their remaining worshippers resided, had been nothing but steadfast and loyal. And Axel couldn't possibly imagine someone like Lord Stark being capable of subterfuge. If the old gods did whisper anything in his ear about Axel being an abomination to put down, the man would have said something outright rather than plotting against him in the shadows. Yet, Axel didn't think either possibility was really happening. On the other hand, Varys did mention something about Daenerys Targaryen being accompanied by a red priestess, didn't he? And also something about her teaching the Targaryen princess blood and fire magic that allowed her to hatch dragons by sacrificing her own brother. Could that be something? Or was he simply jumping at shadows? At that thought, Axel shakes his head, clearing it and letting out a laugh. Here he was, completely victorious, and he was letting a dead man's final words get to him. In the end, Euron Greyjoy had just been a madman who thought his pet Kraken would allow him to conquer all of Westeros. Nothing more. It really was as simple as that, wasn't it? And Euron had been wrong too. Dead wrong, heh. Looking up again to the Kraken's corpse and then back down over the parapets to where Pike is being casually conquered in good order, Axel grins once more. The rest of the Iron Islands would fall within days to be sure. And then Axel would finally have to decide just how he was going to handle this collection of worthless fucking rocks. But that's perfectly fine. The time for hiding and hesitation is over. From now on, Axel Baratheon is not going to pretend to be anything less than what he truly is. Not anymore. Chapter 70, Cleanup. By the time all is said and done, the battle's over with and the Ironborn subjugated across every stinking rock in their little island chain. The Iron Islands are a complete and utter mess. This, Axel Baratheon decides, is not necessarily a bad thing, nor was it entirely unexpected either. The Iron Islands needed a change. The Ironborn needed a change. And there wasn't going to be a better time to help things along than right now, all things considered. Thanks to his Kraken, Euron Greyjoy didn't just have popular support among the Ironborn, he'd had damn near unanimous support. That means Axel doesn't have to play nice. Each and every Ironborn noble who survived this pissing contest of a war is a traitor to the Seven Kingdoms. Not that many did survive anyways. The war might have been swift, with just 2 major battles at sea, and on land if one was counting the sacking of Lannisport and the siege of Casterly Rock. However, because of the way their culture worked, Ironborn nobles were almost universally also Ironborn captains. When Axel had single-handedly wiped out more than half of Euron Greyjoy's fleet at sea, he'd also wiped out most of the Ironborn nobility in the process. And since many of them had their sons serving under them or captaining their own boats, he'd actually wiped out entire noble houses in some cases. On top of that, the Ironborn did not like to surrender, even when faced with an unbeatable foe apparently. Oh, there had been some who had broken from the sight of Euron's Kraken impaled on Castle Pike's tallest tower. Especially when the subsequent invasion force stormed their fortifications in mere minutes with Axel's assistance. However, most had fought to the death, and in doing so cleared out even more of the problem for him. This ultimately left Axel with a couple thousand men who could claim to be true Ironborn, in the face of what had once been tens of thousands. And far less could be said to have ever captained a ship or led an Ironborn house. The bodies from his sinking of so much of their fleet were already said to be washing up on the shores of Pike and other nearby islands, and likely would be for quite a long time to come. And so Axel comes to find himself holding court from the seastone chair, an immense block of oily black stone carved into the shape of a kraken. He sits upon it like the conqueror he is and judges the men brought before him one by one. Most face the headman's block. Some are allowed to go to the wall to take the black. None escape without some sort of punishment, though. Until eventually, Axel finds himself before an assembled mass of men. Some of them, a very scant few, are Ironborn, but most are his people, crowding the hall and surrounding said Ironborn survivors on all sides. Some of those people are from the mountain clans of the Vale that he's brought with him, specifically the Moon Brothers and the Milk Snakes. They've already been gifted some of the emptied-out lands here in the Iron Islands after signaling that they wanted to stick around and try their hands at fishing and sailing. Axel wasn't sure if they were going to be able to make something of their new islands. But in the end, that was up to them. Whether the Moon Brothers and the Milk Snakes could actually prosper here on the Iron Islands or not was entirely in their own hands at this point, though Axel of course wished the 2 clans the best of luck all the same. Everyone, whether they're his men or not, looks to him with either reverence or fear in their eyes though. There's pockets of disbelief here and there, as though they cannot trust what their own eyes saw, but Axel doesn't really care. He knows they're too afraid to try anything. Finally rising from the seastone chair, he stands before them all, towering over them as his eyes sweep across the room. He considers floating for a moment for added effect, and can even feel how easy it would be to let himself do so. But no, for the moment he stays on the ground. Now that all individual punishments have been handed out, I have a number of decrees to make. It has been a long time since the Ironborn followed the old ways. 300 years have passed since Aegon the Conqueror killed Harrenhal at the burning of Harrenhal and ended your ancient traditions of reaving and plundering. There's some shifting from foot to foot at that, some scowling too from the few Ironborn in the castle, but they hold their tongues all the same, knowing better than to speak right now. Axel pins them with his gaze all the same, staring them each down until they look away. And yet, Egon didn't go far enough, did he? For all that the histories claim Ulot became more civilized after his conquest, the truth is, you're still trying to go back. 300 years and you're still trying to bring back the old ways. Still talking about us, Greenlanders, and how we're weak for not paying the iron price for our survival. Axel lets a smile creep across his face. He takes a purposefully menacing step forward and is amused when every Ironborn arrayed in front of him takes a step back. He scoffs at them derisively before asking a question. Am I weak? I, Axel Baratheon, first of his name, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. I weak. His roar shakes the castle walls for a moment before things quiet back down. Nobody dares to question him. Feel free to step forward and challenge me. Many of your kin have died by my hand at this point, after all, including your so-called king. Euron Greyjoy, king of the Iron Islands, bringer of the old ways. And for what? To get the lot of you killed. To lead you to ruin just like his brother Balon before him. Axel spits on the floor to show how he feels about both men. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Theon bristle. Asha, though, Asha is silent. Thoughtful. When he meets her gaze, he gives her a meaningful look and a single arched eyebrow. In response, she just nods to him. Very well then, if that's what she wants. The first of my decrees is simple. The practice of thraldom ends today. There will never be another thrall on the Iron Islands for as long as I live. That causes far more of a stir among the Ironborn in the hall. And yet, still none of them are willing to speak up. Funny how war works. When all is said and done, all that are left behind are the cowards. There are men who will try to tell me that a thrall is not a slave, that a thrall is no man's property. I disagree. Again, his raised voice causes the stone walls to shake. Axel sneers at the Ironborn, snarling as he glares them all down. There is no place for slavery in MY7 kingdoms, and therefore, there is no place for thralls either. A cheer starts up at that, not from the Ironborn, of course, but from his own men. Men of Westeros, men of honor, men who despise slavery just as much as Axel does. For 300 years, the Targaryens allowed the Ironborn to get away with their own personal form of slavery in all but name. His father did too, despite putting down Balon Greyjoy's rebellion. No more, for as long as Axel lived, no more, as well. Which brings me to my second decree. The taking of salt wives is over, effectively immediately. That does it. Finally, one of the silent Ironborn breaks rank. What? You can't. Axel blurs across the hall faster than most eyes can track, coming to a stop in front of the man who dared to speak up. His hand grips the Ironborn's shoulder as his sudden appearance, mere inches from the warrior's face, causes the words to catch on his tongue as he stares, wide-eyed and fearful. The king's voice, when it comes, is soft as silk, yet nevertheless echoes through the otherwise silent hall, reaching the ears of every man and woman standing around him. You don't know the half of what I can and can't do. Do you think you've seen the depth of my power? Do you think your would-be king and his pet were enough to even make me break a sweat? When the Ironborn just trembles in Axel's grasp, the king smiles. Go on, try me. I see the dagger you smuggled in here under your shirt. Draw it. Stab me through, I give you permission. For a second, he really believes the man will try for it. He is Ironborn after all. But in the end, cowardice wins out and he stays frozen in terror. Axel scoffs and pushes him back forcibly after a moment, into the arms of loyal knights who will see him imprisoned for daring to smuggle a weapon into this meeting. For that crime, they will probably have yet another Ironborn man on his way to the wall soon enough. Turning back to the rest, Axel just shrugs, smirking. As I was saying, there will be no further salt wives, no further blood sacrifices to the drowned god either. He was tempted to outlaw worship of the drowned god altogether, especially after his conversation with Euron. But in the end, Axel had decided there were limits to what even he could get away with this early, especially given what he was planning on doing next. If he really wanted to leave the drowned god with no worshippers this side of Westeros, then he would end life on the Iron Islands entirely, killing the rest of the Ironborn and transporting everyone else such as the thralls and salt wives back to the mainland, where they might return to their families or find new lives. But no, while he would still be making sure that any former thralls or salt wives who wanted to return to their families were allowed to do so. He was also trying to make an effort to leave some semblance of civilization on these god-forsaken islands intact. Why? Because Asha wanted them, and he had always been a sucker for a pretty face. Ah, but it's not all bad news, my good sirs. Axel claps his hands together with a wide, toothy grin stretching from ear to ear as he makes his way back to the seastone chair and sits back down upon it. Again, his sheer size allows him to dominate the pitch-black chair like the conqueror he is. House Grage has served as the lords of the Iron Islands for generations, and while Euron, Victarion, and Aeron Grage all turned out to be traitors, Balon Grage's last two remaining children remained loyal to their king, as well as the Iron Throne. Theon pushes his way forward at that, looking expectant and eager, but Axel shuts him down with a raised hand. Truthfully, he doesn't necessarily want to ruin the other man's day like this, but at the same time, if Theon really thought Axel was just going to give this to him, he hadn't been paying attention. On one hand, we have Balon Grage's last surviving son, who has in turn been raised in Winterfell as a ward to Lord Eddard Stark since the age of 10. There's a flinch from Theon at that, even as murmuring breaks out among the assembled Ironborn in the hall. It's not exactly positive murmuring, from what Axel can tell. Still, he just smiles widely, pretending not to notice. Lord Stark is one of the most honorable men I know, and the North does not breed weakness. I'm confident that Theon Greyjoy has learned quite a lot of valuable lessons in the North, and that he will be a loyal subject to the Iron Throne for as long as he lives. Those words have Theon puffing up his chest in pride, making it clear that the man still had no idea how to read the room. Axel's words might mean something to the knights and lords that he's brought with him from the mainland, but to the few remaining Ironborn, they're already judging Theon harshly, already looking down on him for his weakness, albeit silently. Letting his smile morph into a grin, Axel gestures with his other hand. On the other hand, we have Balon's only daughter, Asha Greyjoy, a captain in her own right who has grown up here among you and has been sailing her own ship for a decade now. She came to King's Landing at her father's request to investigate rumors of Euron's insidious plotting. Of all of you, she is the only Ironborn captain to keep her crew loyal to their king. She was smart enough to choose the winning side. But she's a woman. The outraged outburst doesn't come from one of the Ironborn in the hall, or rather, not one of the ones who Axel is currently speaking to. Instead, it's Theon Greyjoy who points out that rather obvious fact, incredulous and frustrated as he gestures to Asha. Asha, who has stepped forward by this point wordlessly, presenting herself for all to see. Head held high, chin jutting out, she glares at everyone assembled. But she glares at her brother most of all. Axel just grins wider. Yes, she is a woman, isn't she? A female captain among the Ironborn is rare, but not entirely unheard of. A lady reaper of pike, though. Now that's never been done before, has it? Theon looks gobsmacked. The other Ironborn look uncomfortable. Axel once again rises from the seastone chair, crossing his arms over his broad chest as he looks down at all of them. His sneer transforms into a wicked grin after a moment of silence. We're going to do something that you lot should have done when Euron first snuck back here to kill his brother and usurp this stupid throne. We're going to have a SMUT. Shock ripples through the hall at that proclamation, but of course, Axel isn't done. Of course, the only candidates allowed to make their cases will be Theon and Asha Greyjoy. And it won't just be the captains who get a vote. Every last living soul who still calls the Iron Islands home and intends to stay here after I'm gone will be allowed to vote in this SMUT, including former thralls and salt wives. Ironborn men bristle indignantly at this, and yet none make a move to try and take a stand after the last example. Axel just chuckles at their impotent anger. And yes, I'm well aware that I'm perverting your traditions while at the same time tearing them down. In case it wasn't obvious, that was the point. And in case you lot needed another lesson. Axel finally gives into the urge and flies. Specifically, he flies straight up through the stone above his head, breaking right through it and coming out into the open sky above the castle. It takes only a moment of his time to find what he's looking for, and once he's extracted it, he flies back down through the hole in the ceiling that he's made. Everyone barely has a chance to react to his departure. The falling stones from his ascent only just manage to beat him back to the ground before he arrives among them again, holding his grisly prize aloft in one hand. Contemptuously, Axel tosses the glossy orb, bigger than his head, to the floor at the feet of the assembled Ironborn. He smiles as they slowly realize what they're looking at: one of the eyeballs of the massive Kraken corpse that even now lays draped over Castle Pike. It's a solid reminder of just how powerful Axel truly is. Bringing his hands together in a loud clap that rattles the castle's walls, Axel draws their attention back to him. Right then, get to work. They scurry to do his bidding, and Axel spares one last look to Asha in the process. He won't just hand the position to her, but they both know he's stacked the deck in her favor all the same. Her only competition is her soft brother, after all. If she can't win against Theon, then she doesn't deserve to be the first Lady Reaper of Pike, plain and simple. But in the end, they both know how this is going to go. Chapter 71, Conquered. Days after Axel Baratheon's decrees, Asha Greyjoy stands in the great hall of Castle Pike, staring at the eerily black seastone chair. The Kingsmoot had just finished, and she's done it. She's been named ruler of the Iron Islands, the first woman to ever hold the title, the first Lady Reaper of Pike. It had been a bit closer than she expected it to be too, in no small part because of how the king had decided to pervert and corrupt their ancient traditions for his own ends. The Kingsmoot in antiquity was only ever supposed to be made up of Ironborn captains, for it was said that each captain was a king on his own ship. Only once the vast majority of those assembled captains called out a candidate's name, without fail would the Kingsmoot come to a close. But of course, it was just as Axel had said. He wasn't going to let her people off easily. Nor was he going to suffer another attempt to return to the old ways in another 15 or 20 years when the next generation grew up and tried to follow in their forefathers' footsteps. And so he'd done away with thraldom and salt wives. Then, he'd gone a step further by giving every single man and woman on the Iron Islands a voice, be they captains, sailors, or those laborers who had no choice but to serve until now. Everyone got to have a say. Even those mountain warriors he'd brought with him from the Vale who had decided they were settling on the Iron Islands got a say. As a result of this, there were quite a lot of individuals on the Iron Islands who had been born on the mainland and didn't really care that Theon Greyjoy had been raised in the far-off stronghold of Winterfell by House Stark. They didn't care that he'd barely sailed a day in his life, or that it had been over a decade since he'd seen his homeland. If anything, for some of them that was a positive rather than a negative. Asha, meanwhile, had the support of every remaining Ironborn captain and sailor right off the bat, because even if she was a woman, at least she was one of them. However, because of just how many Ironborn had died foolishly following Euron Greyjoy to his watery grave, those weren't the overwhelming numbers they should have been in the ensuing Kingsmoot. Yet funnily enough, that was actually why Asha had won, in the end. She'd taken a look at the landscape and spent the scant days leading up to the actual vote reaching out to people beyond her fellow Ironborn. She'd held meetings with prominent former thralls and the former salt wives of now-dead Ironborn lords and listened to what they had to say, lending them her ear. Meanwhile, her foolish brother Theon had made the mistake of going after the remaining Ironborn who were already going to vote for her, to try and peel them away. He'd spent his time chasing the votes he was never going to get in the first place, and ignoring the former thralls and salt wives who could have put him on the seastone chair. Even then, when all was said and done, it had been rather close. The first few shouts of the assembled masses at the Kingsmoot had been rather mixed, and it was impossible to tell who would win. But eventually, the tide had turned, and Asha's name had started to sprout from more and more lips, until her brother's name faded to but a whisper beside it. And so now here she was, Lady of the Iron Islands. Congratulations, Lady Greyjoy. Asha whips around, not too surprised that Axel managed to sneak up on her but still caught off guard by his sudden presence. Then again, she'd been caught off guard by a lot of what she'd seen during the battles against her uncle. She understood now where Axel's confidence had stemmed from, as well as that strange remark about how she would have broken her hand if he'd let her punch him back in his tent. His skin, his flesh, It must be impossibly tough for him to go toe-to-toe with that kraken as he did. Not to mention his strength. All anyone could talk about was the fact that he could fly and fly fast at that. But Asha was far more focused on just how strong Axel had to be to lift that massive carcass out of the water like he did. And then fling it so far that it landed here atop her family's castle, hundreds of miles away. It all just seemed so impossible. But as they said, seeing was believing, even still. Bastard. Axel grins, taking the curse good-naturedly, despite his origins. How has Theon taken the news? Do you think he'll be a problem? Shall I kill him for you? Asha huffs, rolling her eyes at that, but ultimately shaking her head. He's fine. I think it being somewhat close actually mollified him a bit. He would have been far more upset if he'd lost by a landslide, I imagine. Still, I spoke with him. I told him that he could take an officer's position on my old ship, which I'll be letting my first mate captain in my stead while I'm busy with my new duties here. Whether Theon can make something of himself or not and earn the respect of our people from there, that will be up to him. Of course, left unsaid is that if Theon proves incapable of changing or becoming more than he is now, there might just be an accident at sea. Silence falls as Axel contemplates her words for a long moment before finally nodding. Then, he tilts his head to the side, smiling at her more softly. I did warn you, Asha, and I even asked if you wanted this. I almost wish you had lost, if only so I could whisk you away back to King's Landing and keep you as my woman for the rest of your days. Maybe once Lord Seaworth got a little older, I'd have had you shadow him and him mentor you until he retired, and you'd have become my mistress of ships. Flushing, Asha finds herself imagining it for a moment. Fuck, it sounded nice too. She almost wishes that could have been what happened as well. And yet, she knew deep down inside that this was where she belonged. I'm needed here, my people need me here. Stalking forward, the king snorts derisively as he looks down at her. Your people are pirate scum, Asha. She flinches but ultimately stands her ground, straightening up and jutting out her chin even as Axel comes to a stop looming over her. They can be more than that. The Ironborn can be more than that. Asha already has plans, actually. Oh, she has such plans. Of course, it'll be an uphill battle every step of the way. But for all that Axel has made things harder for her, he's also made things easier for her as well. The king, who can fly and kills massive sea monsters without breaking a sweat, has set forth his decrees. Decrees that Asha herself didn't even necessarily disagree with. But they were his decrees, not hers. And nobody who had seen what he could do would dare move against his words. Especially since all of the most ornery bastards among the Ironborn were dead at this point. Those that were left, Asha was confident she could control. And if all went according to plan, then the Iron Islands would change. She would change them, in her image. Axel just smiles sadly, as if mourning what could have been as he reaches up and brushes his knuckles across her cheek. I hope you're right, Asha. Before he can pull away, however, Asha snaps up her hand and grabs him at the thinnest post of his wrist. It's the only part of his arm she can wrap her fingers most of the way around. They look at one another for a moment, and then the new lady of the Iron Islands all but lunges forward, wrapping her other arm around Axel's neck and hoisting herself up onto her tiptoes so she can kiss him deeply. He responds by placing his hands at her waist after a moment. Asha kisses Axel Baratheon as hard as she dares, and he kisses her back, their tongues intertwining in seconds. Eventually, though, she begins to pull on him, walking herself backwards. She's actually looking for it now, which is how Asha can tell that Axel is humoring her entirely. If he didn't want to move, he wouldn't. If he didn't want to let her pull on him, she would get nowhere, like trying to tug on a massive stone statue. But he goes along with her all the same, until eventually they reach their destination and Asha carefully turns them both around before pushing him down to sit upon her new throne. Axel's massive frame honestly dwarfs the sea stone chair. The grey throne, carved into the shape of a kraken, has an almost oily quality to it and has long been rumored to cause spine-hardening nightmares in those who sit upon it. But when Axel sits in it, it's almost like he's dominating it with his body, making the sea stone chair an utter joke as it labors beneath him to try to contain his broad frame. Seeing the way his mere presence seems to make a mockery of her people's most ancient relic probably shouldn't turn Asha on so damn much, but it fucking does. Standing before him, Asha wastes no time in hastily reaching down and pulling at her pants as fast as she can. As soon as she has them off and not a moment later, Asha climbs into Axel's lap while also reaching for his own crotch, eager to fish out his cock. His hands, meanwhile, go to her top, pulling and tugging at it too. By the time she has his cock out, he has her top off and her breasts, far smaller than those of the women waiting for him back home, in his grasp. Asha nevertheless moans as he begins to fondle her tits and suck at her nipples. At the same time, though, she fucking needs him inside of her. So that's what she does, pulling herself up and then dropping herself down and impaling herself on Axel Baratheon's massive fucking cock. If her forefathers could see her now, they would be appalled. Not just because a woman dared to claim leadership of the Ironborn, but because she then proceeded to submit, wholly and utterly, to the king who had all but put her on her throne. And now here she was, bouncing up and down on Axel's cock while he sat upon the seastone chair. This right here was the physical embodiment of Axel's conquest of the Iron Islands. In this moment, Asha represents her people's surrender, their submission. She should be angered by that fact. She should be furious. Instead, she feels amazing. Tossing her head back, Asha lets out a lewd cry as she clenches down upon Axel's cock, climaxing from just a few thrusts. But of course, he doesn't stop there. Not even as she gets more sensitive from that initial orgasm. Not even as she whimpers and quivers atop him. No, Axel Baratheon doesn't know the meaning of slowing down, and Asha is too prideful to ask for a chance to recover. So instead she takes it. She takes his big, fat cock again and again, and she marvels at just how good he makes her feel. And then a stray thought hits her. She's going to miss him when he's gone. But how? How is she ever supposed to live without this? It's like a jolt of lightning through her body even as Asha screams and arches her back from yet another explosive orgasm in just a few minutes while clenching down around his throbbing shaft. This is it. He's going to be leaving soon, returning to King's Landing where his other women await him. And Asha will be stuck here all alone, bereft of his company. Now don't get her wrong. Asha Greyjoy, Lady Reaper of Pike, ruler of the Ironborn, needs no man. But Axel is not a man at all. He's something else entirely. He's a force of fucking nature. Emphasis on the fucking. Lurching forward, Asha wraps her arms around Axel's shoulders and buries her face in the crook of his neck. She knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that no other man can ever compare to him. Truthfully, she doesn't even want to try to fill the void his absence will create. But what is she to do? Her place is here, making something worthy of her people. And he is the king, far away in King's Landing, so far away that there's no way he would visit regularly just for her. No, she needs to give him another reason to visit the Iron Islands. Another reason to visit what she knew he thought of as nothing but a misbegotten, barren pile of rocks in the ocean. She needed a child, his child. The inspiration hits her like a smack to the face, and before she can second-guess herself, she's pulling her head back to look Axel right in the eye, even as she grinds her cunt down onto his massive cock. Come inside of me, Axel, fill me with your seed, and breed me. Never mind her previous thoughts about detesting the very idea of being a mother. She would do it if it meant giving Axel Baratheon a reason to visit her. She would let him come inside of her womb again and again, filling her up until she was fit to burst if it meant she could lure him back for future visits. Axel, though, slows a bit. He looks at her quietly for a long moment. I'm not sure I can do that, Asha. Letting an Ironborn have a claim to the Iron Throne? Nasty business. Asha flushes and scowls. Gritting her teeth, she reaches down and grabs the front of Axel's top, pressing her forehead against his and staring him in the eye. She keeps sliding up and down his cock, completely of her own power since he stopped moving quite as much. Then make sure the brat isn't an Ironborn. He furrows his brow, forcing Asha to elaborate. You can bloody fly, can't you? Faster even than a raven. That means you can visit. Knock me up and boy or girl, once the child is born, you can come from time to help me raise it. You decide what thoughts get put in its head. And if you want, when it's a little older, say 5 or so, you can take it back to King's Landing and raise it there alongside your other children. not as an Ironborn, but as one of your kind. By the time the first is 5, Asha can have extracted more of his seed and given him more children, forcing him to continue his visits to the Iron Islands. She'll keep him coming back for more no matter what it takes, so long as he doesn't abandon her, nor forget about her. From the surprised look on Axel's face, he clearly hadn't thought of that. For a moment, Asha wonders if she's going to have to debase herself further. She's even willing to beg if she has to. But then, his hands fall upon her hips and his eyes flash. She knows she has his interest. That doesn't mean he's just going to agree, though. No child I have with you can ever sit upon the Iron Throne. Do you understand that, Asha Greyji? I'll have it put in writing if my seed takes within your womb. They can inherit whatever you build here, but nothing nowhere else. That's the only way this can ever work. Asha swallows thickly and nods her agreement. Truth be told, she wouldn't have it any other way. A moment later, her eyes widen as Axel truly begins to fuck her from below. She nearly bites through her own tongue as he slams her down onto his cock, before finally her mouth falls open and her eyes roll back in her skull. What follows is everything Asha Greyji, Lady Reaper of Pike, could have wanted. Axel fucks her long and hard, using her as nothing but a toy for his pleasures. And in the end, he comes inside of her, filling her with his seed. Of course, whether he actually manages to impregnate her or not on that first go remains to be seen. Even as she feels unbelievably slick down betwixt her thighs, Asha leans forward and plants uncharacteristically soft kisses upon the corner of Axel's mouth. She's never felt more like a woman, truth be told. And for the first time in her life, that doesn't seem like such a bad thing. You'll have to make time to visit me in the next month or so, just in case your seed doesn't take before you depart. Axel grunts, but that's not good enough for her needs. She looks him dead in the eye, grinding her cunt down upon his rock-hard cock. Please, promise me. He looks back at her for a long moment, before nodding. All right, I promise. Asha's smile is bright enough to light up the room, even as she shudders in delight before slowly starting to ride him again. After all, if he wasn't going to go soft, they might as well go for another round. Chapter 72, Master of Coin. His words to Asha about what came after Euron's defeat being far more complex than the defeat itself had turned out to be downright prophetic. After all, killing Euron and his Kraken and then conquering the Iron Islands had taken less than a day. But the rest of it, from making sure his edicts were being followed to hosting the SMUT to helping Asha deal with any particularly stubborn holdouts, it was all bringing his stay on the Isle of Pike up on 2 weeks now. Axel wished he didn't care as much as he did, because he would have left by now otherwise. Alas, here he was, nearly 2 weeks later, still helping Asha settle into her new rule. To be fair, it wouldn't be much longer. Just a couple more days, and the last of Axel's boats would be departing from the Iron Islands and returning to Westeros. And there was only one more thing he really wanted to do before he departed himself. Aside from a long and protracted goodbye with Asha, that is. Yes, Axel Baratheon was very much ready to leave the Iron Islands behind for the foreseeable future, until the next time he visited Asha. Which is why he was so surprised when he was informed that he had a visitor who had just come in on the latest ship from the mainland. Tyrion Lannister, you've certainly come a long way to beg an audience with me. Being informed of the Lannister imp's arrival and his request to see him had honestly thrown Axel for a loop, until he realized he shouldn't have been all that surprised. The last time they'd spoke, Tyrion had made it clear that his father sent him to try and see if he could weasel his way into one of the vacancies on Axel's small council. Specifically, the position of Master of Coin. Axel, in turn, had made up an excuse on the spot about how it would be a conflict of interest to have a member of House Lannister in the position when the crown still owed a considerable sum of gold, nearly 1 million golden dragons in fact, to the Lannisters. In reality, he just didn't want Tywin Lannister to have any sort of power or influence in King's Landing. The man had gotten on Axel's bad side with his actions during Renly's rebellion, and his daughter had left a mixed impression on him. On the one hand, Cersei Lannister had been a rather enjoyable lover. On the other hand, she'd tried to poison him all throughout his life and then had a mental breakdown and attempted to assassinate him with her own 2 hands after the trial by the Seven. Yes, mixed was the right word for it. Regardless, he told Tyrion that the only way he would even consider the dwarf for the position of Master of Coin was if House Lannister was willing to forgive the rest of the crown's debt. This was something Axel had been confident that Tywin Lannister would ultimately never accept. In fact, he'd been so confident that despite telling Tyrion he would give them until he was back with Euron's head to come to a decision, Axel hadn't actually had any intentions of returning to the mainland via the Westerlands. At least, not overland anyways. Instead, he was planning to fly back to King's Landing without stopping anywhere along the way unless he absolutely had to. He was looking forward to it, in fact. Yet here Tyrion was all the same. Somehow, Axel doubted that the imp had come all this way to deliver a rejection to his offer. Then again, given Tywin's purported hatred for his deformed son, maybe he shouldn't put something like that past the old lion. Bowing low at the waist, Tyrion Lannister holds the position for a long moment. "I have indeed, Your Grace, and I greatly appreciate you allowing me to make my case." Raising an eyebrow, Axel tilts his head to the side in bemused amusement. "Is that what I'm doing?" Tyrion lifts his head, looking a little nervous. "No, scratch that. The imp looks very nervous. Even more nervous than he'd been back outside of the ruins of Lannisport when they'd first spoken in the War Council tent. Word of his exploits had no doubt already reached Casterly Rock, hadn't they? Honestly, his newest feats were probably harder to believe than his previous ones. Surviving wildfire for 7 days and 7 nights? Ridiculous, but one could perhaps lean on one's belief in the 7 to explain it away. But killing a kraken single-handedly? Flying through the air and sinking half of the Ironborn fleet by himself. It was all patently insane, and yet there were tens of thousands of men who had seen it happen, and they would all be telling the exact same story. On top of that, Axel had no intentions of hiding his true self anymore. So eventually, the inhabitants of King's Landing would see him fly as well. It was going to become a fact of life soon enough. The sky is blue, water is wet, and the king can fly. For now, though, Tyrion seems to believe the tales, and that's given him a healthy fear of Axel. As well it should have. But at the same time, Axel holds no particularly deep dislike for the dwarf. If anything, he enjoyed the imp's sense of humor the first time they spoke. With a sigh, Axel waves his hand. "Go on then, make your case, Tyrion Lannister." "Thank you, my king. I have. A letter signed and sealed by my father here. If you are willing to name me as your Master of Coin, then he will forgive the rest of the crown's debt to our house effective immediately." Axel blinks as Tyrion produces the letter and totters over on his stubby legs to hold it out. For a long moment, the king remains still, before finally taking it and cracking it open. The seal does indeed look genuine, given the number of Tywin's letters Axel had been subjected to during Renly's rebellion. And the contents? It's just as Tyrion said. Tywin Lannister is indeed giving Axel exactly what he asked for. He's accepting the insane deal that Axel made up at the spur of the moment. Why, surely 1,000,000 golden dragons in debt was worth more than one small council seat, right? Or, was it? Fuck, now Axel was missing Jon. For all that he knew the man wasn't perfect, this was the kind of thing Jon would have been made for. The kind of thing he would have hopefully seen through and been able to explain to Axel. What was Tywin hoping to gain from this? More influence in King's Landing, obviously. More influence on the small council, of course. But 1,000,000 golden dragons worth of influence? Axel's jaw clenches and his nostrils flare as he decides to be brutally honest with the dwarf in front of him. "I will confess, I do not understand your father's game here, Tyrion. That he so easily agreed to my demand just makes me more suspicious and less inclined to accept this deal." Tyrion grimaces at the king's blunt assessment of things. It was clear that Axel knew just enough to know that Tywin was trying to fuck him over in some way. It's tempting to do and say nothing and let Axel reject the offer and send him packing back to Casterly Rock. But Tywin's words echo in Tyrion's head as he stands there across from the king. "You will never be my heir. You will never inherit Casterly Rock. Even if Cersei doesn't give birth to a son, I would sooner name Lancel as my heir than allow you to become Lord of House Lannister. Do I make myself clear?" What was there left for him in Casterly Rock? He certainly didn't want to stick around to be close to his only remaining sibling. Circe was, no, best not to go there, not even in the privacy of his own thoughts. Sure, he could return to his father a failure and then try to go traveling again. Maybe make his way back to Old Town and spend his days between whoring, drinking, and reading books at the Citadel. Except, Tyrion suspects that this failure would be one failure too many. The king is right. Tywin's willingness to forgive 1,000,000 golden dragons of debt is a testament to how badly he wants this deal to go through. If Tyrion can't make this work, then it's possible Tywin will finally wash his hands of him completely, maybe even disown him. No more allowance, no more Lannister name to protect him, nothing but the clothes on his back. He needs this deal badly, Tyrion realizes, not for his house, but for his own sake. So maybe it's time to go about things in his own way. You're right, Your Grace. It is suspicious. But when you take a moment to look at it from my father's point of view, it begins to make more sense. Axel raises a brow, before wordlessly gesturing for Tyrion to continue. The one thing that my father has wanted for longer than I've been alive is to see his blood seated upon the Iron Throne. If not for the accident, it would have been Joffrey Baratheon, his grandson. But we both know how that turned out. And then my sister made an utter fool of herself, not only getting herself expelled from King's Landing in the process, but also seeing my niece Miachella sent off to Storm's End, as far from my father's control as possible. The king is still listening, Tyrion notes. In fact, it's a little intimidating how focused he is on every word that falls from Tyrion's lips. My father's influence over King's Landing and your court has been greatly diminished. And you've already proven just how ruthless you'll be when it comes to clearing out the crown's debts. Over the next few years, you will no doubt make it a point to clear out the debt to House Lannister first and foremost. Try weeks or months, actually. Tyrion stops at that, his mouth dry as he stares at Axel in confusion. The king grins wickedly in response. Since we're being so honest with one another, your own Greyjoy managed to complete a successful voyage to Old Valyria. It's where he got the magical horn that allowed him to summon and control his kraken. His mouth hangs open as Axel just drops that on him, but the king is far from done. He also brought back a ship's hold worth of Valyrian steel as well. Valyrian steel swords, Valyrian steel daggers, even a set of Valyrian steel armor. Not to mention the jewelry and the cutlery. I've claimed it all for myself, of course. I intend to sell off what I need to in order to get the golden dragons to pay down the crown's debts, not just to your family, but also to every last one of our creditors. The rest, I'll give to loyal subjects and those who prove themselves worthy of it. An entire ship's hold of Valyrian steel? That was insane. More than that, though. You must know how long my father has been trying to secure a Valyrian steel sword for our house, Your Grace. You could sell just one of those Valyrian steel swords to him, and he would not only forgive the debt, but also pay 1 or 2 million more golden dragons in the process. You won't find a better deal in all of Westeros. Axel chuckles and shakes his head at that. I know, and yet I'm not going to. I don't like your father very much, Tyrion, in case it wasn't obvious by this point. Tyrion licks his lips, suddenly feeling a cold sweat down his back. He'd been afraid of Axel from the moment he stepped in, having heard too many tales of what the man was capable of to be able to discount any of them as untrue. And most telling of all, when Tywin had heard the latest rumors, he'd sent Tyrion here as soon as possible, meaning that even the old lion believed the things they were saying about Axel Baratheon these days. Apparently, the king flew now. And he didn't just fly either. He also pulled Kraken corpses too heavy for 1,000 men to lift straight out of the water, only to fling them atop Castle Pike. Needless to say, Tyrion was treading very carefully right now. But this was more than that. That much Valyrian steel was going to settle the crown's debts and refill the coffers all at once. Why would you tell me that, Your Grace? Axel smiles, his eyes glittering as he looks down at Tyrion. I'll answer your question with a question of my own. Why would you be so honest about your father's thinking with me? You all but laid out that his plan is to give up the short-term benefit provided by the debt in order to get more long-term benefit out of having you, his son, on my small council. The king was scarily quick on the uptake sometimes. Tyrion swallows thickly. But in the end, the dwarf finds that once the words start spilling out, they don't stop. Because I don't like my father very much either, Your Grace. I despise Tywin Lannister. No, I hate him, in fact. I hate my entire family at this point. The only men who were worthy of the Lannister name, my brother and uncles, are dead now. My father has made it clear that I am never going to inherit whether he still draws breath or not. I need a way out. I need an escape. For a long moment, Axel just stares at him. Finally, the king tilts his head to the side. Your first loyalty would be to me, not your father nor your house. Tywin would never accept that, but Tyrion found he didn't much care anymore. His father could eat shit. House Lannister could go and die out for all he cared. Of course, Your Grace. I won't ask you to publicly denounce your family unless they make it necessary, but I will expect you to tell me everything your father asks of you. And if I tell you to lie to him, you will obey. Tyrion chances his own grin at that. It would be my pleasure, Your Grace. Axel hums before chuckling again. You will also be under close watch, at least at first. I'll give your father what he wants and name you my master of coin, but after Baelish, you won't just be allowed to do whatever you want in the position. Both my hand and me will be watching closely for any slip-ups or fuck-ups. The punishment for even the smallest mistake could very well be incredibly severe. Swallowing hard, Tyrion nevertheless nods. He would be allowed to join Axel's small council, but he would be a master only in name. In actuality, he would be master of nothing until he'd managed to prove himself. Honestly, Tyrion didn't mind that one bit. I understand, Your Grace. Very well. Consider yourself my master of coin for the time being, Tyrion Lannister. Let's go and find Lord Davos and let him know. You'll be traveling back to King's Landing with him by ship, so you'll need a cabin. Tyrion can hardly believe his ears as he moves to follow the king out of the room. This was actually happening. He was going to be master of coin. He was going to escape his father's clutches, once and for all. Though, his stomach drops when Axel suddenly stops and turns around. For a brief heart-stopping moment, he fears that the king has second-guessed his decision. Thankfully, that's not the case. Oh, and if you're looking for ways to score major points with me, Baelish claimed to have a whole lot of gold stashed away before he was executed for his crimes. I doubt it's in one piece, of course. Find any part of that, and you'll be well on your way to truly proving yourself loyal. Tyrion blinks before slowly nodding. All right, Your Grace. The smirk on Axel's face makes it clear he doesn't expect Tyrion to actually find much of anything. To be fair, Baelish would have had to have been an utter fool to hide anything he'd stolen in King's Landing, right? Then again, the man had to have a way of paying people, right? Certainly something to think about. Fortunately, it sounded like more of an afterthought than an actual expectation as part of his new duties. Tyrion would focus on proving he was truly capable of being master of coin before he went treasure hunting or anything like that. This was, in a very real way, his last chance to make something of himself. He wasn't going to screw it up. Chapter 73, A Warning. Finally, it's the night before he's set to depart from the Iron Islands at long last. But first, there's one last thing he's decided that he has to do. Silently and without being seen, Axel departs from Ashaz chambers, the new Lady Reaper of Pike exhausted and sleeping off their final goodbyes in her bed. He floats out through a nearby window so as to not disturb her rest, wordlessly flying away from the Isle of Pike and indeed a fair distance away from the Iron Islands altogether. However, he's not flying back to Westeros. No, he's going in the opposite direction entirely, flying out into the Sunset Sea. Unlike the Narrow Sea, that thin strip of water between Westeros and Essos that had been sailed across 1,000,000 times by this point, the Sunset Sea was far more mysterious and uncharted. Its true size was still unknown to the people of Westeros, and nobody seemed to have any idea what existed on the other side of it. Some claimed that the Ironborn, rather than being descended from first men, came from visitors west of the Sunset Sea, and that the Seastone Chair itself was created on the other side of the body of water and brought to the Iron Islands so long ago with the first of those settlers. However, if any of that was the case, it happened so many thousands of years ago that even the Ironborn no longer had the knowledge that could confirm it. They certainly set themselves apart from the Greenlanders, as they called those on Westeros' mainland, but they did so irrespective of whether those Greenlanders were first men or Andals. Admittedly, there is some temptation to try to fly across the sunset sea and see what's on the other side. Hell, if Axel had discovered this ability to fly before becoming king, he could very well see himself trying a daring stunt like that or flying over to Essos to explore that foreign locale. Even now, his curiosity tugged at him, making him want to go and see what there was to see. But he can't. He has a responsibility to his people, to his future queens, and to Westeros as a whole. With Euron and Petter dead and Renly at the wall, Axel believes that the last of his major enemies has been dealt with. And given his feats displayed in this war, with tens of thousands of men having seen what he's truly capable of, he hopes that peace can finally reign over the Seven Kingdoms for longer than a few fucking months. Even if it only does so because of his strength. That peace won't happen without him, though. He's needed back in King's Landing, standing tall and representing an insurmountable obstacle and impossible foe in the face of any other ambitions for his throne. However, it's that same sense of responsibility and duty that brings him out here, 1,000 or so miles away from the Iron Islands, flying high over crashing waves in every direction for as far as his eye can see. Euron's words have stuck with him over these past couple of weeks ever since he killed the man. Even though Axel has pushed them to the back of his mind, he hasn't been able to fully forget them after all this time. One day, I hope you kill him. I hope you find a way to wherever it is that a squirming worm like him hides and you slaughter him like you did the Kraken. Even if these are to be my final moments, I will take solace in that hope. Because he's not going to stop coming after you, Axel Baratheon. None of them are. Axel twitches, letting out an explosive breath as he stares down at the waves. Maybe he was imagining things, but it was almost like the water was reaching up for him, trying to grasp at him and drag him down into the depths as Euron's final words replayed in his mind's eye. The gods, you slow bastard. You are the champion of the Seven. They have laid claim to you, made you their own, and are using you to spread their will. Did you truly think the others would just let something as strong as you continue to exist? Do you think the drowned god is the only deity moving against you even now? No. Oh no, this might be the end for me, but it's only the beginning for you. Was it possible? Axel honestly didn't know if the Seven even existed. It was the most positive explanation for his strangeness, of course, but if he had been chosen as their champion, one would think that they would have contacted him more directly by now. And no, the High Septon and most devout constantly singing his praises and claiming that the light of the seven-pointed star was shining down upon him didn't count. There'd never been so much as a whisper from any of the seven. Axel would certainly remember if they'd spoken to him at any point throughout his life, and one would imagine that his constant trips to the Great Sept of Baelor would have given them ample opportunity to whisper in his ears as well. Ample opportunity that they'd seemingly ignored. But Euron had seemed sure of himself and that he'd spoken directly to the drowned god. He'd been convinced that it was the drowned god who forced them into conflict, that made him wage war against Axel. He'd also been convinced that the drowned god wouldn't stop coming for Axel even with this failure. And that couldn't be allowed. Narrowing his eyes, Axel descends until he's just a few dozen feet above the crashing waves. DROWNED God, hear me if you can. I am Axel Barathon, first of his name, champion of the Seven. The ocean continues to rage, an unfathomable body of water that makes Axel shiver just thinking about it. Yet, there is no response. Axel clenches his jaw and curls his hands into fists. I have ALLOWED worship of you to continue in the Iron Islands. I have not stricken your name from their lips, as I was tempted to do. Still nothing. Is Axel just screaming at a bunch of water? It certainly feels like it. Come for me and mine, and I swear I will not be so generous a second time. I will find you. I will hunt you to the end of the seas, until I locate where you hide and RIP you from IT root and stem. The threat seems to provoke no more response than his previous words. Huffing, Axel shakes his head. What the fuck am I doing? Even if the drowned god does exist. The only sort of language a creature like him would understand is violence. It hits him then, a half-remembered story from a Shah. Grinning, he shouts one last time. I'm coming down there, let us talk, you and I. And then, he sucks in a deep breath and dives, dropping beneath the ocean waves. Much like in his fight with Euron's kraken, Axel finds himself sightless rather quickly. It was already dark above the water after all, making it even darker beneath the surface. However, Axel finds he doesn't mind all that much. Even without the ability to see, he feels like he can sense things around him. One of those things is the building pressure the deeper he goes. This far out from the Iron Islands, the sea is much deeper than it was where he fought Euron's kraken. He's pretty sure he descends to the same depths he reached back there in mere moments now, and then just keeps going, with no end in sight. The further down he gets, the more pressure builds on his body, weighing him down. Is this just the weight of all the water above him? Or is this the presence of the drowned god himself, pushing down on him in an attempt to hold Axel in place? It won't work, of course, neither restraining him nor drowning him. He'd noticed it during his fight with the kraken. He really didn't need to breathe all that much. But then, looking back, Axel should have realized that when he was covered head to toe in wildfire and burned for an entire week. Sure, he might have gotten a little bit of air here and there, but most of the time he didn't even have functioning lungs or nostrils or a mouth. Yet still, he'd lived somehow. This is similar to that, after a fashion. Holding his breath, Axel can tell that he would be able to last weeks down here solely off of a single lungful of air. There's no danger of him drowning down here, amusingly enough. The drowned god has no hold over him, even this far into the deity's supposed domain. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, Axel lands on solid ground. Well, mostly solid. It feels soft, like there might actually be sand down here. Eyes narrowing even though he still sees nothing, Axel stamps gently a few times until the sand is brushed away and there's nothing but rock beneath his feet. Only then does he rear up a foot and bring it down as hard as he fucking can. Karikatiachom. It's as he did back during his fight with the kraken, except this time Axel isn't pushing himself up. He's slamming himself down with all his might. And he doesn't stop at just one time either. Karikatiachom, Karikatiachom, Karikatiachom. Water explodes in all directions around him as rock and ground, and whatever else the seafloor is made is cracks and shatters beneath his feet. The world itself seems liable to shake apart. But then Axel had figured it might, which is why he went as far as he did away from the Iron Islands. He's not holding back right now. For the first time in his life, Axel doesn't hold back a single ounce of his full strength. It's not about destruction, though. It's about sending a message. And as he stands there amidst the debris, Axel soon gets confirmation that the message has been received, when he just barely feels it in time before rows of massive, sharp teeth try to close around his body. His hands slam up, catching the huge jaw before it can snap shut on him, and Axel twists, rotating the massive shark away from him. And then his foot comes up and kicks through the shark's body, gouging out a hole in the sea creature that kills it instantly. Of course, that's just the first of many. Sea monsters of every stripe take their turns trying to tear a piece out of him. Axel can't see most of them, unfortunately, but he can certainly categorize them by what he feels as he proceeds with slaughtering them en masse. Of the smaller, there are sharks and other large but manageable fish, perhaps 3 or 4 times his size, but no bigger. And then there are the bigger ones. Krakens, leviathans, giant turtles. He cracks a shell with one punch while dodging a turtle's snapping jaws. He rips a tentacle off a kraken and whips a leviathan into full retreat with it. He fights like a man possessed. He fights like a man with something to prove, something to protect. The drowned god needs to know exactly what he's playing with. Maybe he thinks he simply didn't try hard enough. Maybe he thinks that it was Euron's fault, Euron's failure. Maybe he will try again in time, just like Euron Greyjoy said. Axel is down here in the depths this night to make it very clear that trying again would be a very bad idea. And so Axel fights. He fights for longer and in more dire straits than he's ever fought in his life. Under an ocean's worth of water, the pressure trying to pin him down and slow every move he makes, he fights sea monster after sea monster without fail. And whenever they depart, whenever they flee, he stomps his foot again, drawing in the next batch to fight him once more. Wave after wave of creatures comes at him, until something new arrives, something truly immense and so large that for a moment, Axel believes it to perhaps be the drowned god himself. The creature, which is longer than it is wide, slams into Axel with greater force than anything else has ever managed. And to Axel's bemusement, it begins to push him up. He punches it back down, of course, knocking it away for a second, but it just keeps coming. Until finally, he feels something new hit his back. Light. He'd been fighting for so long on the bottom of the ocean that the sun had risen and it was early morning the next day. A moment after this realization, Axel breaks the surface of the water and finds himself airborne, along with being able to see his last opponent for the first time. It has the head of a dragon that reminds him of Balerion the Black Dread's skull in the bowels of the Red Keep, but far, far bigger. However, the body is not that of a dragon, but rather a snake. It is, beyond a shadow of a doubt, bigger than even Euron's kraken had been. And it seems almost intelligent in a way, as it blinks up at him and then turns back, as though its task was to get him out of the water and make him leave, rather than actually trying to kill him. As the massive sea serpent goes to disappear into the depths, Axel narrows his eyes and shakes his head. "You think we're done? I say when we're fucking done." He darts back under the surface and reaches out, his fingers digging into the serpent's massive tail before it can fully vanish. And then, he heaves. This creature had made a singular mistake. Down at the bottom of the ocean, Axel had actually been weakened by the pressure, by the weight of all that water, and perhaps by the drowned god's very presence as well. But up here so close to the surface, his strength is no longer tied up in making sure he's not crushed against the sea floor. With a roar, Axel breaks through the surface again, this time dragging the sea serpent with him instead of being pushed. He pulls and pulls, having to fly much farther up than he did with Euron's kraken. As its head slips free of the water at long last, the great beast of a sea snake lets out a titanic, keening cry. But Axel is not moved by its panic. He feels no guilt or shame. Consider this your tribute, DROWNED God. A demigod child sacrificed SO that I don't fucking hunt you down. And then he carries the twisting sea snake back towards the Iron Islands, flying along with its writhing, twisting, gargantuan form held in his grasp. Good that he does too, because, well, as Axel begins to approach Pike once more, he realizes he might not have gone out far enough to send his message to the drowned god. There, about 100 miles away from the Iron Islands, is a wave, a massive wave, one that only seems to be growing as well. Now, Axel might not be the most learned of men, but he somewhat understands cause and effect. This wave, so tall that it will completely consume the Iron Islands, is coming from the same direction he did. He doesn't understand the how, but he understands the why. Maybe he could blame the drowned god for this, but deep down, Axel knew better. His actions caused this wave and likely generated further waves in every other direction as well. But this direction, the one that was about to kill everyone on the Iron Islands, was the only one that mattered, the only one that Axel cared about. For a moment, Axel clenches his jaw, uncertain what to do. And then the sea serpent still thrashing in his arms reminds him of its existence, and he suddenly knows exactly what he's going to do. With a wide grin, Axel flies forward, getting in front of the gargantuan wave. And then he winds up, just like he did with Euron's kraken. It's actually easier this time, since the sea serpent is just one extremely long body instead of a massive bulbous main body surrounded with many more flailing appendages. And as he spins it around, he times it just right, and slams the sea serpent face first into the wave just as it's coming past him. Kaboom! As he'd hoped, this has quite the effect on the building wave. The sea serpent's gargantuan body cuts through it and destabilizes a lot of the mounting water, sending it crashing backwards into the ocean below. As well, the sea serpent itself goes limper and stops struggling quite so much. But it's not enough. The wave is too big for one strike to be good enough. That's all right, though. Axel still has a demigod to kill, so he repositions himself and swings again, and again, and again. Kaboom, kaboom, kaboom. He uses the sea snake's massive body to whip the wave away before it can reach the Iron Islands. He tears through the water again and again with his improvised bludgeoning tool, until there's nothing left of the existential threat to Asha and her people. By the time he's done, he's also killed the sea serpent, rending its face into nothing more than a bloody skull and the scales on the top portion of its body into a veritable mess. That's okay, though. In fact, that was mostly intended. Flying the last few dozen miles back to Pike, Axel slaps the sea serpent down onto the beach. Or rather, he drops its head and the first portion of its body down onto the beach. The rest of its truly massive, extremely long form disappears beneath the waves, draping across the seafloor just off of the island. As Axel comes in for a landing next to the flayed, gory skull of the sea serpent, he sees Asha running out onto the beach towards him, some of her people behind her. Her eyes are wide as she approaches him and his kill, her jaw dropped in disbelief. Her mouth opens and closes several times before she finally finds her voice. "Your Grace, respectfully, what the fuck was that? This is a sea dragon. One of these has not been seen since the time of the Grey King." Axel grins wickedly, having eyes only for Asha, even as his words are meant for the men behind her as well. "Do you recall the story you told me, about the priest King Lodos, who thought himself the son of the drowned god?" Asha blinks rapidly, before hesitantly nodding. Chuckling, Axel looks at his kill. "A sea dragon, huh? So maybe not a demigod." "Well, I found it inspiring. And I found myself needing a chat with the drowned god too, so we could lay some ground rules, so to speak." Reaching out, he slaps a hand on the exposed bone of the sea dragon's skull. "I graciously offer this kill, and all the wealth it contains, to the newly appointed Lady Reaper of Pike. Along with the Kraken corpse currently atop her castle, let Asha Greyjay decide what to do with this prize. And know this, your king has reached an understanding with the drowned god." Had he, Axel honestly wasn't sure, but he was more than willing to lie about it. And if the drowned god did make another move on him after this, then Axel would make good on his threats to hunt the bastard down, deity or no deity. He was done playing games. Anyone who dared to make him their enemy was going to be in for a bad time. Axel just went and showed the drowned god who was boss, killing his strongest monsters and maybe even slaughtering a demigod son of his in the form of this massive sea dragon. Or 2, Axel just went and picked a fight with a bunch of sea creatures, while mistakenly thinking that ocean pressure was the drowned god's presence, as well as accidentally causing a tsunami in the process. And when the ancient sea dragon that his actions disturbed came to get him out of there, he turned the tables and used it to fix his mistake with the tsunami, killing it in the process. What do you guys think really happened? Chapter 74, in retrospect. Tywin Lannister had many regrets, more than he would ever dare to let anyone know. He stands now atop Casterly Rock's highest point, staring out at the fleet of ships represented by pinpricks in the distance. Those are the last of the Royal and Redwine fleets, both armadas making the journey south to either return to the Arbor or continue onward all the way around Westeros to King's Landing. With their departure from the Iron Islands, the war between the Seven Kingdoms and Euron Greyjoy is officially over. And the greatest loser, by far, has to be the Westerlands. Tywin's jaw clenches at the thought, his hands clutching at the stone railing in front of him. Sure, the Ironborn had lost the war, failing in their latest bid to become independent from the Iron Throne yet again. And sure, most of their houses were lordless, their numbers completely decimated by the naval battles and the subsequent fight at Castle Pike. This left the rather numerous former thralls at an even more overwhelming advantage than they would have had before. But even if all of that was true, even if the Iron Islands were now ruled by a woman of all things, Tywin still felt that it was his lands and his house that had come out the worst from this whole mess. Kevin gone, Lannisport in ruins, the Lannister fleet destroyed yet again. And what exactly did they have to show for it? His demonic, stunted dwarf of a son made master of coin for the price of almost 1,000,000 golden dragons. Yes, Tywin Lannister had many regrets, but his greatest regret of all was most certainly allowing the shock and surprise of Robert, Joffrey, and Tommen's deaths to get the better of him all that time ago. If only he'd moved more quickly. If only he'd acted the moment information arrived from King's Landing. If he'd been exceptionally swift, Tywin could have even been in the city before Jon Arryn even got back with Axel Baratheon. Of course, if he'd known what Axel was truly capable of, he would have done everything in his power to ingratiate himself with the young man, no matter his origins, no matter the fact that his ascension was all but spitting in the face of Tywin's family and all the plans he'd ever made. Hells, maybe if he'd played his cards right, he could have countered Cersei's insane plans, helped Axel come into his own, and even wound up replacing Jon Arryn as Hand of the King when the small council went up in flames. And even after he'd missed that first opportunity, Tywin still could have moved faster when Renly Baratheon made his treasonous intentions clear. At the time, holding back and seeing how everything panned out had seemed like the smart thing to do. Why spend the strength of his lands against the combined armies of the Reach and the Stormlands for the sake of a Baratheon bastard who had taken everything from him, after all? Of course, knowing what he knew now, Tywin would have gladly spent the lives of his small folk to earn goodwill with Axel Baratheon. The bastard had turned out to be no bastard at all. He'd turned out to be something else entirely. Unfortunately, an unknowing Tywin had earned his house the king's enmity through his actions. To be fair, none of it made sense. Even now, Tywin couldn't begin to explain how Axel could do the things he could do. Surviving a gauntlet of poisons, up to and including the Strangler? Freakish, but perhaps not the most freakish thing Tywin had ever heard of. Surviving what multiple witnesses swore should have been a fatal blow in that trial by the Seven. Again, it wasn't outside of the realm of possibilities, even if Pycelle had been both baffled and irate that he wasn't even allowed to examine and administer aid to the king's wound. Now, surviving the wildfire explosion was where things had begun to get unbelievable. Burning for 7 days and 7 nights while kneeling before the statue of the father in the Great Sept of Baelor had sounded particularly farcical to Tywin when he'd first heard about it. And yet, that had been followed by rumors that Axel Baratheon somehow traveled to the Eyrie, administered justice to Petyr Baelish and Lysa Arryn, and then was back in King's Landing within 3 days max. That had sounded distinctly odd as well, but Tywin assumed it was some mummer's trick, a body double of sorts. In fact, using mummer's tricks and body doubles could have explained the wildfire too. It could not explain everything Tywin had heard about the battles against the Ironborn, however. When the first ships carrying Lannister men had arrived back at the ruins of Lannisport after the subjugation of the Ironborn, Tywin had spent an entire day interviewing sailors and knights from the Westerlands, getting their stories from them and writing down his own observations. By the time he was done, there was simply no denying it. No mummer's tricks could possibly explain it away, especially not when everyone told the same exact story. Not only had Axel leapt from his flagship into the water to do battle with Euron's Kraken directly, but he'd also then gone on to kill the damn thing. And reveal he had the ability to fly to boot. That, Tywin had to admit, that news just about broke him. Axel Baratheon had turned out to be no man, but a monster instead. Even a demon perhaps, except by this point it was too late to possibly try and tar him with that brush. Jon Arryn must have known. He must have counseled the young king to hide his true abilities and build his relationship with the Faith of the Seven for as long as possible. Then, when Jon had died, Axel had stopped holding back. And yet it didn't matter anymore because by then the Faith was on his side, and they would always be on his side no matter what. As far as the High Septon and most devout were concerned, he wasn't a demon or a monster, he wasn't some sort of sorcerer or witch practicing magic. No, he was blessed by the Seven. He was the avatar of the warrior. What he really was dangerous. That was what it truly boiled down to in the end. Axel had single-handedly killed the same Kraken that had sunk the Lannister fleet and destroyed all of Lannisport, and he could fly under his power without the aid of dragons or even wings, meaning that he could be anywhere in the Seven Kingdoms, likely within a day. Meanwhile, House Lannister had never been weaker, and there was nothing Tywin could do about it. Forgiving the crown's remaining debt in order to get Tyrion onto the small council was the most that he could get away with at this point. Aside from that small amount of influence and the hope that Tyrion would not disgrace himself or the name Lannister any more than he already did by existing. All Tywin could do was turn his gaze closer to home. Lannisport had to be rebuilt. The Westerlands would come together and gold would flow from the mines into the pockets of many men to make that happen. At the same time, House Lannister had to be rebuilt as well. Fortunately, his otherwise useless daughter was pregnant. So long as she had a son, then that would be Tywin's heir. Otherwise, it would have to be Kevan's son Lancel of all people. And Tywin would rather that not wind up being necessary. Thinking of his daughter causes Tywin's lips to thin out. Cersei had been downright hysterical when she'd been brought back to Casterly Rock. Losing Miachella had been too much for her and her mind had cracked, or so Tywin had thought. Thankfully, the Maester had been able to help calm her down these past several months with remedies from his stores. Now Tywin found himself going over some of the things she'd said to him in the moments where he thought her mind was truly lost. He'd never believed her for a second on any of it, of course. But now he was forced to acknowledge that she'd probably been telling the truth when she claimed the steel dagger shattered against Axel's flesh that day in King's Landing. After all, if the man could single-handedly survive the tentacles of a kraken capable of destroying stone walls thousands of years old, he could probably survive a single blade wielded by a woman of Cersei's age and lacking physical strength. He could likely survive a lot more than that, even. But then, if she'd been speaking the truth when he thought she was being hysterical about that, then that called into question whether she'd been telling the truth about the rest of it as well, such as bedding the young king multiple times, as well as what she'd screamed at him in regard to the true parentage of all 3 of her children. No, Tywin refused to believe that last one. Cersei had only been trying to say the vilest things possible in an attempt to hurt him. It really was good that the Maester had been able to calm her down. And besides, even if she had been telling the truth about sleeping with Axel Baratheon before she tried to kill him, it wasn't like anything came of it. Unfortunately. That might turn out to be Tywin's greatest regret of all, in the long run. If only Cersei had been knocked up by Axel Baratheon. Well, to be fair, it wasn't as though they knew for a fact yet whether whatever powers the king had even could be inherited by his children. But if they could, that power in the hands of House Lannister would have been truly wonderful. No matter. Tywin can no longer distract himself with what could have been, nor could he allow himself to be distracted by what was happening in King's Landing or anywhere else on the continent. He had to change his focus. There were only so many years he had left in his old bones, and he would be damned if he left the house in an even worse state than his father did before he was finally gone. Shaking his head, the old lion turns and heads back downstairs into the rock to get back to work. As a result, he's just half a minute too late to witness with his own eyes as something flies by incredibly fast hundreds of feet overhead. Something, vaguely human-shaped. Glancing down at Casterly Rock as he zips by it, Axel snorts derisively. He'll be glad to never have to see the place or another Lannister aside from Tyrion ever again, truth be told. Hopefully, nobody would fuck around and make him come back here anytime soon. For now, as he leaves the massive natural fortification behind him in the distance, Axel slows down a bit and enjoys the scenery. He never in a million years thought that he would see the whole of Westeros like this from this high up. In fact, he stops for a moment just past the hills of the Westerlands, about halfway to King's Landing, and just turns in a slow circle while hovering in midair. He can see so much from here. To the north, he can make out the mountains of the moon. To the south, he sees the rolling farmland of the Reach as well as the Kingswood and the Dornish marches beyond them. Back behind him are the Westerlands, of course, and if he turns just right. He can't quite see the Iron Islands from here, but he nevertheless knows they're there. And of course, in front of him to the east is King's Landing, which he can just barely make out as a speck on the horizon at the moment. Past King's Landing is Essos and the Free Cities, foreign lands with foreign ideals, such as slavery and other concepts that turn his stomach. Axel's hands curl into fists for a moment at that, his eyes narrowing and his jaw clenching. Part of him didn't want to stop at just the Iron Islands. Part of him wanted to take his armies and his fleets and go to Essos next. Bravos might just welcome him with open arms from what he knew about them. Meanwhile, the likes of Pentos, Mur, Tyrosh, and Lies would fall before him like wheat before the scythe. He could conquer them single-handedly given his capabilities, and end slavery in each of them for all time. Except, no, Axel knows better. Could he conquer them? Sure. Could he free all the slaves? For as long as he stuck around, yes. But what about afterwards? The only reason that ending thraldom and the claiming of salt wives on the Iron Islands might work is because most of the Ironborn had died, and the Iron Islands needed Westeros more than Westeros needed the Iron Islands. Even then, he was glad he would have an excuse to go and visit Asha every month or so in order to get her pregnant as she'd requested, because it would also allow him to make sure his edicts were being followed, and nobody was fomenting rebellion against the new Lady Reaper of Pike or their king. However, if he went and conquered any of the free cities of Essos, he wouldn't just be stretching Westeros too thin, he'd be stretching himself too thin as well. Axel's greatest weakness at this point was the fact that he couldn't be everywhere at once. And the longer he was absent from Westeros, the more likely that someone back here would probably get uppity and try something in his absence. Axel sighs, closes his eyes, and pushes thoughts of conquering Essos aside. He had enough on his plate at this point, especially with 2 women waiting back in King's Landing to become his queens. His eyes snap back open, and Axel grins as he takes in his surroundings one last time. After luxuriating in the beautiful view in all directions, Axel continues on towards King's Landing, where he can finally announce that he'll be wedding Aerion and Sansa at long last. Needless to say, he doesn't expect to encounter any objections to that decision at this point. Indeed, anyone who might have had a problem with him taking 2 queens instead of one would no doubt hold their tongue just based on his newfound ability to fly. Everything was going to be just fine from here on out. Axel could finally focus on ruling peacefully and making a family. Funnily enough, the original outline for this story involved Cersei being way less crazy and sticking around as a long-term member of Axel's harem. And eventually, when Jon died, she would have pushed for her father to become Hand of the King instead of Stannis. But then the more I wrote the first 2 arcs, with Cersei being way too crazy to be redeemed and Tywin dragging his feet to the point of angering Axel severely, I realized it just didn't make much sense anymore. But at least we'll get more Tyrion Tilda. Chapter 75, Sacrifice. It is time, my queen. Melisandre smiles softly as Daenerys stiffens at the sound of her voice. They've been sitting in silence for quite some time now as Melisandre painted across the younger woman's naked flesh. But no longer. They must act, or all the hard work and preparation of these past several hours will have been for nothing. Are you ready, Your Grace? Shivering in a way that has nothing to do with the cold night air and positively trembling with emotion, Daenerys Targaryen nevertheless rises to her feet as she slowly nods. She's still so young, despite being over 20 years of age. But then, 2 decades is a pittance to someone who has lived as long as Melisandre, and even less when you took into account how the brothers' overbearing shadow had stunted Daenerys' growth. I'm ready. Collect your whelps and walk into the flames. Make sure that the sacrifices of your husband and son are not in vain. A whimper leaves Daenerys' lips at the reminder, but she nevertheless does as she's told. She's more than used to listening to Melisandre at this point, after all. Which is good because the Red Priestess is the only one capable of navigating the last Targaryen through the treacherous and perilous path ahead. Stepping forward, Daenerys makes a noise in the back of her throat, and her dragons come to her. They've grown in the months since they were first hatched, but not fast enough. Even with a Khalasar turned towards feeding them, they're still barely as large as wild dogs. Nevertheless, they respond to their mother's call. Encircling Daenerys, the 3 small dragons follow her as she steps away from Melisandre's side. Her feet take her towards the burning funeral pyre where the wrapped bodies of Khal Drogo and their stillborn child are laid out on the wood. The blood that Melisandre used to paint Daenerys' body mostly came from Drogo's bloodriders, who would have otherwise fled in the night if Melisandre had not stopped and captured them. Their connection to Daenerys and her comatose husband was strong, though the connection between Daenerys and her stillborn son was even stronger still. Melisandre had no intentions of letting Daenerys know that she'd bled the babe's body dry and mixed its blood in with the blood of Drogo's bloodriders, however. The mother of dragons might have been willing to accept the former sacrifice, but she would not be able to accept the latter. Melisandre had seen it in the flames. She knew just how much she could push her young charge, at least for now. She'd seen a lot in the flames, as a matter of fact. Arlor, Lord of Light, had spoken to her quite a bit over the past few years, and Melisandre had followed her god's bidding in all things. The great others stirred in the far north, and it was up to her to find Azor Ahai and prepare them for what was to come. For a time, Melisandre had believed that Azor Ahai was none other than Stannis Baratheon, the younger brother of Robert Baratheon, king of Westeros. She had traveled all the way from Asshai by the Shadow to Pentos in preparation for making the last leg of her journey to Dragonstone, when everything had changed. Suddenly, the visions and the flames no longer pointed to Stannis Baratheon. He was not, in fact, Azor Ahai reborn as she'd previously thought, and the Great Other was not the only enemy stirring in Westeros either. Melisandre had seen quite clearly that if she went to Westeros by herself, if she went to Stannis Baratheon's side, then she would die alongside him in a failed bid for the Iron Throne. Instead, Melisandre had been instructed to turn her gaze to closer by. In the end, her journey to Pentos had not been a total waste, as she had found herself coming upon the last Targaryens, Viserys, and Daenerys Stormborn. The Red Priestess had known from the moment she laid eyes on them that Daenerys, for all her shyness and reserved attitude, was Azor Ahai reborn. Viserys, on the other hand, was simply dead weight at first, though they'd eventually found a use for him when Melisandre's lord had shown her a way to help Daenerys hatch the petrified, dragon eggs gifted to her at her wedding to Khal Drogo. From there, Melisandre had been shown so much more by her lord. Arlor was a powerful god with a far reach, though unfortunately his reach did not extend too far into Westeros. Even still, she was able to understand what he was showing her. Axel Baratheon, firstborn bastard son of Robert Baratheon, he was the threat. On par with that of the Great Other, he represented a danger to Melisandre's lord that could not be understated. Daenerys' place in the grand tapestry of fate was not just to grow her dragons, gather her armies, and take her rightful place on the Iron Throne. Her destiny was also to destroy the demon Axel Baratheon and then prepare Westeros for the return of the Great Other and his White Walkers. Only once Axel Baratheon was dead and gone, only once the worship of Arlor spread across all of Westeros, could they hope to defeat ice, with overwhelming fire. A broader smile spreads across Melisandre's perfectly sculpted lips as she watches Daenerys step into the flames of her husband and child's funeral pyre. As both the mother of dragons as well as her draconic children disappear into the fire, she lets out a shuddering breath, knowing that everything was going according to plan, even if the plan had to keep changing. After foreseeing how Viserys would be of use in hatching the eggs, Melisandre had next seen how the Westerosi Ser Jorah Mormont would make an attempt on her, Daenerys, and the dragon hatchlings' lives. She'd also seen a route by which Jorah could have perhaps been persuaded by Daenerys' kind heart to stay his blade and admit his duplicity. But that route did not provide the best outcomes. Instead, Melisandre had kept Daenerys from unknowingly influencing Ser Jorah away from his assassination attempt. She had allowed him to try and fail to harm so much as a hair on either of their heads. And she had watched along with Daenerys as Drogo had given Jorah Mormont an execution even worse than he'd intended for Viserys, before she had Daenerys beg to be allowed to do it herself. All of that was necessary to help steal young Daenerys' heart, as well as inflame Drogo's rage at Westeros. At the time, the plan had been all about focusing the Khal and his Khalasar on invading Westeros and helping Daenerys kill Axel Baratheon. Unfortunately, the plan had once more been forced to change when Melisandre's visions in the fire kept changing as well. She'd seen Axel Baratheon burn for 7 days and 7 nights in a holy place dedicated to the Seven who are one. She'd watched him travel in leaping bounds across a great expanse of land, far faster than any man should be able to travel. These visions of the future had led to a stark realization. Drogo and his Khalasar wouldn't be enough. Daenerys and her dragons, even if they could be grown big enough for battle, would also die in the face of the Demon King's power. And worst of all, by that point Daenerys was already pregnant. Weakened by pregnancy, held back by fear for her child, Melisandre had seen future after future in the flames where the last Targaryen simply gave up. That couldn't be allowed to happen, obviously. Failure was not an option. The demon on the Iron Throne had to die just as much as the Great Other had to be defeated. This, Melisandre felt Arlor had made abundantly clear to her. And that meant Melisandre had to make some difficult decisions. She'd come to care for Daenerys in her own way as they'd traveled together, she really had. The young woman wasn't just Azur Ahai reborn or her charge. No, she was Melisandre's protégé in a lot of ways. The mother of dragons enjoyed learning and tended to soak up Melisandre's knowledge like a sponge. And while she had been sad to sacrifice her brother, Melisandre knew that Daenerys was happy to be out from under Viserys' thumb, and to have 3 dragons who answered to her beck and call out of the deal. Unfortunately, she'd been forced to do things that she would have rather not in order to secure their future. In truth, Melisandre suspected that if Daenerys ever learned the part she'd played in Drogo's death and the stillbirth of their only son, she would not be nearly as happy anymore. That was fine, though, for the Red Priestess didn't intend for Daenerys to ever find out. What was done, and sometimes sacrifices had to be made. Drogo wouldn't have been strong enough, but by dying here alongside his son, it would galvanize Daenerys into action. Not only that, their sacrifice by flame and the blood of Drogo's bloodriders and the stillborn babe would combine to create something truly special. Something capable of bringing the demon in Westeros low, once and for all. Just as that thought comes to Melisandre's mind, the flames covering the funeral pyre suddenly sputter and begin to coalesce. The smile on Melisandre's lips turns into a full-grown grin as the fire condenses down in on itself until it's coating 4 distinct shapes. The funeral pyre, wood and wrapped bodies alike, has been reduced to nothing but ash in a fraction of the time it otherwise should have. Meanwhile, Daenerys and her 3 dragons, step away changed. The fire flows over the Dragon Queen's flesh, absorbing bit by bit into the blood runes that Melisandre had just spent hours painstakingly painting onto every inch of the Targaryen skin. Meanwhile, the flames covering her 3 dragons are likewise absorbed into their scales, inch by inch. When it's finally over, the blood runes are gone and so is the fire. Daenerys stands there before Melisandre and what remains of the late Khal Drogo's Khalasar still completely nude, but dramatically changed. All across her body pulse burning veins of orange, as though the fire that had engulfed her now resides within her instead. Which of course, it does. That was the whole point. No more is this more obvious than Daenerys' eyes, which glow bright orange with power, so bright that it's almost impossible to look directly into them. Akin to looking directly at 2 miniature suns with how much power Melisandre sees there. The 3 dragons at Daenerys' feet are much the same. Their eyes glow orange with their mother's might, and they themselves have grown to twice their previous size in the short time they were among the flames. No longer the size of small dogs, they now resemble small horses instead. And they will only get bigger going forward, so long as the sacrifices continue to flow. But then, Melisandre has a plan for that. They won't be able to go straight to Westeros after this. In fact, they won't be able to go to Westeros for quite a while yet, but eventually they'll be ready. This was the first step on the only path forward that didn't end in failure. Melisandre had seen it all in the flames. Raising her arms and spreading them wide, Melisandre lets her voice ring out in the silent night. Azorahai stands before you, her flaming sword internal, her will made manifest. The Queen of Dragons will lead you all to glory. A stir starts up among the watching Dothraki who remain. Cries of Azur Ahai and Queen of Dragons and Khaleesi fill the night air. Daenerys stares out at them all with her glowing orange eyes, a sense of raw and unrefined purpose wafting off of her. Her husband and son may be dead, but the last Targaryen still had people to lead and dragons to feed. She still had a destiny to fulfill, and Melisandre is gratified to watch as determination and resolve fill every pore of her protege's being. Melisandre would take what had been created tonight, and she would refine it and forge it into a proper weapon. She would make Daenerys Targaryen into what she had to become in order to survive what fate had in store for her. Daenerys Targaryen was more than Azur Ahai reborn. She was the Lord of Light's champion, his answer to the demon over in Westeros, and so long as she was ready to make the necessary sacrifices along the way. Then Melisandre was confident they would emerge victorious when all was said and done. Chapter 76, A Sit-Down. So, you fly now. His nephew has the good grace to adopt an apologetic smile, as though acknowledging the ridiculousness of the statement. But then, of course, he pushes off the ground, and doesn't come back down. Stannis Baratheon can only inhale sharply as he watches the King of the Seven Kingdoms float in the air before him with no signs of mummery, at least as far as can be seen with the naked eye. Yep, I fly now. To be fair, Stannis had already known as much. It was just that seeing was believing, as some like to say. Still, even if he didn't want to believe the rumors, it was practically impossible for Axel to even be in King's Landing at this point without the ability to fly, and fly fast at that. After all, the only men to have made it back to King's Landing from the war against the Ironborn so far were those who had quite literally left the islands the day after the fighting was over. Pretty much everyone else was still in transit. Meanwhile, every missive, every letter, every snippet of information that Stannis received had pointed to Axel still being on the Iron Islands, where he'd been laying down the law for the past 3 or so weeks. Indeed, for all intents and purposes, today was the day the young king was supposed to leave the Iron Islands, and supposedly it still was. He just flew fast enough that traveling the width of Westeros took hours instead of weeks. Coming back down, Axel settles his feet back on the ground with that same apologetic smile. "I'm sure you have questions for me, Uncle. Please, just ask, and I will answer to the best of my abilities." Stannis Baratheon is a man who has always prided himself on maintaining his poise and composure. But damn if he doesn't find himself letting out a shuddering breath at that. Finally, he asks the most pressing question on his mind. "Just how strong are you really, Your Grace? Because the tales say that you not only killed Euron Greyjoy's Kraken single-handedly. You threw the corpse through the air all the way to Pike, where it was later seen impaled upon the castle's tallest tower." He wants Axel to deny it, to say the stories are overblown and exaggerated. But somehow, Stannis isn't surprised when the young king merely nods slowly in response. "That is what happened, yes. As for how strong I really am, I don't actually know. Strong enough to kill the Kraken single-handedly, and strong enough to kill a sea dragon as well, apparently." What? Stannis opens his mouth to say that sea dragons aren't real. They're just legends and myths after all. Fortunately, he just manages to hold the words back and not make a fool of himself. Myths, legends. He's standing before a man who can survive a blast of wildfire, fight a sea monster 100 times his size, and fly. Nothing is out of the question anymore. Suddenly feeling older than he's ever felt before, Stannis lets out a deep, weary sigh. May I take a seat, Your Grace?" Axel nods, gesturing towards the table and joining him as Stannis sits down in a chair. He's always considered himself a strong, capable man, but by the 7, this is all a bit much. In the end, Stannis just shakes his head. "Have you been to speak to the High Septon yet?" Blinking at the question, having clearly been expecting something else, Axel slowly nods. "I have, yes. He'll be announcing the wedding tomorrow morning in a special sermon. He seemed confident that nobody would complain about me marrying both Sansa and Aerion at this point." An uncharacteristic snort of derision manages to escape Stannis at that, causing Axel to eye him strangely. No, Stannis doesn't expect anyone will complain at this point. What's the king marrying 2 women instead of one in the face of everything he's done before now? Frankly, he could have probably declared his intentions to have 2 queens before going off to war against Euron, and it still wouldn't have mattered. Besides all that, the faith have been preaching more and more about Axel's divine backing. He is the beloved champion of the 7, or so they proclaim. More recently, upon hearing how he fought against Euron's Kraken, they've started calling him the avatar of the warrior as well. Zealotry is on the rise, all of it centered around the younger man sitting in front of him. There are more and more people who worship the ground that Axel walks on by the day, in fact. Literally, as the case may be, given what Stannis has heard about the path the king took to the great sept back when he was burning. The only saving grace was that Axel was no tyrant. He was a good man, thankfully, and it seemed like most of his more devout followers were doing their best to live by his example. Didn't stop them from being worryingly devoted to the king. At this point, Axel Baratheon might just be the most beloved king that Westeros had ever seen. Putting such things out of his mind and getting himself under control, Stannis grunts. "Shall we discuss the possible replacements to the small council, my king?" Axel frowns at that, narrowing his eyes at the sudden change in topic. "Truly, you don't have any other questions to ask me, uncle." But Stannis just shakes his head. "I imagine you will tell me if it's anything important." Because, for the sake of his sanity, Stannis had just decided that he really needed to keep his focus to things he could actually do something about. He needed to focus on the things he could actually understand. Otherwise, he was fairly certain he would not be a very effective hand of the king for much longer. Too much worrying about things he couldn't control would only serve to fray his mind further. Axel continues to look at him for a long moment, and just for a split second Stannis fears that he really is going to tell him something else that will once again shake his entire worldview. But finally, the young king simply nods instead. "All right, then yes, let's talk the small council. I assume you sent a letter to the Citadel. Have they made a decision by now, or are they still dragging their feet?" Getting back on familiar ground, Stannis is glad to be able to offer some news on that front, whether it's good or not. The conclave of Archmeisters has indeed met at this point and elected a Grandmeister, who is said to be on his way to King's Landing now. Stannis hesitates, but at seeing Axel lift a brow in response, he forges onward. The Grandmeister they chose is Archmeister Marwyn. Apparently, some call him Marwyn the Mage. The young king's brow furrows in consternation. Marwyn the Mage, huh? Indeed, he's apparently the Archmeister of the Higher Mysteries, otherwise known as magic. He wields a rod of Valyrian steel and has a ring and mask made of the stuff as well. From what I've been able to discern, the rest of the Citadel doesn't think much of him. I'm not sure if his appointment as Grandmeister is meant to be an insult or a warning. That draws a snort from Axel, as well as a shake of the head. Does it matter which? I won't lie, while I didn't mind the Meister up in the Eyrie, Pycelle proved to be a complete waste of space. Truth be told, he's the only man Baelish killed that I find myself losing little sleep over. Stannis is forced to incline his head in acknowledgement of that point. After all, he knew his histories. Grandmeisters were usually appointed to their position at an older age, but Grandmeister Pycelle's appointment had come after a string of 3 older Grandmeisters who had lasted barely any time at all. The king at the time, Aegon V, had suggested that the Archmeisters in the conclave appoint someone younger. Unfortunately, that had left them with Grandmeister Pycelle, who after being appointed to the role at only 42, had gone on to live for more than 40 years more. He'd survived 4 kings and served 5 before Baelish finally ended his miserable life alongside Jon Arryn and Varys the Spider. Pycelle was an excellent example of a man who had been allowed to keep his position for much, much too long. Axel seemed to be implying that any man had to be an improvement on what they'd had before at this point, and Stannis found himself in general agreement. Besides, in the end, it's their choice regardless, I suppose, though I imagine that nobody would gainsay you if you decided he wasn't working out. Not at this point. Axel just smirks in response, and Stannis makes a point of moving on quickly. Next is a position we actually have some control over, my replacement for the role of Master of Laws. I have considered a great many men for the role, but my personal recommendation would be Sir Beric Dondarrion, Lord of Blackhaven and House Dondarrion. He is a Stormlander, and one who has proven to be an honorable sort. That gets a curious look from Axel. "Oh, did he not follow your brother into battle?" Stannis sighs, knowing exactly which brother the king is talking about. He did bend the knee to Renly, yes. However, he found excuses to not march with the main host on King's Landing, staying behind and serving as a deterrent against opportunistic bandits in the Stormlands. He has also proven to be of great help to me in these last several months as it came to dealing with other, more defiant lords of my new paramountcy. Axel's gaze sharpens at that. Defiant, nothing you need my help with, presumably. Shaking his head, Stannis feels the corners of his mouth turn up ever so slightly in grim satisfaction. "No, Your Grace, I have it well under control. None are foolish enough to take up arms or anything like that. It is the small things that they try to get away with that I have had to root out and put an end to. In that regard, Lord Beric has proven to be a cut above the rest. That is why I consider him the best candidate for Master of Laws." He pauses here, though, before clearing his throat. "However, I have other names as well, especially if you would rather not concentrate so much power in the Stormlands. I would understand, and therefore recommend. No, Bericht and Darien will do just fine. When Stannis blinks in surprise at Axel's certainty, the young king just chuckles. Why should I care too much about whether my small council is lopsided or not? I'm a Baratheon, aren't I? It makes sense for a Baratheon small council to have more lords from the Stormlands than elsewhere. And then Axel grimaces. Besides, I've already decided who the new Master of Coin will be. And I don't want you to be too angry with me over it, so let's call this a compromise, shall we? Wait, what? Stannis furrows his brow, caught off guard by the change of pace. He had worked to make a list of possible candidates for Master of Coin just as he had for Master of Laws. From the sound of things, that list was being thrown out the window, however. He didn't really mind that much, even if it was irritating to have all that work wasted. But exactly who did Axel think would make him so angry? Who will be the new Master of Coin, my king? Axel winces at Stannis' tone, which only makes the hand frown harder. There were only a few options that would really. Tyrion Lannister will be the new Master of Coin, uncle. Stannis' mind goes blank for a moment at that. Then, he scowls angrily. I would advise most strongly against that appointment, Your Grace. Not just because of the troubles you've had with House Lannister throughout these early days of your reign, but also because of the imp's own reputation as a whoremonger and a drunk. To say nothing of House Lannister's propensity for scheming in general. Unfortunately, while Axel does look apologetic, he's also shaking his head before Stannis is even done talking. I knew you would object, but at least hear me out. First and foremost, I've managed to force Tywin Lannister to forgive the rest of our debt to his house with this appointment. That gives Stannis pause. After all, from what he knew, that was around 1,000,000 golden dragons, no small sum, still. Furthermore, I've spoken to Tyrion myself twice. For all that he is half a man, he is not without his intelligence and wit. I don't think he's quite the waste of space that you think him to be, and I find myself curious to see what he can do with this opportunity. Stannis opens his mouth, prepared to tell his nephew exactly what Tyrion could do with this opportunity and all the damage that the dwarf could cause if allowed to run amok. However, he's cut off as Axel continues on. As well, he's well aware that he's on a short leash, uncle. I'm not just going to let him run amok like Jon did with Baelish all those years. The plan is to give Tyrion just enough rope to either start climbing out of the hole his predecessor left the position in, or hang himself and save us the trouble. That certainly didn't sound quite as bad. To that end, he will be reporting to you regularly, especially early on. And you can assign Lord Bericht to keep an eye on him as well if you like. I fully intend to do the same from my own end, because I refuse to let another Petter Baelish ever happen again. Well now, perhaps Stannis had misjudged this maneuver at first. Getting the debt to House Lannister cleared in exchange for an appointment where the black sheep of their family would almost certainly screw up and get himself sent back to Casterly Rock in disgrace in no time was quite masterful. Very well, Your Grace. It will be as you say. Tyrion Lannister will be given the chance to prove himself, one way or another. Axel chuckles at the dark tone Stannis takes. Then he sighs. I don't suppose you've found a new spymaster to replace Varys, yet have you? Here, Stannis is forced to grimace, angry at himself for his failure. I have not. I'm afraid such a thing is not in my skill set. Perhaps when Davos returns with the royal fleet, he can help me with the task. His days as a smuggler might serve him well. Then again, that was also over 20 years ago. Before Axel was even born, it goes unsaid. And yet, not unheard given the way that the young king huffs in dry amusement. Very well, it's worth a shot anyways. Then again, it's not like every court has had a master of whispers, right? It's something of an optional position, isn't it? Stannis hesitates before finally nodding. Truthfully, he'd always despised Varys and everything he did. Maybe they didn't need a master of whispers after all, especially with the amount of personal power Axel had. Who would dare to plot against him once word spread about just how strong he truly was? The man was invulnerable. Silence falls for a moment before Stannis remembers the other thing they need to discuss. Going back to the wedding, Your Grace. There's the matter of how you want to pay for it. I know you're focused on paying down the crown's debts, and I am in full support of shrinking the tourneys to far below the ludicrous prizes that Robert always offered. However, when it comes to your wedding, to be stingy might get you in hot water with more than just the unwashed masses or the nobility. Axel chuckles as he catches Stanny's meaning. You mean my darling brides might take it personally if I don't throw them the most lavish, extravagant special day imaginable. Sighing, Stanny's nods his head. Women are fickle creatures, your grace. Grinning, Axel nods right back. Don't I know it? Still, you needn't worry, Lord Hand. I told you I spoke with the High Septon, didn't I? One of the things we spoke about was the wedding. Waiting until word of my exploits in the Iron Islands to announce me taking 2 queens has had more benefits than I could ever imagine. Oh, was he really saying what Stanny's thought he was saying? Axel's grin widens. When I mentioned to the High Septon that I might keep the wedding small given how much debt the crown still owed, he said that simply wouldn't do. As such, the Faith of the Seven agreed to foot the bill for the entire wedding, and I got the impression that they aren't going to be holding back even a little bit. No, Stanny's imagined they wouldn't. Not when they were already whispering that Axel Baratheon might just be the avatar of the warrior at this point. Well then, it seemed this was going to be a wedding to remember. Chapter 77, The Wedding Night. The wedding is quite the beautiful affair, Sansa must admit. Even if it's not exactly a traditional ceremony, on account of there being 2 brides. Still, it mostly follows the same rites as a wedding under the Light of the Seven should. It takes place in the Great Sept of Baelor, and Sansa's father escorts her down the aisle, while Aerian's uncle Prince Oberyn does the same for her just behind them. Axel Had offered to make the High Septon perform the ceremony in the Red Keep's Godswood in front of the Heart Tree. It would have combined both the traditions of the First Men and the Andals into one ceremony, and he figured she might like that. But Sansa had turned him down. The fact that he'd even considered it as an option was more than enough for her, truth be told. And really, she knew at this point that her new husband-to-be was more tightly bound to the Faith of the Seven than ever before. She had no real desire to try and change that, not when she'd been raised in both religions anyways. Her parents had tried to talk her out all of this, of course, back when her father had finally arrived in King's Landing. Or rather, her mother had tried to talk her out of it. But then, Lady Catelyn Stark hadn't been entirely the same since Baelish and Aunt Lysa had been executed for treason. She'd held her tongue about all of that, but when it came time to reveal that Sansa would be one of 2 queens instead of the only queen, her mother had not been happy whatsoever. Her father, meanwhile, had simply asked a number of questions that ultimately boiled down to whether or not she was truly all right with this state of affairs. When Sansa made it clear that this was as much her choice as anyone else's, he'd backed down and given his blessing, much to her mother's anger. Fortunately, her mother would be returning north with her father once this ceremony was over. Perhaps with some time apart, Catelyn would eventually realize that everything had worked out exactly as it was supposed to. But even if she didn't, she would at least be out of Sansa's hair at long last. For now, though, Sansa simply focuses on the matter at hand. After her father takes the maiden's cloak made in the colors of House Stark from her shoulders, he leaves her at the foot of the stairs leading up to the dais where Axel stands waiting. Sansa does not advance just yet, though, but instead waits for Prince Oberyn to do the same with Aerion. The 2 of them make quite the pair once they're standing next to each other. Sansa's wedding dress is lined with fur from snow foxes, harkening back to her roots in the north. Meanwhile, Aerion is done up entirely in Dornish silks and glittering gold jewelry, in turn showing her own origins to all who are watching. Once they're standing side by side, Sansa offers her hand, and Aerion takes it. The 2 of them ascend the stairs together hand in hand in front of the crowded Great Sept, only coming apart again when they finally reach Axel's side. There, with Sansa on his right and Aerion on his left, they each take one of his hands and allow him to lead them up the rest of the stairs, to where the High Septon is standing on the highest dais. Before the eyes of everyone watching on, Axel reaches up and pulls off the first of 2 cloaks from his shoulders, placing it on Sansa's, and then moves to remove the second of the 2 cloaks and places it on Aerion's. The symbolization of the 2 of them passing from the protection of their houses to the protection of their new husband. Once this is done, Axel slips his hands back into their own, bringing them forth for the High Septon to wrap in a ceremonial strip of cloth. As he binds the three of them together, the man is smiling quite broadly, and Sansa doesn't detect a single ounce of falsehood in his gaze. He truly is happy for them as far as she can tell, or perhaps simply happy for his king, all things considered. Let it be known that Aerion of the House Martell, Sansa of the House Stark, and Axel of the House Baratheon are one heart, one flesh, one soul. Cursed be he who would seek to tear them asunder. Cursed be he who would seek to act against Axel Baratheon, first of his name and blessed champion of the Seven. Pulling the strip of cloth away as he finishes his words, the High Septon steps back as Axel turns with Sansa and Aerion still in hand and faces those gathered below. Letting go of their hands, Axel wraps an arm around each of their waists instead. Perhaps a bit scandalous, but he's not grasping anything too far down, at least. With this, I pledge my love, and take these women as my queens. He shifts to Aerion first, planting a kiss on her lips. Then over to Sansa, his lips pressing against hers in a way that has her wanting to deepen it. But she doesn't, of course. Instead, she prepares herself for what comes next, Axel having forewarned both her and her fellow queen ahead of time as to what he intended to do. Once the kissing is done with and the ceremony is complete, Axel Baratheon tightens his grip on both of them. In response, Sansa reaches out and wraps her arms around her new husband's torso on one side, while Aerion does the same on the other. They also place a foot each atop his feet to more securely anchor them to the king, as he slowly rises off the ground. By now, everyone in the chamber should know that Axel can fly, but not all of them have seen it with their own two eyes. Sansa hears quite a few gasps and shocked murmurs from the crowd of nobility and most devout, even as Axel, all smiles, holds her and Aerion aloft in his arms. Even as they rise 5, 10, 15 feet off the ground, Sansa is not afraid though. Her heart maybe races a little bit more, but that's because of excitement, not fear. Behind Axel's back, out of view of just about everyone save for the High Septon, Sansa and Aerion's fingers find each other again, the two women grazing their digits against one another as they share a look from their places molded into Axel's chest. Everyone, my queens, and I shall see you all back at the Red Keep for the feast. Don't be tardy now. With that, Axel flies them forward. Not as fast as he probably can go, but also not too slow either. Sansa's breath hitches at the sensation, the wind gently brushing against her face as her new husband flies her and Aerion out of the open doors of the Great Sept of Baelor and into the open sky. There's something truly exhilarating about the moment. Not just because she's flying, something she never thought in a million years that she would get to do, but also because this is it. She's married at long last, her and Aerion both. They'd started as rivals, yet here they were, both of them now Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. It felt like a fairy tale, and Axel's impressive abilities certainly didn't help dim that feeling whatsoever. Still, now that they were properly wed, well, Sansa was going to be chomping at the bit all throughout the feast. She could hardly wait to get started on her duties as a wife and queen to her new husband Tilda. F-fuck and an NGH, H harder, please Axel, M more. PLAP, PLAP, PLAP. Aerion giggles from off to the side as her fellow queen truly lets her hair down and begs their new husband for more of his big fat cock. Sansa had been so very eager to go first when they'd finally got away from the feast, and Aerion simply couldn't say no whenever the she-wolf actually deigned to ask for something instead of demanding it. The ceremony had been wonderful, of course. The feast had been delicious, but Aerion would be lying if she said she wasn't waiting for this moment all day as well. Thankfully, there'd been no bedding ceremony. She had no desire to be pawed at by anyone aside from her husband, and she knew Sansa felt the exact same way. Fortunately, when your husband was not just king, but also the blessed champion of the Seven, you didn't have to follow every single tradition. Really, that they'd followed as many as they did was because Axel was a pious man more than anything else. In the end, before anyone could muster the courage to even suggest a bedding ceremony, Axel had pulled Aerion and Sansa to his sides again and lifted them off the ground once more, declaring that they were all retiring for the evening. Nobody had tried to complain. Nobody would dare, not at this point. A shiver goes down Arian's spine as she watches Axel's powerful back muscles ripple with every thrust he makes into Sansa's needy cunt. The Lady of the North is made of sturdy, hardy stuff, but she's no match for Axel fucking Baratheon. Neither of them are really, but only now does Arian truly understand how Axel's true strength and power translates into the endless stamina she's been experiencing for some time now. Not to mention, just the right amount of capability to make a woman comb her brains out over and over again upon his throbbing mast until she can no longer be satisfied by any other man. Euron's Kraken was said to be the biggest that anyone on Westeros had ever seen, and Axel had killed it, single-handedly. He was more than a man, Arian had come to realize. Maybe Tyene was even right to say he was even something almost divine in nature. Of course, just as that thought is crossing Arian's mind, Axel looks up from where he's making Sansa's eyes roll back in her skull, and gives Arian a goofy grin that makes her giggle some more. Heh, it was hard to think of him as some sort of god when he was also so very human at times. Arian knew better than most that Axel was entirely fallible for all his power. He could make mistakes. He could even have doubts and insecurities. And that was perfectly fine. He's told the two of them about his arrangement with a Shagrage, for instance. Arian had been rather smug that he'd wound up going with her idea of making a Shah the leader of the Ironborn and then knocking her up a few times. So long as they made sure to have it in writing that her children could not inherit the Iron Throne, there was no real issue in Arian's opinion. Plus, given his ability to fly, it wouldn't even be that hard for Axel to keep an eye on the Iron Islands as a whole and visit a Shah every month or so. She's pulled out of her thoughts when Sansa suddenly lets out one last particularly loud squeal, coming for the dozenth time upon Axel's cock. Finally, Axel surges forward and unloads inside of her as well. Heck, they no longer had to be cautious. They no longer had to be careful. As of this night, and for every night from now on, they were very much in the business of making babies Tilda. And so Axel creampies Sansa silly, leaving the red head twitching and trembling from the aftershocks. He pulls out of her after a moment, turning immediately towards Arian. But the Dornish princess wags a finger at him. Hold a moment, you insatiable brute. Honestly, at least let me check on my fellow queen first, Tilda. Axel raises an eyebrow, even as Arian gives him a wicked sort of grin and a wink. Then, she crawls over to where Sansa is laid sprawled out and climbs on top of her, letting her heavy, naked, dusky breasts drop down onto Sansa's far more pale, not quite so substantial chest. She wouldn't call Sansa's tits small necessarily, but Arian definitely has her beat all the same. At feeling the weight on her, Sansa's eyes flutter back open and she looks up at Arian, still catching her breath. Giggling again, the Dornish princess leans down and captures the northern lady's lips with her own, kissing her deeply and sticking her tongue into Sansa's mouth to do battle with her own. Of course, at the same time, she also arches her back, lifts her ass, and thrusts out her hips in a blatantly open invitation that Axel wastes no time in taking her up on. His big, strong hands grab hold of Arian's hips, and in less than a second, his big fat, messy cock is stretching her pussy wide open and filling her insides inch by inch. Arian's own eyes go crossed from the pleasure, and she moans into Sansa's lips, shuddering all the while. WHAP, WHAP, WHAP. It's not long before Axel is plowing away at her from behind, taking her on her hands and knees while she lays atop Sansa. His cock plunges deep into her pussy, with squelching noises accompanying each punishing thrust, and his hefty ball sack slaps up against her clit from the force every single time. Arian is soon beside herself with pleasure, just as she knew she would be. And Sansa is beginning to recover, just as Arian knew she would as well. Indeed, it's not long at all before Sansa decides to turn the tables on her fellow queen, exactly as Arian intended. Questing hands reach up and grab hold of Arian's tits, pushing her up a bit off of Sansa, even as the northern woman leans up, continuing to kiss her. Arian can only whimper as Sansa's tongue wrestles hers into submission, her fingers finding the Dornish princess nipples and tweaking them aggressively. Perhaps Arian could have taught Sansa a thing or two if it were just them, but she's effectively trapped herself between the northern barbarian and their handsome hunky husband, all according to plan. The Dornish princess has no problem being sandwiched between the two, getting taken for a ride by Axel while Sansa nips and licks at her like the she-wolf she is. In fact, it only adds to the pleasure as the ecstasy mounts and mounts. As time goes on, Aerion loses track of how many times she comes on Axel's cock. Does she come more than Sansa did? Less. Does it really matter? No, it does not. It's all the same in the end. Her eyes roll back, her entire world becomes pleasure. And then finally, at long last, she feels him spend himself inside of her. Axel fills her with his seed just as he did Sansa, pumping a nice, hot load of his cum deep inside of Aerion's womb. Will just once be enough to knock her up? Has he bred her already? Aerion doesn't know. And clearly Axel isn't taking any chances because no sooner has he pulled out and gently lifted her to set her aside than he's already back inside of Sansa. Having recovered by now, Sansa is more than ready for him, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist this time around. Meanwhile, Aerion just lays on her side right next to them and watches, her fingers sliding down to play with her cream-filled sex and draw some of Axel's come out to bring to her lips. The night was just getting started, and the three of them had a duty to the 7 kingdoms to start making heirs right away. Needless to say, Aerion was more than happy to carry out that duty, for as long as her body lasted anyways. Chapter 78, Investigating. Flying high in the sky over King's Landing was rapidly becoming one of Axel Baratheon's favorite pastimes. Right up there alongside working extra hard to put babies in both of his queens every night, and every morning, and sometimes after midday meals if they were all feeling up to it. A soft chuckle leaves Axel's throat, an easy smile on his lips as he gazes down at the city below and the land surrounding it. It truly is a spectacular sight, made all the better by the accomplishments of the past several weeks. First and foremost, he was officially married to Sansa Stark and Aerion Martell at long last. They were now queens of the 7 kingdoms, and he'd had a pair of ornate, more comfortable seats permanently set up in the throne room on either side of the Iron Throne so that they might sit with him while he held court whenever they liked. On top of that, a representative of the Iron Bank had arrived just in time for the wedding, and Axel and Stannis had come together to haggle with Lord Tycho in order to settle the crown's debts with the Iron Bank. In the end, it had taken about 1/4 of Euron's treasure trove of Valyrian steel to make things good with the foreign bank, but that was a small price to pay for no longer having any of his father's debt hanging over his head. He still had more Valyrian steel than he really knew what to do with too, which left the question of how to use the treasure trove. It might have seemed like giving a Valyrian steel sword to each of his Kingsguard would be a no-brainer, but there was one problem with that: Murrin Trant. Axel was honestly tempted to just do away with the man, but he was a king, not a tyrant, and the Kingsguard were supposed to serve for life. Instead, he'd figured out something of a middle ground. Rather than give his current Kingsguard knights each a Valyrian steel sword, Axel had ultimately assigned a Valyrian steel sword to each of the 7 positions in the Kingsguard. It was a minor distinction, but nevertheless an incredibly important one, making it so that each blade was to be held by the position, not the men who inhabited them. However, just because someone was named to the Kingsguard did not mean that they were automatically allowed to wield the Valyrian steel sword tied to their position. Instead, Axel had come up with several challenges designed to test the members of his Kingsguard in a number of different ways to ensure they were truly worthy of the right to wield Valyrian steel. Only once they passed every challenge he set before them were they allowed to wield their position's specific Valyrian steel sword. Otherwise, the blades would remain on the walls of the White Sword Tower, enshrined in their places until such time as they were earned by their potential wielders. So far, 3 of his Kingsguard had passed all of their challenges, Sir Sandor and Lord Commander Ares among them. 3 more were well on their way to earning the right to wield their own blades, and only a certain Murrin Trant was truly struggling to prove himself worthy. Exactly as it should be. It was good, but at the same time, Axel couldn't deny that it was strange having a surplus in the treasury for the first time since he'd become king. Not to mention a mostly functional small council as well. Stannis was serving well as Hand of the King, and Davos was still doing a perfectly competent job as Master of Ships. Such a good job, in fact, that Stannis had the Seaworth family watching over Dragonstone for him, with Lord Davos splitting his time and the royal fleet between King's Landing and the island seat. At the same time, Lord Beric had taken up his position as Master of Laws and so far wasn't doing a half-bad job either. The new Master of Coin, Tyrion Lannister, meanwhile, had arrived in King's Landing just in time to attend Axel's wedding, and then by all accounts he'd gotten right to work. If the dwarf chafed under the scrutiny he was currently experiencing, he did a good job of hiding it. Indeed, so far he seemed to be doing quite well in his new position, even if everyone was watching him like a hawk. Axel knew by now that Tyrion wasn't a bad man in spite of his deformities, but living in the shadow of all the damage Baelish had done would certainly be a struggle for him. Still, it was a struggle he'd chosen, ultimately. Axel had to respect that in the end. Finally, there was the new Grandmeister, Marwyn the Mage. Axel's first encounter with Grandmeister Marwyn had been interesting to say the least. The man wasn't anything like Pycelle had been. He was at least 20 years younger for one. But also, he felt less like a scholar and more like a brawler at first glance. He had a thick neck and a strong jaw, along with enormous hands, a broad chest, and a hard belly. His nose had also clearly been broken more than once, and his hands had calluses on both the fingers and knuckles. If not for his short, squat figure, he could have probably been a knight. But alas, that apparently wasn't to be. And then there was his personality. Well met, Axel Baratheon, the unburnt Kraken Slayer, blessed of the Seven, and avatar of the warrior. Marwyn had tilted his head to the side and smirked. Shall I go on? Axel had looked back at him with narrowed eyes, taking in the Grandmeister's mien, looking mug for a long moment before snorting derisively. You're not what I was expecting of a Grandmeister, nor an Archmeister, for that matter. Smiling wickedly, had revealed that Marwyn's teeth were stained a dull red for some reason. Heh, no, I suppose not, Your Grace. I had to call in quite a lot of favors to get this appointment. The Citadel doesn't like me very much, all told. Surprised, Axel had tilted his head to the side. Oh, why is that? Marwyn had just shaken his head in response. Same reason they don't like you very much, my king, because they don't like things they can't understand or control. That, Axel had grunted, eyes narrowing once more. Then why would they appoint you, exactly? Again, the Grandmeister had grinned. Like I said, I called in a lot of favors. I don't mind telling you that the conclave, where they pick the new Grandmeister, is silent and anonymous voting. So all I had to do is go around to everyone who owed me something ahead of time and demand that they vote for me. Axel blinked, while Marwyn's grin widened. None of them were willing to admit to one another that they owed me anything, see? But they also figured that I couldn't possibly have enough support anyways, so they didn't bother chatting with each other ahead of the vote either. They all figured they could repay me without their singular votes meaning too much. Heck! In the end, I won by a landslide, and the gray sheep are all too full of pride to nullify the results and hold another vote just yet. Might be that they get it into their heads to recall me eventually, though. We'll just have to wait and see. That had made Axel frown, even as he turned the Grandmeister's words over in his head. And why exactly did you spend all of your favors on getting this appointment, Grandmeister? Leaning on his Valyrian steel rod, Marwyn had just chuckled. Simple, Your Grace. What you can do. There's nowhere I'd rather be right now than here in King's Landing, studying you. Stiffening up at the time, Axel had growled in response. Is that right? Far from being intimidated, though, Marwyn had shaken his head, still grinning rather madly. You needn't fret, Your Grace. I'll keep my distance. Watch from afar. Still, something tells me that you yourself don't know everything about what you can do. If you wish to run your own experiments with my help, well, you know where to find me, and better me than any of the other Archmeisters. I'm not likely to try and further test the limits of your immunity to poisons without your express permission, after all. Now that had truly alarmed Axel. Not for his sake, but because the implication at hand was of something that could only be described as conspiracy. He'd stepped up to Marwyn then, not even to truly intimidate him, but rather to make it clear that he wasn't about to let the other man walk away without answers. Explain, now. The smile had dropped off the newly appointed Grandmeister's face, and Marwyn had straightened up to his full height. even as that left him still having to crane his thick neck back to look Axel in the eye. All I can really say is this, Your Grace. The Citadel has been working towards their perfect representation of the world for a mighty long time now, and it's not a place where magic is allowed to hold sway. I would ask that you look back and really question. Was every poisoning you experienced during your childhood really the work of Cersei Lannister alone? That question had shocked Axel just long enough for Marwyn to mutter something about him, being around to talk more later, before stomping away. Needless to say, that encounter had been more unsettling than Axel had been fully willing to admit at the time. So much so that he hadn't spoken to the Grandmeister alone since. He probably would eventually, if only because Marwyn was right that he didn't fully understand everything about himself, and part of him did want to learn more. However, for the moment at least, Axel would rather just take a moment to breathe. Of course, he couldn't entirely rest easy, not when the position of Master of Whispers remained vacant. Like he'd mentioned to Stannis, the Master of Whispers' seat on the small council was not always filled. In fact, throughout the last 300 years of history, the position had been vacant plenty of times. Then again, peace was never a guarantee. He'd thought they were at peace when Baelish bombed the small council chambers and Euron Greyjoy declared war on the Seven Kingdoms. To be fair, that was then and this was now. Axel didn't believe there was a single lord in the entirety of Westeros who would dare to rebel against him anymore, not after everything he'd done. Especially not with the faith and the small folk all but venerating him as a living god as well. Any lord who tried to start something at this point would be more likely to have their soldiers turn on them in order to appease Axel, rather than chance having to fight him. Especially after how badly blind loyalty had gone first for the Stormlands and the Reach during Renly's rebellion, and then for the Iron Islands during Euron's war. But just because Axel was confident that no one in the Seven Kingdoms was likely to try anything, didn't mean there weren't those outside of the Seven Kingdoms who might try something. Frowning now, Axel looks down at his city from where he's flying high above it. Then, he starts to descend towards the Red Keep. He might not have a spymaster at the moment, but he could still make inquiries of his own, right? It only takes a few words to have Thoros of Myr summoned before him. Axel considers doing it in the throne room at first, but ultimately decides against it. Instead, he just has the Red Priest brought to a small room for a private one-on-one chat. Apparently, Thoros had been a drinking buddy of Axel's father once upon a time, so in recognition of that, Axel thought he would be as gentle as he reasonable could be. Although, as far as first impressions go, he has to admit that Thoros doesn't leave a very good one. The man is fat, shaved bald, and wearing flapping red robes that are so old they're tattered and sewn back together in several places. The original red of the robes is also starting to fade out, leaving an almost pinkish shade instead. Thoros looks downright nervous to be in Axel's presence as well, despite having quite the reputation as a fighter. Of course, to be fair, he's probably heard the same things that everyone else has by this point. Not to mention, Axel's connections to the faith of the Seven likely make him anxious, since he follows another religion entirely. Your Grace, you summon me. Axel nods sharply before gesturing to the table, where a pitcher of wine and a pair of goblets rest. I did, yes. I had some questions for you, Thoros of Myr. Please, have a seat and feel free to pour yourself a drink. As expected, the Red Priest's eyes light up at the offering. He's well known for his love of drinking. Apparently, it's just as strong as his love of fighting and women. It's not surprise that the rotund man quickly sits and pours himself a cup of wine before giving Axel an appreciative nod. Axel is kind enough to let Thoros swallow his first gulp before asking his most pressing question. Tell me, Thoros of Myr, has the Lord of Light talked of me in the fires? Has he ordered you to act against me or try to harm me in any way? Thoros freezes in place, choking on his own tongue for a moment since he doesn't currently have any wine in his mouth. Then, he shakes his head most vehemently. No, Your Grace, most definitely not. Why? What would make you ask such a thing? He watches the other man carefully for any sign of deceit for a moment, but he doesn't see anything. Smiling thinly, Axel hums. Never mind that. They say a Red Priestess travels with Daenerys Stormborn, and that she helped the last Targaryen hatch the first dragons seen in decades. Have you exchanged any letters with this Red Priestess? Again, Thoros shakes his head. I have not. Does this Red Priestess have a name, Your Grace? Axel frowns. Unfortunately, while he's sure that she does, he doesn't know it. Varys had never given him that. As well, Thoros once again seems to be telling the truth as far as he can tell. Never mind that as well. You've received no letters from her or any other members of your faith, and you've had no messages from your god about me, one way or the other. Swallowing nervously, Thoros shakes his head a third time. No, Your Grace, I have not. I am quite sure that Arlor has no enmity with you either. After all, he is the god of flame and shadow, and you are the unburnt. Even if you follow the Seven, your trial with the wildfire should still mean something, even to those of us in the Red Priesthood. Axel really didn't get the sense that Thoros was trying to deceive him, or that he held any animosity towards him either. If there were schemes against his person, this man was not part of them. Honestly, what a relief. Letting a broad smile spread across his face, Axel inclines his head towards the older man. Thank you for answering my questions, Red Priest. You may take the rest of the pitcher with you on your way out. Go with my blessing. Thoros' eyes light up, and he hurries to grab the pitcher from the table, bowing profusely and almost spilling it in the process. Many thanks, Your Grace. You are truly a king among kings. Axel huffs in amusement at that, watching the other man all but flee the room. So that was Thoros of Myr. HMPH, a far cry from what his reputation as a brave madman with a flaming sword painted. Still, the conversation had been quite the enlightening one, as well as a relief. In just a few short minutes, he'd managed to ascertain that the Lord of Light seemingly had no designs on him in the same way the drowned god did. Heth, who needed a master of whispers, really. Axel Baratheon could just do it all himself. He'd lied to the king. Oh fuck, he'd lied to the king. It doesn't really settle in until Thoros is already away from the Red Keep, drinking directly from the pitcher of wine he'd been allowed to take with him. But when it finally hits him, it hits hard, his hands shaking. To be fair, he hadn't lied outright. No, rather, Thoros had simply told a few little lies by omission. Technically, everything that had come from his mouth had been the truth. After all, the king had simply asked if he had spoken to Arlor about him, or if he'd exchanged correspondence with anyone over in Essos. And the truth was he hadn't, on both counts, mostly because, well, Thoros hadn't dared look in any flames since Robert Baratheon had died in that nasty wildfire explosion. He hadn't communed with Arlor in many, many months now. Thoros had been avoiding it for quite some time, unable to even look at a torch without feeling a trembling fear start to overcome him. Everyone thought he was some incredible warrior with more bravery than any other 10 knights combined. But the truth was, Thoros was a coward. It was all the drink, really. It was only when he got really, really drunk that he could fight with one of his many cheap swords set aflame by wildfire. Except, even getting drunk hadn't given Thoros the confidence to use wildfire in quite some time. Not after what happened to Robert and his heirs, and then also what had happened to Axel and his small council. There had also been a few letters from Essos that Thoros hadn't told the king about. But then, Axel had been very specific. He'd asked if Thoros had exchanged letters with a Red Priestess, which he hadn't, because Thoros had thrown away every letter he'd received without reading them or even so much as opening them. He was a Red Priest in name only these days, and he had no desire to gaze into the flames or communicate with any of his fellows back over in Essos ever again, if he could help it. So yes, he'd told the king a few lies by omission, but it was probably fine. After all, who would be stupid enough to fuck with Axel Baratheon at this point, right? Chapter 79, Training. Can you feel it, the power coursing through you, connecting you to your pets? Why yes, I can. Focus on it, concentrate. They are as much a part of you as your hands and feet, as your fingers and toes. Use the connection to empower yourself. Letting out a slow exhale, Daenerys Stormborn closes her violet eyes and does as she's told. She focuses on the connection she feels to Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion, a connection that even now unnerves her just a little bit. It's like standing at the edge of a pit, and in that pit is a raging tempest. One misstep and she feels like she might just be consumed. And yet, what other choice does she have? She needs this power. She needs to master her new ability, Daenerys gasps, her eyes snapping open as she looks down at her hands. No, not at her hands, her claws. Curled over pale fingers are the sharp, blood-red claws of a dragon, grasping and cutting as she opens and closes her hands. Beside her, Melisandre nods approvingly, a light smile playing across her perfectly sculpted ruby lips. Good, very good. Keep practicing. You need to be able to empower yourself at a moment's notice, to draw upon the connection you've forged between yourself and your dragons without hesitation. Daenerys hesitates, and the blood constructs on her hands quiver for a moment as she falters. She manages to get them back under control a moment later, but Melisandre notices all the same. Far from getting upset with her, however, the Red Priestess merely places a hand on Daenerys' shoulder and graces her with a wider, still beautiful smile. I know it's not easy. I know part of you still fears the power now at your fingertips, but I also know just how strong you truly are, my queen. You will surpass my expectations for you, I am confident in that. She tries not to blush too hard. Melisandre is gorgeous after all, and very young-looking besides, despite talking like she's some old crone at times. Daenerys knows that the Red Priestess does not look her true age, but it was hard not to be a little attracted to her all the same. It had always been that way for her, though. She'd been attracted to both men and women for as long as she could remember, though Drogo had been the first man she'd truly come to love. And Melisandre, even if Daenerys dared not admit it out loud, was the first woman she'd fallen in love with. Thank you, Melisandre. I won't let you down, I promise. Your faith in me will be rewarded. And oh, what faith it was. Nobody else had seen it. Nobody else, not her brother nor even her husband, had seen Daenerys' true value, at least at first. When it came to Viserys, Daenerys thinks that her older brother did see her value. Right at the end, when she'd stepped onto his pyre with her eggs and they'd burned together. Except Daenerys had not burned. Only Viserys. He'd screamed and screamed as he proved to be far less of a dragon than she was. In turn, his sacrifice had given birth to her 3 dragons, to her beloved children. Drogo, meanwhile, had come to understand her value far before his death. He had become her sun and stars, while she was the moon of his life. And yet, even he had left her in the end. Even he had been taken from her just like their child. One of Daenerys' clawed hands makes an abortive attempt towards her abdomen for a moment as a shudder of loss runs through her. Melisandre gives her shoulder another wordless squeeze, supporting her and helping Daenerys to keep the grief at bay, as she's done countless times since they met. Drogo and their stillborn son were losses that had almost been too great for Daenerys to endure. If it wasn't for Melisandre, she's not sure she could have kept going. But she likes to think she might have, if only for her dragons. Still, with Melisandre's support, Daenerys had been able to make sense of their senseless deaths. Through the Red Priestess, she'd been able to make sure that their loss was not in vain. This power that she held within her now, the connection to her dragons that let her call upon their magic while also strengthening them in turn. It was not power for power's sake. She did not do this for vanity or greed. No, she had to be stronger, she had to be tougher, especially if she was ever going to reclaim her birthright. The Iron Throne and the whole of the 7 kingdoms had belonged to House Targaryen for 300 years. The usurper might have killed her brother, and her father might have been slain by the base treachery of one of his Kingsguard. But that meant nothing if Daenerys could return to Westeros with an army and enough power to return things back to the way they'd been before. As the last living Targaryen, she was the only one who could do it. And as Azor Ahai reborn, she was also the only one who could defeat Axel Baratheon and save the 7 kingdoms from his tyranny in time to begin preparing them for the return of the Great Other and the Long Night. Needless to say, it did not surprise Daenerys that the usurper had given birth to a demon. After all, he himself had been called the Demon of the Trident after slaughtering her brother. But to hear Melisandre tell it, Axel Baratheon truly wasn't of this world. He was an affront to everything that was natural, and his continued existence was a blight on the world that the Lord of Light could not accept. That was where Daenerys came in. That was why she had to continue preparing and training. And of course, There was also the part of her that personally blamed Axel Baratheon for everything bad that had ever happened to her. Maybe not Viserys. No, Viserys had brought his fate upon himself. But Jorah Mormont had tried to assassinate her and her dragons on the orders of the Baratheon king's spymaster, Varys the Spider. He had sworn to serve her as his queen and then turned around and attempted to kill them all. If not for Melisandre's intervention, Daenerys might not even be here today. In doing so, in putting Ser Jorah up to turning on them, Axel and his spymaster had galvanized her husband in her defense. Truthfully, there had been a time, short as it might have been, where Daenerys hadn't even been convinced that she wanted the Iron Throne. A time before Jorah's betrayal, a time before Melisandre told her about her destiny as Azor Ahai and the threats that she would have to eventually face. But after the assassination attempt, when it became clear that the usurper's bastard demon of a son wasn't going to leave them alone, Daenerys and her son and stars had been of one mind. Axel Baratheon had to go. Except, Drogo had been too insistent, too eager, too angry. He'd gone and gotten himself hurt, and that hurt had become an infection that not even Melisandre could treat. Daenerys, desperate to save her beloved, had gone behind Melisandre's back and turned to inadvisable methods to try and treat him. Those methods had cost Daenerys not just her son and stars, but also their child. If it wasn't for Axel Baratheon and Varys the Spider, if it wasn't for Jorah fucking Mormont, then maybe they would all still be alive. Maybe they would all still be happy and content. And so Daenerys' personal grievances with Axel coincided with her apparent destiny as Azor Ahai reborn. The usurper's son was destined to die by her hands, or perhaps by her claws. However, before that could happen, Daenerys needed far more power than she had now. As Melisandre had told her time and time again, Axel Baratheon was not human. He was a demon in human skin, a monster who didn't even bother hiding his true nature from his subjects anymore. At this point, he'd survived wildfire, he'd single-handedly killed a kraken, and he'd sunk dozens of ships, sending hundreds if not thousands of men to their deaths. They even said he could fly now, that he was able to soar through the sky like one of her children, but without any need for wings or a dragon of his own to carry him. Daenerys might not have believed such tales if Melisandre herself hadn't corroborated each and every one. The stories of his strength were actually understated, according to the Red Priestess. He was even more powerful than everyone believed. That was why the only way through was forward. She had to get a handle on this power, she had to keep learning. She had to get stronger so that she could. My queens. Daenerys blinks, pulled from her thoughts by a voice that is neither hers nor Melisandre's. Turning, she finds the increasingly familiar visage of Missandei, her new handmaiden and interpreter. She holds up a serving tray in her arms, upon which a pitcher of chilled wine and some snacks have been arrayed perfectly. "I thought to bring you refreshments, your grace." Missandei is a beautiful Nothai woman with dark skin and pretty features. Unlike Melisandre, Missandei actually is the same age as her appearance would suggest, 20 years old, and, until just a week ago, she was a slave to the good Master Krasny's Mo Naklas of Astapor. Daenerys had secured Missandei's freedom and then offered her a place at her side on the same day that she'd secured herself an army of Unsullied. Both things had come at the expense of not just Missandei's former master, but every good master in the city of Astapor. Slavery, Daenerys had decided, was repellent and had no place before her eyes. She would destroy it wherever she found it for as long as she drew breath. For now, though, she sees the way Missandei's eyes flick down to the blood-red claws currently coating Daenerys' hands. The Nothai woman holds her composure admirably, barely even trembling as she keeps herself poised and with her back straight. Blushing slightly, Daenerys moves to dismiss the claws, only for Melisandre to reach out and stop her. "No, Daenerys, you must keep practicing. Drawing on this power should become second nature to you, and you should be able to interact with things just fine, even with your claws. Besides, I am sure your new friend here feels no fear towards her savior. Isn't that right?" Daenerys bites her lower lip, watching Missandei with violet eyes even as the other woman straightens up and nods sharply in agreement. "Yes." Then she looks at Daenerys directly and smiles warmly. "How could I fear you, my queen? I owe you everything." Something tightly wound in Deanery's chest, something she hadn't even known was there, loosens at that. She takes a cautious step forward. And then another when Missandei does not react in any way except to hold up the serving tray. Carefully, gingerly, Deanery's uses her draconic claws to take hold of the pitcher and pour herself a glass of chilled wine. Then, she picks up both the glass and some of the snacks, bringing first the one to her lips and then the other. Eating with claws instead of fingers is not what Deanery's Stormborn would call easy by any stretch of the imagination, but at least she doesn't make a fool of herself by dropping anything. Soon enough, her thirst is quenched and her belly is full. She makes sure to give Missandei a pleased smile as she sets the cup back down. "Thank you, Missandei. Your thoughtfulness is greatly appreciated." She can tell that the praise and gratitude is something the Nothai woman is still very much not used to. In fact, it turns Missandei into a blushing, stammering mess as she makes her excuses, bows her head one too many times, and finally scurries off to leave Deanery's and Melisandre alone again. The Red Priestess watches her go for a long moment, an amused smirk alighting upon her perfectly sculpted lips. Then, she looks back to Deanery's with a knowing glint in her eye. "Don't be afraid to find pleasure in this life wherever you can, Deanery's. Even if we have a long road ahead of us, you should never forget why you are fighting for a brighter tomorrow." For a heart-stopping moment, Deanery's hopes maybe that Melisandre is talking about the two of them. Only after that moment passes does common sense reassert itself, and she realizes that the Red Priestess actually means her and Missandei. She'd be lying if she said she hadn't thought about it. At the same time, though, I'm not sure it would be right. She was a slave a week ago, and even now she is my handmaiden and I am her queen. I would never want to think she felt obligated to tend to my needs. Melisandre just chuckles and shakes her head. I think you'd be surprised what that one would and wouldn't consider an obligation. Before Deanery's can even begin to question that, however, the Red Priestess claps her hands together. "Now come, we've rested long enough, my queen. It's time to keep moving before the end of the march passes us by. Keep working on manifesting your powers. Every bit of training will help when you finally face off against the demon, to say nothing of the enemies in our path that we will face before we face him." "All right," Deanery's nods solemnly, even as they both move to rejoin the massive column of people moving down the road. Her people, most of them unsullied, who have pledged their spears and shields to Deanery's willingly after she freed them from the bondage of a stapper. In the far distance behind them, a stapper still burns, the good masters dead and the city ransacked. Ahead of them, two more cities of Slavers Bay, Yunkai and Mirin. They march on those cities because as much as Deanery's would like to take her unsullied across the sea to Westeros right now, she doesn't have the ships to do so. And Melisandre says she's not personally ready besides. Yunkai and Mirin will help her blood her new army, as well as give her the time she needs to grow powerful enough to destroy Axel Baratheon once and for all. For the people of Westeros, for people like Missandei, Deanery's silently swears to herself that she will end the demon's tyranny. And then she'll stop the Great Other and the Long Night as well, because apparently it's her destiny. It's one thing at a time, though. Chapter 80, Encroaching Ice. They're not actually being chased as far as they're aware of, but that doesn't stop them from racing their horses all the way to the wall once they're clear of the forest's tree line. Snow puffs up in every direction as hooves pound along the nearly invisible, icy path. More than once, Jon looks back over his shoulder to make sure the sled attached to his and his uncle's horses is still coming with them, the massive wooden crate secured to it still locked in place. After years of being in the Night's Watch and learning under his Uncle Benjen's tutelage, one would think that Jon would be used to this life by now. Even he had thought he was used to being a brother of the Night's Watch at this point, truth be told. And yet, this latest ranging had turned everything that he thought he knew on its head. Every breath is like ice in his veins, his heart pounding in his chest, even as they both come to a stop outside of the tunnel that leads to Castle Black. Pulling a horn from his belt, Benjen gives it 3 short blows, and a moment later the thick oaken door begins to come open in front of them, followed by 3 grates made of heavy iron bars. Jon prepares a torch, and together they make their way down the otherwise lightless tunnel, even as the door is sealed shut again behind them and their horses mere moments later. John has never had much of a problem with darkness before. Even if the twisting tunnel that goes all the way through the wall has always been a little bit eerie, it's also always felt relatively safe. Secure, even. Not anymore, though. It's hard not to jump at every shadow, even though they're so very close to home. Finally, they reach the other side where Brothers of the Night's Watch await them. John breathes a little easier as they come out into Castle Black's main courtyard to see dozens of men, all in black cloaks, watching them carefully. The first ranger has returned. There's a ragged cheer that runs through the Brothers of the Night's Watch at that, even as Benjen and John finally dismount their horses. Not everyone particularly cares that they're back, though, even if Benjen is essentially second to only Jeor Mormont, the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Some probably aren't even particularly happy about it, all things considered. But then, John has had years to get used to the grim reality of the Night's Watch. He'd grown up back in Winterfell thinking that the Night's Watch was an honored and ancient institution worthy of respect. From a young age, he'd believed that taking the black was one of the best things that a bastard like him could do with his life. The truth had turned out to be much more complex than that. The Night's Watch was a shadow of its former self, an order made up mostly of thieves, murderers, and worse these days. Still, not everyone was scum. Men like the Lord Commander and his Uncle Benjen and... "John, you're back." Blinking, John looks over and smiles as Samwell Tarly makes his way down the stairs in his direction. Once the other man reaches him, John nods and clasps arms with him. "Sam, good to see you again, and yes, I'm back." Meanwhile, Uncle Benjen isn't wasting any time. "I need men over here now. Get a proper cell set up inside the castle and move this crate to it immediately. Do not open it, do not drop it, and someone get me the Lord Commander as well." Even if his title didn't inspire quite like it should, it still commanded a certain amount of fear and respect. John watches as several brothers spring into action to do as the first ranger has ordered. And he watches those who don't move a muscle as well. Sometimes, John wondered at the wisdom behind offering certain men the wall instead of the block or a noose. In his personal opinion, if a man had earned execution for his crimes, then he didn't belong on the wall at all. All that sort of policy did was weaken the Night's Watch further. Case in point, all of the men who have joined the Night's Watch in recent months. Renly Baratheon and Loras Tyrell are probably the biggest names with the biggest stories attached to them, but they're really not even the worst of the bunch. In fact, they mostly keep to themselves, with there being rumors of them having that sort of relationship with one another. Some had thought that Loras Tyrell's days as a capable swordsman were over since the king took his sword hand from him, but the pretty man had proven them wrong, learning to fight just as well with his remaining hand in no time at all. He wasn't a bad man, John had eventually decided, and while Renly Baratheon could be a bit stuck up, he wasn't too bad either. The likes of Jon O'Slynt and his group from the City Watch down in King's Landing on the other hand. They're slimy as all hell and men that John wouldn't trust to have his back any day of the week. Even if they've all sworn their oaths and wear their black cloaks same as everyone else, he can't help but watch them and feel like they still consider themselves gold cloaks, deep down inside. But worse than even them have to be the handful of Ironborn who chose to take the black rather than die when Axel Baratheon and his armies reached the Iron Islands and finished off Euron Greyjoy's insurrection. The Ironborn were all particularly mean-spirited, cruel men to begin with, but it was made worse by the Lord Commander's decision to keep all of them here at Castle Black, rather than letting any of them garrison at Eastwatch by the Sea, where the Night's Watch kept all of its galleys and other ships large enough to be capable of crossing the narrow sea. To be fair, John agreed with Lord Commander Mormont's decision there. Even the commander of Eastwatch by the Sea, a man named Cotter Pike, agreed with the Lord Commander. And he was even Ironborn himself, apparently. But to hear Uncle Benjen tell it, he didn't consider himself the same sort of Ironborn as these new recruits. No, according to what Benjen told him of what Cotter Pike had said, these men were greedy, opportunistic cowards who would likely leap at the first chance to desert and escape to Essos if they thought they could get away with it. But then, given that likelihood, John just wished they hadn't been allowed to take the black in the first place. John, pulled from his inner thoughts, John looks over to see Sam glancing nervously between Benjen and the crate that's currently being offloaded from their makeshift sled and carried inside. The first ranger seems tense. Did something happen out there? You two were gone longer than expected. He blinks again, before realizing that for a split second he hadn't thought about everything that had happened over the course of the last several days. He'd been too busy basking in Sam's presence and taking in the other men in the yard. A shiver runs down John's spine, the smile dropping from his face. He opens his mouth to respond, but truth be told, he doesn't know what he's going to say. Fortunately, he never has to figure it out. John, with me, I want you there when I report on our findings to the Lord Commander. His uncle's voice cuts through the air like a knife, and John jolts, before throwing Sam an apologetic look. Sorry, Sam, I'll tell you what I can later. Oh, sure, no worries, John. You know where to find me, of course. Of course. Sam was pretty much the Lord Steward's protege at this point, when he wasn't helping Meister Eamon with things. It wouldn't be hard to track the other man down, all things considered. They exchange a second grasp of the arms and a single nod before John finally follows Benjen inside. Soon enough, he finds himself quietly waiting for the Lord Commander's arrival alongside his uncle. Eventually, Jeor Mormont shows up. Though John keeps his thoughts to himself, he can't help feeling that the Lord Commander is indicative of the state of the Night's Watch these days. He's a stubborn old man who started out with plenty of honor, but is now stuck with an ailing body that's slowly but surely failing him more and more each day. The Night's Watch is much the same way. Old, dying, rotted, and ill-prepared for what's coming their way. First Ranger, report. The Lord Commander spares John himself a single look before focusing his attention on Benjen. In response, John's uncle grimaces and nods to the iron-barred cell where he's had the men stash their crate. Better to show you, Lord Commander. You won't believe me if I try to put it in words. The ever-present frown on Jeor Mormont's face deepens at that, but he nods all the same. Fortunately, the crate has been prepared ahead of time, and there's a rope coming out through the bars of the cell. When Benjen gives him the signal, John gives the rope a rough tug, causing the crate to finally splinter open on one side. There's the briefest of pauses, and then a creaking sound that causes John to shudder in remembrance. Even Benjen twitches and shuts his eyes for a moment. Meanwhile, the Lord Commander's eyes narrow, and he takes a step closer to the bars. What is? With a screech, the white they'd captured in the wooden crate comes bursting out, slamming itself violently against the bars just as Benjen grabs the Lord Commander by his shoulder and roughly yanks him back a step. The result is that the skeleton fingers of the undead, much like claws at this point, swipe through air instead of Jeor's beard. With a curse, Jeor Mormont draws his sword, the Valyrian steel blade Longclaw, and holds it in front of himself. To the older man's credit, John can see that the blade wavers for just a second before firming up. What in the hells is this thing? Benjen's voice is exhausted and grave as he answers the Lord Commander. A corpse, Lord Commander. Only one that has been brought back to life. One that seeks to kill everything around it to supply more bodies to be brought back from the dead. To put it more plainly, it is a wight. A wight, the sort of thing that John had never thought was real until now. Right up there with Grumpkins and Snarks. They were supposed to be nothing but fairy tales, nightmare fuel to keep little boys and girls from sneaking out after dark and getting themselves killed by the more real threats like wild animals or bad weather. But then, who could say what was and wasn't real anymore? And if wights were real? Well, in the old stories, wights were said to be nothing but foot soldiers to the walkers beyond the wall. And yet, John and Benjen hadn't seen any others on this particularly harrowing ranging. Not with their own eyes anyways. For several long moments, the Lord Commander just stares at the undead creature as it tries to force its way through the bars to get at them. Fortunately, the iron bars are placed closely enough together that it can't force its way through. Report, First Ranger, what exactly happened out there? John keeps a close watch on the wight, even as Benjen dutifully recounts their experiences. To a certain extent, he explains how they went out on their ranging just as intended, only to be ambushed on the second night by a dozen wights. That was true. He then goes on to explain how they fought off the attack and found themselves fleeing. That was also true. Eventually, He goes into detail about how he deemed it both necessary and feasible to capture a wight to bring proof back to Castle Black, and how together he and John had managed to craft a wooden crate and trap one inside by the skin of their teeth. That part was less true, not entirely a lie, but it did leave out some rather critical information, like just who helped them capture the wight in the first place. But then, Jeor Mormont wasn't born yesterday. Perhaps he detects the deception in Benjen's report, or perhaps the Lord Commander is simply of a one-track mind. And what of the original reason you and your nephew went on this ranging? What of the reports that the wildlings have named a new king beyond the wall and are massing in greater numbers? There's a brief moment where Benjen meets John's eyes. John wants so badly to speak out, but his uncle shakes his head ever so slightly and John holds his tongue. The reports are true, Lord Commander. It's as we feared. They've named Raider their king beyond the wall, and they've amassed an army that's heading this way as we speak. There's so much more nuance to it than that. John and Benjen hadn't actually got to meet Mance Raider himself, but it was wildlings who'd saved them from the whites after that first attack, or, as they apparently like to be called, free folk. They were desperate, the free folk were. According to their claims, they were being pushed into attacking the wall by an army of whites coming down from the north and slaughtering them by the hundreds if not the thousands. If nothing was done, they would all die, so they were doing something. They were running, fleeing south for their own survival. It was John's idea to capture a white and show it to the Lord Commander to convince him that the free folk weren't the true threat. He'd managed to convince the wilding woman Ygritte of his plan, and she in turn had convinced the wildling man Tormund Giantsbane that it was the only way. He and Benjen would never have been able to capture the white on their own, just the two of them. They certainly wouldn't have survived to make it back to the wall without Ygritte and Tormund's help. But once the mission was accomplished and they'd left the free folk behind, Benjen had told him there was a flaw in John's plan. Namely, that there was no way they would be able to convince the Lord Commander that the threat posed by the whites, and presumably their White Walker masters, was great enough to let an army of wildlings through the wall. Jeor Mormont was an honorable man, but he was also a stubborn man, old and set in his ways. That said, Lord Commander, between this white and the massing wildlings, we can't go on like this. We need help. That's why I would ask for your permission to take John south to Winterfell to ask aid from my brother Lord Stark. John tries not to so much as twitch as the Lord Commander considers Benjen's words. This was the plan, in the end. They needed permission from a higher power to consider letting the free folk pass the wall so they could deprive their true enemy of further whites. Hopefully John's father would be willing to act as that higher power. But if Mormont knew what they were planning, he would never approve them going to Winterfell. Hence the need for subterfuge, and for John to keep his mouth shut and let Benjen do the talking here. "'Tis very well." He bites back the urge to whoop with joy as the Lord Commander finally responds with a nod. Jeor grimaces at the white in the cell for a moment longer before sheathing his sword with a sigh. "You're right, we need help. Perhaps the king himself will see fit to fly up here and put an end to all of our problems for us." That last part is said with a dry tone that makes it clear how much Jeor Mormont actually believes that will happen. To be fair, nobody at the wall is sure what to believe about the more fantastical tales coming out of Axel Baratheon's latest war. And even their new Ironborn recruits refuse to talk about it. Regardless, John puts such silly rumors out of his mind and focuses on the matter at hand. With approval to go see his father secured, he and Benjen will probably be able to leave as early as tomorrow. For a moment, a freckled face with blue eyes and hair the color of fire flits through John's mind. And then it shifts, transforming into something rotted, with those same blue eyes glowing and the hair matted and torn away. Nobody deserved such a fate, not even Ygritte or her fellow free folk. And John would do everything in his power to try and save them from it. Chapter 81, A Nice Day. Glug glug glug. Life was good. Case in point, there was nothing better than waking up to the sensation of a pair of lips wrapped around the base of his cock as one of his women enthusiastically face-fucks herself on his member. Axel doesn't even open his eyes fully or groan to signal he's awake right away. Instead, he just lays there enjoying the feeling while, at the same time, playing a game of guessing who it could be. Not Sansa. She would definitely wake him up with sex, but she would do so by impaling herself on his cock and riding him while planting light kisses on his lips until he was kissing her back and then seizing upon her body to roughly begin fucking her from below. It wasn't Aerion either. While Axel wouldn't put it past the dusky Dornish woman to wake him up with a good morning blowjob, right now she and Sansa were both doing their absolute best to get pregnant still. Axel knew it would probably be confirmed any day now that they already were pregnant, but until that happened they were still both eager as could be about the process. Aerion would have been bouncing up and down on his cock as well, though she would have faced away from him to do so. Then, she would have squealed happily when he pulled her back by her throat so that her back was against his chest. Also, he could reach around to alternate between fondling her great big dusky breasts and playing with her throbbing clit while fucking her from below. That just left either Margaery or Tyene, but Tyene was much more methodical and slower paced. There was a reverence to her, a sort of worshipfulness ever since he'd been declared the blessed champion of the Seven, along with way too many other titles to boot, that would have resulted in a much slower, more devoted act than what he's currently receiving. Yes, in the end, this can only be one woman. This can only be Margaery Tyrell. Mentally locking in his answer, Axel finally opens his eyes and pulls back the blankets to reveal just who is kneeling between his legs and deep-throating his cock at this time in the morning. There, naked as the day she was born and staring up at him with bright eyes, is the beautiful Rose of Highgarden, just as he'd expected. Margaery doesn't even hesitate or pause when he reveals her either. If anything, she redoubles her pace, bobbing up and down on his cock even harder and swirling her tongue this way and that as she sucks and slurps away at his member. Axel groans his appreciation, reaching down and sliding his fingers through her brown locks. Only then does the beautiful young woman pause, if only to check if he wants to take over. But when she realizes that he's simply holding her hair to hold her hair and scratch at her scalp, she quickly returns to gagging herself on an impressive amount of his sizable length, bobbing up and down with just as much gusto as before, if not more so. Glug glug glug. Oh yes, life was good. NNNGH, F fuck, H harder, give it to me harder, Axel. Huffing in amusement, Axel shakes his head even as he carefully modulates his strength and speed while fucking the more voluptuous, and, if he's being honest, salacious of his two queens. Aerion Martell, a princess of Dorne by birth and now a queen of the Seven Kingdoms by marriage to him, lets out a loud cry in response before tossing her head back as she comes again on his cock. They're currently in one of the Red Keep's more private dining rooms, meant for when the king doesn't want to take a meal with the entirety of his court and isn't hosting some kind of feast of some sorts. Today, Axel had set aside time to eat lunch with Aerion specifically, just the two of them, something that he knew she'd been looking forward to. To be fair, Axel had been looking forward to it as well, mostly because he knew things would probably turn out this way in the end. His Dornish queen had such a one-track mind sometimes, one that he enjoyed very much, of course. They'd at least managed to finish eating, but as soon as their plates were mostly clean, Aerion had stood up, sauntered over to Axel's side of the table, and pushed everything out from in front of him. Then, she'd hopped up onto the table's edge, spread her legs wide, and hiked up her dress to show off her lack of small clothes while winking and talking about dessert. Needless to say, Axel had his cock out and buried in Aerion's hungering twat in mere moments, and now here they were, with the beautiful dusky-skinned woman hooking her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. She clings to him for dear life as he pounds into her cunt with about half of his length, careful not to go any deeper. Even as she begs for more, Axel has to be careful. Not just for the usual reasons such as not going overboard with his immense strength, but also because, well, Aerion and Sansa both might already be pregnant at this point. It usually takes a while to know for sure, and there are usually signs, but as Axel understands it, the pregnancy can have started a full month or so ahead of the signs. And given just how much seed he's been dumping in both his queens, he really has no way of knowing if either of them is pregnant yet or not. But he likes to think he's already done it by now. Fortunately, there's no harm done in giving Aerion a slightly reserved version of the usual sex. She still combs her brains out for him, moaning up a storm and offering up her tits to him as he fucks her right there on the dining table. It's an offering Axel is more than willing to take her up on, leaning down to suckle at each of her dusky breasts and bite and nibble at her rock-hard dark nipples one after the other. He does this until he finally unloads deep inside of his beautiful queen, making her shudder in orgasmic bliss, her eyes rolling back in her skull as she gurgles happily and jiggles delightfully in all the right places. Another day, another load, another shot at making sure his queens are very, very pregnant Tilda. An hour later, Axel finds himself sneaking into the great sept of Baelor in an identity-concealing cloak. He wouldn't normally have to do such a thing, but after recovering from their lunchtime fun, Arian had handed him a small key and told him that Tyene was waiting for him here. She'd made it sound like something positively scandalous, and he did so like the thrill of scandalous behavior. Fortunately, all of his time at the Great Sept had taught Axel a lot about the place, like just what this key was for. As it turned out, there were private rooms in the back area of the Great Sept of Baelor, meant for a number of different things, and one of those rooms was what the key Arian had given him went to. Axel soon finds the door that corresponds to the markings on his key. Curious beyond belief, the young king fits the key in the lock and opens the door. He almost stops dead in his tracks when he sees what's waiting in the room beyond for him, but then he remembers himself and quickly steps inside and closes and locks the door behind him. There, with candles burning around her, a woman in Septa's attire kneels before a smaller version of the warrior's statue. Her white head coverings and the gray robes she wears would normally conceal her identity, if said gray robes weren't in fact hiked up to reveal a familiar pale bottom jutting out in the direction of the door. Anyone who had stepped foot into this room would have seen a Septa with their ass out and their glistening wet pussy lips on display, glittering with arousal from the candlelight. Fortunately, it had been Axel who had the key, just as he knew this was no real Septa, but instead a certain perverted sand. Still, he would be lying if he said he wasn't immediately aroused. Huffing his amusement, Axel shakes his head, puts away the key, and pulls out his cock. Moving forward, he can hear the quiet praying of the Septa as she kneels in front of the statue. Though rather than asking the warrior for anything, she seems to be singing his praises and showing her gratitude by thanking him for everything he's done and continues to do for her. Tyene's praying stops when Axel finally kneels down behind her and grabs hold of her hips. Her breath hitches, but she doesn't tense or freeze or anything. It seems like she never had any doubt what he would do when he found her in this position. As he sinks his cock into her sopping wet depths from behind, Axel leans forward, staring at the small statue of the warrior even as he growls into Tyene's ear. Some might call this blasphemous behavior, you know. Panting and moaning softly as he fills her with his shaft, Tyene merely gazes up at the statue of the warrior as well, her hands clasped together in front of her as she takes his member from behind. The mewling of lesser men and women matters little, your grace. All that matters is what you want in the end. Axel sighs and just buries his face in Tyene's neck, his hands squeezing her hips as he begins to fuck her a bit harder, until the sound of flesh slapping against flesh fills the small room and her moans grow louder and louder. Eventually, he has to cover her mouth to shut her up. PLAP, PLAP, PLAP. For all that Tyene thinks him above religious censure as well as the petty concerns of others, Axel tries not to get too big of a head from her constant worshipful attitude. All the same, there's something undeniably arousing about fucking her dressed as a Septa in the heart of the great Sept of Baelor. The most devout can never find out about this. Take me flying. Axel raises an eyebrow at Sansa's demanding tone, causing his northern queen to flush a little bit in response. But she doesn't back down, maintaining her posture and holding her head high as she gazes at him with those beautiful blue eyes of hers. This is my time, is it not? I want to fly with you, to see the city and all of its surroundings from high up while the sun sets in the distance. That brings a smile to Axel's face. Chuckling, he nods and offers Sansa his arm. She quickly moves in, placing her feet on his feet and wrapping herself around him as best she can, even as he secures her with his own arms. Indeed, not a day went by where Axel didn't make time for his queens. Sometimes they were happy to have him together, but other times they wanted him all to themselves. As such, when Arian asked to have lunch alone with him, Sansa in turn got private time with him later in the day, close to sunset. Though he'd definitely been expecting her to push him down and impale herself on his cock. This was a nice enough change of pace, Axel had to admit. Embracing one another, they both begin to float up into the air. The king taking them out of the red keeps Godswood and higher into the sky. Sansa gasps as she looks around them, taking in the sights and seeming quite astounded. She's downright giddy with excitement, and the beaming smile on her face makes it all worth it. It's so beautiful. Axel, who is staring right at Sansa's face, just nods in agreement. Yes, it is. When she realizes a moment later that he's talking about her and not the surrounding view, Sansa blushes and smacks his back lightly in reproach at the teasing, though her smile doesn't diminish even remotely. They stay like that for a time, simply enjoying the sunset with one another. This high up, they get to watch it set on the horizon for a lot longer without having any sort of landmarks or geographical issues in the way of their view. Hell, from this high up, you can almost see all the way to the Westerlands from here. Cuddling in close to him, Sansa rubs her face against his chest for a moment before looking up at Axel. Next time we come up here, I want you to fuck me like this. Axel's eyes widen, even as he finds himself almost immediately hardening at the thought. Even still, it's a little bit ridiculous, right? I'm not sure that's a good idea, Sansa. What if I dropped you? But his northern queen just smiles and shakes her head. You won't. She says it with such conviction and certainty that Axel finds he's the one flushing in embarrassment now. His women think the world of him. They think he can do anything. And to be fair, in a lot of ways, they're right. But Axel knows he's not infallible. He might be undefeated, but he can still make mistakes. He can still fuck up. We'll practice in the bedroom, hovering over the bed first, just to be safe. Sansa just shrugs in response, seeming completely unbothered by the prospect of slipping off of his cock and plummeting to her death or something like that if he were to fuck up. If you insist. Axel huffs in exasperated amusement. His northern queen could sometimes be as implacable and stubborn as the frozen, snowy lands she heralded from. But he would be lying if he said he didn't love her for it all the same. Now come, we should probably head back down. The others will be waiting for us to start dinner. Right. They do indeed have dinner together, the 5 of them, and then they do a lot more together after that as well. Hours later, well past the point where evening becomes proper night, Axel Baratheon lays in his bed. Not as the bed's only occupant mind, but he is the only one still conscious. With Sansa pressed into his right side, Arian pressed into his left side, and both Margaery and Tyene spooning either of his queens as well, Axel is surrounded by soft, feminine flesh in every direction. He holds them all close, luxuriating in the feeling of their bodies, even as Sansa and Arian both leak fresh loads from his rock-hard cock down betwixt their inner thighs. They'd done some light testing regarding Sansa's request, much to the amazement and excitement of the others. Sansa had bounced up and down on his cock, while Axel had maintained his concentration and remained floating a couple feet off of the bed. It wasn't as simple or easy as it might have seemed, though, so he was quite glad he'd insisted on trying it out in the bedroom first. Still, he knows that Sansa will convince him to take her out for another flight soon, and no doubt she'll beg him to fuck her high above the city among the clouds at some point. Probably before she and Arian are confirmed properly pregnant too, he would imagine. Because once they are, Axel will have no issues treating both of his queens like fragile glass. He'd been to see a Shah over in the Iron Islands a week ago as well. The Lady Reaper of Pike was doing quite well for herself, mostly on account of a lot of the previous generation of Ironborn being dead or sent to the wall, but also because of how much coin they were making from harvesting the kraken and sea dragon that Axel had brought to Pike for her. She wasn't pregnant yet either as far as she knew, though they'd certainly fucked a few times while he was there to help her along. Still, Axel knew he just needed to be patient. For so long, he'd made sure he wouldn't be having any children outside of wedlock. Now that he had his queens and the arrangement with a Shah, that was out of the window. Axel was confident that he was virile enough, and Sansa, Arryn, and Asha were all fertile enough that they could make something happen. Until then, it was just going to be more days like today, where Axel made sure to take as many opportunities as possible to knock his beloved queens up. In the end, it was only a matter of time. And besides, it wasn't like they had any sort of deadline or anything like that. They had all the time in the world now that Westeros was finally at peace. Chapter 82, The Sewers. Fuck, it stinks down here. Tyrion bites his tongue at the Goldcloak's words, holding back the urge to make a comment even as he waddles through the sewers right alongside the rest of the men. They make an eclectic group to be sure, one over a dozen large. Him, half a dozen clerks from the office of Master of Coin, and half a dozen Goldcloaks from the City Watch to make sure they don't run into anything that wants to take a swipe at them down here. Amidst all the grumbling from not just the Goldcloaks, but also his own subordinates, Tyrion is very tempted to point out that the situation is even worse for him given his short stature. He's much closer to the ground, and therefore much closer to the smell. Still, he doesn't say a word because, of course, he's the reason they're down here in the first place. Fortunately, there are stone paths alongside the sewer drains that travel beneath King's Landing, so at least they aren't outright wading through shit. Unfortunately, the stone paths aren't much cleaner, and the smell down here is worse than even the worst parts of the city above. But then, that's why they're here. See, Tyrion has been Master of Coin for a few months now, and he's been doing a pretty good job of it, he likes to think. Even if things had started out tough given the sheer amount of fuckery caused by his predecessor and the distrust he was dealing with from those around him, he'd eventually found his rhythm. Indeed, he'd actually discovered he had something of a knack for the role as time had gone on. For the first time in Tyrion Lannister's life, he'd truly been engaged with his work. Not only had he managed to tread water instead of drowning under the weight of everyone's expectations, he'd actually truly learned to thrive. The first month as Master of Coin had seen Tyrion focusing on fully correcting the messy financial records that Baelish had left behind. Fortunately, between his father forgiving the crown's debt to House Lannister, the faith of the seven believing Axel Baratheon to be the warrior come again, and the help of the Iron Bank's representative, Lord Tycho Nestoris, that actually hadn't been as difficult as it seemed. Admittedly, Tyrion had been leery to trust the representative from the Iron Bank at first. Tycho Nestoris was, well, he was foreign and Braavosi at that. While the free city of Braavos might have been more palatable to Westeros because of their hatred of slavery, everyone still knew that Braavos was for Braavos first and foremost. Just as the Iron Bank was for the Iron Bank first and foremost. Fortunately, the king had come into quite a lot of wealth when he killed Euron Greyjoy and claimed all that belonged to the Ironborn leader by right of conquest. Especially since it turned out Euron had actually succeeded at what Tyrion's lost uncle Gerion set out to do all those years ago. The mad bastard had gone to Old Valyria and made it back with an entire ship's cargo hold full of Valyrian steel. Daggers, cutlery, jewelry, armor, and of course, most of all, a great many Valyrian steel swords, just as Tyrion and Axel had discussed back on the Iron Islands. None of which were Brightroar, but Tyrion didn't let that get to him. Indeed, he took some pleasure in the thought of Tywin never getting his hands on that sword. More than that, he liked to believe, since there was technically no evidence to the contrary, that Uncle Gerion had managed to make a successful expedition to Valyria himself. Maybe he'd retrieved Brightroar after all, and upon realizing that he had no desire to return to Westeros and his brother's tyrannical rule, Gerion had instead absconded to the Summer Isles, where he would live out his days fishing and worshipping that one fertility goddess with 16 teats. Regardless of Tyrion's passing fancies, the Iron Bank had been more than happy to share in Euron's bounty in order to see the crown's debt paid off in full. And Axel Baratheon had been willing to let them have some of it to make sure that the crown no longer owed a single thing to the Iron Bank. Meanwhile, what little debts still owed to the faith were also completely forgiven within the first weeks of Tyrion's time as Master of Coin. Not by anything particularly special he'd done on his end, but because Axel Baratheon might as well be a living saint in the eyes of the High Septon and the most devout at this point, to say nothing of how his legend had grown among smallfolk and nobility alike. Not only had they paid for the king's unconventional wedding in full, but they'd also happily tossed out any debt the crown still owed to them in order to get on his good side. Frankly, Tyrion didn't blame them, not when everyone understood exactly what the king was capable of by now. Anyone with any sense would want to be on Axel Baratheon's good side at this point. Still, it was a bit of a problem because Tyrion hadn't had to do much at all to get the crown out of debt and flush with coin for the first time since before Robert's rebellion. It had been all Axel, in the end. In fact, initially Tyrion had been worried that he wouldn't have anything to show for his initial work, and that they would dismiss him for not doing enough to prove himself. But the first few meetings between him, Lord Stannis, and the king had been enough to disabuse him of that notion. Tyrion had made sure to show them everything he'd done each week, keeping impeccable notes. From the records, he was having compiled to the work he'd been doing with different organizations. And while none of it was quite as flashy as what Axel himself had done by throwing around a bit of Valyrian steel, it had still been enough to earn grudging approval from Stannis Baratheon and several pleased smiles from the king. They'd been even more pleased with him when his first major project since becoming Master of Coin had borne fruit in his second month in the city. Namely, Tyrion had noticed Axel held no great love for tourneys, a major staple in Westerosi culture. And as it turned out, he was able to find writing from his predecessor complaining about this fact and outlining exactly why the king seemed to despise them. Of course, in Baelish's not-so-humble opinion, Axel was an idiot for not throwing tens of thousands of golden dragons at a tourney for every major event that came along. The man spent more time complaining about Axel's intractable nature than anything else. But Tyrion could read between the lines. The king despised tourneys for good reason, because looking at the records, it was obvious that they were the major source of debt from Robert Baratheon's reign over the Seven Kingdoms. And yet, at the same time, Baelish was right about one thing in his writings. He was right that tourneys played an instrumental role in keeping different social groups happy. From the small folk to the knights to the nobility, tourneys were not something that could just be dismissed out of hand. They took the place of real warring and kept even the most bloodthirsty of men sated in times of peace, after all. That was why Tyrion had set out to make a tourney that wouldn't just break even, it would turn a profit. After all, Axel Baratheon's problem with the damn things was the debt they created. If Tyrion could do away with that debt, if he could turn tourneys into a positive source of gold for the crown. It had taken many sleepless days and nights, but he'd done it. It wasn't easy, but it actually wasn't all that difficult either. It was, however, quite hypothetical at least at first. Still, far from letting himself be afraid, Tyrion brought it to Axel and Stannis and laid everything out to them, piece by piece. At first, Axel hadn't been too pleased, especially when the first thing he'd noticed had been the big prize pools. But Tyrion had shown him that in the end, through admission and entrance fees, as well as selling stall plots and also taxing the income made from those, plus a dozen other little ways, the tourney would pay for itself at worst and turn a profit at best. They'd tested it near the end of that second month with a tourney for Axel's name day, utilizing Tyrion's plan wholesale despite some reluctance from the hand of the king. Indeed, Stannis still didn't trust him. In the end, Tyrion knew that it all came down to Axel taking a risk on him, again. But it worked. The tourney had in fact turned a tidy profit. Sure, they'd only come out a couple thousand golden dragons ahead, but that was still better than going 50,000 golden dragons into debt like more than one of the tourneys during Robert's reign had. Tyrion knew he'd scored massive points that day with both Axel and his hand. He knew he was finally making progress in properly earning not just their trust, but also their respect. It helped, of course, that Tyrion hadn't been overly drunk or gone looking for a whore since arriving in King's Landing. Part of that wasn't because of any great restraint on his part, though. Rather, Stannis Baratheon had shut down every last one of Baelish's brothels, and then dug them all up looking for the dead man's gold. And given that Littlefinger's establishments were the best and most prestigious in the city, this meant that the only choices for whores at this point were in less reputable parts of King's Landing. Tyrion hadn't been desperate enough for a good lay to go to one of those establishments when he'd first arrived, and before he knew it, he'd been too busy working to even think about seeking out that form of companionship. Oh, he certainly wouldn't go without forever. But for now at least, he was simply too busy to bother with whores. Case in point, this trip down to the sewers, where everyone else smelt only regret and filth and were turned away by the stench. Tyrion Lannister smelt the exact same regret and filth, admittedly. However, he also smelt something else. He smelt opportunity. His success with tourney organizing had made him consider other ways. He could not only continue excelling as Master of Coin, but also bring forward public works projects to the king that the crown might invest in to improve the city. After all, gold was worthless if it just spent all of its days in a vault doing nothing but collecting dust. And while it was good that the crown was no longer in so much debt and now had a surplus, it would be even better if Tyrion could find ways for some of that gold to be used productively. And perhaps even in ways that could eventually increase the crown's income over time. Hence the presence of this little scouting party down in the sewers of King's Landing. Said sewers were notoriously awful, and King's Landing had a reputation for smelling absolutely terrible for miles around. Everyone claimed that it was due to the city's massive population, with hundreds of thousands of people reportedly packed into just Flea Bottom alone. But see, Tyrion had experience with things like this. Back at the tender age of 16, he'd wanted to take a tour of the free cities of Essos, like his uncles Gerion and Tyget had done before him. His father, however, had forbidden it, claiming that Tyrion had never once proved himself responsible enough for such a trip in all of his years alive. Tywin Lannister had then gone on to put Tyrion in charge of all the cisterns, drains, and sewers of Casterly Rock to maintain their upkeep. For a while, Tyrion had even convinced himself that his father did this to give him a chance to prove himself at long last. He'd thrown his entire heart and soul into the work of maintaining Casterly Rock's sewage system for months, even years. It wasn't until 2 years later, when Gerion had been preparing to leave on his ill-fated journey to Old Valyria and Tyrion had once again asked to be allowed to go, that he'd found out the truth. He was pretty sure the only reason Tywin didn't laugh in his face when Tyrion laid out how hard he'd been working and how responsible he'd been with the cisterns and drains was because Tywin Lannister simply didn't laugh at all. Even still, Tyrion knew his father had still gotten an inordinate amount of pleasure in destroying his hopes and dreams, though, crushing that last ember of desire to earn Tywin's respect and love. In the end, it had never been about Tyrion proving himself. It had only ever been about pushing him down and making him feel weak. It was about keeping him in his place. Still, the end result was that Tyrion knew sewer drains pretty well. And something about the sewers in King's Landing just didn't seem right to him. "My lord, where the fuck are we going exactly?" And that was why he dragged all these men down here today. Though from the sound of things, the gold cloak in charge was just about fed up with him at this point. There was a distinct lack of respect in that, my lord, and honestly, Tyrion was surprised he hadn't just called him Imp or Lord Imp, like he knew some did behind his back. Clearing his throat, Tyrion looks down at the papers in his hands that were supposed to represent a map of the city's sewers. "Actually, let's stop here. Give me a moment to go over these." The groans he gets in response are a mixture of relief and disgust. On the one hand, they're all happy to take a break. On the other hand, there's not really anywhere to sit down around here. And of course, there's always the stench. But truth be told, Tyrion barely pays their discomfort or the smell any mind. He's too busy trying to make sense of the maps in his hands. They should be up to date, but then if these maps are correct, the sewer system should also be doing a lot better than it is. They shouldn't be having nearly as many blockages and backups as have been reported in the past several years. Can't even blame the work crews removing wildfire all over the city half a year back, because while some of them had accidentally damaged parts of the sewers in the process, most of the time they'd been well away from the sewers entirely. And the blockages were reportedly going on for almost a decade back. Narrowing his eyes, Tyrion squints at the diagram on the paper in front of him, and then looks up and around. "That's strange, if we're where I think we are, and I'm pretty sure we haven't gotten lost or turned around. Then this shouldn't be a single tunnel. This is supposed to be an intersection. There should be branches going off on either side here." He receives mostly disinterested grunts from the gold cloaks at that, but his attendants from the Master of Coin's office at least manage to look a little bit interested. They are paid to hang off of his every word and do his bidding, after all. Are you saying that they had to seal off the other tunnels for some reason, Lord Tyrion? Tyrion blinks at that idea. He actually hadn't been saying that, but now that it had been voiced. His eyes flicker across the tunnel walls until he starts to notice the discrepancies. Finally, he grins and nods. Actually, that's exactly what I'm saying. Oi, Goldcloaks, I know you dislike being down here, but if I know anything about men like you definitely don't mind smashing things, right? The Goldcloaks all exchange looks at that, seeming torn between being insulted or intrigued. Tyrion doesn't give them the chance to decide, though. Instead, he points at a part of the wall that looks different from the others. Smash that for me, will you? One of you has to have a mace or a hammer, right? He sure hopes so, because they didn't bring any tools down here. Fortunately, one of the Goldcloaks grunts, pulling a hefty-looking mace from his waist and stepping forward. With a roar tinged with both frustration and anger, he slams it into the stonework that Tyrion has pointed out, and smashes right on through it. The Goldcloak freezes up, looking surprised by how thin the wall turned out to be, as well as the fact that there's a tunnel on the other side. He also looks chagrined, which makes Tyrion roll his eyes in response. Were you not listening? We knew there'd be a tunnel there. Keep smashing. Break it open, you lot. With permission freely given once again, the original Goldcloak begins doing exactly that. Seeing his success, his fellows start joining him, those without blunt weapons pulling loosened stones down to help open the tunnel back up. Tyrion, of course, has no clue what to expect to find in there, if anything, so he sends the Goldcloaks in first, just in case. Eventually, though, when they report that it's all clear, he follows them. The tunnel, as it so happens, is just a small one designed to provide an extra avenue for sewage to flow through in case of a backup or blockage. You know, like King's Landing had been dealing with for years now. So then why was it blocked up in the first place? Well, they quickly find out why, because the dried tunnel is lined with crates and sacks of coin and jewelry. Tyrion stares into the first sack. He opens blankly for a long moment, completely and utterly flabbergasted by the copper, silver, and stray gold that can be found within. And then it hits him with this. This treasure hoard must be. Tyrion hadn't really put any serious effort into searching for any of Baelish's ill-gotten money, despite Axel's suggestion to him back on the Iron Islands. The dwarf had considered it something of a fool's errand, figuring that he'd just be chasing ghosts and most of Baelish's stolen gold had to be far, far away from King's Landing. Apparently not. Apparently, the previous master of coin was far stupider than Tyrion had given him credit for. Then again, it had been years and years of bad sewers and nobody had ever managed to put two and two together, so who was really the stupid one here? Tyrion had heard the phrases, "Don't shit where you eat," and "one man's trash is another man's treasure," but apparently Baelish had taken that old adage and twisted it around to his satisfaction. By hiding his treasure where everyone else shit and hoping nobody would ever go looking for it down here. And to be fair to the dead man, none of them had, until now. Chapter 83, Proud. And as such I immediately got in contact with the Lord Hand and Lord Beric, so we could combine our forces and fully explore the depths of Littlefinger's manipulation of the city's sewers. At this point in time, we've uncovered 2 more caches about the same size as the first, and 3 that, while much smaller, were also far easier to access. Standing on his slightly modified chair within the new small council chambers, Tyrion Lannister gives a short bow as he finishes speaking before sitting back down. Axel smiles at him and nods. Very well done, Tyrion. You've proven yourself an exemplary master of coin. And yeah, maybe Axel's voice is just a little smug as he says that, with his eyes darting over to Stanny's in the process. To be fair, his uncle really hadn't believed in Tyrion at first. He'd been convinced that the imp of House Lannister would amount to nothing at best and be an active detriment to Axel's rule at worst. Yet, look where they were now. The small council is in full attendance at the moment, everyone having shown up to listen to Tyrion's report on what he'd discovered down in the city's sewers. And the best part was, Tyrion had discovered the coin and treasure of the late Petter Baelish by pure happenstance. He'd originally only been down there to try and solve the sewage problems King's Landing constantly suffered from. Problems that apparently only existed in the first place because of Littlefinger's machinations. Combine this discovery with the fact that Sansa and Aerion had both been confirmed pregnant just a few days ago, and Axel was feeling rather good about himself. Both of his queens had wound up experiencing the early signs of pregnancy within days of each other, in fact. At first, the news that they weren't feeling well had frightened Axel to no end. After all, sickness was the one thing he could not fight, the one thing he wouldn't be able to save them from. But that fear had turned to excitement when the Grandmeister himself had said it was because his seed had taken root in their wombs at long last. Still, back to the matter of the smallest member of his small council and the dwarf's significant accomplishments. Would anyone else have managed everything Tyrion had so far in the position of Master of Coin? Axel didn't think so. Of course, while Tyrion puffs up with no small amount of pride at his king's praise, he also coughs into his fist. I appreciate your complimentary words, my king. Though I also feel like I should temper expectations a bit. It's entirely possible we won't find any more than we already have down there. And the sum we've uncovered from the alterations made to the city's sewer system so far falls far short of the total amount said to have been stolen by Littlefinger. Under different circumstances, Axel might have assumed Tyrion was trying to cover his own ass. Even maybe suspected that the dwarf had skimmed some off the top from his discoveries. But he knew that wasn't the case because, as Tyrion had explained, he'd made sure to involve Stannis and Beric Dondarrion immediately after finding the first cache. It was a sensible move on the dwarf's part, for a couple of good reasons. First, it was just good sense for a man who knew his position was on shaky ground at best to immediately involve the hand of the king. Perhaps if his predecessor wasn't such a thief, there was a world where Tyrion as Master of Coin could have handled things on his own, but they didn't live in that world. Second, it allowed for a mixture of trustworthy men who served under both the hand of the king and the Master of Laws to come in and keep everyone else honest. Tyrion might not have wanted to steal the gold, but if the men he was with had decided they could risk bashing him over the head and split the discovery between them, well, he was very smart to immediately call in support before anyone could have such thoughts, needless to say. Not that the gold cloaks were that bad these days. In fact, they were far less corrupt than they'd been in the past. So were the men who worked under the Master of Coin. However, even an honorable man could be tempted. Best to remove that temptation by involving so many eyes on things that if anything did go missing, it would immediately be noticed by too many people to even begin paying them all off. All in all, Tyrion had done well, extremely well. In the face of his hedging, Axel just chuckles and waves a hand dismissively. Do not fret, Tyrion. I wouldn't expect every coin Baelish took to be hidden in the sewers. That we're going to manage to recover any of what he stole from Jon or Ryn, and my father is more than enough for me. As I said before, you've done well. Extremely so. In fact, Tyrion had really managed to amaze even him. Sure, Axel had been the one who decided to give the dwarf a chance in the first place, but he'd honestly been caught off guard by just how hard Tyrion had worked since arriving in the city. That their last tourney had actually turned a profit instead of just breaking even was one thing. But now Tyrion wanted to fix King's Landing's stench? Yes, please. You've earned my ear and my trust with this, Tyrion, and since the treasury is already at a surplus, tell me what you would do with this unexpected return of lost funds. How would you use it to improve the city? There's a bit of a stir from the others seated at the small council table at that, as many of them shift in their seats. Stannis looks like he's swallowed a lemon, while everyone else has expressions ranging from uncomfortable in the case of Lord Beric to curious for Lord Davos, and then completely blank for Grandmeister Marwyn. None of them actually speak up, though, all turning to the dwarf to see what he has to say. Tyrion, on the other hand, just looks a little bit floored by Axel's question. But to his credit, his shocked stupor only lasts a moment before he recovers and clears his throat. Well, sir, first and foremost, I wish to continue my plans to advance the sewer system of King's Landing into the modern age. Even without the purposeful blocks that Littlefinger secretly instituted without anyone knowing, the sewers were still old and outdated from what my research showed. Here, Tyrion starts to get a little excited. I've read about better systems over in the free cities that I think can be replicated here, albeit at a greater cost, if only because we don't rely on slave labor in Westeros. Still, I think it would be well worth the expense. Not just to get rid of the smell, sir, but also because disease is often linked to uncleanliness, and the cleaner we can make King's Landing, the better off the city will be. Unasked for, Grandmeister Marwyn grunts and speaks up at that. The dwarf is right, at least about that last part. The filthier the environment, the more one invites sickness. The gruff man, so different from his predecessor, leaves it at that. Tyrion looks surprised by his support, but gives him a nod that Marwyn all but ignores in turn. Axel, meanwhile, just chuckles. Well then, let's start there. Finish making sure that there are no more of these caches of stolen coin buried in the sewers, and then you can begin your attempts at improving things. You'll still be reporting on your progress to Lord Stannis. But let's make it every month instead of every week for the time being, all right. There's a pause as those words hang in the air, before Tyrion swallows and slowly nods. Of course, Your Grace, I appreciate the trust. Indeed, while Axel did trust Tyrion at this point, he knew better than to close both eyes and make that trust blind. No, better to keep one eye open no matter what. Besides, making sure Tyrion remained on a schedule of reporting to the hand of the king would go a long way to keeping Stannis mollified as well. Looking around the table for a long moment, Axel raises a brow. If nobody has anything else to bring to my attention, then I think we can end the meeting here. Dismissed. Everyone begins to file out of the small council chambers at that, save for Stannis, who remains seated, and Marwyn, who stands by his chair for a moment until most of the others are gone. Then, the Grandmeister turns his eyes towards Axel. A word of warning, Your Grace. Frowning, the king sits up, narrowing his eyes in Marwyn's direction. Was this about Sansa and Aryen's pregnancies? Yes. Far from looking grave or overly somber, the Grandmeister just shrugs. It's actually the most nonchalant that Axel has ever seen him. The air is thinner the higher into the sky you go. We know this from written accounts by dragon riders dating back hundreds of years. If you fly too high, it becomes more and more difficult to breathe, until you can even potentially pass out and die from the lack of air. Axel blinks at the insinuation behind the short, stocky man's words. He didn't think Marwyn was talking about him after all. Rather, Axel had started taking all of his women on flights a couple months back. It was just Sansa at first, but once the others found out, all of them wanted a turn, even Margaery. But how did Marwyn know? Did he actually see Axel fly up into the sky with one of his women, or did he have others spying on him? At the same time, that advice of his was actually very helpful. Axel himself didn't think he would have any problems with thin air, truth be told. He hadn't had any issues with holding his breath for hours underwater after all, so he imagined he could do the same no matter how high into the sky he flew. However, his passengers did not share in his inhuman nature. Which was precisely why Marwyn was telling him this, wasn't it? Especially now that Sansa and Aryen were pregnant, he needed to be doubly careful with them. And that meant no more flights while they were still carrying his children. Oh, they weren't going to like that. But he'd rather they be unhappy and safe on the ground than anything else. Begrudgingly grateful, Axel inclines his head in the Grandmeister's direction. That's certainly an interesting bit of information. Thank you, Grandmeister. I'll be sure to keep that in mind. He half expects Marwyn to ask him for something in return or more bluntly spell out just who he's talking about, but the Grandmeister just snorts and nods before turning and leaving the room. For a moment, Axel stares after him before putting the strange encounter out of his mind by shaking his head. Looking over at Stannis, he can't help but grin smugly again as he turns his attention away from Marwyn being Marwyn and back to the reason for today's meeting. Tyrion seems to be working out well as Master of Coin. The hand of the king just sighs. Indeed, Your Grace. Chuckling, Axel throws his uncle a bone. And Dindarian has proven to be fairly competent as well. He was an excellent pick on your part. Stannis doesn't smile, but he does straighten up a little bit. That's pretty much a beaming grin in Stannis' Baratheon terms. Thank you, my king. Leaning back in his chair, Axel grins as he laces his fingers together over his stomach. And Sansa and Aryen are both pregnant now as well, meaning the line of succession is soon to be secured. Everything is going rather well now, isn't it? I suppose knowing that I can reach any of the 7 kingdoms in under a day is enough to keep everyone in line. Certainly, the Iron Islands were keeping their heads down the last time I visited. And it wasn't under a day, either save for in the most technical of senses. Axel hadn't even really found his fastest speed yet, but he was pretty sure he could reach any part of Westeros from King's Landing in a few hours at this point, if he really, truly pushed himself. The Iron Islands really did seem to be doing quite well too. They'd turned what boats they had towards fishing, with the former thralls more than happy to take over ownerless vessels or build their own ships if necessary. Ashaz's long-term plans, meanwhile, apparently involved turning the Ironborn from reavers into protectors. The seas were perilous at the best of times, after all. Much like the mountain clans had done over in the Vale, Ashaz wanted the Ironborn to sell their services as veterans of naval combat to merchants and the like. Instead of stealing from and sinking such vessels, the Ironborn would potentially become known for seeing them safely to their destinations if all went according to plan. Whether it would actually work out or not, Axel didn't know, but it was certainly better than the way things had been before. As for Ashaz herself, she too had confirmed that she was pregnant during his last visit. His seed was strong, it would seem. Now that he'd finally started trying, he was knocking up his women left and right. Stannis hums, inclining his head in agreement before frowning. We still don't have a master of whispers, though, Your Grace. Any information we get from Essos tends hopelessly out of date and not always entirely accurate. Yeah, that was true. Axel snorts in amusement. Perhaps I should just fly across the narrow sea one afternoon and stop over in Pentos or Tyrosh to see what the latest gossip is. Stannis gives him a deadpan look at that, one that makes Axel snicker. Yeah, it was a pretty ridiculous idea. Unless, but no, he probably shouldn't, even if it would be easy. He couldn't though, he was needed here in King's Landing to protect his queens and his unborn children. Besides, wasn't the latest news we got good news anyways? That Khal Drogo fellow is as dead as Viserys Targaryen, so any possibility of him actually holding to the deal he made with the man is also dead. There won't be any invasion of Westeros by a Dothraki Khalasar anytime soon, at least. Frowning harder, Stannis reluctantly nods. Yes, though that news was months old by the time it finally reached our ears, and we still don't know what happened to the Targaryen woman or her dragons either. Maybe they died in the Red Wastes, maybe they didn't. Axel winces at that part. Honestly, he'd once thought it might be fun to fight Daenerys Targaryen's dragons. No, scratch that, he still did think it would be fun, but it seemed rather unlikely at this point. Khal Drogo's Khalasar had supposedly abandoned his wife after he died, and the last mention of her and those who still followed her had them entering the Red Wastes. Frankly, Axel had been tempted to fly over to Essos just to see if he could find and rescue them from the grisly fate they were reportedly expected to suffer over in that desert. Unfortunately, not only were the Red Wastes even farther from King's Landing than Pentos or Tyrosh would be, but it was also like Stannis had said. The information was months old by the time it reached Axel's ears. Well, honestly, I hope they did survive and that Daenerys Targaryen is somewhere out there, still living her best life. That gets another distinctly unimpressed look from Stannis, which Axel waves off with a laugh. I know you have your own problems with the Targaryens, uncle, but Daenerys was born at the very end of the rebellion. We both know she didn't have anything to do with her father's actions. She certainly shouldn't be blamed for any of her family's crimes. I can only imagine the life she had to live over in Essos, so I can't help but wish her the best. Especially because if she did still live, Axel might still get a chance to fight those dragons of hers one day. And if she does live and has plans of coming here to Westeros to try to reclaim her lost birthright, what then? Blinking, Axel can't help but grin, even as he shrugs. Well then, I'll just have to do to her dragons what I did to Euron's Kraken, uncle. Still, she sounded like she was a touch smarter than her brother, at least from what little Varys said about her before his death. If she does still live, I'm sure she's heard all about me by now and knows full well to stay the hell away. Indeed, Thoros of Myr had been quite clear that Arlor, the Lord of Light, seemingly had no problem with Axel like the drowned god apparently did. so Daenerys would have no reason to pick a fight with him, in the end.